I found that my system was experiencing a time-space distortion. I casually called my mother Mom, but it said that I had resurrected the Emperor Yaoyu from the long river of time and rewarded the ancestral Dao bone of the supreme bone. Even when I picked a bouquet of flowers from the garden, the system claimed that I had traversed countless places and found the only bouquet of the fiery moonflower, rewarding me with the primordial treasure, the heavy pupil. All of this was because I crossed over into a powerful fantasy novel and became the unrivaled demon lord. According to the plot development, I am supposed to be surrounded by the destined protagonist and ultimately die a tragic death. However, in order to change this outcome for me, the system, in a fit of anger, reverses time and activates the whitewashing system upgrade. As long as I make amends for the evil deeds I have done in the past, I can evade being chased by the destined protagonist and receive rewards. At this moment, 3-year-old me looked at my small arms and legs in confusion. System, did you choose the wrong time? I haven't started misbehaving at this point. Why am I being scolded? Just as he was thinking, a prompt sounded in his ears. The great Emperor Yaoyu has learned of your descent into darkness. He watched helplessly as you slaughtered the world, and met his demise in the depths of despair. To clear your name, the first step is to win back those closest to you, to defy fate, and to resurrect the great Emperor Yaoyu from the river of time, persuading her to accept you once again. The difficulty of the task is infinite, and the reward is the beginning of eternal Dao bones. I gazed at the stunning beauty before me, feeling a bit hesitant. The system just prompted me to reverse time and be reaccepted by the great Emperor Yaoyu, but I haven't been abandoned at all right now, so why talk about being reaccepted? I tentatively called out softly, Mother. Yaoyu was completely surprised. Just now she was exhausted due to saving me, which made her seem insignificant. She hugged me tightly, her eyes full of joy of regaining what was lost. Yuner, as long as you're okay, Mother is always here. Live well, we will always be a family. Ding, mission completed. You are entangled in a vast web of karma, and in order to resurrect the great Emperor Yaoyu, you must have paid a great price. Convincing him to accept you back in your role as the Demon Lord was truly difficult. By gaining the recognition of those closest to you, the path to redemption has been successfully opened, and you are rewarded with the beginningless Dao bones. Is this it? I was dumbfounded at the words. The system, which was supposed to awaken when I became a world enemy, a major villain, had its task simplified countless times because it awakened 1,000 years early. My mind shook, and a mysterious force surged within my body. It was the primordial Dao bone, the top-grade divine object, already taking root and sprouting inside me. Even lying still, I could passively absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. I suddenly opened my eyes, flames of divinity burning in my pupils. The majestic power within me was stimulated by the power of the moon spirit Shio, surging back along my meridians. Yaoyu's body suddenly warmed up, her complexion instantly improved, and her spiritual power became full. Seeing a hint of blush on my face, I was overjoyed and tears welled up. It's working! Yuner is coming back to life. Everyone around was moved. The Marquise of Jinyuan disregarded the highly toxic water of the Yulan Pond, burning her life force to save her adopted son. Seeing that her son was not in danger, Yaoyu, with red eyes, questioned, How did you end up at the Yulan Pond? Do you know how dangerous it is here? Before I could answer, a cry came from beside me. Young Master Qingchen is awake. Xiao Qingchen woke up leisurely. He was a few minutes older than me, also 3 years old. However, the moment he opened his eyes, they were filled with cunning and pride. It was only after noticing Yaoyu that they immediately transformed into clarity and innocence. He was the child who was mistakenly taken by the Xiao family 3 years ago, the legitimate bloodline of the Su family. At this moment, Xiao Qingchen was sitting paralyzed on the ground, his face equally pale. Mother, you've come to save me. I was almost harmed by my younger brother. Yaoyu looked at her own flesh and blood with such misery, about to console them, but was shocked when she heard the words. What did you say? Xiao Qingchen covered his chest, looking extremely sincere. Su Yun tricked me into the wilderness, where a group of adults appeared and wanted to dig out my bones. However, they got into a conflict and ended up digging out my brother's bones first. Then the guards arrived, and in their rush to escape, they threw my brother into the Yulan Pond before I managed to escape with my life. Dig! Yaoyu felt as if struck by lightning. She quickly checked my chest and found a wound. With a probe of her divine sense, she discovered that the original position of the heavenly bone was now empty. Both of these two were found to possess extraordinary innate talents. One had the boundless heavenly bone, and the other had the supreme sacred bone, both akin to dragons and phoenixes among men. Little did she expect that Su Yun's heavenly bone had already been dug out. How would he cultivate and seek longevity in the future? Absolutely impossible. Shi Yaoyue couldn't believe it. Xiao Qingchen had only returned to the mansion for a month, but Su Yun was already so grown up. Shi Yaoyue was prepared to raise both of these children to adulthood, but she never expected such a tragic conflict between siblings to occur. Shi Yaoyue shook her head. Impossible. Yuner couldn't harm anyone. Did any of you see it? The caretaker hesitated, saying, when we arrived, indeed a group of people had fled. We sent men to chase them, but they were all skilled and lost track. The young master was indeed knocked unconscious first, and then saw the young master being thrown into the Yulan pool. In Xiao's eyes, tears glistened, her heart in a whirl of 1,000 thoughts. It was indistinguishable whether he was saddened by the fact that Su Yun's Dao foundation had been taken away, or whether he was saddened by the fact that he had taken the evil path. She looked to Su Yun and inquired sadly, "Did you do it?" Xiao Qingdan revealed a hint of a triumphant smile. "After this incident, it's time for that birth mother of yours to abandon the fake eunuch, isn't it? He himself is the heir of the Su family. Everything in the mansion can only be his own. All competitors must die." And next to her, a maid looked up in surprise. "I've been reborn?" Lin Yinger's mind was in turmoil for a while before she recovered her memory. This is 1,000 years ago? When the Son of Heaven's destiny was 3 years old? 1,000 years later, she teamed up with Xiao Qingdan and triggered Su Yun's heart demon at a critical moment, defeating him. But because Su Yun was the most powerful of all worlds, he took her along with him when he blew himself up. Fortunately, Lin Yinger went back 1,000 years, back to the days when the great devil Su Yun fell into the Yulan pool and was invaded by the chaos poison, unable to cultivate. In her last life, she had gained a lot of benefits by pretending to accompany, shushing and taking care of Su Yun. However, he had also missed the opportunity to befriend Xiao Qingdan, so much so that after abandoning Su Yun, his chances of obtaining a chance dropped drastically. In the end, it was even more so because it wasn't strong enough to avoid the explosion. Go back 1,000 years and forget all about your cultivation and feats, but I've got the chance to be able to befriend the chosen one. Lin Yinger pondered. Su Yun is just a 3-year-old child, who suddenly suffered a great change and couldn't speak in complete words. It was clearly Xiao Qingdan who hired someone to take his heavenly bone, but in the end, everyone thought it was Su Yun who was doing the evil. In my last life, I misjudged the situation and pretended to serve Su Yun, and I was honestly able to gain some benefits, but Xiao Qingdan is the Su family's heir. Following him is the only way to obtain top opportunities. This time it's a chance for nothing. Xiao Lightning Sun will win anyway, so why don't I lay out my plans in advance and do a favor? Lin Yinger cleared her throat and spoke. "Ma'am, I came the earliest, and it was indeed the young gentleman who brought young Master Lightning Dust close to the Pixie Orchid Pool. He discussed with those people to get rid of the Su family's son. It was young Master Lightning Dust who was quick to tell those people that Su Yun also has a heavenly bone. That group of people saw the money and practiced by digging up the young lord's heavenly bone first, and then digging up young Master Lightning Dust's sacred bone when they're done. Only just dug up a copy and the guards came. They had to destroy the body and throw the little lord into the pyloric pool. In one word, the whole scene was sketched out. Although Su Yun had been raised as the Su family's son for 3 years, his bloodline was unrelated. When the true heir returned, he had evil intentions to get rid of this Su family orthodoxy. It was only the guard's timely arrival that prevented the victim from being injured. The culprits, instead, are betrayed and punished in the worst possible way. The houseguests shook their heads, overwhelmed with pain. Your ladyship really shouldn't have burnt her essence blood and resisted the chaos poison to save her. That lively, cheerful, and loved by all, the young son of the Su family, turned out to be a white-eyed wolf. Who would have thought that underneath the good skin with red lips and white teeth, there was a snake's heart hidden? Xiao Qingdan was a bit surprised and gave Lin Yinger one more satisfied look. Yes, that's right. Shi Yaoyu's fists were clenched so tightly that even her bones turned white. You were on the sidelines. Why didn't you save anyone? Lin Yinger flung herself down on her knees with a sincere emotion. My little daughter's cultivation is low. Where is she an opponent? Besides, it's that culprit that's being turned back. Joyfully, if the Su family's son is in trouble, my daughter is willing to sacrifice her liver and brain, even if she is not defeated, to save the eldest young master. These words were very convincing in the ears of the crowd. She's only in the second realm. She can't deal with anyone. Little mister. Su Yun did evil and was retributed for it. The eldest young master has the bloodline of the Su family, so he must not be damaged. These words not only implicitly expressed loyalty, but also caused Su Yun's position to take another hit. Xiaoyu, you didn't want to believe it, but the logic flowed well here and had to be recognized as the most likely answer. She looked at Su Yun with tears in her eyes. Yuner, tell me, why did you come to the Pixie Orchid Pool? This is a dangerous place. heavily guarded, so it's hard for ordinary people to get close, and the nominal son of the Su mansion could force his way in by virtue of his status. Looking at Su Yun with a dumbfounded look, Lin Yinger's heart was filled with confidence. In his last life, this 3-year-old was so dumbfounded that he couldn't say anything, so much so that whatever Xiao Qingsuan said, others believed. He had clearly lost his heavenly bones and was unable to cultivate after being poisoned by the chaos poison into his body, but in the end, he had become the culprit. By helping himself this time, he could definitely make Duke Xiao happy and officially enter his camp. Unbeknownst to him, Su Yun was listening to the system prompts at this moment with a dumbfounded look on his face. Ding! Falling into the orchid pool is your calamity and your chance. The immortal law devouring heavenly devil's kung fu that you obtained at the bottom of the pool has become the channel and substrate for you to enter the devil. Countless powerful people have been absorbed by your essence, and countless domains have become your cultivation. If you want to clear your name, give up your most iconic feats. Mission difficulty, supreme. Mission reward, heavenly human rhyme. Chapter 3, Heaven Swallowing Demonic Technique. Give up the heaven swallowing demon technique? Su Yun was a bit incredulous. The devil swallowing technique has become the host's signature ability, and countless powerful people hate it with a passion. This gongfu can certainly devour the origin and strengthen itself, but it will also gather karma and predestination to haunt it. Thus, stop. Su Yun cried out in his heart. Don't try to persuade me. I wanted to give up a long time ago. Thousands of years later, it was thought that he regarded the devil swallowing technique as a treasure. Unbeknownst to him, Su Yun, more than anyone else, wanted to give up this immortal technique. He fell into the Yulan pool and was unable to cultivate as he was poisoned by the chaos poison into his body. But it was also for this reason that at the bottom of the pool, this magic skill was discovered. After being subjected to a lot of blank stares and humiliation, he had to enter the devil. And from then on, he embarked on a path of no return of devouring all realms. The heaven-swallowing devil technique was certainly able to absorb the origin and strengthen itself endlessly, but it can also lead to karma and carry the destiny of billions of living beings. With each step, karma spurts forth, drawing endless heavenly tribulations. Karmic fires pour in and negativity is cut off forever. Every moment, Su Yun had to use all his power to suppress it. He wanted to give up this immortal technique more than anyone else, but he couldn't do it. The heaven-swallowing devil technique had become Su Yun's lowest level of power, and all the cultivation gained afterward was built on this technique. Moving even a tiny bit would cause the rest of the forces to clash with each other and eventually go off the deep end. There was no need for the Chi-Lut protagonist to take action. Su Yun would explode and die. But this life, Su Yun had already obtained the beginningless Dao Bone and dispelled the chaotic poison. Why does he need to be a demon when he can practice? Yu-Nur, Xiaoyu was in tears. You tell mother why you came to the Pixie Orchid Pool. She held on to the faintest glimmer of hope, willing to believe as long as her son could give a reason. But, what is the reason for a 3-year-old to blend into a heavily guarded and dangerous place? This was a place where no cultivator of the 5th realm would want to set foot, so what reason did he have? Su Yun returned to his senses and felt heartbroken when he saw his mother's pearly blossoms. He raised his left hand and said weakly, "My brother said that there is something here that father and mother care about, and I came." Xiaoyu, you froze? There was really a reason? Xiao Qingdan clenched his teeth. He lied. Obviously he tricked me into coming. Buzz. The black light in Su Yun's palm was greatly energized, and a primordial devilishness that seemed like the beginning of chaos rolled out. For a time, the surrounding people, whether mortals or cultivators, were shivering as if they were being gripped tightly by an invisible hand around their hearts. Even deep in his soul, he felt a piercing chill. The bizarre chaotic power of the orchid pool also dissipated at this moment, shrinking beneath the surface of the water. Demonic power. Sure, Yaoyu was shocked. At the bottom of the pool, there is such an evil thing. Even if they didn't recognize it, they could feel the evil of the power. Just observing and seeing the rhythms of the Tao, it was as if the gods and souls were being devoured. Xiao Qingdan's eyes widened. What is that thing? He was surprisingly a little jealous. That fake eunuch, who fell into the pool of orchids, even had this strange encounter. If the one who fell in was himself, then the divine work should be his own. Lin Yinger was shocked, her heart roaring furiously. You, how dare you expose the heaven-swallowing demon technique? That was Su Yun's strongest, earliest power. She also wanted to find an opportunity to kill Su Yun in advance and seize this immortal technique. And now that the heaven-swallowing demon technique had been exposed, it was bound to be targeted by the major powers. He himself was only at the 2nd realm, and he was afraid that he would never have the chance to obtain it again. Thinking of this, Lin Yinger was remorseful, her heart dripping blood. Could it be that the situation has changed because I chose Mr. Xiao too early? Su Yun, you really know how to get me into trouble. But I've gotten on board with the Son of Heaven's destiny, and it's my destiny to cut you down. And you went so far as to expose the devil's power so early. This matter is afraid that it will be even more difficult to clear up. Rumble. A loud noise came from the sky. Millions of metaphysical forces tumbled, and the clouds cracked open, revealing a golden vertical pupil. The vertical pupil swept a glance, and the intense pressure made everyone's legs go weak. It made a deafening noise. Who are you? What is happening here? Shi Yaoyue slightly saluted. Marquis Jin Yuan has met Supervisor Zhang. My son fell into the Yulan pool, but accidentally picked up an evil method. My daughter implores the supervisor to take action to dispel the chaos poison from my son's body and take away the evil laws. Marquis Jin Yuan's residence. Well, this evil method is weird. Time. Now. The golden vertical pupil then shone brightly. The surrounding space and time condensed, and shadows appeared, and the scenes of the past were actually replayed like flowing water. It's the national fortune. The supervisor is actually consuming the national fortune. Someone recognized it and exclaimed in shock. The national fortune is the foundation of the founding of the Great Qian, and it is also the bottom line that all the great sects and holy places dare not be hostile. Such a valuable resource. Even the king of the country would not be willing to use it easily. But now, the supervisor of the Qin Tian Supervisory Authority was even thousands of miles away, using the majestic national fortune with the intention of seeing through time. Come to think of it, the enormity of the aura emanating from this evil method was absolutely extraordinary. Not only the supervisor, but the king of the country was afraid that he would also try to understand what had happened. Wow! A blur of shadows flashed around them, and two tiny figures appeared at the edge of the forest. Fortunately, there are no high-ranking cultivators to hinder history from manifesting. Shi Yaoyu recognized it at a glance. It was none other than Su Yun and Xiao Qingdan. She had mixed feelings, wanting to see it and not wanting to see it. Xiaoyu tried to figure out to know who those people who had harmed Su Yun were, but the fear of seeing him plotting against his brother and violating human decency. The houseguests also frowned and looked at the Su Yun void in pain. The Su family had raised him for 3 years, and not only did they not return the favor, they wanted to plot against the rightful heir. After today, you must be expelled from the Su mansion. Right at this moment, Xiao Qingdan's silhouette spoke. Brother, the pixie pond is ahead, and mother and father want to know what's there. The guards won't let us in, so we'll sneak out and dive in. Father and mother will be very happy when they find that divine object. Su Yun's virtual shadow stared with big innocent eyes and nodded without hesitation. Okay, I'll listen to my brother. He was a tiger and just moved quietly towards the pixie pond. Xiao Qingtsuan, on the other hand, raised his head and made a wink with a certain direction at the top of the tree. Do it, and remember to knock me out. Su household servants froze for a while, staggering out. Surprisingly, Light Dust young master wants to conspire against the young gentleman. At the top of the tree was a high-ranking cultivator, interfering with the vapors and making it impossible to see his appearance. But to Xiaoyu, it didn't matter anymore, because the next moment, Su Yun's silhouette crumpled to the ground, gurgling blood flowing from his chest. Shi Yaoyue's face turned pale as she looked at Xiao Qingtsuan in disbelief. You did this. Su Yun then heard the system ding. Ding. All your cultivation is built on the heaven-swallowing demon technique. Giving up this technique is tantamount to retracing the entire path of cultivation. Such a tremendous effort is enough to show the world that the demon lord is determined to clear his name. Mission accomplished. Reward, Heavenly Human Rhyme. Chapter 4, Digging the Supreme Sacred Bone. Su Yun burst out. What did I pay for? He himself has done nothing, but to display the evil magic that he has acquired. In front of the people, the heaven-swallowing demon technique was strong, but the side effects were also ridiculously large. Stimulants work, but no one in their right mind would voluntarily take such harmful substances, right? Buzz. The arcane power appeared from the inside out, and Su Yun's body became transparent for a short moment. However, because of the golden vertical pupils shining through, people also thought it was a spell effect. Su Yun's divine soul and body had not changed, but the indefinable origin was nourished by the purest spiritual essence of the universe, filling in all the deficiencies and repairing all the defects. The heavenly human rhythm allowed Su Yun to perfectly integrate into the world without being shackled by any circumstances. Everything had flaws, and as long as Su Yun was at his side, the heavenly human rhythm was able to use itself as a bridge, constantly repairing it until it reached its peak. In other words, Su Yun became a walking avenue, a movable halo machine. Everything around you will be strengthened, and any cultivation will be twice as effective with half the effort. Even just living a normal life will repair damage, strengthen your body and prolong your life. That's nice. Soo-yun was happy. He was still thinking that Xiao Yaoyu had touched the water of the Yulan pool for her own sake and had been poisoned by the chaos poison. He burned his life essence blood again and paid a lot. How one has to do something to make up for the injuries she has suffered. Now it was better. Just by lying down, Xiao Yaoyu was able to repair the damage and even go further. Buzz. With a sweep of his golden vertical pupil, he saw that Soo-yun's silhouette was thrown into the pool of water after his bones were taken. Soon after, the guards of the Su mansion arrived before they carefully fished him out. In the middle of it was but a short incense burner, and Soo-yun had obtained the heaven-swallowing demon technique. It seems to be a coincidence. The golden vertical pupil buzzed and spoke. This son has good luck, and he was still able to obtain a chance after suffering this calamity. It swept another glance at Xiaoqing Xuan and did not speak. Only its pupils trembled slightly, as if it was laughing in contempt. Sure Yaoyu had tears in the corner of her eyes. Supervisor Zhang, please save my son. The golden vertical pupil released a light that shone on Soo-yun's tiny body. Immediately, the word forbidden appeared in Soo-yun's left palm. I have cast a spell that will draw out the evil power in January. At that time you will then hand over the gong method to the court. The golden vertical pupil felicitously spoke, and another ray of light swept through. Steam filled Soo-yun's body, and the remnants of the pixie orchid pool water was instantly refined. The twisted grasses and trees underneath them all withered as well. Sure Yaoyu tensed up. Supervisor Zhang, my son. The golden vertical pupil was silent for a moment before speaking. He's fine. Xiao Yaoyu hurriedly thanked. Thank you, Supervisor Zhang, for stepping in. The golden vertical pupils revealed a puzzled look, blinked, and disappeared. Strange. This son has no cultivation, and fell into the Yulan pool. Why isn't there any sign of poisoning? Thousands of miles away at the Stargazer building, the supervisor was rubbing his chess pieces, still pondering. Could it be that the demonic power, in order to be able to be passed on, dispelled all the chaos poison? Just as well. This son does have excellent luck. Su family, there's going to be a unicorn son. Before the steam dissipated, Sure Yaoyu hugged Soo-yun and said anxiously, Yun'er, how are you? Soo-yun weakly opened his eyes, called out to his mother, and fell into a deep sleep. Having just acquired two major divine differences, the body still needs to digest and adapt. Seeing that his face was a little bit flushed and he was just sleeping, Sure Yaoyu was also a little bit relieved. She got up violently, her clothes were windless, and a cold chill emanated from her body. Sure Yaoyu turned her head violently, her eyes filled with pain. You even joined with outsiders to plot against your brother. If not for the quick arrival of the household servants, Soo-yun was afraid that he would have already drowned in the Yulan pool. If the supervisor Zhang hadn't stepped in, Soo-yun was afraid that he wouldn't be able to cultivate for the rest of his life one's own flesh and blood to brutalize a brother in arms. Xiao Yaoyu hated it and her heart was filled with grief. The household servants kept shaking their heads and murmured, I didn't expect that the one who caused harm was young Master Lightning Dust. He's only 3 years old. How can he be so vicious? How could he lay his hands on such a cute little prince? Too ruthless. I knew it. The young gentleman is loved by all and gentle. How could he possibly harm anyone? Xiao Qingdan's face changed dramatically. I don't have a brother. He's not a Su family member at all. An outsider is just an outsider. So die. Outsider? Xiao Yaoyu laughed ruefully. It was hard to imagine that such words would come from the mouth of a 3-year-old child. In your eyes, Cloud is an outsider? It was the child that he had nursed from mouth to mouth, and had established a bond that went beyond the bloodline. She couldn't accept that the tender and cute child became a dead bone in the mound. Lin Inger also had an ugly face. How could she not expect that this would happen? Soo-yun, you are truly a calamity. By what right did you hand over my heaven-swallowing demon technique and lure Supervisor Zhang out? An immortal ranked Dharma, even if it was a demonic technique, would attract attention. This Su demon lord, why doesn't he let people worry about him? Lin Inger's eyes were red and she gritted her teeth. Madam, young Master Lightning Dust is right. He's the Su family's son, with the Su family bloodline. Little Duke Soo-yun is nothing but an outsider, falling into the Yulan pool. And what does it have to do with the Su family? In her heart, she was certain that Xiao Qingxuan would be able to obtain the ultimate victory with the blood of the Su family flowing in his body. Even if things are exposed, how can the Su family not want their own blood? Don't they all end up having to make a big deal out of it? Sure Yaoyu's gaze was cold, seemingly thinking about something, and she was silent. Seeing this, Lin Inger thought that she had hit the nail on the head and was overjoyed. Continuing, he said, obviously it's a dangerous place, but the young gentleman still wants to enter it. Even if young Master Lightning Dust is at fault, Doesn't he have any responsibility at all? Besides, the young lord has already had his heavenly bones dug out and his Tao foundation has been destroyed. Even if a supervisor Zhang steps in and solves the chaos poison, this life is doomed to be wasted. Ma'am, you shouldn't take any more trouble over an outsider. With the heavenly bone gone, is it hard to find a sacred bone for little Gonzi? Phew. Xiaoyu exhaled a long breath and suddenly laughed out. You're right. Lin Yinger's heart rejoiced. It's done. Convince the Su family's main mother. She hurriedly looked at Xiao Qingsuan with a look of inviting credit. Xiao Qingdan also revealed a smile. This matter was considered to be over. When I go back, I must give this eye-opening maid a reward. Xiao Qingdan fixed his mind and spoke. Then we will go back. Wow. Xiaoyu raised her hand and the spell fixed the two of them, in front of a fifth realm cultivator, a second realm cultivator, a 3-year-old child, didn't have any room to resist. Xiao Qingdan's eyes widened. What do you want to do? An ominous premonition surged in Lin Yinger's heart. Sure, Yaoyu coldly said, you colluded with outsiders and took Yunner's Tao foundation. She's right, it's time to find a patch. This piece of yours, consider it compensation for your brother. Xiao Qingdan was stunned. Then her eyes widened in anger. You dare. Swish. With a hook of Sure Yaoyu's fingertip, a large hole instantly cracked open in Xiao Qingdan's chest. A radiant bone was pulled out, emitting a gleaming glow. There were arcane runes engraved on it, and one look at it made one dizzy. Supreme sacred bone, Lin Yinger exclaimed. Xiao Qingdan's eyes widened. My holy bones, holy bones. Wow. With a press from Sure Yaoyu, the radiant bones drilled into Su Yun's chest. Chapter 5, Heavenly Sun's Qi-looking technique. The household servants were dumbfounded. Ma'am, to think that you dug up young Master Lightning Dust's sacred bone and gave it to the young son. The young gentleman had a heavenly bone before, right? It's still a step behind the sacred bone. This time the young gentleman has earned it instead, having the supervisor Zhang out to dispel the chaos poison, and also exchanging the heavenly bone for the sacred bone. There's also picking up a copy of a devil's work, although it will be turned in afterward, but keeping a copy of it might be a reference for future cultivation as well. Madam did the right thing. Who let young Master Lightning Dust want to harm people? Compensation should be given. The houseguests were surprised to have a faint feeling of exhilaration. The young gentleman has been living in the mansion for 3 years, and is so considerate and kind, and so good-looking, that he is really loved by everyone. People don't want to believe false accusations when they hear them up front. At the moment when the injustice was cleared, the houseboys felt happy. The little dude is still the same kind little dude. It was only a pity that he had outsiders' blood in his veins, and there was always a barrier between him and the Su family. Just when the houseguests thought that the matter had to be covered over, Xiaoyu had actually siphoned off Xiao Qingsuan's sacred bone and passed it on to Su Yun. The young gentleman's original heavenly bone was replaced with a sacred bone, and I'm afraid that his future achievements will be able to rise even higher. Despite this calamity, a great opportunity has been gained. It's truly a blessing in disguise. Xiao Qingdan couldn't move, his eyes full of resentment. Xiaoyu, you even put my holy bone to that outsider. What gives you the right to dig up my Tao foundation? When his strength is restored, he must copy the Su family and behead them. Xiao Qingdan was reincarnated from the military dissolution and accidentally regained his memory at a weak hour. When I saw that I was born with holy bones in this life, and that I was the son of a great man, I felt that this life was a good one. Relying on the emperor's memories, he would surely be able to quickly ascend to the top and become a dominant party once again. But I didn't realize that just dealing with a 3-year-old child would be a disastrous turnaround. Even the precious and incomparable holy bones were taken away. Xiao Qingdan hated it, but at this time, with several no cultivation, he couldn't do anything. One could only watch as the holy bone drilled into Su Yun's chest, and in the end, even the scar disappeared. Xiao Qingdan was so furious that the 3-year-old child was actually knocked out by the anger. Sure Yaoyu watched as the radiant bones merged into Su Yun's body and sighed in relief after a long time without any abnormalities. She turned her head and looked coldly at Lin Yinger. And you? Lin Yinger shivered and was silenced. How could she not have expected that Sure Yaoyu's feelings for Su Yun would be so deep? Even disregarding his own flesh and blood, he had dug out Xiao Qingsuan's supreme sacred bone. That was a super treasure that was born divine, guaranteed to ascend to sainthood and easily become an emperor. Su Yun doesn't have the heavenly bone, but has obtained the sacred bone? Lin Yinger regretted a million times that she shouldn't have said more. If one doesn't interrupt, things won't change. Su Yun would not take out the heaven-swallowing demon technique and would not attract the supervisor Zhang's attention. He himself could still pretend to serve and then secretly help poison Xiao Qingsuan. Now, he hadn't gotten anything for himself, and had given Su Yun a chance that was 100 times better than his previous life. Lin Hinger was remorseful. For an outsider, is it worth it? Xiaoyu said softly. He is my son. I think you're seeing things as you see them, so don't ask for this pair of strokes. Listening to the wind is rain, so keep your ears out of the nonsense from now on. A clever tongue is a lie, and a tongue should not be a scourge. Without even looking, she picked up Su Yun and stepped on the clouds to leave. Yuner, let's go home. A maid of honor, who doesn't need to do it herself yet. Lin Hinger was terrified and kept retreating. Don't come over, don't But with the guards surrounding her, she had nowhere to run. Su Yun woke up and it was already the next day. He felt like he was lying in a softness and sniffed his nose, smelling only the fragrance of a flower. Wow! Su Yun gently turned his head and saw a face that made the entire world fall. Long, black, oily hair fell softly over her shoulders. A few strands fell onto Su Yun's face, and instead of feeling itchy, there was a feeling of peace of mind. How long had it been since he had slept in his mother's arms? Xiaoyu was also very weak after burning her essence blood. After scrubbing Su Yun with his own hands, he was also tired and fell asleep. But even without consciousness, the soft white catkin was still gently patting Su Yun's back. Su Yun looked at this Tian Yuan realm's #1 beauty and twisted comfortably, changing to a more comfortable position. Since his mother, Xiaoyu, was recognized as the #1 beauty in the Tian Yuan realm, she had directly dried up the ranking. In the past, when others heard about the first beauty, they were willing to see what the second and third were like. But after Xiaoyu came out of nowhere, others were then curious to find the portraits of the second and third beauties. All of them will be greatly disappointed, thinking how they deserve to be on the same list when the difference is so huge. Since then, there has only been the first beauty in the Tian Yuan realm. The rest are divided into the first beauty of the eastern wasteland, the first beauty of the western region, and the first beauty of the new city of heaven. Su Yun, on the other hand, was comfortably lying in the arms of this Tian Yuan realm's #1 beauty, having her complete favor. Ding! A system beep suddenly came to his ears. Xiaoyu's death was a heavy blow to you. You, along with her favorite blazing moonflower, along with the entire heavenly origin realm, will be crushed together, just as a sacrifice. Whitewashing starts small. Please find the only remaining blazing moonflower in the broken world and give it to your mother. Mission difficulty, very high. Reward, Heaven's Son's lookout technique. Su Yun had a weird expression. Difficulty of task, extremely high? In the plot, Su Yun was turning the entire heavenly origin realm into pieces. When he became a demon, his mother died of a broken heart. In order to pay tribute, everything Xiaoyu had experienced, everything she loved, everything she hated, was sent down to accompany her. A world without you means nothing to me. The blazing moonflower did the same, annihilating along with the entire domain those cultivators who were slightly capable and escaped. Where did they care to bring an ordinary spirit medicine seed with them, trying to find a remnant of the blazing moonflower in an endless world that was shattered and burning? How difficult. But, Su Yun twisted his head, and looking out of the carved window, he could see the flower garden glistening. The streaks of aura overflowed and rose into beautiful auspicious clouds, and Xiaoyu's favorite blazing moonflower took up the vast majority. This mission is too easy. Su Yun burst into a fit of bellyaching, carefully climbed up and tiptoed towards the outside of the room. His body was still a little heavy, still adjusting to his new physique. Wow! Su Yun suddenly retched and spat out a piece of radiant bone from his mouth. Is this the supreme sacred bone? He saw the complicated runes and vaguely guessed. Buzz! The bones glowed faintly and seemed very aggravated and scared. Su Yun understood. Oh, you were kicked out by Dalbone. The beginningless Dalbone, however, was 2 major grades higher than the supreme sacred bone. It's not a realm where there's still a chance of catching up. A small difference in grade is like a mayfly seeing the sky. There might be a few holy bones in a domain realm, but the Dao bone could not be found in 10,000 realms. Having just fused yesterday, the beginningless Taoist bone hadn't had time to pay attention to this little Karami. When Su Yun woke up, he immediately drained it. Chapter 6 Saint Grade Divine Armor. The supreme sacred bone rune flickered and flashed, incomparably aggravated, himself accompanied by the Emperor's fortune. The host at least ascends to sainthood and easily becomes an emperor. Whereas the current situation, discharged like garbage and disliked, but it only dared to complain that the power lodged within this child's body was such that even the heavenly Tao would have to retreat. We're all Taoists. Who's afraid of whom? Su Yun scratched his head. Why are you here? Oh, I understand. Aside from Xiao Qingdan, there was currently no one who had a sacred bone. With a little bit of guessing, he knew that it was Yaoyu who had dug up her own son's sacred bone and gave it to her adopted son. Thinking so, Su Yun was a little touched again. Mother and son for 3 years, The bond is real. Emma. Soo-yoon lamented. So what am I washing my hands of at this point in time? He himself was white, but in turn that Xiao Qingdan was black. Buzz. The sacred bone made a ringing sound. Soo-yoon scowled. What to do with you? Give you back? The runes on the sacred bone flashed fiercely at once, indicating rejection. Soo-yoon nodded. Also, it's still impossible to pay back. In the eyes of outsiders, Xiao Qingxuan had the Su family bloodline and had a crushing advantage over himself, but the truth was that the Su house had raised herself for 3 years, and had long since grown attached. As long as you don't take the fall for a frame-up, you'll have a peaceful future. The Su mansion was a big family, but there was the Great Qian Divine Dynasty above it. Above the Great Qian Divine Dynasty there was the Heavenly Origin Realm, and above the Heavenly Origin Realm there was the Thousand-Star Abyss. Just a family heir. Soo-yoon was not that interested, but not so much as to give the sacred bones back to the people who set them up. Besides, the aura has to drop blood to recognize its owner. This holy bone was completely immersed into his body, equal to how many times he had recognized his master. As for Xiao Qingdan's mark, any mark will be erased before the Dao bone, he said. Then you can be my weapon. Can you shapeshift? Soo-yoon pondered that if he could not deform, he would throw the supreme sacred bone out to smash people in the future. This thing has spirituality, and it's not bad for a metaphysical slate. Buzz. The supreme sacred bone hummed and quickly turned into a dagger. Soo-yoon was a little disappointed that his dream of becoming a Diqianhanan was broken, but he swung it a few times and immediately diverted his attention. Supreme sacred bone. This was a saint-level spirit item, saint-level pills, and saint-level weapons, all of which could only be used by great saints, were very rare, but whenever a piece came out, it would cause the Heavenly Origin Realm to shake. As for the saint-level Dao Foundation, no one was willing to use it as a weapon. This thing is more than just chopping and slashing at other spiritual weapons, but it can also be used as an externally attached soul bone, automatically sensing the great sword and enhancing enlightenment. Although Soo-yoon had a Dao bone, he did not mind having one more top-tier magic treasure. Moreover, it could change into many shapes, so he crushed the sacred bone into a small ball and stuffed it into his pocket like a child's toy, and headed out. From now on, you'll be called Little Bone. Soo-yoon named it randomly. Buzz. The supreme sacred bone flickered a few times, wanting to retort but not daring to offend the Dao bone. When the maid, Qingman, saw Soo-yoon out of the room, she was shocked and said, Little Gongzi, your body. Soo-yoon hurriedly put his finger between his lips and made a shushing expression. Harriman hesitated for a moment, but still didn't wake the main mother. It looks like the young gentleman's body is not in any serious condition. When the people left, Harriman could not help but laugh at her aunt. That's so cute. Small and unassuming, powdered, but with a touch of Englishness, obviously a doll, but always looks like an adult. A kid like that would be a favorite no matter who was watching, and for some reason, today's young master had a peculiar flavor about him. Unspeakable, unspoken. It was as if the morning sun was showing and a light breeze was blowing. The clear spring blends into the earth with nothing but endless togetherness and nature. Strange, could it be that he fell into the pixie orchid pool yesterday and picked up the chance? It's so good that the young master can grow up healthily, and the madam and the master can also feel more at ease, right? Harriman and the rest of the maids looked at each other, all seeing each other's hopes. Soo-yoon stepped into the garden. There was no need to look for it. The ground was full of blazing moonflowers. He cocked his head and thought, quickly digging in the ground. Harriman watched for a while and squatted down as well. Young master, you want to pick flowers? Soo-yoon did it seriously. Yeah. Harriman couldn't help but anti-smile again. This little young master, really cute. Even digging in the mud seems to be a different kind of fun. Other kids call it playing in the mud. Soo-yoon calls it experiencing life. She spoke up. Where does young master know how to do farm work? Why don't you let the slave girl do it? Soo-yoon crossed her arms. No. I can do it. Harriman looked down, which caused him to let out a gasp of surprise. Although the blazing moonflower was common, it was also an elixir. Even experienced farmers have to follow the rules and regulations so as not to damage the roots and inflorescences. And at Soo-yoon's feet, there were already about 10 complete flowers. Each petal of the flower is full of shu-yen, and the dewdrops on the top are all watery and undamaged. Digging out the whole root so intact, Harriman thought to himself that he couldn't do it either. How did the young gentleman do it? She looked over at Soo-yoon, her small body doing a very serious job. He took a child-sized scythe and dug in the ground. But with just a simple movement, Harriman felt that there was a flavor in it. Everything was so natural and harmonious, as if it was one with the whole flower garden and not separate from it. It was not as if Su-yun was picking it, but as if the blazing moonflower had taken the initiative to burrow out of the soil and leap into his palm. Harriman was puzzled. When did the young lord learn gardening? And what's with this little sickle? Who produces farm tools for 3-year-olds? Oh, perhaps it was the blacksmith. Who fought it specially for the young gentleman? Supreme sacred bones. Beginningless Taoist bone, a scythe? Is your opponent a large field of wheat? There. After some time, Su-yun held up a large handful of blazing moonflowers and smiled brightly. Harriman, who was sweating profusely, couldn't help but feel pained and wiped it off. This kind of thing, just let us do it. Young master, what are you digging these flowers for? Su-yun said. Of course it's for mother. Harriman thought for a moment. It's not good to hold a big one like this, so the smaller ones can braid one together with a rope. Su-yun thought for a moment. Then you teach me and I'll make it up. Harriman's heart poofed and he couldn't wait to take him into his arms and rub his head. It's too cute. It's just too cute. How could there be such a well-behaved child who went to pick flowers for his mother early in the morning? If you have a baby like that yourself, you must love it. Yes, slave girl will teach young master. Xingman earnestly taught. Young master, please look. You first put the rope. But it was only when she took the blazing moonflower into her hands that she felt puzzled again. How do these picked flowers feel more colorful? Harriman glanced at the garden beds close by, the flowers in them clearly not as thriving as the ones in her hands. It was as if these flowers that were touched by Su-yun absorbed sufficient nutrients in just a few moments and grew some more. Illusion? Harriman shook his head. Maybe young master specifically chose the best-grown blazing moonflower. How could she know that Su-yun's heavenly human rhythm could constantly buff things around her like a halo machine? These flowers are filled with the essence and are traveling a little bit on the way to perfection. Your wife is so lucky to have such a wonderful baby boy. Unlike the other. Harriman looked to the other side of the Su mansion with some indignation in his eyes. How can the children of the same lady behave so differently? It didn't take long. Shioyo woke up in a daze, and subconsciously slapped her hand, but it was empty. She jolted awake and sat up. Yunur is gone. Chapter 7 Taoist Foundation Pill. Shioyo panicked. She had almost lost her son only yesterday. As soon as he woke up, the person in his arms was gone again. Yunur, come on man. Where is Yunur? She exclaimed. The maid, Xingman, had already gone back to her room first, and when she heard the call, she immediately greeted her. Madam, young master is outside, playing, thinking about Su-yun's instructions to surprise her mother. She didn't reveal the specifics. Shiryayu covered her chest and let out a long breath. This child, but on second thought, he was pleasantly surprised. Free to move around? He's really okay? Harriman laughed. Last night when the doctor came to see, didn't he also say that the situation was very good? Just now, outside, the young gentleman was also particularly strong, with no signs of having been injured at all. Only then did Shiryayu put her heart down a little. Let the doctor take another look. Harriman immediately went to order. Also at that moment, there was a sparse noise from outside. Shioyo frowned. What's going on? Harriman probed and looked, alarmed. It's the eldest young master and Mrs. They're coming over. Immediately afterward, an angry female voice rang out. Shioyo, get out here. By what right do you dig up my son's sacred bones and give them to that sinful bastard? Shioyo had just gotten up when she saw people rushing in. The maids tried to stop the woman in front of them, but Xiao Qingsuan kept crying and kicking and hitting the people around her, so no one dared to approach. 3 years ago, the Su family was ambushed by the enemy and forced into a village. The black light, the chaos of the soldiers, and the fact that all of them were carrying wounds on their bodies, made a mistake in their hustle and bustle, and carried the wrong child. When he found out 3 years later, he took Xiao Qingdan back. At the time, I saw that the children were still young and could not get away from the foster parents. The Su family was large and didn't mind having a few more poor relatives, so they let them move in as well. This Qi Yenyun is Xiao Qingsuan's adoptive mother. Sure Yao Yu, Ji Yenyun screamed, pointing at her nose tremblingly, give back the sacred bone. Do you know how important the sacred bones are? This is the Su family's son. If you destroy his Tao foundation, what will you do in the future? She was originally from a small family, and her posture was superior. After entering the Su mansion with abundant resources, wearing gold and silver, it is even more elegant and luxurious. But in front of the number one beauty of the Tianyuan realm, it immediately turned into a candle flame seeing the sun and the moon, a difference of 10 dimensions, especially when he came to the door to ask for punishment. His expression was twisted with indignation, and he was as horrible as a severe ghost. Shioyo looked at Xiao Qingsuan with mixed emotions. She had brought up Su-yun and her feelings could not be severed. Even if he didn't have the Su family's bloodline, he still planned to let him continue to be the youngest son, prepared to erase the mistakes with time and let the two boys become brothers and join hands. But I never thought that the hand-to-hand combat happened yesterday, which is really heartbreaking. But when you do something wrong, you are responsible. Even if it's his own flesh and blood, make him pay accordingly. Shioyo said coldly. No one would want this to happen. But lightning dust colluded with outsiders and dug up his brother's heavenly bones. You have to pay your debts, and you have to pay for your life if you kill someone. He took away Yunar's Tao Foundation, so he'll make up for it with his Tao Foundation. What's wrong with that? Can that be the same? Shi Yanyan's voice was sharp. Have you figured out who is the heir to the Su family? You've caused damage to Shizi's Tao Foundation, and in the future, you'll be disgracing the entire Su family. An outsider? What do you care what he does? So what if he dies? Yaoyu's beautiful eyes rounded, incredulous that the other party would say such words. Light Dust is a child of the Su family. Why wouldn't Yunar be? Shi Yanyan angrily rebuked. If Shizi doesn't die, you're all sins after all. Snap. Yaoyu wanted to slap her, but before she could do so, Xiao Qingsuan kicked Shi Yanyan in the leg first. He cried and cried. I want the supreme sacred bone. I want the Tao Foundation. I don't care. What's mine is mine. Give it back. I want it. Give it back. Shi Yanyan turned back. Her fierce expression immediately converged. Well, Mother will find justice for you, and won't let those bad people have their way. Even if we kill that bad guy and take his bones, Mother will help you get your sacred bones back. She could tell the difference and knew who was the Su family's son. He himself is flying high, eating and drinking, just with this son who doesn't have his own bloodline. As for the other one? Oh, that's a stumbling block. One only wishes he had died sooner. Xiao Qingdan cried with snot all over her face and kept pounding her mother. You're bad too. You don't protect Qingdan. Light dust hurts. My chest hurts. Ooh, my bones are gone. Wah dash. Compared to yesterday, at this time he had less calculation in his eyes and was more like a 3-year-old bear child. Colluding with outsiders? Collude with your old man. Ji Yenyun stood up and cursed with spittle. Light Dust is only 3 years old. What does he know about colluding with outsiders? Can't you see that he's been mind-controlled and evil demons have entered his body? What's wrong with him that he should have his sacred bones dug up by you? You're a mom too. How can you be so cruel? Call Suyun here. I'm going to dig the sacred bone back. Shioyo was stunned in her heart, as if she was seeing her real face for the first time. I preside over fair and ruthless, but you're not ruthless when you dig up Yunar's bones? Yunar has already suffered once. How can you let him suffer a second time? Mother! Also at that moment, the white and clean munchkin ran in gleefully, lips red and teeth white, eyes dark. The whole man shone against the light, striking a golden outline around him. It was more than 100 times smoother than the little skinny monkey next to him who was crying and sniffling. Suyun didn't even care about the others, and shoved a handful of carefully prepared blazing moonflowers into Yaoyu's hand. Mother, for you! How did you sneak out? Ugh, just. Shioyo was thinking about many things, and for a moment, she actually didn't know how to respond. But when her favorite blazing moonflower was delivered to her hands, she still couldn't suppress a smile. You'll have to tell Mother when you go out in the future. Yes. Suyun immediately stood at attention. He blinked. Mother, I heard from Sister Qingman that you were injured yesterday. The blazing moonflower has an aura. If you look and smell it more often, you can get better faster. And, his eyes were dark and bright. Just plain words, but they seemed warm. Mother, thank you. Yaoyu was amused by the little warmonger. The blazing moonflower was only a low-grade spirit medicine. If it could cure the loss of essence and blood, how could the Su family afford to plant it in the flower garden? But looking at the child's serious look, she was still touched and her eyes moistened. Thank you, Yunar. My son has grown up. A child of only 3 years of age, who experienced a life and death crisis only yesterday, is picking flowers for his mother the next day. This was the most expensive gift Shioyo had ever received. And, she couldn't help but look at Xiao Qingsuan, crying and fussing. It's childlike. Not at all like someone with a deep heart who backstabs his brothers, but kicked and punched at his mother to vent his anger. That look of disrespectfulness again made Yaoyu unable to help but compare it to Suyun. How the difference can be so great. Yaoyu's heart was secretly hurt. Clearly that was also her own child, bleeding her own blood. But compared to Suyun, the gap in between was simply insurmountable. Shi Yanyan's heart throbbed with incomparable anger when she saw the scene of motherly kindness and filial piety. She roared and pounced on Suyun. Give back my son's sacred bones. Why don't you go to hell? You sinful bastard. Shioyo frowned, and just as she was about to strike, she felt a fluctuation of spiritual energy. Who wants my son dead? Chapter 8, The Essence of Heaven and Earth. Wow! A stream of clear air flowed through the sky, and a strong wind struck the house, causing it to sway from side to side. Only Xiaoyu and Su-yun were protected by another soft force and were not affected in the slightest. R'u. The space was frozen for a moment, but then everything around them, the colors seemed to become bright. There seems to be something that fills in the flaws of all things, making them more perfect, more harmonious and natural. Buzz. A silhouette stepped down. One step was still 100 miles away. The second step was already standing in the courtyard. Dozens of golden armored guards in the city sensed the fluctuations and flew up. But when he saw that it was the Su mansion, he fell back. The man who came stood tall like a pine. His eyebrows were sharp, his eyes were firm, and he was godly and heroic. That was none other than Su Chang'e, the Xinyuan Marquis of the Great Qian Divine Dynasty, in charge of millions of troops. Joy came through Shiryayu's eyes. Chang'e, you're back? Su Chang'e gently nodded. Her statement simple. Just arrived. Shi Yenyun reacted, and was as excited as if she had seen a savior. Su family master, I have something important to do. Su Chang'e turned around, and there wasn't the slightest bit of displeasure in his gaze towards this person who was shouting to fight and kill. What is it? Ji Yenyun shouted. Su family's son. Your own son. Surprisingly, he was gutted of his Dao bone and transplanted into an outsider. Since you have returned, you must do justice. She glared resentfully at Su Yun. Xiao Qingxuan is the heir of the authentic Su family, and it is reasonable to say that everything in the mansion should belong to him. Don't they say that men are most concerned about their heirs? This supreme sacred bone was dug up. How could he not be furious and immediately drive Shiryayue and Su Yun out? Su Chang'e's divine sense swept and immediately discovered the end. Ichiko is full of energy and blood and is in excellent condition. One son's meridians shriveled and his Dao base was in disarray. He frowned. What's going on? Shi Yenyun immediately added fuel to the fire. Yesterday, lightning dust was entered by an evil demon, and that woman not only didn't care, but instead dug out his supreme sacred bone. This is the only male member of the Su family. What if something goes wrong? Family master, you must do justice and return my son's sacred bones. Su Chang'e looked at Shiryayu, her brows furrowed. Why are you like this? Xiaoyu hurriedly said. As a matter of fact, she wanted to tell the story of yesterday, as it was. Su Chang'e, however, interrupted her, her indifferent tone taking on a caustic tone. The question now is not who was right or who was wrong. Things have already happened. The question is how to make amends. Shiryayu was momentarily speechless. Shi Yenyun's heart rejoiced. Indeed, there is no man who doesn't focus on the air. Lightning dust is his flesh and blood. It's not good enough to have your sacred bones dug up. She immediately pooh-poohed and said indignantly, Family master, do it now and dig out this son's bones. He also birthed the heavenly bone before, so I'm sure the blood also has a spiritual content. It only makes sense to use his blood to make pills to make up for lightning's deficit. Shiryayu's eyes were filled with rage. How dare you, Yao Yu? Su Chang'e's eyes revealed a touch of disappointment. You did extremely poorly in this matter. It was too reckless. Xiaoyu froze. Ha! Why wouldn't I dare? Shi Yenyun had someone to back her up and immediately had a bottom. She then rushed up and reached out her hand, about to grab Su Yun. Snap! Su Chang'e slapped her across the face, and her chi energy jerked her over to the ground. Shi Yenyun covered her face and said in shock, Family master, you don't want to take bones? I can do it for you. If you do it yourself, you can still make the kids suffer a little more. Know your mistake early and get yourself out of the Su mansion. Su Chang'e didn't look at Ji Yenyun, but instead shook her head at Shiryayue. How can you do things so carelessly? Put that bone on without making a test. What if the bodies don't match? What if the spiritual roots clash? Or the blood carries poison? If something goes wrong, what about Yuner? Ji Yenyun's eyes widened. Shiryayu was filled with guilt. Yes, I didn't think about that much. I only thought that I had lost the heavenly bone and would have to make up for it with something else. Su Chang'e sighed. Yao Yu, I know you're in a hurry, but don't be in a hurry yet. Luckily, Yuner's adaptability is strong, and that sacred bone coexisted very well before anything went terribly wrong. This is good. Having suffered a calamity, the heavenly bone has been exchanged for the holy bone. Boy, a little suffering is not a bad thing. Xiaoyu nodded her head silently. It's this reasoning. Ji Yenyun was stunned by this husband and wife and collapsed to the ground, pointing at the two people. He trembled. You guys, you really want to obscure lightning dust's sacred bones? Light dust can carry your blood and bones. Family master, he's your child. Su Chang'e looked at her indifferently. Su Yun is also my child. Ji Yenyun was incredulous, but light dust is only the Su family's son. will take over the Su house. Without the sacred bones, what will outsiders think in the future? Su Chang'e smiled faintly. According to what you said, lightning dust is going to take over the Su mansion. With or without the sacred bone, it will be able to live well. But Su Yun doesn't have that many resources, so what's the point of giving an extra sacred bone? Ji Yen-yun was speechless and stammered. When the old lady comes back, you will. Xiaodio Yu was in an obscure mood. After Xiao Qingxuan was picked up, the old lady was so happy that she couldn't sleep for 3 days. Feeling that it was a blessing from heaven, he went out to worship Buddha and thank the Tao, and it took him more than a month to return. If she knew her own grandchildren were being, swish, Su Chang'e's face suddenly went cold, and the murderous aura of galloping through the sands surged forth. Besides, who is in charge of the Su mansion? But you are in charge? Yun'er's heavenly bone has been taken. This matter will never end. Shi Yen-yun froze in place and suddenly let out a strange cry. Her qi and blood attacked her heart and she fainted. Xiao Qingdan was still kicking and punching. Mother, wake up! Wake up! If you don't get up, who's going to help me ask for the sacred bone? My bones. Like dust hurts. I want bones. Xiao Yaoyu was annoyed to hear this and called out. Someone, send them back. Once he lowered his head again, he saw the blazing moonflower that Su Yun had given him, and his heart was refreshed again. Xiaodio Yu took a sniff and only felt the fresh fragrance. Yesterday, he burned his essence blood and Ben was still a bit tired. This clear fragrance entered the nose, and he felt his spirit lifted, as if his body's origin had been filled, becoming incomparably soothed. She looked at the blazing moonflower in surprise and wondered, when did the grade of the flowers in the mansion increase? Blazing moonflower, does it have the effect of making up for the origin? The flowers, much more vibrant than one remembers. Xiaodio recalled Su Yun's comment that smelling these flowers would make her better faster. She smiled faintly and beckoned the maid. Help me put it into a vase. Just the one with the preservation array. I want to see it as soon as I open my eyes. Su Chang'e was a Dao He realm powerhouse and had a keen sense of the great Dao at this stage. He looked suspiciously at the blazing moonflowers that had been brought out, and always felt that these low-grade spirit medicines were terrifyingly complete in their origin. Just being on the sidelines, people can benefit from this. It is easier to sense the great Tao by remedying defects and repairing damage. What happened to these flowers? Su Chang'e looked at Su Yun. Yun'er did this? No. It might be that Yun'er is lucky to be able to pick all the flowers that collect the most essence of heaven and earth. Xiao Qingdan, who had been brought out of the courtyard, his cries and shouts were violently withdrawn, and his eyes became shady. He looked at the courtyard for a long time before sneering. I didn't expect a wild seed to be able to make the Su family unable to part with it, but it's not a waste of time to clear your name of yesterday's charges. The sacred bone will be stored with you first. You better have some strange encounters that can nourish such a treasure. On the day I take it back. Just as he was thinking, 2 underlings hurried by. This is the young gentleman's stuff, isn't it? Who else would use such a small scythe but the little lord? How could the young gentleman be so careless as to throw it in the ground like that? Cut the crap and send it back. Xiao Qingdan swept a glance and instantly his eyes rounded. Holy bones, my sacred bone. The small, gray, scythe with fine runes was none other than his own sacred bone. That heavenly and underground, incomparably precious treasures, were actually taken to be used as farming tools. It was caked with dirt and grass stems and looked even more gray. That's mine, Xiao Qingduan roared. The subordinate just glanced at him before twisting his head and running away. Don't let outsiders rob the young gentleman's things. Xiao Qingdan was so furious that he also collapsed beside Shi Yen-yun with a thud. And inside the house, a cry came from Su Yun's ear. Ding! Mission accomplished. Chapter 9 Heavenly Pale Ancestral Blood. A system beep sounded in Su Yun's ears. From the broken thousands of worlds, seek the only blazing moonflower. It must have been a long and arduous journey with countless treks, right? Such filial piety, touching the heavens and the earth. The world learns that the Demon King has a human side, and the progress of whitewashing is greatly increased. Reward. Buzz. Zip. Error. Where are so many blazing moonflowers? Rewards. Adjustments. Reward. Heavenly Sun's lookout technique. Heavy pupils. Buzz. There was a slight pain in Su Yun's eyes, and then the entire world became clear. Near and far, everything rises up in a glow that only you can see. The stronger the cultivation, the brighter its glow. Looking up from the window, pillars of light erupted from all parts of the capital, apparently hidden powerhouses of the great clans. However, there were 2 special ones among them, namely Xiao Qingdan, who had just been invited out. The radiance from his body was so bright that it was practically going up into the clouds, almost interfering with the great Qian's national fortune. That's Qi luck, isn't it? It's worthy of being the son of heaven's destiny. The luck accumulated in his body is truly amazing. Soo-yun couldn't help but lament. This chosen one is like a balloon filled with poop. It's easy to poke and prod, but the person next to you will also be affected by what's inside and be tainted with countless karmic consequences. Soo-yun looked to the other side. That was the Soo mansion, the separate courtyard where the Shao family lived. There was another pillar of light there, slightly inferior to Shao Qingdao, but it also went straight up into the clouds. That's Lin Inger, right? It really stinks that they're still together. Soo-yun shook his head. The Chi hero and the Chi heroine will always be set up by fate and end up together. Going by the plot, Lin Inger was still lurking around herself at this time. Use flowery language and false pretenses to gain access to a large number of resources. Afterwards, he would also make bad moves in the dark so that Soo-yun would always lose against the protagonist. Soo-yun in the episode, taking into account old feelings, always didn't lay a death sentence on her, so much so that in the duel, he was hooked out of his mind and lost miserably. The plot seems to have fluctuated a bit due to the butterfly effect after he crossed over, but it's good that green tea whore, Lin Inger, ran to the Chi protagonist. At least you won't disgust yourself. But what does any of this have to do with a 3-year-old? Soo-yun didn't care in the slightest. He was hung up and didn't have to care about those little kalamis at all. He blinked and an illusory pupil appeared, then faded away. Heavy pupil. It's also a top-tier physique. Soo-yun realized that he was able to penetrate the meridians and bones within his body. One can easily control the direction of force, blood, and spiritual energy, manipulating them perfectly without a single escaping drain. That's awesome. Perfect manipulation of the body and spiritual energy. Learning any technique is easy, right? Soo-yun was pleasantly surprised, but more importantly, he seemed to be able to see a hint of fate. Some of the obviously mortal objects had the same varying degrees of light on them. Those objects, apparently, are capable of having a huge impact on the outside world. It's worthy of being a heavy pupil. When I grow up a bit and the sealed spell opens, I don't know what else I'll be able to do. Soo-yun was able to vaguely sense that there were also some subtle Dao techniques hidden in the heavy pupil. Just their own body is still too young. Open instead will damage themselves. So into a deep sleep. Yuner, let father take a look. Su Chang'e opened his mouth at this time, the indifference on his face dissipating as much as it could, converting into 10% loving kindness. Sure, Yaoyu was still a bit worried. Yesterday, the supervisor Zhang made a move to help dispel the chaos poison, but Yuner still has a heaven-swallowing demon technique in her body, and it will take a month to draw it out. I don't know if it will have an impact either. Supervisor Zhang? Su Chang'e picked up Su Yun and carefully examined the meridians in his body, and then saw the prohibition on his left palm. He comforted. Yuner's chi and blood are full. It seems that the supreme bone is fused well. No problem. Nor have I seen the effects of chaos poison, which does not affect future cultivation. This demonic supervisor is seldom out, but when he says it, it is not a big problem. Su Yun nodded along. With the Dao bone in place, a mere chaos poison would definitely be no problem. He doesn't intend to cultivate this magic skill. Whoever wants it will be fine. Of course, don't think that you can destroy thousands of worlds just because you get an immortal technique. No big villain luck, and getting it would be a minor boss at best. Human child, what do you know? Just nod your head. Sure, Yaoyu could not help but laugh out loud when she saw Su Yun's appearance, but she also put down her heart. It's good that it's okay. I'm just worried about Yuner. Saying that, Shiodoyu's expression was a bit gloomy. I also don't know. How did lightning dust get raised like this? Can it be changed afterward? Su Chang'e's loving expression immediately became indifferent. You have to be responsible for what you've done. Boys, suffer a little to grow up. Without the sacred bones, it's also good to see the character. He waved his hand and called for the housekeeper. Send some heavenly materials to lightning dust so that he can recover quickly. If you can clean up your act and change it for the better, it's still salvageable. Otherwise, a hint of harshness flashed in Su Chang'e's eyes, but stroking Su Yun's head was unusually gentle. Yuner doesn't have the Su family bloodline, but Yuner's child can have it. Shiodoyu spat at him. The child is here. What are you talking about? I'm telling the truth. Su Chang'e looked like a straight man. Yuner 3 sisters. Shiodoyu raised her hand to hit, but seeing that the child was beside herself, she didn't feel like it. Then he changed the subject. Are you still going this time? Handle military affairs and return in January. Su Chang'e nodded. The extraterrestrial foreign race? Using a kind of northern Medusa worm, strangely poisonous and incomparably difficult to kill, releasing a miasma that can't even be dispersed. Our army is pressed back into the Great Wall formation, unable to break through. There are now 3 methods of fire, flooding, and summoning a restraining fae, but all of them are flawed and not guaranteed to work. It's not like we can test them one by one. It would be bad if we startled the Fae and they took precautions. It can only be used suddenly during a breakout in order to cut down the enemy's head in one fell swoop. This time, I came back to discuss which method to use as well. It is quite troublesome. Xiaoyu nodded, unable to help, but only able to give some comfort. When she looked down, she saw that Suyun was also listening with great interest and couldn't help but laugh. Can you understand? Suyun was just about to nod when he heard a ding. For the sake of the living souls in the Tianyuan realm, Emperor Chang'e led a rebellion against the demon army and was sealed after a disastrous defeat. The great emperor is not to be insulted, and the heavenly emperor curses him day after day, which, together with the father-son feud, produces endless karma. In order to whitewash yourself, please unseal the Chang'e heavenly emperor and lift the fate of father and son, and let the Chang'e heavenly emperor join you. Follow your command, and become your aid. Mission difficulty, supreme. Mission reward, heavenly Tsang ancestral blood. Suyun's eyebrows jumped. This action was adorable when placed on a 3-year-old. He remembered that in the plot, after Suyun became a demon, Su Chang'e had to fight father and son for the sake of trillions of living beings, and was tragically caught by fate. After Suyun defeated him, he couldn't bear to kill him out of old friendship and sealed him in the heart of darkness. Unexpectedly, Su Chang'e saw that the Tianyuan realm was slaughtered to death. Despairing and suffering, cursing day after day, the heavenly emperor invoked fate and accumulated endless karma on Suyun. In a duel with the protagonist, these karmic consequences, too, are detonated by merit. Suyun was clearly still above the protagonist in terms of strength, but he was seriously injured as a result, which was why his heart demon took advantage of the situation and ultimately lost. And now, Suyun looked at his bearded and loving father. He reached out and pulled the pouch off the other man, pulling it out casually. Undoing the rope counts as lifting the seal, doesn't it? Su Chang'e hissed. This 3-year-old's hands could be faster than an imperial soldier. Before he could react, 3 scrolls fell out. Suyun grabbed one and handed it over. Su Chang'e thought it was funny. This is a military order. You want to use this? Suyun nodded. Aha! Use this. Su Chang'e touched his head. Good. Listen to Yun Air. Just use. Fire attack. Ding. Mission accomplished. Chapter 10, The 7 Emotions Extinction Fire Formation. Su Chang'e only found it amusing, and didn't care about being opened the pouch containing the military orders. A 3-year-old, even if he saw the military order, would not understand it. He laughed. Are you sure about the fire attack? Suyun nodded. Yes, fire attack. Looking at him with a serious look, Xiaoyu couldn't help but laugh. What do you know? Come down. Let father go on his errand. He still has to discuss with other generals in a while, right? Su Chang'e waved her hand. It's fine. They'll come over. Yun'er, do you know what a fire attack is? That's a northern underworld worm, not an ordinary bugbear. Now on the extraterritorial battlefield, the foreigners had used the northern plague worms to block the army within the Great Wall formation. There are 3 ways to attack with fire: flooding, and beast against beast. Fire attack has also been discussed numerous times without still having obvious flaws. The northern underworld worm was a foreign beast, and it was difficult to remove it at all if it wasn't a foreign fire with a restraining attribute. Ordinary flames can only allow it to take a bath and burn off the grass clippings on its body. Suyun nodded seriously, then with a small hand, he landed on the ground with a thud. Ouch! Be careful of falling. Xiaoyu hurriedly reached out to help, but the little guy had already run off in a fart. She sighed. This baby, he's so fast. Su Chang'e smiled. Doesn't this just prove that yesterday's injury has no after effects? Only then did Xiaoyu regain her mood. Suyun snapped and ran into the study, and a moment later came the sound of rummaging. The two listened for a while, and something didn't feel right. Upon running to the door of the study, he froze. The room was already in a mess. All the boxes were open. Valuable ancient books were spilled all over the place. It was more chaotic than Northwest Gene. Su Chang'e was silent. Your son is really capable. It's your son. Xiaoyu was speechless. Suyun was giddy, snapping and running back. Picking up a book, he shoved it into Su Chang'e's arms. Father, look. Su Chang'e sighed and picked up the book. What is this? Xiaoyu laughed. Maybe he's seen this book with fire attacks written in it, and heard you say the word, so he went looking for it. Probably so. Su Chang'e nodded, not caring, and prepared to flip it open. Is Marquis Jinyuan available? Outside, there was a bright laugh. Su Chang'e immediately got up. General Wang is here. Just come in. He immediately closed the door to the room. It was a shame that the study of the Marquis of Jinyuan was messed up into a doghouse. Swish! The wind cut through and a rough black man barged into the courtyard. Quizzical, Why are you standing outside and not going in to sit and talk? The corners of Su Changa's mouth twitched. The weather is nice and I want to bask in the sun. General Wang did not doubt him and laughed loudly. Marquis Jinyuan, you're back. We'll have to drink heavily for 3 days. Su Changa smiled, his demeanor fluttering. Not a problem. General Wang saw that there were 2 other people next to him and arched his hand with a big grin. This is the lady, isn't she? So beautiful. This is the male, isn't it? It's beautiful. Su Yun belabored. Don't you have a second adjective? Seeing that they were going to talk about business, Xiao Yu smiled. You guys talk, I'll take Yuner for a walk. General Wan lamented. Jinyuan ho, good fortune. Have such a lady. The male son is also beautiful. Su Changa was helpless. Don't you have a second adjective? Yao Wei, take this down with you as well. With that, he handed over the unfinished book. General Wan was curious. What is that? Su Changa smiled bitterly. My son said that there is a method to break the northern underworld worm and found me a book of arms. General Wang laughed out loud. There's a way to break the enemy, so I'll have to see it later. He was just as polite and didn't even extend his hand. What help can a 3-year-old looking for a book be? What way to break the enemy? Ha! You guys are so fast. You're discussing a plan before I've even arrived. Another pale voice came from outside. Su Changa and General Wang turned their heads and laughed. Shangshu Li is here. The one who came was none other than the head of the Ministry of War, Minister Li Shangshu. He was not highly cultivated and was not as rough as General Wang, so he would still go through the front door. Marquis Jinyuan, it's been hard work defending the domain. Shangshu Li arched his hand as he came in. What did you guys say just now about the method to break the enemy? Su Changa laughed lightly. It's just my son talking nonsense. It can't be true. Words can't be said like that. Shangshu Li narrowed his eyes and smiled. Maybe your son will be blessed and really be able to come up with a plan against the enemy? General Wan laughed. If only it were that simple. How else would De Qian be anxious about a few northern underworld worms being pressed into the Great Wall formation for a few more days? Those strongholds outside the domain. I'm afraid they would have been plucked by the foreigners long ago. That was fought with an inch of blood and an inch of iron. With that said, several people sighed slightly. There are still strongholds beyond the Great Wall, as well as millions of pioneering people. As long as the northern plague insects could not be solved, those strongholds were isolated islands, and it was only a matter of time before they were overrun. Shangshu Li said, what did your son say just now? What is the method to break the enemy? He, like General Wang, would not trust a 3-year-old, but again, he was more mellow than General Wang. Even if that thing doesn't work, it's not bad to use it to get along with the Jinyuan Ho, a powerful general, and talk about family matters. Su Changa had no choice but to bring the book back again. Shangshu, take a look. A sycophantic child's delusion is not to be taken seriously. Shangshu Li laughed and casually turned it over, ready to pick a few esoteric places and blow the Su Fu Gongzi. But as he watched, his face changed. Su Changa inquired, Shangshu, is there something wrong with the book? Later, the usually mild-mannered Li Shangshu suddenly snapped. Su Changa was startled and couldn't help but look at each other with General Wang. What's wrong with this book that would make the delicate Li Shangshu so harsh? Su Changa cast a pleading look. General Wang understood and decided to ask for his friend. Minister Li, if there's something wrong, it's just a book, not what Marquis Jinyuan intended. We had no intention of reading this book, or burning it. Snap! Shangshu Li raised the book and directed it towards General Wang's head, angrily rebuking. There are eyes that do not recognize gold and jade. You don't know what you're getting into. Let you study and you go herd cows. Let you find a way to break the enemy. You want to burn books. His lips trembled with anger. General Wan was dumbfounded. The other party was only at the 3rd realm of the Soul Sea, hitting himself, the 6th realm of the Tao End. The power was not much greater than a mosquito, but Li Shangshu is in charge of the Ministry of War, and has over 100 million troops under his control. When he was angry, the entire central region would tremble with him. Moreover, Shangshu Li was usually a good old man and had never been so furious. What's going on today? General Wan was confused and looked at Su Changa. Look, how come your family still hides books that make Shangshu Li angry? You apologize, too, and it's over. Su Changa understood that this was her best friend trying to make a big deal out of it. He was about to take a bow. However, he saw Shangshu Wang step forward and hold his hand, his face full of smiles. Ha ha, this credit is all thanks to the Marquis of Jinyuan. How could I dare to be saluted? General Wan was confused. No, man, how come you're smiling when I'm fighting? He yelled. Shangshu Li, you're not being fair. Shangshu Li glared at him. Injustice? You can even abandon an important military opportunity as if it were your own. It's light enough not to punish you. General Wang was startled. Important military opportunity? Shangshuli took the book in his hand and threw it at him. See for yourself. General Wang was full of doubts and hurriedly flipped through it. But as he read, his face changed. Su Chang'e became even more confused and inquired, General Wang, what's wrong? General Wang raised his head, his eyes full of shock. 7 Emotions Extinction Fire Formation. A way to break the enemy against the Northern Worm. Found. Chapter 11, The Jade Pendant of Heavenly Fortune. Su Chang'e hurriedly reached out and brought the book over. Only then did he see that it was an ancient book of military formations, passed down for 1,000 years, and even the protective formations had dissipated and were in tatters. The family has a collection of books, not all of which may be read or every sentence memorized. This book, Su Chang'e had scanned through it before, but because it was written about strange and obscene tricks, she didn't pay attention to it. Those peculiar battle conditions may not appear once in 1,000 years, and no one will deliberately target them. And on a few of those pages, a special formation was recorded. The northern plague worm feeds on cold ice and can breed spirit crystal armor within its body, making it difficult to break through, and using the cold as bait. It inspires instinctive fear, and the true dipper is unable to defend against it. The 7 Emotions Extinction Fire Formation, on the other hand, can utilize positive emotions to ignite spiritual fire. This spirit flame not only restrained the spirit crystal armor, but also resisted the fear instincts of the northern plague insects. With this formation, dealing with the northern underworld insects will no longer be daunting. Su Chang'e exclaimed, such a treasure has been hidden in my study, out of sight. I'm so guilty. He sighed. Who would have thought that gold was buried underfoot when those hidden books hadn't been turned over in years? Shangshuli smiled so much that his eyes narrowed. What is Marquis Zhenyuan's offense? If you hadn't found this book, the northern plague worms would have blocked our army at the Great Wall, and the extraterritorial stronghold would have been feared. Without the Marquis of Zhenyuan, we may not be able to discuss the method in January. General Wang also lamented. I didn't expect that the Marquis of Zhenyuan had only returned to the capital for one day and discovered a way to confront the enemy. Shangshu Li glared at him. You still have the nerve to say that. If you miss this law, I'll report to His Majesty and punish you. General Wang was dissatisfied and pulled the Marquis of Zhenyuan onto the scale as well. Didn't he not look at it either? Su Chang'e compensated with a smile. He actually wanted to see it, but it was just a guest, so he put it aside for now. But when I think about it at this time, I can't help but be afraid. In case something happens and the ancient book is lost or you forget it, then, in the extraterritorial battlefield, the 10 million pioneering people of Dakian will be reduced to foreigners' food. Actually, Su Chang'e said, this book was discovered by my son, and it was also him who suggested that we choose the fire attack. He felt coincidental and lucky. Suyin casually grabbed a fire attack. He had casually asked for an ancient book that recorded the 7 Emotions Extinction Fire Formation. Even if it's a little bit worse, this battle is going to be lost, and it might even involve the Su family. Oh, Shangshu Li also recalled. Quickly let your son come over. I want to see our great Qin fortunate star. He was very happy that this was the solution to a heavenly problem. Soon, Xiaoyu came back carrying Su Yun again. She was a little worried. What was the point of calling a child over when these gentlemen were discussing military matters? But soon, Xiaoyu's worries melted away. Shangshu Li pulled out a jade pendant and stuffed it into Su Yun's arms. Here, Grandpa gave it to you. Xiaoyu was startled. Please don't, Minister Li, it's too expensive. She had heard of this treasure even though she was not involved in dynasty politics. With the third realm of the Soul Sea, Shangshu Li stood out from the crowd of martial artists, controlling over 100 million elite soldiers. Folklore has it that this heavenly fortune jade pendant played an important role. It enhances luck and turns misfortune into good fortune. It also carries its own auspicious qi, which attracts blessings from all directions and makes the wearer's fortune prosperous. Whether it is business or career, all can be smooth. Legend has it that there was a lord of the Holy Land who wanted to trade a spirit vein with Shangshu Li and was flatly rejected. Such a precious thing was handed over to Su Yun's palm just like that. Shi Yaoyu said, Minister Li, this jade pendant will ensure your official fortune. Give it to my son to waste. Shangshu Li blinked, like an old child. I become the secretary of the Ministry of War. I can't be promoted. What do I need to come? Might as well give it to this kid. Good luck. A casual flip is a way to break the enemy. Maybe he'll even bring good luck to Great Qin afterward, which is a blessing for all the people. Shi Yaoyu still didn't dare to accept it. Shangshu Li laughed. I heard that your son fell into the Yulon pool yesterday. in case a bit of pool water remains and you can't cultivate in the future. That would be a disaster for the great Qian. Just let your son wear it for a few days first, and then return it to me once you've confirmed that it's a blessing in disguise. With the power of the Ministry of War, it's easy to find out what's going on. Sure, Yao Yu was silent. For the sake of her son, she gritted her teeth and said, "Then, thank you, Minister Li. Yuner, thank you Grandpa." Su Yun played with the jade pendant, raised his eyes and smiled obediently. "Thank you, Grandpa." Hey! Li Shanshu was old and did not have the slightest resistance to such lively and clever children. Su Chang'e wanted to speak. "I hope that Shanshu pays more attention to the matter of the Yulan pool." A hint of sternness flashed across Shanshu Li's smiling face. "I would like to see who dares to touch my grandson." Su Chang'e felt like she was being taken advantage of, but the other party was really old, so she could only endure. Yesterday after the incident, Su House, the capital, have sent people to investigate, just has not yet returned, with Minister Li keeping an eye on the matter. It's done. Other conspiracies aside, at least we must retrieve Su Yun's infinite heavenly bone. General Wang touched his head. There are still gifts to be given. That kid, this cold roan blade, is gifted to you. Miso. With a touch of his hand, he pulled out a large decapitating sword from his Qiankuan bag. The large sword was shining silver, with a tiger pattern carved on it, transmitting an eerie chill. Just by pulling it out, it felt like the entire Su house was chilled. All the spirits and monsters, the spirits and demons in the grass and trees, were all scared and prostrated on the ground, not daring to move. The grade was average, merely an earth product, but by a little bit of killing, with the blood and soul of the enemy, raised the precious sword. One thrust of this knife into the battlefield will scare the guts out of 10,000 people. When waved, it could drive 1,000 troops to kill and roll up a sea of blood rain and swords. Shanshu Li blew his beard and eyes out as he raised his hand, his true chi locking on top of the greatsword. Let its coldness rush left and right, but how could it not break through? "What if you scare my grandson?" Li Shanshu angrily rebuked. General Wang touched his head. I don't have as many goodies as you guys. There's no shortage of these bruising and healing remedies for that boy. No, when did it become your grandson? Shanshu Li glared. He called me grandpa, so naturally he's a grandson. Su Chang'e cried and laughed. You too. It's really too expensive. Shanshu Li glared at him. For my grandson, none of your business. Sister, put it away. Sure, Yao Yu had no choice but to put away the heavenly fortune jade pendant and the cold roan blade. Pulling Su Yun again, he gave Uncle Wang his thanks. You must take good care of my grandson. Shanshu Li gave 1,000 instructions and joyfully went to report to the great Qian heavenly prince. After the people left, Su Chang'e picked up Su Yun and kissed him fiercely. You are truly a blessing to the Su family. He recalled the blazing moonflowers that his son had picked earlier, each of which had collected the essence of heaven and earth and had a terrifyingly complete origin. Now it's back on hand to find a way to take on the northern plague of insects. With such strong luck, in the future, the Su family will definitely soar in his hands. You say you don't have any Su blood in you? Oh, Su Yun doesn't have one, and Su Yun's kid doesn't have one yet? Su Chang'e was overjoyed. Su Yun twisted his head in disgust. This came back from the battlefield with a beard. However, his attention was quickly drawn. Ding! Mission accomplished. Re-enter the heart of darkness and unseal it. Convincing the upright Chang'e Tiandi and getting him back on his side. The effort involved, which must have been difficult, was enough for the world to see the devil's determination to clear his name. Reward, Cthulhu ancestral blood. Su Yun ventriloquized. It is indeed tough as hell. Chapter 12, A Man Becomes an Ancestor. In the episode, Su Yun seals the Chang'e Heavenly Emperor and throws him into the heart of darkness. It was the deepest place in the universe, the end of time, space, and destiny, and once you entered there was no way out. Even Su Yun, who was before the duel with the protagonist, had difficulty entering. But right now, Su Chang'e hadn't even become the Chang'e Heavenly Emperor yet, nor had he been sealed. Su Yun just untied the rope of the brocade pouch, and then it was considered to have lifted the seal. How does unsealing your heart not count? Su Yun muttered in his heart. The task after that was to convince the Chang'e Heavenly Emperor to be on his side. If put before the duel, Su Yun, as a demon lord, was hostile to all living beings. The Chang'e Celestial Emperor had an upright character and would rather be broken than join himself. But now, Su Yun is only 3 years old, and there is no magic army or magic domain at all. Therefore, he could think in reverse and choose to stand on Su Chang'e's side and give him advice. Who says His Majesty can't rebel? And what happened after that was simple. Su Yun saw through his heavy pupil that the 3 scrolls emitted different light. In the plot, 2 of them, no, 3 of them, no matter how they are chosen, Su Chang'e will fail miserably and end up being demoted, and all of Su's family will fall to the mortal world. Su Yun would also end up having to fall into the devil's path and refine human enhancement because he was unable to cultivate and did not have sufficient resources. Meanwhile, the protagonist will take advantage of the chaos to keep making profits and eventually grow bigger. However, in this life, Su Yun saw the fire attack scroll, with the Ching Chi emanating from the top of an ancient book. Choosing both would have changed the fate of the defeat. Nothing would happen to the Su mansion, and he himself would still be able to have huge resources. More critically, there are rewards to be gained. San Tian ancestral blood. What's the use? Su Yun got rid of his parents' grip and ran to the side to use it. Knock. Su Yun heard a dull ringing sound. He raised his head. There was nothing around him. Heartbeat? He thought he had misheard, but after a moment, he heard another thud, like a heartbeat. But where did it come from? Su Yun looked left and right, but saw nothing. He was puzzled when his eyes suddenly widened. It's world rhythm. Knock. As if to corroborate Su Yun's thoughts, a sound that was dull to the extreme, yet incomparably clear, leapt into his ears. He heard it clearly. It was the heartbeat of the world, coming from the entire Tianyuan realm. So that's it, my essence has improved. Su Yun was surprised. I became an ancestor? San Tian ancestral blood, so that's what it means. It can take the essence of a living being and elevate it to the highest realm. In the ancient times, the ancestors of living beings occupied the great Tao, and each one of them was incomparably powerful, capable of destroying and creating worlds with ease, possessing a supreme essence. When the heaven-destroying melee ended, the various ancestors were shattered, their bloodlines diluted, and they became billions of living beings in later generations. At this point in time, every kind of living being, the remnants of the great Tao in the body, has been 10,000 not one. The so-called cultivation was to continuously draw on the rules of the great Tao to achieve self-fulfillment. With the reproduction of living beings from generation to generation, the bloodline becomes more and more mixed. The essence of the chaos, the ability to draw on the great Tao becomes weaker and weaker. So ancient sanctuaries, hidden clans, just by possessing slightly more ancestor blood, one's cultivation would be 1,000 miles a day. There are even some ancestral demon beasts that were born at a high level, envying others. The Song Tian ancestral blood, on the other hand, allowed Su Yun's essence to leap by 1,000 miles. He was no longer a mere human, but had become an ancestor with one man. The essence of Sun is so pure and supreme that it rivals the world. That was why it was possible to hear the rhythms of the heavenly origin realm and feel the great Tao with ease. It was also that Su Yun was still young, and if he could conceive an heir, each one would be a sub-ancestor. One doesn't even need to cultivate and grow with age to become an emperor. It takes tens to hundreds of generations before the bloodlines become mixed. It's too early to conceive an heir. Su Yun shook his head. I'm only 3 years old, but sensing the avenue is not bad. He could already easily see various avenues flowing around him. There is an avenue of stone for the rockery, an avenue of water for the fish pond, an avenue of grass for the flowers, and an avenue of wind for the wind that blows through. In conjunction with the heavy pupils, thousands of avenues crossed before his eyes. Even if Su Yun did not put his attention on it, he would draw on these great roads in a subtle manner, melting them into himself and continuously strengthening them. Are you still going then? Ignoring her son who went to play, Xiaoyu inquired. Su Chang'e sighed. Ma'am, since I've found the formation to fight against the northern underworld insects, I have to return to the extraterrestrial battlefield immediately. The sooner we train the 7 emotions extinction fire formation, the sooner we can recover the lost ground. Sure, Yaoyu was a bit disappointed, but she was also clear that there were quite a few Deqian strongholds outside of the domain with millions of people. She said softly, be safe. Su Chang'e nodded. Ma'am, the home will depend on you to run it. He settled down, throwing the mixed feelings out of his mind, and took a big step out. When she passed by Su Yun, Su Chang'e felt a little guilty. Obviously Yuner was only in trouble yesterday, but I couldn't be by her side. I must spend more time at home when the lost territory is recovered. With a firm goal in mind, he disappeared into a stream of light. Xiaoyu looked sad for a while, and when she looked down and saw the playing Su Yun, her mood improved again. She thought about the bouquet, the prettiest blazing moonflower she had ever seen, and her heart blossomed. Xiaoyu picked up Su Yun and br a bite. My Yuner is so good. Su Yun reached out. Bring it. Xiaoyu didn't understand, but reacted in a flash. Alright, here you go, but make sure you protect it, don't lose it. Saying that, she took the heavenly fortune jade pendant given by Shangshuli and placed it in Su Yun's palm. Children, of course, must be new and want to be toys. He also didn't realize how valuable it was. It was worth a whole spirit vein. Su Yun, however, discarded it as if it were his own. Don't want this. The heavenly luck jade pendant was good, but he was now protected by the great Tao, so his luck wasn't that bad. Xiaoyu was puzzled. What else do you want? Su Yun's little arms gestured. I want a machete. Hearing the milky voice, Shi Yaoyue cried and laughed. You are also fooling around with Uncle Wang. Is that something you can play with? Su Yun deflated her mouth and cried out with a wow. I want it. He realized that after his body became smaller, his brain circuits and hormones worked together to make him accustomed to thinking like a child as well, and his mind began to act like a child, interested in everything, boundless energy, sleepy, gluttonous, and at peace with family. Xiaoyu shook her head categorically. No, it's too dangerous. Are you kidding? That's the sword General Wang used in the battlefield. I don't know how many ghosts are on it. This kind of blood-impregnated knife is the best for warding off evil spirits, but on the other hand, it also suppresses one's divine soul. Anyone who isn't young heavy will faint if they get close. Su Yun is only 3 years old. What kind of killing weapon is he playing with? Seeing that hardness was not an option, Su Yun hugged his mother's thigh. Mother, I swear, I don't play around. I just want to see it. Give it to me. And Uncle Wang gave it all to me. What about the next time he asks me if I got it? It occurred to Xiaoyu that this was indeed something General Wang would do. Who would give a weapon to a 3-year-old? But it's not good for you to hide it when people are giving it away. With some justification, she sighed. I can give it to you, but only to watch, not to dance. Xiaoyu said, feeling no need to add the words that followed. How can a 3-year-old dance? She added, the knife will be given to you tomorrow, but you have to come over first. Su Yun was puzzled. Where to? Xiaoyu naturally said. You didn't take a bath last night, now you have to make up for it. Su Yun sucked in a mouthful of cool air and ran desperately on her short legs. No, I don't want to take a bath. But where could he outrun a cultivator? Was sure Yaoyu stepped 10 meters to catch up, pinching the back of the neck to bring up. Yo, this day how also shy. Before are not all mother to wash it? Su Yun struggled. I'm 3 years old. I want to wash myself. Xiaoyu shook her head decisively. No, you can't wash it. Su Yun added. Didn't you not wash it yesterday either? Xiaoyu said. You overexerted yourself yesterday and fell asleep. Wasn't it still mother who rubbed your body? Move. Su Yun picks at the doorframe but is carried away in despair. I don't want it. I'm a big man. Don't take a bath dash. Harriman and the maidservant both covered their mouths and snickered. Young master is so cute. It would be nice to share in bathing the young master. Chapter 13 Wan Nirvana Body. The next day, Xiaoyu woke up. She couldn't help but smile softly as she listened to the soft breathing in her arms. Looking at her powdered son, Xiaoyu only felt her heart fluttering. How she looked at him. How she liked him. Let him sleep a little longer. She gave Su Yun a kiss on his forehead and rolled over to get out of bed, stretching and feeling relaxed all over. The essence is so strong that even the bottleneck, which hasn't moved in years, is showing signs of loosening. Xiaoyu was a bit puzzled, but more than that, she was surprised. As she sniffed the light fragrance of the blazing moonflowers, an idea could not help but burst into her mind. Could it be that Yuner is really a lucky star, picking the ones that collect the most essence of heaven and earth? Otherwise, there was no way to explain how some low-grade spirit medicine could make the aftereffects of one's deficiency of essence and blood disappear so quickly. It even promotes cultivation growth. Sure, you personally poured some spirit tea water and poured it into the vase. You guys can live for a while longer. Blazing moonflower, can be too much to look down on us. Tomorrow humane rhyme and you slept together for a night. Hearing the footsteps, Ching Man immediately came in with hot water to wash up. Ma'am, the White Mansion heard that the young son was in danger and came to pay a visit. Xiaoyu froze. The White Mansion? Where did the people go? The Bai family's head is the Duke of Xiaoming, and his title is one level higher than the Su family's head. The two families had fought side by side in their ancestry and were brothers to each other in life and death. The marriage was then fixed, and it was agreed that the sons of the two families would be united in marriage. However, several generations of single males on both sides of the family have not been able to honor it. Fortunately, the matter was revived 2 years ago when the White family finally had a daughter. When he heard that the Su family's son was in danger, he immediately went to the door to visit him. Pa! Sure, Yaoyu slapped Su Yun's chubby little butt. Still sleeping? What time is it? Hurry up! Go meet your future daughter-in-law. On the other side of the Su mansion, the other courtyard where the Xiao family lived, Lin Yinger woke up leisurely before she felt a sharp pain all over her body and couldn't help but moan out. You're awake. Xiao Qingdan's voice was cold. It's hard to imagine that a 3-year-old child could be so urban. Lin Yinger got up with difficulty. Eldest young master. Xiao Qingdan looked at her coldly with mixed emotions. This woman spoke for herself that day and blamed Su Yun for her sins. He himself had almost made sure Yao Yu believe it by virtue of his status as the Su family's son, but then it surprisingly drew the supervisor to retrace the scene. He has caused himself to be dug up for his sacred bones and lost his job. Xiao Qingdan was indignant in his heart, but he felt that there was something different about this woman, so he sent someone to bring her back. It took precious medicine to pull it back. Fortunately, Xiao Qingdao's judgment was right. This woman immediately gave the offer to play the role of a 3-year-old child and cry in front of Shi Yao Yu. Put the blame on evil entering the body for setting up the brothers before. Although he didn't get the sacred bones back, he was free from suspicion. Today, Lin Yinger finally came to her senses completely. Xiao Qingdan inquired, "How do you know so much?" She was just a common maid and had seen too much. Lin Yinger belabored, "You don't look like a 3-year-old either. This Su mansion, it's really lively." She had already thought of a countermeasure. Overnight, my daughter awakened her natural aptitude and was able to foretell some of the future. Knowing that the young master will become an immortal exalt, I have abandoned the darkness and hope that the young master won't mind. The corner of Xiao Qingdan's mouth curled up slightly. The vision is quite good. This would also explain how a maid could know the Su family like the back of her hand. Moreover, the prophecy predicts that one can become an immortal exalt. Some people are not very well educated, but when they open their mouths they make people comfortable. Lin Yinger breathed a sigh of relief and touched her face, feeling her newly grown eyes and tongue still numb. The elixir can certainly heal the dead and flesh the bones, but the newborn ones are certainly not as good as the originals, and the integrity of the divine soul suffers. In the lower realms, there is no difference, but in the higher realms, the difference is 1,000 miles. A soul that was even somewhat mutilated would lead to the collapse of the great Tao, and in the end, the body would fall and the spirit would disappear. This discrepancy, I don't know how many heavenly materials and treasures would have to be used to make up for it. Su Yun, it's all because of you. Lin Yinger couldn't help but clench her fists. She somewhat regretted that she shouldn't have thrown herself into Xiao Qingsuan's camp so early. Should have continued to stay by Su Yun's side as he did in his last life. Take enough favors and then convert over. But at this point, it was already too late. Xiao Qingdan was not like Su Yun, who would spare the backstabbers. Moreover, in the future, Xiao Qingdao would surely gain a great victory and become the master of the 10,000 worlds. This life, because of some deviations, might be a little tougher, but the future victory would definitely belong to Xiao Qingdao. At the same time, Lin Yinger was a bit thankful. Xiao Qingsuan's thought insight was not like that of a 3-year-old child, but he did not know about the future either. If he knew that because of his mistake, the sacred bones were dug up, I don't know how much he would hold a grudge. Xiao Qingdan said, "Since you're awake, prophesy for me where there are opportunities." Having lost his sacred bone, he was in desperate need of divine wonders that could match. If you don't lay a good foundation while you're young, how can you ascend to the top of the world in the future? Lin Yinger was just about to open her mouth when a clamor came from outside. Xiao Qingdan frowned. "What's going on?" The subordinate said, "Young master, it's someone from the White Mansion," and Mrs. Sure went to greet them. "The White Mansion?" Lin Yinger spoke out in surprise. "Young master, you should go. That's a great opportunity. The Bai family has a marriage contract with the Su family, especially since the first daughter of the Bai family is your future married wife." Xiao Qingdan frowned. "A woman? I'm only 3 years old. What do I need a married wife for? Besides, the Su mansion had a #1 beauty in the Tianyuan realm. Any woman pales in comparison to her." "No, it's not the same." Lin Yinger shook her head violently. "The first daughter of the Bai family will also be a first-class beauty in the future. After Shi Yao Yu's death, Bai Qi Luo became the first beauty of the new generation of the Tianyuan realm, and at that time, she herself was jealous for a long time. Furthermore, she also possesses the Luan Phoenix Nirvana body. Mating with her can draw on the ancient Phoenix essence blood, tainted with the Nirvana avenue. Immortal. It's no better than the sacred bone." Xiao Qingdan's eyes lifted up, filled with excitement. Such a chance, but no one knows about it? Lin Yinger bowed her head. "Yes, young master is so divine that he can tell the truth from a glance." In his last life, Xiao Qingsuan took advantage of Bai Qi Luo's depressed intentions and led a sneak attack to suppress it. It was only by extracting essence blood daily and cultivating countless dead soldiers that they managed to carry Su Yun's demonic army. Since Lin Yinger had been reborn, she was able to take advantage of the fact that the Holy Phoenix Empress was still young and take it down early. She clenched her fists, secretly pleased. Having obtained the immortal servant hundreds of years ago in advance, who else in the heavens origin realm would be able to defeat him in the future? Those chances will be all their own. Xiao Qingdan's heart moved slightly. "Imperative, you and I say, What things to prepare. Suyun had no choice but to be dragged to the front hall and bowed. Greetings, Mrs. Hua. Mrs. Hua was very fond of seeing this lovely appearance. This is Suyun, right? He is really a talented person. He will definitely charm the entire capital in the future. Shiryaoyu covered her mouth and laughed. Mrs. Hua is too kind. Your love is also powdered and loving. The elders of the two families have met, but the children are still young and this is the first time they have met. Mrs. Hua clapped her hands. Come, Luor, meet your future husband. Against the sunlight ran a shambling figure. She had a double ponytail and big black jeweled eyes embedded in her pink face. Watery, like two clear springs, filled with curiosity and innocence. Dressed in red, like a festive blessed doll, it exudes a peachy fragrance. Lovely look, no matter who cannot help but want to take into the arms. Warm and care. Suyun cocked his head and thought for a while before comparing it to the characters in the book and came to a realization. Ooh, this was actually the future mighty holy Phoenix Empress of the Nine Heavens, Bai Chi Luo, who was known as the #1 beauty of the 10,000 realms, but that great power who, with a single drop of blood, could make billions of living beings immortal. Now it's just a luscious, cute, petite doll that was born 2.5 years ago. Husband? Bai Chi Luo cocked her head. What a strange name. Chapter 14, The Phoenix Dog. Mrs. Hua smiled. Yes, this is your future husband's son-in-law. Recognize him now and don't remember him wrong later. Shioyu smiled back, but still politely said, the child is still young. It's still early to talk about this. Mrs. Hua said in a serious manner, an elder's order cannot be disobeyed. We have been dragging our feet for generations on the marriage contract set by our ancestors. Now it just so happens that you have a son and I have a daughter, so it's a match anyhow. Shiryaoyu did not object to this marriage. The Bai family was a public house, bigger than the Su family, a marquee. Bai Chi Luo is also lively and clever, a blessed doll loved by all. There is no reason to push back, but Shiryaoyu still feels that this kind of thing, or to comply with Suyun's own opinion, but Yuner and Luor only met for the first time, may not be right in the eyes. Don't butt it. Mrs. Hua waved her handkerchief and said forcefully, parents' orders, matchmakers' words. If we said it, can they resist? Ro, you say? Husband son-in-law, can I eat it? Bai Chi Luo blinked her big watery eyes. Can't. Mrs. Hua was amused, and suddenly her eyes rolled. It's not that you can't. AI. Shiryaoyu's hands were busy, and she couldn't care whether she was covering the adult's mouth or the child's ears. Don't talk dirty in front of the child. Mrs. Hua laughed harder. Shioyu sighed and couldn't help but smile as she looked at the two children. It's just as well. Both are first-rate, handsome embryos. When childhood friends grow up, their relationship is bound to be good too. There is still a long time ahead, so it is not too late to observe for a decade or so before making a decision. When Bai Chi Luo heard that she could eat, her eyes instantly lit up. Then I want a husband. Saying that, she staggered and was about to come up to hug Suyun. The hug was still the next best thing. She had opened her cherry mouth and nibbled on it. Suyun was nipped by her milk teeth and pushed away in disgust. However, the little pink and jade carving lowly, lying up again, made a gesture to nibble. Husband, you smell good. Who would have thought that a drop of blood, which could make billions of living beings immortal, the Holy Phoenix Empress, is now like a dog's skin? Suyun couldn't help but ponder. Bai Chi Luo's ending. It's not too good. In the plot, the Su family made a marriage contract with the Bai family early on, which was supposed to be fulfilled by Suyun. However, after being hit by the chaos poison and unable to cultivate, the Su family was pressured to transfer the marriage contract to Shaoqing Suan. If this was a normal novel it would be fine, but it's a clear water text and the protagonist doesn't touch a female's hand until the ending. It's not like Bai Chi Luo can touch it, so she can only utilize it. She had refused to accept Shaoqing Suan because she had recognized Su Yun as her husband when she was a child. Even though Su Yun had become a demon, she still followed her to the death. In the end, when he was demoralized, he was ambushed by Xiao Qingdan who was waiting for an opportunity to retaliate. Eventually, he was suppressed and sealed, and his blood was extracted daily with a large array to cultivate Deadpool, regardless of whether or not this marriage is successful or not. Su Yun's small eyes rolled around. We can't let Bai Chi Luo be suppressed either. Ask her for a few drops of blood to create undead guards, to protect Mother Ah. Also at this moment, a sharp voice rang out. Ha, husband and son-in-law? Who ordered it? Immediately afterward, the group walked into the front room. Again, he moved stools and tables for the first few people to sit down. It made a loud noise and broke the silence of the morning. Mrs. Hua comes from a royal family and has connoisseurship and taste. Displeased with the rude behavior. And you are? Shi Yan Yun, a big horse, peeled a grape for herself and handed it into Xiao Qingsuan's mouth. Naturally, I'm representing the Su family, coming to settle a marriage with the Bai family. Mrs. Hua frowned. On behalf of the Su family? Exactly. Shi Yan Yun pointed at her son. This is Lightning Dust, the son of the Su family. The marriage contract between the Bai and Su family should be honored by my son, instead of an outsider who's not an 8-pointer. Xiao Qingdan proudly stood up his chest, but as soon as he saw the little pink and jade carving lowly, he was already lying on Su Yun's shoulder, desperately wanting to bite. And that Su Yun, surprisingly, was still very disgusted and kept pushing and shoving. Xiao Qingdan's eyes were ablaze and his teeth clenched. That's my wife. How dare you touch? Mrs. was sucked in a breath, remembering something. About a month ago, something did happen in the Su mansion, as if some child had been retrieved. Mrs. Hua had nothing to do with the matter, so she did not learn much about it. Now it seems that this is the thing. Ji Yan Yun rolled her eyes. The Su Yun over there has nothing to do with the Su family. Ma'am, if you marry your daughter to a non-Su family bloodline, it's the one who broke the marriage contract and disgraced both families. It's the old lady who comes back, and that's the same reasoning. Lady Hua looked at Shi Yaoyu in surprise. Lady Shi, is this true? Shi Yaoyu looked at Ji Yan Yun coldly, but was answering Mrs. Hua. Su Yun is also my son. Mrs. Hua may seem to be big-headed, but she also has a delicate mind. One listen and you'll understand what's going on. An adopted son, a real son. In Shi Yaoyu's heart, both were her own flesh and blood. For her, it's just a matter of getting her son to make the marriage contract, and Mrs. Wall had much more to think about. She hesitated. Today was supposed to be the day she heard that the Su family's son was in danger and came up to visit. Seeing Su Yun alive and well, it didn't look like something was wrong. Just as I was relieved, I encountered a new situation. Mrs. Hua felt that this matter should be discussed in the long run, and it was not good to refute Shi Yaoyu's face. Then he said, oops, a few kids are meeting for the first time. Go play with them all. We'll talk about what happens afterward when we're done playing. Shi Yaoyu withdrew her icy gaze and looked at Su Yun. Yuner, take your sister to play. Ji Yan Yun let out a scornful laugh. Light dust, you go too. Right. She suddenly raised her pitch. The first time you meet your future daughter-in-law, you have to prepare a gift anyways, otherwise it would be too disrespectful. As soon as the words left his mouth, Xiao Qingsuan pulled out the brocade box he had prepared earlier and held it in front of Bai Qi Luo. This is the dragon's blood grass, a heavenly wonder. Each one takes 1,000 years to grow and is very precious. Its condensation of the stars Huawei into one. After taking it, it can wash the sinews and marrow, strengthen the blood veins, and even get a glimpse of the way of the patriarchs. This thin gift is for you. Xiao Qingdan shook his head and deliberately stumbled a bit in memorizing. The brocade box opened, and the deep red like fire, flowing colorful elixir was displayed, instantly filling the room with a strange fragrance. Bai Qi Luo was still holding Su Yun in front of her, ready to go down on her mouth. When she saw the elixir, she instantly let go of her hand and turned her little pink face, gulping, his eyes filled with wanting to eat. Xiao Qingdan smiled, glancing to the side in satisfaction. Lin Ying'er used a secret method to change her face and stood behind the table with her chest full. She knew that Bai Qi Luo had a special physique, and this dragon's blood herb was a perfect fit and could help her activate her bloodline. In her last life, Bai Qi Luo obtained this elixir only after she had reached adulthood, and from then on, she awakened and soared to the heavens. In this life, Lin Ying'er had laid out her plans in advance, and was sure to be able to take and control it while it was still young, whether it was to draw on the spiritual embodiment or to extract the essence blood for one's own use. It was well worth the effort. Mrs. Hua was surprised. This is too expensive. Hey, this is for my future daughter-in-law. Ji Yan Yun bloated. There won't be anyone who hasn't even prepared a gift. That's too selfish to talk about in-laws? She remembers her son's sacred bones being taken from him. Since you took my bones, I'll take your daughter-in-law. Xiaoyu frowned and had to admit negligence. Mrs. Hua came too early to prepare a gift herself. Now that he had improvised, what he had taken out was just an ordinary gift, which was no match for the carefully selected dragon's blood herb. But there's no way to send nothing. Yaoyu sighed slightly. Qingman, go fetch. Snap. A black living thing ran through the door. Ding. In Su Yun's ear, a soft sound came. After you became a demon, in order to force Bai Qi Luo to leave, you had to behead her beloved dog that she had raised for many years as if it were a family member. Unbeknownst to me, this is the last BU Phoenix dog in the world. and the last bloodline of this clan is broken. The Phoenix Ancestor at the beginning of time, and the Holy Phoenix Empress at the end of time, with their grudges against you. Send down curses. Anyone who touches the Great Tao is your enemy. In order to clear your name, please condense and resurrect the complete Biori Phoenix dog from the scattered side bloodline, and compensate the Holy Phoenix Empress. Mission difficulty, Supreme. Mission reward, Heart of the Blazing Sun. Su-yun froze. In the episode, after he became a demon, Bai Chi Luo remained unrelenting. In order to force him to leave, Su-yun decapitated the pet dog that had accompanied him for 100 years. Upon returning to that land again, it was found that near the canine blood, there were countless more undead creatures. Only then did he realize that it had an ancient bloodline and was a Bu Phoenix dog, a companion spirit beast of the Luan Phoenix Nirvana body. These undead creatures drew on canine blood, and their bloodline had deteriorated once. And because the world is broken and scattered all over the world, how difficult it would be to gather all of these living beings and purify and combine a Bu Phoenix dog from the mixed and chaotic bloodlines. How can you give a pile of gravel and not rub out a chip with stored data? No wonder the difficulty is supreme. Su-yun nodded. But, hachi, a black dog, bumbling in. First, he spread a burst of joy around Bai Chi Luo's legs, then looked at the crowd, his dark eyes looking at Su-yun with interest written all over them. But, Su-yun couldn't help but spit out. At this point in time, the Bu Phoenix dog is still alive. He leaned down, picked up the little black dog, and held it up to Bai Chi Luo. My gift is this. For you. Ding. Mission accomplished. Chapter 15, The Heart of the Supreme Yang. Congratulations. Successfully purified the bloodline of the Biphantom Phoenix dog from the chaotic beings. It was a grueling process, but you went out of your way to finish. Although it is impossible to reach the purity of the bloodline of the initial Bijou Phoenix dog, this effort is still enough to satisfy the Phoenix Ancestor and the Holy Phoenix Empress, from both ends of time, to stop the curse. Successful whitewashing. Rewarded. Zip 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 zip. Award. Bijou Phoenix dog bloodline purity, 100%. Reward change. Reward, Heart of the Blazing Sun, Heart of the Supreme Sun. Su-yun couldn't help but bellyache. Tough indeed. Himself just lifted the puppy at his feet and gave it to the original owner. And it was done. It's even less physically demanding than looking for an ancient book. Moreover, just like the blazing moonflower, the current Biori Phoenix dog was that one companion spirit beast in the plot. If you put it on the eve of Armageddon, Su-yun took the effort. It was also difficult to find scattered immortal beings in the ruins of the 10,000 realms. Bloodline purity, not to mention, now the little black dog, the original one. Bloodline purity, straight to 100%, dried the system out as well. Dang, dang, dang. Su-yun's chest was fiercely hot, and the heart of flame ignited in his bloodline. The most essential power of the stellar ancestor transformed into a heart of flesh and blood and drilled into the body. Fiery and surging power welled up from the heart, resonating violently with the soul. Each beat is like the heavy beating of a heavenly drum, shaking the heart, and at the same time stirring up endless life force. Su-yun's entire body was warm, as if he was immersed in hot water, very comfortable. All the impurities in the body were burned by this heart of supreme yang, and little by little, they were turned into flying ash and discharged by the exhaled breath. Even if he did nothing, this heart would forge his body into a supreme god body. Phew! Su-yun exhaled, feeling refreshed. Bai Chi Luo looked at the little black dog dumbfounded. But, this is my little black. When she left the house in the morning, she hugged Blackie and wouldn't let go. The White House had no choice but to let the puppy follow along out the door. Mrs. Hua was amused. This child, how interesting. Su-yun's lips were red and teeth were white, and she was smart and clever at first glance. The other one, light dust, also looks like a person. Xiaoyu was angry and amused. How can you take someone else's things and give them to someone else? It's also a 3-year-old who wouldn't be frowned upon for making such a move. She sighed. Harriman, go to the storehouse. Shi Yen Yun had already laughed out loud. Ha ha ha, the Su house isn't that pathetic. Actually having to give away a dog. Still picking them up as they go along. Other people's dogs really want to empty their pockets. If I were you, I would not marry my daughter to you. Xiao Qingdan, on the other hand, smiled triumphantly and held up the brocade box, his face full of determination. Only Lin Inger was slightly surprised and looked at the little black dog, wanting to speak. It is indeed the most precious thing in the whole place, but he must not know what it is either. Maybe it's still our chance. Su-yun didn't listen to the assorted laughter around him, still holding up the little black dog. It's different. This is the dog I gave him. Bai Chi Luo remained dumbfounded. Your dog? Sun nodded. Yes, you think so. If you don't want it, not only will you lose the dog I gave you, you'll lose Blackie too. But if you want it, not only do you get Blackie back, you get an extra dog of mine. Isn't it the best of both worlds? Xiaoyu covered her face. It's teasing the kids. But anyone with a kindergarten diploma can tell when it's sophistry. But Bai Chi Luo was the kind that would fall for the trick, staring wide-eyed and nodding her head repeatedly. I want Xiaohei. I don't want to lose Xiaohei. Suyin took the dog into his arms and purposely moved away a bit. So do you want my gift? Or his gift? Snap. Want yours. Bai Chi Luo flung her hand in order to prove her determination, and accidentally slapped off the brocade box. The dragon's blood herb that the Xiao family had emptied their family's pockets before exchanging it from the black market fell to the ground just like that. Xiao Qingdan's nose was distorted with anger. Do you understand? Bai Chi Luo took the puppy and turned back with a bewildered look on her face. No what? Xiao Qingdan cupped the dragon's blood grass. Do you understand how precious this elixir is? But anyone with a kindergarten diploma can tell what's good. But Bai Chi Luo did not belong to it and shook her head. I don't know. She instinctively wanted the dragon's blood herb, but even more so, she wanted Blackie. That was one's companion spirit beast, an existence that could never be cut off. Suyun lifted the little black dog's tail and looked at it. Oh, mother, that's all right. Mrs. Hua laughed out loud. Just in time, just in time. We'll take this little black, and forget about the dragon blood grass. It's too precious and we can't afford it. Shi Yenyun was so angry that she clenched her teeth. She had shelled out her family's money and had gone to great lengths to buy the dragon's blood herb from a secret channel just to take down Bai Chi Luo. What's the point of keeping it at home if you haven't given it away? The attributes don't match, and eating it is only considered an ordinary elixir. She clapped her hands. No, this is the sincerity of our Su family. We must accept it. Kids don't know any better. Take some dirt and for babies. Bai Chi Luo immediately responded, tilting her head. Xiaohei is not filthy. Ji Yenyun didn't take it seriously, but the other mother was present, so she could only be perfunctory. Yes, it is not. But if a child doesn't know any better, can an adult not know any better? Xiaoyu knew that she was pointing at herself, deliberately making a fool of herself in front of people, but it's not good to say anything now. After all, Xiao Qingtsuan, this Su family orthodox bloodline called her mother. It was rather confusing to explain it in front of someone who didn't understand the situation in the Su house. It can only be revealed quickly now. Just in time, Harriman walked in and attached her ear. Madam, the gift is ready. Xiaoyu smiled. Although it was prepared on the fly, unlike the dragon's blood grass that matched, but it does save some face. She spoke. Mrs. Hua, just now it was nothing more than a joke from my little child. It's just as well. Luo's first visit to the mansion, and we've prepared some thin gifts. Bai Chi Luo raised her head and said sweetly, thank you, Auntie. Xiaoyu froze. I haven't even given it away yet. Why are you thanking me? Her first thought was that the other woman was well tutored and opened her mouth to thank first. Xiaoyu smiled. They're all trinkets. I hope Luo likes them. Bai Chi Luo smiled cheekily, her dimples shallow, as if the whole world was gentle. Auntie, I like it. Xiaoyu froze again. Mrs. Hua also reacted with a quick eye and hand, breaking open her palm. What is this? A piece of ancient and elegant jade pendant with a turquoise color all over, warm and moist like congealed grease, appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Mrs. Hua's pupils shrank. What is this? She didn't recognize it, but she could tell it wasn't extraordinary. Bai Chi Luo's milky voice, my husband gave it to me. Next to him, Suyin carried his hands behind his back with an innocent look on his face. Yaoyu stared wide-eyed, hating its wastefulness. You, how can you? Ji Yenyun sneered. A piece of jade? Ha, thought it was some great treasure. This dragon bloodgrass can buy a cartload of jade. But before the words fell, Lin Inger behind her was already dumbstruck. Tian Yun jade pendant. Ji Yenyun was still snickering. What the hell kind of name is that? It's too plain. The heavenly fate jade pendant. I don't have a fate jade pendant yet. Swish. Mrs. Hua turned her head violently. Stunned. Heavenly fate jade pendant? Is it worth a spirit vein that the Lord of the Holy Land covets that heavenly fate jade pendant? Any big family in the capital, who does not know that the Secretary of the Ministry of War has a top-notch strange treasure? Only those who are so rich and have no heritage have the eyes to recognize thorny mountain jade. Xiaoyu reluctantly nodded. Yes, with such a divine object, the mother naturally wished to remain in her son's hands, but it was for her future daughter-in-law, and with her mother-in-law to be present, she couldn't say anything to take it back. One can only have a complicated expression and hate their son's defeatist behavior. Mrs. Hua stretched out her hand to grab the jade pendant from her daughter's hand. Give it back. It's too valuable. We can't accept it. This jade pendant can buy a room full of dragon's blood herbs. You can't even afford to pay for it if you were sold. Shi Yanyan's face was hot, and the words she had just spoken were all returned to herself. She was incredulous. What kind of jade pendant can top a spirit vein? Spiritual veins could not only generate chi, but also nurture all kinds of spiritual stones and heavenly treasures. The value is hard to estimate. The dragon vein of Diqian was an incomparably thick spiritual vein in order to establish the great god dynasty. At least half of the value of a power was in the spirit veins. And this jade pendant, it actually tops half the forces? Chapter 16, Playing the Little Bitch. Shi Yenyun looked at Xiao Qingxuan, who was still holding the dragon's blood grass obsessively, and only felt that she was being insulted from head to tail. The dragon's blood grass was certainly a match for Bai Qi Luo, but its value was 100,000 miles short of the heavenly luck jade pendant. Give a child a toy car and the child will be happy. Give a sports car and the kid will be confused. But the parents will be so happy they'll flip out. Even if you resell it immediately, you can buy 18,000 toy cars. Anyone who is a parent knows what to choose. Mrs. Hua tried to take the jade pendant, but the toddler's hands were faster than the imperial soldiers. Bai Qi Luo shrank and held the jade pendant in her arms. No, this is from my husband. Mrs. Hua questioned. How do you call out to your husband? Bai Qi Luo took it for granted. Mother said it. He's called husband. Mrs. Hua cried and laughed. His name is Su Yun. He's your future husband. Erica Bai gave a dumbfounded oh. Mrs. Hua hurriedly snatched the jade pendant and shoved it back into Su Yun's hand while her mind was not turned around. Next to him, Xiao Qingdan listened with anger and gritted his teeth. She is her future wife, and she is her husband. Ji Yenyun looked enraged and stood up violently, walking to Su Yun and reaching out to grab it. Give me the jade pendant. The toddler's hand was faster than the emperor's soldiers, and Su Yun hid the object behind him. Ouch! What are you doing? Ji Yenyun was aggressive. Give the jade pendant to your brother. He is the future husband of the Bai family. You need to know better when you're a brother, and don't get people in trouble. With that, she reached for it again. Stop! Shi Yaoyu also stood up, her eyes blazing. Ji Yenyun, what are you doing? Shi Yenyun's eyes were red and filled with greed. Do what? Lightning Dust is the son of the Su family and has a marriage contract with the Bai family. If Su Yun wants to be a Su family member, he must have the realization to pay. Su Yun, give the jade pendant to brother. In the future, Brother Lightning will give you a big fat nephew. Shi Yaoyue was all but laughed at. It's not your turn to interrupt when it comes to who exactly has a marriage contract with the Bai family. Ji Yenyun stalked her neck. Then you say, who exactly has the Su family bloodline? It's Su Yun entering the Bai family that would be a treachery against the ancestors of both families. Shi Yaoyu clenched her shell teeth as a hint of gloom flashed across her heart. Su Yun was indeed very unadvantaged in the matter of bloodlines. How she wished that this mouthful of milk, smart and well-behaved child, had her own blood in it. If it was said that Su Yun's offspring could be of the Su family bloodline. But what about the marriage with the White family? We can't let the Bai family knowingly marry a non-Su family member, can we? Mrs. Hua, seeing the swords drawn, hurriedly rounded off the scene. Oh, the two of you are at ease. I think Mrs. Shio has a point. The child is too young. It's still early to talk about marriage. Besides, both of your gifts are too expensive. The Bai family must not accept them. Let a couple of the kids play. And the only way to know if you like it or not is to touch it. Let the child decide for himself. With some words contrary to what she had said before, she returned both mother's gifts. Shi Yaoyu had mixed feelings. The heavenly fortune jade pendant was too valuable. Giving it or not giving it, there were both good and bad. But then Shi Yenyun became indignant and took back the brocade box. Her heart dripping blood, she glared fiercely at Lin Inger, itching to skin her. This is the same that made herself empty her family's pockets and buy the dragon's blood herb from a black market trader. The Xiao family is not like the Su family. How can they have so much left over? This dragon's blood herb was not sent out, smashed in the hand. It was neither eaten nor kept. It's a big loss. Lin Inger, on the other hand, watched Su Yun take back the jade pendant, her fists crunching. That's mine. That was supposed to be mine. The heavenly fortune jade pendant. Ah, even a supreme powerhouse would covet it. If the Minister of War was not in the Great Qian divine dynasty, he would have been eaten up by the major powers long ago. This divine object can increase qi. If you bring it to yourself, any dangerous place can be transformed into a road of prosperity. Maybe in the final showdown, he or she would be luckier and escape the Big Bang, survive to the end and become the Lord of all worlds. But now, Lin Inger stood behind Ji Yen Yun and only gained a few angry looks. If only I hadn't left Su Yun so early. If it's still with Su Yun, we might be able to steal the jade pendant. He a little cutie. The heavenly luck jade pendant could give it away and never find out. If I take the jade pendant, I'll be able to uncover the secret realm and tap into the opportunity in advance. Lin Inger was 10,000 times more frustrated and angry. How is he so resilient? How can he not be killed? Could it be that the demon monarch also has his own chi? That's why it's possible to survive to the end and fight the son of heaven's destiny? Bai Chi Luo didn't know the complex thoughts of the adults and really took the two of them out to play. After circling the yard, the little girl asked, "Brother, what are we playing?" Su Yun pointed at the cold rong sword given by General Wang. "Play with this." Bai Chi Luo looked disgusted. "Not playing." She looked at Xiao Qingsuan expectantly. "What do you want to play?" After Xiao Qingdan's reincarnation, he had also felt the nature of a child, but he was self-conscious about being a one-worlder and refused to be bound by his body, so by a strong force of will, that abject nature is erased. The previous childlike appearance was completely played out. It really made him think about what games 2- and 3-year-olds play, and he didn't have a clue. "I don't know." Xiao Qingdan tried to squeeze out a smile, but secretly stared at Su Yun. "This son is a bad influence on me. He must be eliminated." Unfortunately, the guards around were watching and didn't have a chance to do it. One can only endure the humiliation and find another opportunity. It's just playing with a couple of kids, so bear with me. Bai Chi Luo was not disappointed when she saw that both of them had no idea. "Then let's play house." Su Yun and Xiao Qingdan both nodded their heads. Elaine White said, "I'll be a mom." The two nodded. Bai Chi Luo pointed at Su Yun. "You be the father." Xiao Qingdan was instantly dissatisfied. Why should he be the father? Bai Chi Luo had a simple face. Because he's a husband. Xiao Qingdan was even more dissatisfied. I'm your future husband." Bai Chi Luo still doesn't quite understand why there are two husbands. She thought for a moment and spoke honestly. "He's good looking." Xiao Qingdan was stunned and subconsciously said, "What about me?" Erica Bai gave a serious look. "You're funny." Xiao Qingdan's veins rippled. Bear with me, it's just kids. Calm down." Xiao Qingchen tried to cheer herself up and squeezed out a smile with difficulty. "Then what am I pretending to be?" Bai Chi Luo thought for a moment. "Then you pretend to be Xiao He." Xiao Qingsuan froze. "What is Little Black?" He reacted in a flash. "Wasn't Blackie the dog?" Xiao Qingsuan felt the blood vessels in his brain collapse by inches and hissed in a low voice. "What did you say?" Bai Chi Luo naturally said. "There is a father and a mother at home, and there is also Xiao He. So you're Blackie." Xiao Qingsuan gritted her teeth. "I'm not pretending to be a dog. How could a hallowed emperor be someone else's dog? Neither can a married wife." Bai Chi Luo gave an oh-so-sweet sound and took Su Yun's arm. "Then we'll both play." "Wait." Xiao Qingdan gasped for air, his eyes crimson as he glared indignantly at Su Yun. "Hold back. You must hold back. Without giving away the dragon's blood herb, you can only build friendships by playing together. A few years old. Not that fancy. Just play." Xiao Qingdan's voice was hoarse. "Okay, I'll play Little Black." Bai Chi Luo clapped her hands and laughed. "Ha ha, you sound like Xiao He too." In the room, several ladies looked at each other. Ji Yenyun's face was unsightly as she gripped the handrail with a death grip. "Why should that brat get to play daddy and my son have to play dog?" Mrs. Hua laughed dryly. "Ahem, children's words are reckless. They don't think that complicated. They purely think it's fun." Xiaoyo Yu pursed her tea and snickered. "Look, everyone knows I'm a good-looking cloud." No, how can I be so biased? That's fine. Light dust funny counts as a positive." The ladies chatted for a while and the kids were already playing their second game. "Bai Chi Luo, I'll play mommy and brother Yun will play daddy." Xiao Qingsuan was prepared for this and carried Little Black over, saying triumphantly, "Little Black is here. I'm not pretending to be a dog this time." Shi Yen Yun listened to the commotion and also sighed in relief. Shame on the son for going to be another woman. Girl's dog. It's not like the dog is a real dog. Bai Chi Luo dully Also okay, Xiao He will pretend to be Xiao He by himself. Then you. Xiao Qingdan clasped his hands and smiled proudly. Bai Chi Luo said with a cheeky smile, "Brother Yun and I are already mommy and daddy, so you'll make a pair with Xiao He. You play Blackie's wife." Xiao Qingdan? Chapter 17, Divine Beast Bloodline. Ji Yen Yun spat out blood in anger. His own son, the Su family's son, was going to play the dog's wife. This is the kind of game that if it wasn't for a 2.5-year-old, one would be afraid to bring a knife to the door. Mrs. Hua was also a bit embarrassed, and could only make a roundup. Children's words are not reckless. Xiaoyoyu's expression was bland. Only the hand holding the teacup trembled a little. Harriman, the maid, Harriman, said, "Ma'am, Shioyo you said, have someone prepare more dog food." Harriman snickered. "Yes, slave girl will go and do it now." Fire rose in Ji Yanyan's eyes. "Sure Yaoyue, what did you say?" Sure Yaoyu was slightly surprised. I was thinking that Luor will be coming to the mansion often in the future, and we need to prepare some food for Xiaohei as well." "What, Mrs. Ikari is going to object? If you don't have any money, you can ask me for it." Ji Yanyun was held back, so angry that she scraped a white mark on the handrail. Harriman went out and couldn't help but lament. "Madam also has a dark belly. Where is this more Blackie? It's clearly more Blackie's wife." Mrs. Hua didn't dare to stay too long, and after chatting for a while she had to return. On her way out the door, she noticed that her daughter was a little upset and asked, "What? Who bullied you?" Bai Chi Luo beamed. "Brother Yun." Xiao Qingdan came over to pay his respects, his face full of humiliation and torment. It cheered him up a bit to hear his future married wife tell him off. Sure Yaoyu grabbed Su Yun and asked, "Why are you bullying your sister?" Mrs. Hua waved her hand. "A child is playing. It can't be taken seriously. Ro, tell me, what's going on?" Bai Chi Luo's eyes were tearful. "Brother Yun won't let me kiss." Xiao Qingdao's happiness was stuck in his heart, unable to go down or up. Mrs. Hua got embarrassed. "Why are you thinking about this?" Bai Chi Luo took it for granted. "You and Daddy always kiss, and Brother Yun and I pretend to be Mom and Dad, so we have to kiss too." Mrs. Hua hurriedly covered her mouth, her face reddening. "What are you saying, stinky girl? That, little cloud, little lightning dust, we'll just go back and come back to play next time." Mrs. Shio, Mrs. Ikari, "We'll sit down next time." After saying that, she dragged her daughter and hurried away. Shioyu glanced at Su Yun and poked him in the head. "Straight man." Mrs. Hua brought her daughter into the carriage, only to realize that she was holding Blackie so tightly that she almost strangled the puppy. She cried, "Let go, Blackie's suffocating." "What are you holding on so tight for?" Bai Chi Luo loosened the dog, but still held it tightly in her arms. "This is a gift from Brother Yun. If you let go, you'll lose the original Blackie, along with the puppy Brother Yun gave you." Mrs. Hua remembered that little guy Su Yun, who was obviously 3 years old, but was able to fool a 2.5-year-old baby. But anyone with a diploma in enlightenment wouldn't fall for this. Okay, you hold it, but don't strangle it." Mrs. Hua could only sigh. "Looks like it's time to send it to Head Start." Blackie was so relieved to have walked away from the ghost gate that he wagged his tail frantically. Dodging his master's clutches, he crawled towards Mrs. Hua. Mrs. Hua stroked the dog's head and couldn't help but ponder. "Su Yun, that waif, is prettier than that lightning dust any way you look at it. Good luck, good character. Even the Secretary of the Ministry of War appreciates it. He will become a great man in the future. The character is also generous. The heavenly fortune jade pendant is given when he says so. When it does come to marriage, Ro will wear it for a few days, and he won't stop him. Just, alas, this bloodline problem, how can it be solved?" She was a little hesitant. "Should we break the ancestral marriage covenant one more time and let the two little ones get married first, to the next generation, and then add to the family with the Su family?" Ouch! Mrs. Hua let out a cry of pain and threw Blackie to the ground. "Blackie, so?" Mrs. Hua touched it and found a scorched hole in the hem of her skirt. Pulling back the clothing again, I noticed a red, swollen mark on my thigh. The fingers were distinct, obviously Blackie's paw prints. Little Black? Mrs. Hua was of average talent, but relying on the heavenly treasures of the Xiaoming Gongfu, she had hardened herself and lifted herself to the third realm. She rustily scanned with her divine sense and instantly realized that something was wrong. When the morning came, Blackie was still a mortal dog, but now, it was found that both its sinews, muscles and internal organs were haunted by a faint light. In just a few hours, Little Black had already turned into a spirit beast. Mrs. Hua exclaimed, "Little Black?" Blackie cocked his head and opened his mouth to woof, but when the voice came out, it was like a thunderous vibration, and like a Xian bird phoenix. Boo! The carriage came to a sudden stop, and Mrs. Hua subconsciously asked, "What's going on?" The driver was sweating profusely. "Ma'am, the horse suddenly went weak in the legs." "Just a moment, I'll take care of it right away." "Strange, this is a good horse with the bloodline of a spirit animal. How could it suddenly go weak in the legs?" Mrs. Hua grabbed Bai Chi Luo over and checked her for burns, relieved to find none. Looking at Little Black again, his eyes were filled with astonishment. Does Little Black have a divine beast bloodline? But even if there was, it had been dormant before, with no sign of activation. Is it because of little Soo-yoon? After going to his house, the bloodline was revived at the den. He's giving Blackie back to Lore. Wait, could this be his true intention? Luore's one is the mortal dog Xiaohei, and he's giving away a spirit beast with divine beast bloodline? The more Mrs. Hua thought about it, the more alarmed she became. This Su family may be hiding a great opportunity. She lowered her head. Luo, do you still want to go to the Su mansion? Bai Chi Luo did not hesitate. I want to. Mrs. Hua nodded. In 2 days mother will take you to play again. Bai Chi Luo smiled sweetly. Good. A few days of peace passed. There was nothing much going on for a few days. Soo-yoon was only 3 years old and was playing around wildly on his own. The day after the Bai family's visit, Xiao Qingxuan seemed to have changed her nature and came to ask for peace every day. Xiaoyu was a bit touched and had mixed feelings. She wished the flesh and blood well, but only if she didn't compete with her brother for fame and fortune. It's also my fault. If it wasn't for the accident 3 years ago, lightning wouldn't have been carried by mistake. If he is educated with care, he is not of a lonely disposition. Xiaoyu secretly shook her head, but then immediately got tangled up. If I don't hug the wrong person, how will Cloud come to me? Alas, it was hard for her to tell which child was the heart of the matter. As long as Light Dust can be transformed and has his family in his heart, he is still considered a moldable talent. Retracting her thoughts, Shiryayu made sour plum soup today and multiplied a bowl for Soo-yoon. Here, eat slowly. Soo-yoon just picked up the spoon. Boo! The door was kicked open and a lively and clever girl scurried in. Mother! Yunner has fallen into the orchid pool? Let me conk. Snap! She saw Soo-yoon at a glance, pounced on him, picked up his legs and lifted him up, flipping left and right. No abnormality. Younger brother, did you really fall into the Yulan pool? It's not alive and well. Soo-yoon was carried by her like a toy and became furious. Put me down. The girl looked around. Sister is worried about you. Don't worry. I'll check it out first. Soo-yoon waved his little short hands and flared his teeth. Su-moling, put me down. I don't want to protect you anymore. I'm going to kill you. Shiryayu covered her face and sighed. This pair of living treasures. Chapter 18, Hundredfold Enlightenment. After a long time, Su-moling released the lifeless Soo-yoon and pressed him on his lap. Didn't Yunner say that he fell into the Yulan pool? How can you see that he's fine? Soo-yoon brainwave. A face of dissatisfaction. Off you what? Mo-ling smiled cheekily. Sister cares about you. Come on. This is the little bear spirit cinnamon candy that I brought back from the questioning sword sect. Do you want it? Soo-yoon's eyes were glowing. Want it? Inkling waved the object in front of his eyes and drew it back. Say thank you, sister. Soo-yoon's milky voice. Thank you. Sister. Inkling asked again. Do you like your sister? Soo-yoon smiled sweetly. Like third sister. Looking at that milky donut, Mo-ling's heart was drunk. She inhaled hard before she gave the item over. Soo-yoon hugged the little bear spirit cinnamon candy and ate barf. His previous hatred swept away. Mo-ling, Soo-yoon's third sister, at the age of 28, is in the prime of her life, eyes dark as deep pools, but always lively, a head of long hair to the waist, skin like snow, with the light reflection light silver light, such as the nine heaven fairy, very beautiful, always dressed in a light blue robe. She sits as a demure lady, but when you move, it's more agile than a rabbit. Shiryayu looked to cover her face. Ugh, why did you come back? Out of money? Yes. Mo-ling displayed the Qiankuan bag and asked, what happened to brother? It doesn't look like he fell into the Yulan pool. Shiryayu said, he was lucky. He picked up the chance at the Pylon pool, and the supervisor of the Qin Tian supervisor came out to remove the chaos poison. Hearing this, Mo-ling was first happy for her brother, but then her expression became complicated, but her thoughts flew and she immediately hid her mind. Oh, Mo-ling was surprised. You kid, you still have this luck? Soo-yoon hummed. Xiaoyu rested her chin. This little mind of the three women was fine to fool a 3-year-old. There was nowhere to hide from her. Shiryayu asked, how has it been? Has Daoist Qing Hong suppressed the cold poison? The Su family has 3 daughters. The oldest is recuperating. The second is walking the streets. And the third is traveling outside. The Great Qian Divine Dynasty was certainly huge, but it was not necessarily as powerful as the large and small sects in terms of some arts. That's why both dignitaries and commoners would tend to let their children enter the major powers. Whether to stay in the clan as an elder or return to Dakian to govern the country after completion of the study is a good choice. Mo-ling's tone fell. Master has helped me suppress the cold poison. It won't strike for a short time. But, she was a little sad. The operation of spiritual energy is obscure, so it probably won't progress. Xiaoyu got up and gathered her into her arms as well. My bitter waif. 3 years ago, Su Moling entered the questioning sword sect to study, and then due to an accident, she was struck by a cold poison. Thereafter, if it is not suppressed regularly, the body temperature will drop to the freezing point, and it will seriously turn into an ice sculpture to the point where the body will fall. The Su family has tried many things to no avail. Later on, it was the sword-asking patriarch, Daoist Qing Hung, who stepped in and temporarily suppressed the cold poison. Although the life crisis was resolved, his cultivation stopped. Even if he swallowed spiritual pills, he could not advance an inch. The Su mansion was still a big family, and could allow Mo Ling to live a lifetime of glory and prosperity. But in this world where the strongest are honored, watching family members easily live for hundreds of years, one can only grow old. This loss is hard for either person to accept. Mother Inkling wanted to say something, but hesitated, just couldn't say it. But before she could speak, Shi Yaoyue was beaming with joy and went to order the maidservants, set up a banquet to receive third Miss Inkling deflated. Let's talk about it afterward when we have time. And Su Yun, who was eating the gummy bears, raised his eyes and glanced at her. Soon, the Su mansion was bustling with activity, and everyone had a smile on their face. The third young lady is beautiful and well-loved. People were happy to see her back. The fun continued late into the night as mother and daughter held hands and had endless things to say. Su Yun ate and drank and had a good time. But soon, he couldn't be happier. Go, take a bath. Mo Ling lifted Su Yun's legs and carried him upside down. Su Yun's face was filled with anger. I'm not taking a bath. Yo yo yo. Mo Ling pinched his white little face. You're a big man. You still don't take a bath. And you're not shy. Su Yun raised his small arms and short legs. I'll fight you. But in front of the 2/8 girl, it was all in vain. Mo Ling easily threw him into the tub. Why are you still angry? Su Yun babbled and yelled. I'm a big man. I want to wash myself. Inkling laughed. Beanpole, what do you know? I hate you. Su Yun kept struggling. Shi Yaoyu shook her head as she listened outside. This pair of living treasures. But a 3-year-old really doesn't know anything. It didn't take long for Su Yun to get wet hair and be pressed against the stool. Mo Ling pulled out the coconut cake from her chinkuan bag. Do you like your sister? Su Yun instantly had both eyes glowing. Like sister. Inkling laughed. Good boy. Mother, I want to sleep with my little brother at night. Xiaoyu was not surprised. Why are you suddenly thinking of sleeping with Yuner? During these 3 years, Su Yun had been taken care of by his 3 sisters, and taken to bed more than 100 times. Mo Ling said, he's warm and cuddly like a fireplace. Xiaoyu wanted to refuse, but still sighed. Alright. Only when Su Yun was reluctantly carried away did she say to Qingman, have the kitchen make a midnight snack, have someone keep an eye on the outside, and if Miss Cold Poison breaks out, save her immediately. But at night, there were no accidents, except for Su Yun, who heard a soft thud. Ding! Oh, got a mission hot? He hadn't triggered a quest in days, and he wanted to change to a comfortable position and check the content of the quest, but he felt so deep in the mud that he couldn't move. Damn! Su Yun took a bite of the lotus root arm. But how can a 3-year-old child not break the shackles of a third-realm cultivator? Buzz! With a flash, the supreme sacred bone emerged from space. It's still not necessary. Su Yun pressed it back, revisiting the ice sculpture of Empress Frostbite. You have mixed feelings, because the young you were unable to cultivate, delaying the time for your parents to discover Su Mo Ling's abnormality. It is only then that the closest people, who were miserably bullied, were finally unable to control the Frostling real body, and turned into ice sculptures that froze space and time. Please get back to your family and let these reputable friends and relatives prove your determination to clear your name. Remove Su Moling's ice sealing effect and dispels the cold poison. Mission difficulty, supreme. Mission reward, 100-fold enlightenment. Chapter 19, The Path of Light. Su Yun lay in Mo Ling's arms, frowning slightly. It's difficult. Su Moling was not suffering from a cold poison, but rather her natural constitution was exceptional, being the only Frostling true body in the universe. When the Frostling true body reached the top, it could freeze space and time, causing thousands of worlds to fall silent and fall into eternal death. But Mo Ling was still weak now, and it was difficult to resist even a single strand of power. Externally, it would be manifested by occasional outbreaks of cold poison, a decrease in body temperature, or even icing over and turning into a sculpture. In the plot, Nuren's situation is miserable. Su Yun fell into the Yulan pool and was unable to cultivate, leaving his parents too distraught to care. Mo Ling was bullied and turned into an ice sculpture, becoming a permanent wound in Su Yun's heart. The Frostling true body was incomparably powerful, capable of freezing even space and time. Even if at the end of the day, Su Yun became a heaven-destroying demon lord, He could only stand at the end of the Star River, a glimpse of distant family across frozen time and space. Now that third sister isn't frozen, half of the quest can be completed straight away. Soo-yoon pondered, but what about the other half? What is to be done to dispel the cold poison? The frostling true body is not hopeless. If it is detected in advance, looking for some heavenly materials can still be delayed. But now Soo-yoon is only 3 years old, and his family may not believe what he says. Plus the time to find these heavenly treasures is measured in years. You can't just keep getting stuck with the mission here and never finish it, can you? Well, there are Silver Bell Spirit Rue in the Xian Cave of Separate Hatred, Hibiscus Cheese in the Hall of Wandering Dragon Thunder, and Golden Flame Goo in the Forest of Golden Tigers. Both provide slight relief from cold toxins. ZZZ. A 3-year-old can't mentally hold out long enough to fall asleep thinking about it. I had just woken up the next day, still in a daze, when I heard a ding. Before Soo-yoon had time to come to her senses, she heard someone knocking on the door. Miss, there are people outside. Mo Ling was also dazed from sleep. Someone's coming? Who? The maid said. It seems to be the Flowing Light Holy Land. The lady has already gone to greet them. Mo Ling instantly woke up and sat up violently. The Flowing Light Sacred Land is coming? Why so fast? The maid covered her mouth and snickered. The little sister's husband's family is here. They must be here to talk about the wedding banquet. Mo Ling's eyes were complicated, half longing, half resisting. But more than that, it was resignation. Soo-yoon also woke up and grabbed her hand. Third sister? It was then that Inkling realized that he was clenching his fists tightly. The power of a third realm cultivator directly pinched the sheets to pieces. Her face blanched and she barely managed to squeeze out a smile. Ah, third sister is fine. Little brother, you go wash up first. Soo-yoon quietly looked at her. Third sister, don't be afraid. There I am. Inkling looked at his small adult appearance and found it funny. Instinctively, I wanted to reply, what am I afraid of? But when I saw the seriousness in the other's eyes, I swallowed back the words. She nodded seriously as well. Okay, thanks little brother. Soo-yoon extended his hand. Then let's go to the front hall. Mo Ling was stunned and also revealed a smile. Okay, go to the front hall. Sure, Yaoyu had already arrived at the front hall, and there was already a group of 4 people waiting. One of them, a young man, was the core of the group and the contemporary Saint Sun. The remaining 3 were all Dao protectors, 2 6th realm Dao He, and even a 7th realm heavenly pivot. This configuration is also rare to see in Zhanxian, so it can be seen that the underlying strength of the Flowing Light Holy Land is strong. Sure, Yaoyu smiled gently. Future in-laws, why are you free to come today? Her words were as light and warm as a spring breeze across a frozen lake. This opening, the surrounding air, actually filled with a faint fragrance. That young man's eyes flushed with greed, and he couldn't help but marvel in his heart, worthy of being the #1 beauty of the heavenly origin realm. Cough. The old crone standing at the front, Granny Silver Crane, coughed gently and opened the door. Lady Shio, let's not waste time either. The Flowing Light Holy Land. This trip is to withdraw from the marriage. Shiodoyu's smile froze on her face. What did you say? Granny Silver Crane was not slow. There are some words, just point them out, right? Sure, Yaoyu's eyes went cold. Flowing Light Holy Land. If there's something, say it plainly, don't procrastinate. Granny Silver Crane laughed contemptuously. Su Moling is suffering from a strange poison, and will only be able to hover in the 3rd realm for the rest of her life. A low-ranked cultivator is not qualified to enter my Flowing Light Holy Land. 3 years ago, the Saint Son of Flowing Light traveled to the Questioning Sword sect and met Mo Ling during a mission. The two encountered an ancient beast, the Quat Blood Scorpion, and Mo Ling was hit in order to cover the Holy Sun. The Flowing Light Holy Land took the initiative to propose marriage in order to repay the favor, and seeing that Mo Ling had top-notch talent. But after a while, the cold poison brought by the Quat Blood Scorpion kicked in, and Mo Ling made no progress for 3 consecutive years, and even regressed to the early stage of the 3rd realm. The Flowing Light Holy Land regretted this marriage and finally couldn't help themselves, asking for a withdrawal. The Ask Sword Sovereign's personal heirloom, the top genius of Mo Ling, was only qualified to enter the Flowing Light Sacred Ground, a dragger with 100 or so lifespans at best, by Shung 3 realms, and a whole day's worth of cold poison outbreaks was not even in the eye of the beholder. Shioyu shivered with anger. The Flowing Light Holy Land, how ungrateful. If it wasn't to save your Saint Son, how could Mo Ling have gotten the cold poison? Granny Silver Crane smiled coldly. That was Su Moling herself who encountered the Quat Blood Scorpion and was unable to learn the art well enough to retreat in one piece. How can you blame my Holy Son? Being our Holy Son's fiancé for 3 years is enough of a dip. In the future, with this status, what virtuous son-in-law can't be recruited? Strong words. Sure, Yao Yu didn't expect the other party to be so shameless. Saving a man's life would have accomplished a beautiful thing, but now it's harming his daughter. Since hearing about the poisoning of Mo Ling, she didn't know how many days and nights she had cried and how many tears she had dried up. It was a piece of flesh that fell off the body, which hurt in the body of the child and in the heart of the mother. Not only did Mo Ling's cultivation regress, he was also suffering from cold poison. Now that I'm still being bounced out of the marriage, I don't know how many fingers will be pointed at me. Swish! The flowing light Saint Sun Shu Lingxiao stood up, his body's aura exploding. Boom! A burst of mysterious power surged out, and the crowd could actually vaguely see a great Tao descending from the 9 heavens and connecting within its body. Shu Lingxiao said in a lone voice, Lady Xiao, I have already entered the 5th realm, and the great Tao of light has become a small success. In time, it will be a great avenue. My future is destined to be beyond Su Moling's reach. For her own good, it would be wise to leave. Sure, Yao Yu clenched her shell teeth, her gaze filled with indignation. Shu Lingxiao was only 18 years old and was already in the 5th realm, already a teenage genius. He had also familiarized himself with an avenue that was unknown how much higher than cultivators of the same realm. Cultivating ordinary feats was like learning hard and practicing diligently, and eventually acquiring a decent marksmanship, and practicing the avenue is the same as pulling out a rifle in a gunfight. The same technique, knowing and not knowing the great Tao, in which there is a difference of several times or even 10,000 times. Only by grasping the way can we know what it is and why it is, and learn to apply and realize the ability to fit yourself perfectly. Shu Lingxiao, on the other hand, had his back to the flowing light sacred land, and was assisted by all sorts of heavenly materials and treasures, and secret divine lands. His understanding of the great Tao was unknown how much higher than Su Moling, whose cultivation had regressed. Back then, Mo Ling was also a genius with a great reputation in Diqian. Sadness flowed in Shi Yao Yu's eyes. If the marriage contract is torn up just because of cultivation, want to continue the marriage contract? Shu Lingxiao laughed softly. I have a distant cousin who went off the deep end and went blind. How about the marriage contract is transferred to him? Just the right amount of waste for a cripple. Chapter 20, Frostbite True Body. Outside the door, Inkling's face was pale. She had also been in noble heavenly pride, and at the age of 12, she had become a personal heir of the questioning sword sect, with an unlimited future, but by its very nature, it is still a young girl who has just come of age. Cultivation could not advance an inch, and it was already very heartbreaking and gloomy. Now she is being approached by her future in-laws and asked to back out of the marriage. It is extremely degrading to a young girl in her prime. Sister, a small hand gripped the Inkling, and she looked down to see clear, unmistakable black eyes. Yuner, what? Su Yun knocked on the candy. Does sister really want to get married? Mo Ling hesitated for a moment, but still answered, naturally, I want to. Su Yun blinked. Third sister, be honest. Do you want to get married, or do you want to marry that streaming light holy sun? Inkling was suddenly silent. Reading her thoughts, Su Yun kicked open the door to the front room and yelled, Mother! When the people in the front room turned their heads and saw that it was a child, they burst into disdainful laughter. This Su house can't even control a child. It's still a marquis of the great Qian divine dynasty. It's really hard to tell. The Holy Sun was right to tear up the marriage contract. A small family. Where is he worthy of our holy land? Xiaoyu Yu was surprised. Yuner, why are you here? Get back. This is no place for you. The child is only 3 years old. How can he understand the entanglement of interests involved in talking about marriage? But Su Yun stood still. Mother, since the flowing light holy land wants to withdraw from the marriage, then let's do so. Mo Ling stood outside the door with an anxious expression. It's neither a good idea to follow in, nor a good idea not to. Shu Lingxiao laughed out loud. This milk doll is quite sensible. Xiaoyu looked at the child. What do you know? She was a million times more reluctant to back out. Xiaoyu had been thinking that the flowing light sacred land was a large family. Mo Ling blocked the cold poison for that holy sun, and the other party was willing to repay the favor, which was a good homecoming. Though reluctant, a daughter must eventually get married. Su Yun's milky voice, Mother, sister doesn't want to marry that person. Xiaoyu hated to twist his ears. How do you know? She had specifically asked Mo Ling before, and the longing and hope in her daughter's eyes could not be faked. For the sake of her family's happiness, Xiaoyu had to let the marriage contract continue. Go down. Adults here are talking. Don't interrupt. She patted Su Yun on the back, wanting him to leave. Su Yun stubbornly refused to leave, hugging the table and shouting, I'm not leaving. Third sister, say something. Xiaoyu was stunned and subconsciously turned back. Mo Ling's expression was tangled to the extreme, and slowly, Dragging his heavy feet, he stepped into the front hall. Seeing the contemptuous eyes of the flowing light Holy Land made it even harder. Suyun scattered the table legs and ran up to hug his sister's leg. Third sister, speak for yourself. Want to marry that man or not? Chu Lingxiao was dissatisfied. What do you mean by that man? Suyun slightly spat out her tongue. Do you want to marry that smelly man? Chu Lingxiao was so angry that he clapped his hands. But when he saw that the other man was only as high as his knees, he sat down again in indignation. You can't really bully a 3-year-old. Xiaoyo Yu heard the clues and her cluttered mind cleared at once. She held Mo Ling's palm. Linger, do you have something else in mind? Tell mother. Inkling opened his mouth. 1,000 words stuck in his throat. Third sister, Suyun hugged her thigh. With me, you can say whatever you want. Looking at the words of the man-child, Mo Ling actually had a warm feeling. She puffed and suddenly had the courage to blurt out. Mother, I pressed. Don't want to. Marry some flowing light saint's son. You helped me to get the marriage contract. Back. Shiryaoyu's pupils shrunk slightly as she took a deep breath. Daughter, are you sure? She wanted to make sure that it was a real idea or a temporary one after being humiliated. Mo Ling blushed slightly. Mother, I did fantasize about getting married, but I didn't think about a specific person. That flowing light saint's son, he's only at the 5th realm, with a small realization of the great Tao. I'm from the inner sect of the questioning sword sect, Daoist Qinghan's own lineage. Don't even look at him. Xiaoyo Yu's heart pumped as a thick aftershock surged through her heart. She was wrong, dead wrong, and almost made a big mistake out of it. What young girl is not pregnant? At this age, men and women fantasize about love. Especially young girls will think of wearing cape and holding hands with the man of their choice and living a life of love. It's just a fantasy that doesn't necessarily require tangible people. What Inkling longed for was just the matter of getting married, not the streaming light saint's son himself. Xiaoyo Yu's ears were ringing and her head was spinning. She almost misunderstood her daughter and forced her to marry someone she didn't like. Shiryaoyu lowered her head and looked at Su Yun in a complicated way. Yun Air is very good. This 3-year-old doesn't understand emotions, but is keenly aware that something is wrong. Xiaoyo Yu was somewhat grateful, but more than that, it was sweet. It's so nice to have a child of your own. Chu Lingxiao, the saint's son of flowing light, was very dissatisfied when he heard this. But a 5th realm? Oh, a low-level cultivator of the 3rd realm of the district. How dare you make a big deal out of it? Humph. Mo Ling had already said it and never gave him face again. The previous stoicism and anxiety is shaken off. And the spunky, bright, overflowing, energetic girl is back. Mo Ling was dismissive. It's useless to talk about that. Are you handsome enough? Chu Lingxiao froze, subconsciously touching his face. I'm still not handsome? As a holy son, taking all kinds of pills on weekdays, his skin really wasn't bad. But now, Mo Ling picked up Su Yun and ber a bite on his milky little face. Are you as handsome as my little brother? Marriage does not depend on the talent of the man and the appearance of the woman. Just your bear-like, not as good as my little brother a hair. Chu Lingxiao was furious. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. He turned around and scolded. Granny Silver Crane, Daoist Golden River, am I not better looking than that kid? The few people from the flowing light Holy Land looked at each other, looking left and right. High-ranked cultivators had quick reflexes and were able to strike 1,000 or 800 times in an instant. But at this time, it was silent for a full 3 breaths before he spoke without a bottom. It's the saint's son who's a bit more handsome. Put. Inkling burst out laughing. There is no one else on the field. Chu Lingxiao this cover up. To whom to do it? You guys. Chu Lingxiao was ignited with anger. Fine. Tear up the marriage contract, and you'll have no one to marry in the future. Mo Ling learned Su Yun to stick out her tongue. I can marry my little brother. At least I'm more handsome than you. Su Yun also spat out her tongue. Remember, it's the Su family who withdrew you from marriage. Chu Lingxiao stared angrily at Su Yun, wanting to curse but unable to find the right words. Bullying a 3-year-old is a disgrace everywhere you go. Shoo. The mutation was sudden. A stream of light streaked across the sky and crashed straight into the front hall. Chapter 21 Golden Rain Pill. Boom! The antechamber building was instantly blown to pieces, filled with ruins and a mess. Enemy attack. Granny Silver Crane sank her face and opened up her protective astral energy. Xiaoyo Yu also waved her long sleeves, and a ripple blocked in front of her son and daughter, stopping the splashing debris. Miss, Your Excellency. The guards reacted quickly and had already rushed over. Who dares to attack the Marquis? Whoosh! A golden armored warrior, too, descended from the sky and landed in front of the Marquis gate. In the great Qian capital, someone dared to attack the Marquis residence. As soon as the situation deteriorates, they will go into repression. In the smoke, Suyun scratched his head. There's no such thing in the plot. Today was the withdrawal episode. And other than that there was no other situation. Why are there still meteors falling from the sky and attacking the Marquis residence? It's not in the book. If it's not Inkling's plot, then it's looking for me? Suyun thought. Wow. The rubble was pushed aside and several handsome young men crawled out in a heap. I really shouldn't have trusted Brother Wind. This technique of fighting and shifting stars is fast and painful. Brother Lei, my fault. I will definitely improve next time. But this time there is already an improvement. Last time my leg was embedded in the earth fire and the bone marrow was roasted dry. Somebody pull. My shadow's stuck. Brother Chang, I've come to assist you. In full view of the crowd, 3 young men crawled out of the rubble. The guards held up their swords and soldiers. Who are you and why did you attack the Marquis residence? The one in the lead hurriedly waved his hands. Misunderstanding. I am a disciple of the supervisor. He dug left and right and took out a token, handing it over playfully. The guards had heard that it was related to the supervisor, and their swords had been lowered. But the moment he saw the token, his pupils instantly shrunk, and with a clang, he put his knife on the young man's neck. Blood Sea sect, you're a demonic sect. When the young man took a look, he immediately slapped his thigh. Oops, wrong, that's not my token. The guards were relieved. It seemed to be just captured demonic trophies. The young man pointed behind him. It's Brother Lei's. Madaka. The guards drew their swords in unison. The young man with the surname Lei, however, was not afraid at all and blandly said, I did join the Bloodsea sect. The guards were tense. The Bloodsea sect is a real demonic sect that has slaughtered an entire city and millions of living beings. How could such an evil disciple think of attacking the Jinyuan Marquis residence? When the swords were drawn, the young man surnamed Lei faintly said, I lurked for 7 months before I eliminated all of them, but it took some effort. Nursing home. It took a while for the 3 young men to get to the bottom of it. Feng Zhongyu laughed lightly. I am the second disciple of Supervisor Zhang, and I came to check on the Su family's son's situation by order of my master. These 2 are Lei Xingtian from the Sanxing Holy Land and Chang Zhenying from the Nine Heavens Will Palace. It's my best friend. I'm sorry for accidentally smashing your mansion when I made a mistake while testing the doo-wop. A little thought. No apology. With that, he took out his Qiankuan pouch and handed out an elixir to one person present. Xiaoyu sighed in relief and laughed. So it's a friend of the China Trust. Qin Tian supervision in the Great Qian extraordinary status. The supervisor of the daily stargazing. For the king of the country to divine good and bad luck. It was concerned about the heaven-swallowing demon technique in Suyun's body and sent his disciples to check it out. This is the golden rain pill? Xiaoyu looked at the elixir in her hand and couldn't help but be surprised. 100,000 spirit stones. Very not cheap. This sent a circle. Spent wind in the feather million spirit stones. The consumption is not small. It's too expensive. An antechamber. It doesn't cost that much. Xiaoyu pushed back. Feng Zhongyu smiled and shook his head. Teacher said that he must not disturb that gentleman from drawing out his gongfu. I failed in my mission and am willing to be punished. So don't argue, ma'am. Third sister. Ah. Suyun had already lifted the elixir and shoved it hard into Mo Ling's mouth. Mo Ling was holding the child and didn't have the hands to take out the elixir. Plus it's all in your mouth. So how can you return it? One could only look odd and swallow the golden rain pill. You child. Sure Yaoyu had no choice but to accept it. Shu Lingxiao played with the elixir in his hand. Inexplicable. Sure Yaoyue then remembered to deal with him and spoke with a clear and cold voice. The Flowing Light Holy Land and the Su Mansion have the same opinion. In that case, the marriage contract is cancelled, and from now on, well water does not interfere with river water. When you return, please destroy the marriage certificate by yourself and do not repent. Saint Son of Flowing Light, please. Being given an expulsion order, Chu Lingxiao snorted coldly. Backtracking? This is the best decision I've ever made. Swish. Right at this moment, Feng Zhongyu rushed to him with a flash. Chu Lingxiao was startled. What do you want to do? Feng Zhongyu whooshed and took away the elixir from their hands. So it's not a Su family member. The elixir can't be given to you. Chu Lingxiao's face was a shade of red and a shade of white. Is the Flowing Light Holy Land missing these golden rain pills? This also specializes in taking things away, rather than appearing as if they are greedy. Granny Silver Crane frowned, a wave of horror running through her heart. The opponent's speed was so strangely fast that even his own 7th realm heavenly pivot didn't react. If you can take the potion, you can take the heart. Luckily, the other side did no harm. This Daki and Xintian supervisor, Crouching Tigers and Hidden Dragons and Lei Xingtian, who was beside him, brightened up when he heard the conversation between a few people. Cancel the engagement? He scanned the week and there was only one maiden suitable for marriage. Without saying a word, Lei Xingtian took a step forward and said, "This young lady, if you think that man can't do it, how about looking at me?" Chu Lingxiao immediately unhappy eyebrows. "What, that man? Stinky man then?" Lei Xingtian blanked him and put on his best possible handsome demeanor again. "This young lady, we look quite compatible, don't you think?" Mo Ling was dumbfounded by this sudden situation, half unable to speak complete words. Chu Lingxiao's face was as blue as cast iron, and his eyes were almost ready to spew out substantial flames. How is it that this group of people say exactly the same thing? He was even angrier that his own stuff was picked up by someone else. Even if you don't want it, no one else is allowed to grab it. Chu Lingxiao's throat let out a low roar. "Ha! A vase that can't advance an inch in the 3 realms of Bisheng. You just marry it." Lei Xingtian froze. By Shang-San realm? Inkling was revealed to be in pain, but also wanted to use this to refuse, and nodded sadly. "Aha! Ha!" Lei Xingtian laughed instead. 3 realms isn't enough. My great aunt is only at the 2nd realm, and my third aunt is also at the 3rd realm. Our Sanxing Holy Land is rich in resources. What people can't afford to feed? This girl is of heavenly color, and her country is beautiful. Cultivation, does it matter? Lei Xingtian was incredibly enthusiastic. So what if you're attracted to looks? A fair lady is supposed to be a gentleman. Su Moling is the kind of sunny, cheerful, energetic girl that everyone loves. Standing in front of the first beauty of the Tianyuan realm, it is not inferior at all, and even complementary to each other. It is even more fragrant. Humph. Chu Lingxiao's face was ugly. This was scolding himself for not being able to work in the flowing light Holy Land. If it was any other power, he would have done it long ago to defend the reputation of the Holy Land. But the Sanxing Holy Land that Lei Xingtian came from was not inferior to the flowing light Holy Land at all. He also threw in the towel and was jealous of not being able to make a good move. A 3rd realm waste. You can marry if you want. Chu Lingxiao put down harsh words, turned around and left. The rats are gone. Lei Xingtian showed an expectant look. Then Mo Ling refused in embarrassment. This fellow Daoist. I'm sorry, I have no plans to marry for the time being. Lei Xingtian was disappointed. Why? Because Mo Ling suddenly changed her face, her breath steeply chaotic. Shi Yaoyu hurriedly snatched Su Yun. Mo Ling, how do you? Boom! A powerful aura rushed out from Mo Ling's body. The powerful might even caused several strong people in the room to retreat in unison. Immediately afterward, in front of everyone, Mo Ling's realm violently stormed. Chapter 22, Full Level Enlightenment. Buzz! A surging aura surged out from Mo Ling's body, like a torrent breaking through a dike. Unstoppable. A golden light rose up, stirring up the sky and earth, and the wind and clouds surged. Above the capital city, gusts of runes turned up. It was the city guard formation, which was actually triggered by the breath and began to slowly operate. The energy within Mo Ling's body was also soaring. Pre-Sea of Souls, Mid-Sea of Souls, Late Sea of Souls, Pre-Condensation Spring, Mid-Condensation Spring, Late Condensation Spring, Pre-Refining Market, Mid-Refining Market, Late Refining Market, Road End. In one step, Mo Ling crossed 7 minor realms and 4 major realms. From the early stage of the 3rd realm Soul Sea, it changed to the 6th realm Dao He. The 1st and 2nd realms are the beginning of cultivation. The main task is to learn and absorb spiritual energy, a flower in a greenhouse. The 3rd, 4th, and 5th realms were able to break into the heavenly origin realm and begin to form their own styles. And after the 6th realm, it can already be counted as a first-class master. Without unique cognitive perception, it is impossible to rise to such a level. As for Mo Ling, he was only a low-ranked cultivator at the last moment. In the blink of an eye, he became a party of great power, with the ability to stand alone. You have to know that the Marquis of Jinyuan had cultivated for decades and was in charge of millions of soldiers, but he was only in the 6th realm. Everyone in the ruins of the antechamber froze. Xiaodio Yu's eyes widened, and for a moment she couldn't tell whether she was worried or joyful. Her beautiful eyes shed hot tears. Linger, my Linger, can you cultivate? Impossible. Chu Lingxiao was shocked by the amazing aura. He turned his head in horror and watched as his despised ex-fiancée, like eating and drinking, stepped from the 3rd realm into the 6th realm. 7 minor realms and 4 major realms. There aren't many geniuses throughout the ages who can do this overnight. Are there? How is it possible? One step to the 7th realm? Chu Lingxiao was horrified. The rushing golden light was as if it had been smacked in one's face. Fiery and hot. Only then did he himself say that she was a low-ranking waste in the 3rd realm of Bishop's life. How was it possible to turn 6 realms and be 1 realm higher than himself? Chu Lingxiao turned his head violently. Granny Inha, what's going on? What's with your eyes? You don't even know that she can still cultivate. His mind was half angry and half remorseful. Su Moling inherited the #1 beauty of the Tianyuan realm, with first-class good looks, or the kind of sunny girl that people love. If he hadn't been first married himself, he would have really wanted to take her as a concubine. But now, the person he just abandoned is able to cultivate and press on his head. How can it be tolerated? Granny Silver Crane, you're embarrassing me, Tinkerbell. How did she know how the woman had broken through? Obviously suffering from cold poison. How did she suddenly leap to the 7th realm? However, the young lord inquired, and Granny Silver Crane could only attach her ear. Holy sun! In fact, she is no more than that. Sure, Yaoyu wiped her tears. How did Linger suddenly break through? Supervising disciple Feng Zhongyu clapped his hands and realized, so that's how it is. This woman is exceptionally gifted. She's just stuck in a bottleneck and can't break through. With a large amount of spiritual energy accumulated in his body, and his perception and thinking about the realms, he surpassed the 3rd realm early on. Just now she took the Golden Rain Dan and just crossed the bottleneck. Years of accumulation, bursting forth in one day. Shioyo covered her chest, feeling filled with warmth. All those years in tears were not in vain. My daughter is also competitive and has finally broken through the shackles of the cold poison. Suyin reached out and wiped his mother's hot tears, proudly puffing out his chest. He flipped over the system alert he heard when he woke up. The Frostling's sacred body is capable of freezing space and time and has the power of the supreme concept of ice. Even the core of a star, the heart of the blazing sun, cannot cope with it. You managed to find the even more supreme heart of Supreme Yang and dispelled the cold poison for Empress Frostling. The enormity of it is moving. Su Yun bristled. Tough again. He only felt comical. All the quests handed out by this system were too easy. Last night, he himself was thinking about which secret realms to look for divine wonders to dispel the cold poison from. But just being cuddled by my sister and sleeping was mission accomplished. The system is so senile that it not only got the time wrong, it's 1,000 years ahead. Don't remember the last quest that had rewarded the heart of the Supreme Sun. The power of the Supreme Yang within Su Yun's body would not scorch his own people. However, the Supreme and Supreme Yang Wei it contained could perfectly dispel Mo Ling's cold poison, though with the activation of the Frostling true body, more cold poisons would follow. But Su Yun was nothing more than a few more sleeps. Mission accomplished. Mission rewards. Zip. Change. Mission reward, 100-fold enlightenment, full enlightenment. At the same time, Su Yun's brain was refreshed, as if he had been splashed with ice water, instantly sobering up immensely. The ambiguous feats suddenly became clear and thorough. The unattainable 3,000 paths also seemed to be close at hand and within reach at this moment. In his last life, Su Yun was able to become a demon monarch of the broken worlds. His talent was already top-notch. Even if you only gained 100 times the enlightenment, it would already be heaven-defying. But now, because Su Yun used the heart of Supreme Yang, super-duper overdone and rewarded with a full level of Gnosis, Su Yun didn't know how much higher a full level of enlightenment was than 100 levels of enlightenment, but at least it wasn't an order of magnitude, at least 10,000 times over. No, maybe it's just that my body is only 3 years old and can't take in much information yet. When you reach adulthood, maybe even higher. He is looking forward to the future. I told you. Lei Xingtian was excited. This girl has both talent and looks. She is truly heavenly. I have the right vision. He was nourishingly pleased that the girl he had taken a fancy to had this talent. It was delightful. Shang Jining, who had been silent all this time, suddenly said in a voice devoid of any undulation, I would like to use a 7th-ranked heavenly weapon as a gift to invite this girl to enter my 9 Heavens Will Palace. It took the crowd a moment to realize that it was a woman. Sure, Yaoyu was slightly surprised. 7th rank, heavenly weapon? This was a treasure of immense value, and it was surprising that it was willing to be gifted to someone who had only seen it once. The 9 Heavens Will Palace is generous. Feng Zhongyu smiled and nodded. I can also accept disciples on behalf of my teacher. As long as they are willing to enter the Qin Heavenly Monastery, they can be gifted with heavenly quality techniques. This Su Moling had only just reached adulthood and had already reached the 6th realm, stronger than everyone present. Such talent and top-notch beauty, no matter what power or family, they were willing to pour out their resources and cultivate them with all their might, instead of tearing up the marriage contract and abandoning it. Cut. Lei Xingtian was disdainful, taking a step forward. He wanted to hold Mo Ling's hand. Those of you are all false. Why don't you marry into my Sanxing Holy Land, and you can call upon the resources of the heavenly grade and below at will. This was much more generous than the Qin Tian Supervisor and the Nine Heavens Wheel Palace, where the Holy Land stored countless heaven-level collections, kung fu and divine warriors. Deploy them at will. As long as Mo Ling agrees, he can immediately take charge of half of the wealth of the Holy Land. Xiao Yu's mouth was wide open, and she was also momentarily stunned. This group, so generous. Only Su Yun, with his teeth and claws open, jumped down and blocked the heel. Angrily, she said, "You don't even know third sister's name. How dare you propose?" Lei Xingtian was embarrassed. It doesn't matter, does it? It's better than the guy who, knowing the name, knowing the talent, and wasting it. Chapter 23, The Perfection of the Way. Xu Lingxiao's hands clenched into fists at the remark, his bones whitening as a result. Su Moling, before that, was a little-known genius, or else he wouldn't have become the inner door of the questioning sword sect, and Daoist Qinghong's personal heirloom. Who knew that she didn't break through for a few years in order to hide her cultivation? Even a realm drop just to tear up the marriage contract. Xu Lingxiao regretted it 10,000 times. If there were no outsiders, he might even pull his face down and renegotiate a marriage with the Su family. However, looking at one power after another, they gave a high price just to pull an inkling. The Flowing Light Holy Land was still feuding with the Su family, and this marriage contract was completely out of the question. Humph. Xu Lingxiao pulled back his honor. But that's all. Lei Xingtian snorted. What qualifications does the fifth realm have to speak of the sixth realm? Xu Lingxiao disdainfully opened his hand and an ethereal light emerged. With that, 10,000 shadows flashed across the ruins of the antechamber. The crowd's eyes blinked, and in a flash they were led to the forest and snowy plains, and then shifted to the infinite deep space. Finally, with a soft thud, it was back to the ruins of the antechamber once more. Lei Xingtian's face became grave. The Avenue of Light? Feng Zhongyu was also slightly surprised. At least a small accomplishment. This sun is really not simple. There are thousands of great paths in the world, but it is difficult for mortals to attain one of them. Before becoming a sixth realm Daoan realm, most people could not touch a single trace of the great Tao, not to mention being able to master it to the point of minor accomplishment. Others use lances. You hold a musket. The difference in battle power is more than 100 times. Madam. Cheng Zhenying's voice without fluctuations came out. Sister is still young. There's no rush in sensing the great Tao. A freshly adult Daoan powerhouse was already enough to make the major powers salivate. Even if there were no arts, only a cultivation, it would be attractive enough. As for sensing the great Tao, there was no hurry. Feng Zhongyu also said, "Yes, your love is already very good. There is no need to be anxious." Hoof. Xu Lingxiao smiled coldly. Empty cultivation is nothing. As long as the pills are fed a lot, what realm can come out? If you don't know the way, you can only be a pig forever. Ron. A new aura erupted from Mo Ling's body, crisp and stern. The crowd's conversation came to an abrupt halt, and all eyes focused on her in unison. Just now, Mo Ling had been closing her eyes, immersed in the sensation of realm elevation, and just then, a new change appeared. A strand of crystal-clear icicles appeared out of thin air, gently swaying as if alive, spinning and flying. There is a display of thrilling beauty like the finest icy silk. The feeling that Mo Ling gave off was also getting more and more ethereal, as if it was an unchanging iceberg for all eternity. It's a good one, and it'll last for all time. This is the avenue? Feng Zhongyu was surprised. Is it the ice way? Or the frost way? No. Seems to be a high-level avenue that has never appeared before. Linked to cold, he felt a supreme power seeping out of the ethereal space, wrapped around Inkling, jumping for joy, happy to have succeeded in being retrieved by her and eventually melting into one. She actually sensed the great Tao? Hiss. Still seems to be of the conceptual type. Cheng Zhenying's voice had no rise or fall, but the breathing that became rapid betrayed her. She found it difficult to shift her gaze from Inkling. That's not to say that the other person is fresh and delicate looking and attracts attention. Rather, the concept of sight seemed to be frozen by that arcane power when it touched Mo Ling's body. This is a conceptual avenue that is stronger than the basic avenue that causes physical phenomena. While ordinary ice can only freeze objects, conceptual ice can freeze even space and time. Cheng Zhenying's eyes flashed. If that was the case, the Nine Heavens Will Palace had to fight for this person. Lei Xingtian called out excitedly. Dao. Ha! This girl can really surprise people. This aura is at least great to a great Tao. No, might even be complete. Just a moment ago, he was said to have not sensed the great Tao, but now he had demonstrated an extraordinary strength. The senses can be divided into subtle, minor, major, complete, perfect and the highest level of unity. Felt nothing. It was with a lance. Into the micro is to switch to flintlock. Cozy eye can be interpreted as a pistol. Deshang upgraded to a rifle. And the consummation, it had turned into a bazooka. For sniping? I'm 88 millimeters. Cultivators in the same realm who were in complete control of a great Tao. The ability to crush those who are not in control. Like an ant, Mo Ling was now at the 6th realm, and her cultivation was one realm higher than Chu Lingxiao. The realization of the great Tao was again consummated versus a minor accomplishment. There can be a 3-7 split in the fight. 3 moves to kill Chu Lingxiao 7 times. Chang Jinying made a turn and clasped his hands at Shi Yaoyue. Madam, if sister is willing to enter the 9 Heavens Wheel Palace, the palace can rent a holy weapon. A holy soldier? The 9 Heavens Wheel Palace is so generous. Feng Zhongyu laughed straight, saying that it was alone was basically giving Mo Ling full access to the heavenly origin realm while she was still walking it. 28 fangs, a 6 realms powerhouse in the prime of his life. Such a genius. The 9 Heavens Will Palace would be willing to spend great value to incorporate into its ranks. Feng Zhongyu said, I see that your love is gifted, and the supervisor must be willing to accept it as his own. As long as your ladyship agrees, I can take on the apprentice on behalf of the master. Lei Xingtian was surprised. It's possible. Supervisor Zhang hasn't taken on any disciples in 100 years, right? Really becoming a shut-in disciple. How favored one must be. But, I think this girl is better off marrying my Sanxing Holy Land. I'm just missing a saintly wife. Last time it said marrying in, this time it became marrying down. Other than that, the enthusiasm is real. Xiaodo Yu's eyes were filled with tears and joy. His own daughter, finally free of the cold poison. It also takes the previous years to build up and thicken. A leap of 7 realms to become a powerful party. Also satisfactorily sensed a great Tao. To know, the 7 realms and 8 realms can be so also less Linger, you are so delightful to mother. Shi Yaoyu wiped her tears and owed a slight bow to the several people. I appreciate your intentions. It's just that my daughter just withdrew from the marriage today, so I don't intend to consider it for the time being. The price these people were asking was so high that she couldn't even think about it in the past. But with the previous lesson, Xiaoyu still decided to respect her daughter's idea. A few people were a little sorry. Lei Xingtian, on the other hand, did not hide it and sneered. He, a good woman who can't even be invited by a saint soldier. Some people have eyes but no pearls, and they even casually discard it. Chu Lingxiao had frozen. He looked at the avenues winding around Inkling, his face twisting with hatred. Just now it was said that cultivation is nothing, and that strength depends on the sense of the great Tao. In the blink of an eye, he had satisfactorily sensed a great Tao, and it might as well have been a conceptual high-level Tao. Chu Lingxiao regretted it 10,000 times. Swish! Inkling's senses ended and he opened his eyes. She felt the unfamiliar, massive power in her. Surprised and dismayed. Mother, little brother, I seem to have elevated my realm. Xiaoyu hugged her and cried tears of joy. If you're good, mother is happy. Mo Ling's eyesight swept and saw Chu Lingxiao with a complex expression. She had fantasized about a happy marriage like any other girl, so when I got engaged 3 years ago, I didn't resist too much. Results. Chu Lingxiao suddenly floated an idea in his head and smiled. So that's how it is. Inkling, what a nice surprise you gave. I recognize you. Well, the engagement goes on. Chapter 24, A Whale Falls. Everything comes to life. Xiaoyu was stunned. What did you say? Chu Lingxiao puffed out his chest. If Mo Ling didn't break through sooner or later, wasn't it because she wanted to perform in front of me and give a surprise? Okay, I approve. Set a date and we'll consummate the marriage. Shi Yaoyu did not expect that this person would be so shameless. Her face sank. You, mother. Mo Ling interrupted her and took a step forward. Approaching Chu Lingxiao, Xiaoyu froze. Did you? Her thoughts were the opposite of what they were a day ago. Xiaoyu was afraid because Chu Lingxiao was the first to get engaged to her. Inkling will not be able to see the real face and develop a love affair. Under her mother's worried gaze, Mo Ling took a step forward, her body erupting into a violent wave of qi. Scram! With a bellowing cry, a powerful force sent Chu Lingxiao flying backwards. What are you doing? Granny Silver Crane's voice was eerie as she held onto the flowing light Saint Sun. The other hand was already building up its strength, ready to color this ungrateful fellow. Click! Feng Zhongyu's 3 did not say a word. They just straightened their chests and gripped their respective weapons. The guards were also watching intently. They dared to make the beloved third miss angry. They were afraid that they were tired of living. Chu Lingxiao roared. You dare to touch me. Granny, do it. Granny Silver Crane's face was cloudy. Holy Sun, think long and hard. She was no match for any one of them, let alone facing 3 at once. Furthermore, There were dozens of divine Qian guards standing at the entrance of the Marquis of Zhenyuan's residence. By making a move in the capital, the Flowing Light Holy Land was afraid of not dying fast enough. Xu Lingxiao was so angry that his veins rippled and he angrily straightened his clothes. Don't think that if you have a bit of strength, you can float away. The Su family is nothing in front of the Flowing Light Holy Land. Without me, I'll see who wants to marry you. Phew! Outside the main gate of the Su house, there was a loud cry. The floating pavilion has seen that there is a great avenue of breath in the Su house, and has come to pay a visit to see what is happening, and whether it is possible to take a look. Before the great Qian guards were out, Harriman arrived at the door early. Communicate with the soldiers and give them small gifts to bring them closer. She couldn't help but feel indignant as she thought about today's events. Opening his mouth, he said, "Just now it was my third young lady, who leapt from the sea of souls into the Tao and also satisfactorily sensed a great Tao. And today it just so happens that the Flowing Light Holy Land has come to withdraw from the marriage." Double happiness. The scent of the realm elevation had already spread, and it couldn't be a secret. Might as well be square and make a name for the lady. The elder of the floating pavilion was stationed in the capital, and sensing the scent, he came over to explore the situation and mix things up in the process. Upon hearing this, he immediately laughed. "Congratulations, the Su family has produced another heavenly pride. What the hell is that Flowing Light Holy Land? Even such a strange woman can withdraw from a marriage. It's really not eye-catching. As it happens, my family's young patriarch is also a dragon and phoenix among men, with a single Faustian skill cultivated to near perfection. If Miss Su doesn't mind, can you meet with my family's young patriarch?" Xu Lingxiao's face turned blue. He just said that no one wanted Inkling, and in the blink of an eye there was someone else. But before he could react, another voice sounded one after another. "The Undermoon sect has come to pay their respects, and since Miss Su doesn't have a marriage contract, why don't you join forces with a true successor in my sect?" "Ha, that Flowing Light Sacred Land really isn't a thing. Not even looking at the perfection Great Tao? Is the Marquis of Zhenyuan here? I Snow Bear Baron 10 years ago we killed the enemy together. This pearl of your family is not bad. It just so happens that my son is only 20, just became a general. The Haotian faction has come to pay their respects. We are not short-sighted like the Flowing Light Holy Land. Whether it's an initiation or a marriage for Su Fu's noble daughter, our sect is willing to treat her with top-notch courtesy." At first it was just individual big shots that came over to rub it in. But the Su family produced a heavenly pride who had leapt 7 realms in a single leap and had also perfected the Great Tao. The big and small forces couldn't just watch. They all sent out their manpower and came over to hand out invitations of worship and send gifts. Whether or not that Su family pearl goes to their place, it will make a good karma. In contrast, the Flowing Light Sanctuary was sprayed miserably. The 6th realm was already a first-rate expert, and could be treated with courtesy wherever he was placed. The generals of the Great Qian Divine Dynasty were all mostly in the 6th or 7th realm as well, and the avenue of perfection adds endless potential. Such a character would only be held and pampered by others. Where to push away and get a retreat? That Flowing Light Holy Land. How ungrateful. Even the Marquis of Zhenyuan looks down on it. It's turning over now, isn't it? The Marquis of Zhenyuan is in charge of millions of elite soldiers, so if a fight really breaks out, there's really no telling. TSK, TSK, TSK. Short-sightedness is what it is, and down the road this holy place isn't going to end well. Eyes on the ground, Xu Lingxiao only hated how he was born with such sensitive hearing. He was trembling with anger and glared fiercely at Inkling. Feeling insufficiently cathartic, she glared again at the little beaner in her arms. "That's the first son of the Su family, right? He's the one who spoiled his own business. If it wasn't for that golden rain pill, how could Mo Ling have made a breakthrough on the verge?" He fed the elixir to Mo Ling's mouth, just in time to detonate the 3 years of accumulation and leap to the 7th realm. Who would eat it on the spot when someone else is gifting an elixir? Humph. Xu Lingxiao decided that after that, if he saw a little doujinshi, he would beat one up. And just outside, I ran into a little beaner. "You are the saint son of Flowing Light?" The Shaw family hadn't had a good few days. The whole family spent all their belongings in order to buy the dragon's blood herb. This targeted elixir is not good enough to sell, nor is it good enough to eat. Left at home, without a suitable container, the spiritual energy will also gradually dissipate, which is really anxious. But today, Xiao Qingdao was in a better mood. Early in the morning, he received news that the Flowing Light Holy Land had sent someone. When Lin Inger found out, she even spoke out a great opportunity. "Good thing, young master. Then the 3rd miss of the Su family will die in the Flowing Light Holy Land. At that time, the Su family will go crazy and retaliate, and we can gain great benefits from it." And Lin Inger was very excited. She clearly remembered this incident. Today, the Flowing Light Holy Land despised Su Moling and came to withdraw from the marriage, but because Xiaoyu argued her case, in the end the marriage contract continued. The melon that was twisted by force was not sweet, and after Mo Ling entered the Flowing Light sacred ground, the cold poison erupted and outsiders could not approach. The rightful wife could not even be touched, and that streaming light saint's son was even more dissatisfied, bullying him in every way and using his cold eyes. Not wanting to worry the family, Moling said he was fine every time. When that demon lord realized that something was wrong, it was too late. Inkling turned into an ice sculpture and was lifeless. The demon monarch went completely crazy and directly slaughtered the Flowing Light Holy Land. Lin Inger had picked up a lot of slack at that time and gained a huge chance. Xiao Qingxuan even rescued the dying Chu Lingxiao and utilized his hatred to become his own little brother, providing a huge boost. In short, it was all based on the death of Su Moling. When a whale falls, everything comes to life. And, Lin Inger continued, Xiaoyu is foolish and wishes to continue this marriage contract. Aren't you trying to raise your position in her heart by going to ask for peace these past few days, Grand Young Master? This time it's the fruits of white whoring. You go and help out a few times. Don't you also get credit for it? Let that stupid woman let her guard down, and you'll have better control over the Su family. Xiao Qingdan's eyes were glowing. You're right. These past few days, in the posture of a 3-year-old child, she has been giving Shiyaoyu a greeting in order to make her let her guard down. A trip there today is more than half the battle. Without delay, Xiao Qingdan immediately set off. His cultivation was still weak after all, and he didn't feel the scent in the air, but luckily, ran into Chu Lingxiao who was heading out. Chapter 25 The Gift of Good Fortune. Are you the saint's son of flowing light? Xiao Qingduan approached with a smile. Chu Lingxiao was now nauseous at the sight of a child and resisted the urge to make a move. What is it? To this future person who was exterminated and became his little brother, Xiao Qingdao did not begrudge saying something good. He smiled faintly. The Holy Sun has a sharp eye. Su Moling is also a genius like no other in the 10,000. Combining with her will not degrade the face of the Flowing Light Holy Land. It's okay not to say it. Once Chu Lingxiao said it, the fire got up. Now who didn't know that the Flowing Light Sacred Land had retired a genius of the perfection of the Great Tao? The kid has the nerve to call himself discerning. Where's the compliment? It's totally shady. Chu Lingxiao's gaze was gloomy. You're humiliating me? Xiao Qingdan heard Lin Inger say that today. Sure, Yaoyue argued with reason before keeping the marriage contract. It was normal for the streaming light saint's son to be angry. Xiao Qingdan was prepared for this and smiled slightly. That Su Moling has a jumpy personality. If the saint's son has any dislikes, strict discipline is the way to go. The entire central region knows that she is your wife, husband and wife. If she doesn't listen, just beat her. How can Su Moling still be heartbroken and turn into an ice sculpture when her husband and wife are in harmony? How could the Su family be in chaos? And how could the Flowing Light Holy Land still be overthrown? How else can one ask for favors? Me so holy. Chu Lingxiao was poked to the sore spot, and the fire in his heart spewed out. What does this kid mean? He even pointed out that all of China knows about this marriage, reminding himself that this scandalous affair will be laughed at by the whole world. Disciplining Su Emoriang? Can you do it yourself? It was knocked out just now. Your surname is Su? Chu Lingxiao had viciousness in his eyes, but still asked one more question. Xiao Qingxuan raised his head confidently. The line doesn't change. The name doesn't change. My last name is Xiao. Sha. Light. Ouch dash. Chu Lingxiao kicked him down. Damn. Any kid dares to bully me. Is there any king's law left? Then came the thrashing. Xiao Qingxuan's heart was extremely high, but his body was still that of a child, and he was immediately beaten and wowed. Stop it. What are you doing? Oh, don't hit your face. Don't kick your crotch either. Don't fight. I was wrong. Woo woo. The nursemaid arrived and was only saved by a good deal of persuasion. Chu Lingxiao huffed and puffed, crashed through the crowd, and left with imperial light. Soon, Xiao Qingduan's nose was bruised and swollen as he was carried to Shi Yaoyue. Chu Lingxiao was still being facetious and didn't use his spiritual power to beat up a 3-year-old. Xiaoyu had mixed feelings towards Xiao Qingxuan, but she was also heartbroken at being beaten like this, and said soothingly, how could this happen? Xiao Qingdan cried and sobbed. I was just saying a good word for third sister, and I was told off by that flowing light saint's son. Inkling looked to him, wanting to speak. Shioyuki, she asked, what did you say? Xiao Qingduan said, I blessed the St. Prince of Flowing Light's new marriage in harmony, and he just. Xiaoyu understood and was slightly touched. This child was still quite moldable. At least know how to defend your family. She spoke. Odd. I don't blame you. Sister Linger has decided to cancel the engagement and not to be associated with. Xiao Qingdan looked up in surprise. Canceling the engagement? How can this be allowed? If Su Moling wasn't driven to death, how could he pick up the pieces and take Xiao Qingdan as his little brother? Sure, Yaoyu patiently explained. Linger doesn't like the flowing light Saint Sun. This matter of feelings. You're still young. You'll understand in the future. Xiao Qingdan said anxiously. Is this a matter of feelings? This is about the face of the Su family and the flowing light Holy Land. Just because you don't like it, you can't marry? Where is she worthy of such dreams? Xiaoyo's expression froze. Xiao Qingdan was still saying, there are so many things you don't like. Do you not do them all? Third sister must marry the flowing light Holy Land. This kind of big event can't be listened to by a girl. She must apologize to the flowing light sanctuary and continue the marriage contract dash. Snap. Xiaoyu couldn't help it and slapped him on the face. Xiao Qingdan covered her face in surprise. You. Sure, Yaoyu's body trembled, her tone full of hatred. You're Linger's younger brother. You don't feel sorry for her. Instead you blame her for not marrying someone she doesn't like? In your heart, do you still have family or not? The warmth that had just risen in her heart vanished in a flash. If such a child doesn't know love, doesn't he know affection? Mo Ling coldly said. You can call me sister, but you can't call me third sister. She had only met Xiao Qingsuan once before, and she could not talk about any feelings towards this sudden extra brother. It is not unacceptable if you can get along, but today it seems that the boy's heart is filled with selfishness and a complete lack of consideration for his family. Mo Ling couldn't help but pick up Su Yun and kiss him on the cheek. You're still good. Su Yun smiled cheekily. Third sister is also good. This brother was on his side from start to finish. He was also the one who gave himself the courage to confide in his mother the fact that he did not want to marry. Otherwise, Mo Ling didn't dare to think that if she married someone she didn't like, the flowing light Holy Land would be forced to receive the unwanted person. How bleak should one's future be? Xiao Qingdan was dumbfounded and looked around in dismay. Why? The marriage contract involves two families. It shouldn't be so rash. Things shouldn't be like this. One helped Sure Yaoyu speak for Su Moling to get married off. Not to take credit, but at least get compliments. Instead of being slapped. Why is that? Cough. Feng Zhangyu of the Qin Tian supervisor opened his mouth. There is something going on in your house, so I am really bothering you today. The state master is accepting disciples in 2 weeks, and this is the invitation the supervisor is coming with. The Su family's unicorn son is blessed with good fortune, so going over there might be rewarding. Then we will retire. He checked the prohibition in Su Yun's palm and there was no problem, so he wanted to leave. Before leaving, the trio also left gifts. One was a child whom the supervisor Zhang considered to have great fortune, and the other had just reached adulthood in the 6th realm of the great Tao perfection. Su family this blessing, as long as it is a normal brain, all know to tie. Cough, tie a good fate. Xiao Qingdan's eyes widened as he looked at the star-studded Su Yun, and suddenly his eyes were filled with resentment. It's him. So it's because of him. I didn't get him killed that day, and I left a trail of trouble. The people who came to see Su Yun stirred up the withdrawal, so that the damned Su Moling did not go on a desperate path. Xiao Qingdao's heart was dripping blood, his fists clenched in hatred. One's own chance, was buried by that damned Su Yun. Xiaoyu watched the few people leave before looking at Xiao Qingsuan. Hating him? You don't understand anything. Men, take him to the shrine, kneel for 3 days. It didn't take long for Ji Yen-yun to arrive at the Su family ancestral hall. She tried to take the man away, but the guards wouldn't let her. When the old lady comes back, stab you all to death. She cursed viciously. Shi Yen-yun again saw Xiao Qingsuan who knelt until her face turned white. Incomparably heartbroken. Yegu, how can that be so cruel? She's a mom too. Why doesn't she let her kids kneel? Lin Inger reminded. Light dust is Mrs. Shure's child. Snap. Shi Yen-yun couldn't hear this and slapped her backhand, screaming, no need for you to remind me. Lin Inger covered her face and glared indignantly. Now that he was still weak, he still had to rely on her, or rather had to rely on her adopted son, the son of the Su family. Ji Yen-yun was heartbroken. Ouch. Why did you mess with those bad guys for good reason? Heartbroken mother. Lin Inger also felt strange. That's not right. According to the direction, the eldest young master won't have anything to do with it, and there's even a reward. How can you offend Xiaoyu? Ji Yen-yun heard the clues and turned around violently. Did you let the young master go? Lin Inger subconsciously nodded her head. This is a chance. And in the future, Su Mo Ling died. Snap. Shi Yen-yun slapped her in the face again and became furious. It's all your fault. If it wasn't for you, how could lightning dust have suffered such a great offense? Soon, the shrine was a cocktail. Chapter 26, 7 Sentiments and 6 Desires. Only after Xiao Qingsuan was dragged out did Mo Ling look excited. Mother, my cultivation level has broken through. Sure Yaoyu wiped her tears. Her heart was unspeakably happy. Linger, my Linger as well. She held her daughter's hand, penetrated her divine sense into it, and said in surprise, the cold poison has dissipated as well? For the past 3 years, she has been in tears every time she remembers that her daughter is suffering from cold poison and her life is in danger at any time. And now, there wasn't even a trace of coldness in Mo Ling's body. The internal organs are strong and healthy, with no traces of injury. Sure Yaoyue cried tears of joy, wrapping her arms around her daughter and hesitating to let go. I have to thank the Qin Tian supervisor, and thank that wind cultivator. Inkling murmured, it's to thank him, but, she hugged Sun, I feel more like thanking my brother. Xiaoyu was puzzled. Why? Mo Ling said, I always feel that my brother is warm. Maybe it was him, who dispelled the cold poison. Suyun sipped his finger and couldn't help but ponder. Not bad for a woman's intuition, but he was only 3 years old, so no one would believe him even if he admitted it, except for the mother. Xiaoyu nodded her head as well. I also think that Yuner is the lucky star of our family. When the Marquis of Jinyuan returned to his residence, Suyun made the mistake of finding out the 7 emotions extinction fire formation in the ancient book. This time, when Mo Ling returned to the house, it wasn't impossible for karma to help her get rid of the cold poison. This is a world with immortals, and metaphysical blessings are real. Mo Ling was also stirred to tears. Mother, little brother, I am also capable of protecting you. As she said that, she gently waved her hand, and a path of ice silk danced in a light and graceful manner. It's not the feats, but the great Tao that manifests. It looked faint, but just like Vince Tofu, only a master can simplify and lift the weight. Xiaoyu choked. Yes, my Linger has also grown up. From now on you have to protect mother and brother from bad people. Suyun raised his eyebrows and looked adorable. Nice guy, keeping the big bad away from the bad guys? It's also true to say that if you whitewash yourself, then the original protagonist will be blackwashed. With the help of fate, the protagonist kills whole families, takes people's wives, steals people's chances, shakes eggs to disperse the yolk, and splits earthworms vertically. Could still be the good guys that get the most out of the Armageddon. And Su Yun, who was forced into the devil's path by fate, became the villain that everyone hated. In this life, the situation is reversed. Mo Ling proudly displayed a circle of skills and hugged Su Yun. Then I'll still sleep with my little brother tonight. Just by taking a night's sleep, he dispelled the cold poison and jumped to the 7th realm. A couple more nights of sleep? Su Yun struggled desperately. I don't want it. I want to sleep by myself. You can get crushed in the middle of the night, or it's a small life. Though with the activation of the Frostling true body, the cold poison would still regenerate. By that time, he himself had a cultivation level, and going to find the perfect fusion of physiques was the way to go. Shiryayu was rather helpless as she watched this pair of siblings fight again. Alright, since you have cultivation, preach to your brother. The supervisor is fighting for Yuner's opportunity to worship the state master, so it can't be wasted. Mo Ling let out an "Oh." Little brother is only 3 years old. Can he understand? Xiaoyu said. It's always right to learn more if you can hear it or not. Su Yun was shocked in his heart. The state master? That state master with 7 emotions and 6 desires? Taishu sect has the merit of from the dragon, to help Emperor Zhu of Dakian to clear the strong enemy. After the head of the door are both as a national teacher. This generation of masters of the state, in the plot of the title of the 7 feelings and 6 desires, this does not refer to the 7 emotions of joy, anger, sorrow and fear, nor to the 6 desires of the eyes, ears, nose and tongue. Rather, it refers to the lack of emotion in the master of the state. With the exception of one of the 7 emotions, sorrow, the remaining 6 are all desire. His Suyun sucked in a breath of cool air. I'm only 3 years old. How can I afford it? The state master is the top combatant of the great Qian dynasty. Where can he afford it with his own small arms and legs? Ding! The Grand Qian state master took good care of you, but because of the treacherous person who made trouble from it, both of them were injured. She was unable to suppress the too high forgetfulness to the point that the seal broke, bringing the Taishu sect to fall into the devil's path, becoming the Tai Lust sect and endangering the worlds. Everyone thinks the trouble started because of you, so please set aside your relationship with the Taishu sect. Mission difficulty, supreme. Mission reward, universal spirit finger. Su Yun sighed in relief. It's okay. I happen to not want to join the Taishu sect either. In this life, one had a hangover, so why bother to go to the sect as a disciple to practice hard? Moreover, the degree of demonization in the middle and late stages of the state master's life was no less than his own. The level of harm is as great as it has ever been. In the episode, Su Yun joins the Taishu sect and is also taken care of by the state master. Everything was fine at first until the protagonist's side began to take advantage of the situation in order to muddy the waters and gain advantage. Not only did he take away the emperor's blood on the grounds that Su Yun was unable to cultivate, even more so, when he was not yet deep into the devil, he stirred up trouble and caused the master and disciple to be cut off. In order to save Su Yun, the state master's seal of Taishang oblivion was broken, and the 7 emotions were taken over by the 6 desires. Afterward, he brought the Taishu sect to degenerate into a party of devils. And Su Yun's face was odd. This plot is also too dogged. In order to pass muster, it's a clear water book, all ending with the main character not even touching a woman. And although the state master is the head of the Tai Lust sect, he has done nothing. It was just that every time the Tai Lust sect did something evil, someone would settle the score on Su Yun, thinking that if it wasn't for him, this prestigious school wouldn't have fallen. The plot is that the Demon King has been unclean for a long time, plus with some guilt. It doesn't matter if he carries more guilt. It's just that in this life, one doesn't have to care about the state master at all. If she didn't join the Taishu sect herself, she wouldn't have fallen. It's good for both sides. Su Yun immediately raised his head. I don't want to worship. Sure, Yaoyu flatly refused. No, this is a big deal. Can't it be something you don't want to do just because you don't want to? Su Yun always felt like he had heard this somewhere before. I don't want it anyway. Yaoyu raised her hand, about to spank. Inkling fumbled for a piece of bear spirit cinnamon candy. Want one? Su Yun instinctively reached out. Yes. Inkling snapped his fingers. That won't do? Su Yun nibbled the candy in annoyance. You guys set me up. And let's just say that unlike a life event like getting married, there are no obvious drawbacks to worshipping. In the plot, he had relied on cheating to qualify to enter the Taishu sect. Wouldn't it be better to set yourself up for a bad time now? Harriman came in. Ma'am, so many people are giving gifts. She took the Qiankuan bag, and the Qiankuan bag over the Qiankuan bag, and filled it with obeisances and gifts. This outburst from Inkling has attracted a lot of attention. Those who wanted to wait and see what would happen had to send some gifts when they saw other people coming to their door. Qian Ice Immortal Dew, Snow Fox Undergrowth, Qiankuan Bell, True Fire Bottle. Xiaoyu was surprised while counting. None of them are mortal. An unmarried maiden who had reached the 6th realm of Dao and had also inspired the great Dao at the age of 28 fangs. As long as the forces are willing to pull the strings, all out for blood in order to compete. Xiaoyu was a bit embarrassed. Take it first, write down the gift and the name, and find a chance to return it later. Mo Ling picked up the back of Su Yun's neck. Go, sister happens to have a sense of the great Dao, so I'll give you a lecture on the Dao. Su Yun jumped down in one step and said with a straight face, can't you see that mother is busy? As a child, how can I not put in some effort? Mother, you rest. I'll take the men to put the gifts into storage. Sure, Yaoyu was touched. It's still Yuner who cares for mother. Inkling was a bit ashamed and suddenly responded. You don't want to go to class, do you? Su Yun squeaked and ran away. Mo Ling was about to chase her out, but she heard a soft voice from behind her. Linger, you said that you'd rather marry Yuner than the flowing light Saint Sun, but sincerely? Chapter 27, The Jeweled Immortal Dew. Inkling's breath stuttered, and his mind unexpectedly went blank for a long while. She hesitantly turned back and saw Xiaoyu's ghostly gaze. Mother, Inkling's speech. Sure, Yaoyu suddenly guffawed, her ghostly light melting like ice and snow. Just saying, don't care. Mo Ling also laughed out loud. Yes, Yuner is so small. What's the use of talking about this? The two turned back in a heartbeat. Boo! Lin Inger was thrown to the ground, her nose bruised and swollen. Her eyes were full of resentment. Luckily her hair temples were in the way and it wasn't seen. Shi Yen Yun pointed a stick at her, her voice shrill. If it wasn't for you, how could Lightning Dust have been punished by kneeling in the ancestral hall? That group of guards also really didn't give face and really didn't allow themselves to pick the person up. Shi Yen Yun saw the 3-year-old child, just like this, kneeling with a white face, and finally fainted. Her heart ached. The old lady loves Lightning Dust the most and must want them dead when she returns to the house. Xiaoyu is such a nu. Shi Yen Yun pointed at Lin Inger. How dare you come up with such a bad idea? Lin Inger's body trembled, forcing her resentment into her heart. Madam, I can remedy this. Ji Yen Yun rolled her eyes. How do you remedy this? Lin Inger said. Did you hear that in 2 weeks the state master is going to open an altar to accept disciples? At that time, she will take out a drop of emperor blood and give it to the newly accepted chief disciple. I can help the eldest young master and get this chance. Ji Yen Yun's breath hitched. What did you say? Emperor's blood. Her strength was low, yet she knew how precious emperor blood was. There were no more great emperors walking the earth in the heavenly origin realm now. Those ancient powerhouses have become legendary myths. A single drop of Emperor's blood could contain the laws of heaven and earth, allowing ordinary cultivators to, in one leap, ascend to heaven. If you can give it to your son. Chi Yenyun's heart thumped. You said, how to get it? Lin Inger covered her face. I know there's a secret passage that can enter the Su Mansion's treasury. There's a bottle of Cheonyu liquid inside, which strengthens enlightenment. Let the young master take it, and he will surely gain the favor of the state master. Shi Yenyun did not doubt it. If you do it well, I will have a heavy reward. Lin Inger set off immediately. The culvert into the vault was found by memorizing the location. In her last life, she did the same thing, sneaking in, but that time, Lin Inger had stolen the Cheonyu liquid in order to take it for herself. In the subsequent state master's apprenticeship, he activated his natural sword body and achieved good results, taking the opportunity to enter the Taishu sect. From then on, you will be exposed to a wider world, get more chances, and soar to the sky. And the Cheonyu liquid was stolen and the bottle was found in Su Yun's bedroom. The poor boy was then given a bad reputation as a thief, which he could not clear. It's nothing to take a bottle of elixir from the young son of Su house, but stealing it is an evil act. This time, Lin Inger was up to her old tricks. Wow! Lin Inger moved the last stone, and the treasury was indeed unoccupied. The jade liquid, it's mine. She was beaming with joy, finding the location by memory, grabbing the item and running. But just as he was about to return to the tunnels, squeak, the door was opened, and a small, incredibly handsome face appeared before it. Behind him, there was also a large group, carrying large bags and boxes of household servants. Su Yun blinked. Ha! He also found it strange that the heavy pupil discovered an incomparably strong chi that spread from the underground all the way to the treasury. It's like a tagged person in a game, hiding behind a wall and still showing a conspicuous silhouette. Turns out it's Lin Inger, the heroine who's come to do the stealing Cheong Jade liquid storyline. But she doesn't serve at her side, and there's no way to falsely accuse her of being a thief. Ding! Just then, Su Yun's ears rang. You are a demon lord, but you have never done anything to steal a chicken or a dog. False accusations were made at the hour, and with the rise also spread to the worlds, for the world to laugh at. Please find a way to redeem your reputation and clear your name. Let the world know that the demon lord never sneaks around. Mission difficulty, very high. Reward for mission, Xiong Xian Du. Su Yun was stunned. There can still be different missions at the same time? Well, in this day and age, no one believes I'm a thief, right? Then just, Su Yun pointed. Thief, whoosh. The guards reacted extremely quickly. There's a thief. Protect the little lord. Someone arrest this man. With a crash, the crowd swarmed. This group of guards, dealing with a second realm woman, was as simple as it could be. Soon, Lin Inger was taken down and pressed to the ground, incomparably miserable. The leader of the guards said, Young sir, you go back first. We'll take care of it here. Su Yun said, What did she take? The head of the guards immediately nodded. Search this item from her body. With that, he handed over the agaric liquid. Su Yun looked at it, and it was exactly the same as in the episode. He unscrewed the lid and tons of it down. What's so good about clear soup? AI. The head of the guards tried to block, but the young child's hands were faster than an imperial soldier's, and he couldn't react at all. Alas, little Gongzi, how can you randomly drink spiritual medicine? He slapped his thigh. In case the attributes don't match, it will hurt your body instead. Su Yun smiled cheekily. Thank you Uncle Chun, I won't next time. Looking at the bright as sunshine smile, the chief of the guards couldn't raise a bit of stern energy. Su Yun casually threw the bottle and left with his hands behind his back. In the episode, he is accused of being a home invader because he found the bottle of agar jelly in his bedroom. And in this life, even in front of everyone, one could enjoy the spiritual medicines in the storehouse at will. Other people worry about it and just overcompensate themselves. Su Yun didn't even look at Lin Inger and swaggered away. She's a thief. I'm not. Oh. The chief of the guards compensated with a smile. The young gentleman is joking. How could you be a thief? Whoever goes to be a thief in Diqian, it's not your turn. Ding. I don't know what hardships you've put in to turn around the reputation of the living in all realms. The demon lord only does great evils and doesn't care to steal chickens and dogs. Stealing? Never. Mission accomplished. Mission reward, Xiong Xian Du. The corner of Su Yun's mouth twitched. Well, Arduous walked to the treasury. He had intended to help enter the library to pay his respects, only to additionally see a moving light in the ground. It seemed that as one acquired more and more divine physiques, one drew more chi and began to get lucky. Everyday life, you can catch petty thieves. Su Yun unscrewed the Cheong Xian Du and took a sip. Didn't feel much, Just cool skin. The heavy pupil looked as if it had become lighter. A sourceless knowledge surged into his mind, and Su-yun instantly understood. Well, it's the kind of universal elixir that ages and nourishes the face, strengthens the body, optimizes the physique, and enhances enlightenment. He also realized that the Cheong Xianlu, which he had just taken a sip of, had risen another sliver. If it wasn't for the ability of the heavy pupil to enter the subtle, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to notice it. This bottle can recover itself? Then you can give it to mother, and drink some every day for your own family, and it will work. This is not a unique opportunity that happens to bless the family. Su-yun bounced around happily and was about to go find Shi Yaoyu, the leader of the guard side. Alas, it was still not stopped. The toddler's hands were so fast he didn't even see where he pulled a new bottle out of. Uncle Chen. Su-yun suddenly turned his head. What about that little thief? He was also curious as to how such a protagonist with an explosion of chi could escape with his life when he was pressed to the ground. The head nursemaid was a little hesitant to tell the child about these dark things, but thinking that this is the heir of the Su family, also need to hear some truth, then said, break the arms and legs. Well, dare to enter the marquee, slaughter is not. Boom! On the other side of the Su mansion, there were earth-shattering explosions. The head of the guards was startled and hurriedly blocked Su-yun's path. Luckily, there was no subsequent disaster, and soon someone reported, it's the other compound where the Shao family lives that blew up. It seems that the eldest young master fainted on his knees, and that Mrs. Iki used a blood herb of some sort to decoct medicine for him, but didn't pay attention to the fire, and the spiritual energy exploded and collapsed a few rooms. Another person came to report, Protector Chen, we just broke both of that little thief's arms when we heard an explosion. That days, I can't believe she got away. You chastise us. Su-yun froze. Nice guy. No one could save the heroine in that critical situation. So fate just blew up the male lead to create chaos and give the other side a chance to escape? That's awesome. Chapter 28, Emperor's Blood. Su-yun knew the real reason and naturally would not chastise the loyal guards. Let each person receive their reward money and give the Cheong Xian due to Shi Yaoyu, and the matter would be finished. Time goes by a little bit. 2 weeks later, early in the morning, Shi Yaoyu woke Su-yun up and brought him to the carriage. It was the first time since the crossing that I had gone out. The little tyke was interested in everything, pulling back the curtains and looking left and right. Gongzi is so handsome. Here, take the sugar gourd. The vendors on the road couldn't help but love the little white faces that showed in the windows. Flashing a smile, he handed over the food. Su-yun joyfully reached out. Thank you, bye-bye. The guardian's divine sense swept through and didn't stop him. Shi Yaoyu looked helpless. Don't. Alas, just take it. Protector Chen, the chief of the guards, immediately went to pay. He was dressed in gorgeous brocade, and he was tall and powerful. Such a strong man buying candy canes was a dramatic contrast. Passers-by saw this scene and, curious about the flavor of sugar plums, they all gathered around. Have one, boss. Ask for a candy cane. I want strawberry. Give it to me. I was here first. Give it to me first. The traders were dismayed and quickly got busy with their hands. In no time at all the candy canes were snatched up. He settled down, in the direction of the carriage, and paid 3 obeisances. That gentleman, what a blessing. The capital city of Dakian covers an area of 10,000 miles and has a population of hundreds of millions. After traveling through the star-studded teleportation array, he arrived at the Taishu sect tens of thousands of miles outside the city. The mountains and rivers are wall-to-wall and towering. The forest is immortal and vast. The disciple guarding the mountain respectfully stopped. Where did you come from? Shi Yaoyu brought Su-yun out of the car and handed out the invitation sent by the supervisor Zhang. We are the Marquis of Jinyuan. The disciple guarding the mountain froze. The Marquis of Jinyuan, isn't that coming? Another disciple also said, yes, the Su family's main mother, with the Su family's young master, has already gone in. Shi Yaoyu stood in place. I am the Su family's main mother. The mountain guard disciple scratched his head. Ma'am, are you mistaken? Wrong. You're the one who made a mistake. Su-yun showed his teeth. Mother is the Su family's main mother. The mountain guard disciple scratched his ears. This, the child's voice, which was already high, instantly drew the people in the distance over. Su family's main mother? Yaoyu? A woman dressed in a gorgeous dress, gorgeous as a peach blossom, walks up. The sight of a familiar face cheered up the moment. Shi Yaoyu was also surprised. Eldest princess? The person is the eldest princess of the great Qian divine dynasty, born with a strange fragrance, with a body that attracts bees and butterflies, and is the favorite daughter of the late emperor. The two were once bosom friends and very close. The eldest princess tone was bland. How do your eyes grow? This is Mrs. Marquis Jin Yuan, the disciple guarding the mountain, however, was startled and apologized in fear. Madam, sorry, it's my eyes that are clumsy. The Taishu sect and Dakian have a lot of dealings, and the face that should be given must be given in place. That man must be an imposter. I'll send someone to catch him out. Xiaoyo, you stopped it. It's not necessary. Without guessing, he knew that it was Qi Yin Yuan who had brought Xiao Qingxuan in. She was in a complicated mood. That day her own flesh and blood, but despite her sister's feelings, she wanted her to marry someone she didn't like. It was really sad, but today was the state master's acceptance of his disciple. Sure, Yaoyue still couldn't bear to take away Xiao Qingxuan's chance. It would be a blessing for him to be chosen. She shook her head and said to the mountain guard disciple, if you can, count it towards the Xinyuan Marquis quota. There would have been a limited number of places and it would not have been possible to increase them, but for the face of the princess, and the supervisor, the mountain guardian disciple was generous. Please, ma'am and sir. The eldest princess saw Su Yun, powdered and carved, still with a hint of ing chi, really beautiful. She couldn't help but reach out. Here, let the palace hug you. Sure, Yao Yu hesitated. Your highness's phoenix body is honorable. Yunar is naughty. Rapunzel gave her a blank look. At that time, you didn't feel honored when you threw me with the mud of peace and urine. How can you say this in front of a child? Xiaoyo, you blushed. The eldest princess laughed without poise. My son isn't here again. Come, Yunar, anti-hugs. Xiaoyo, you had no choice but to pass Su Yun over. At the same time, he couldn't help rubbing his head. What a blessing for mother. It would have taken some more words, but the child shouted and instantly drew an acquaintance to the problem. But Su Yun was remorseful at this time. I'm fine with shouting. It would have been stopped so you didn't have to go in. It's not digging a hole for yourself. Rapunzel hugged Su Yun and kept marveling. This baby's skin is so good. What do you usually give him to eat? Yao Yu, your skin is better too. Are you stealing good resident pills behind my back? Xiaoyo, you also felt that her body felt, and her skin was in a much better condition in the past few days. It all started that day when they were robbed and Su Yun retrieved a bottle of Cheongyu liquid from the storehouse. Xiaoyo, you didn't even remember that the Su family coffers still had this. That bottle is also peculiar in that it refills itself after use. With the mindset of not wasting anything, sure, Yao Yu made some pastries every day for the family to enjoy. This has been taken for 2 weeks and I'm in much better shape. Women love to be praised for being pretty again. Sure, Yao Yu was in a great mood and couldn't help but pinch Su Yun's cheeks and complimented. Yunar found some Cheongyu liquid in the storehouse, so we used it to make some snacks. Yunar is such a blessing, always turning up good stuff. Really, the eldest princess perfumed the little duchess. Such a lucky star. Why don't you let me bring it into the palace? When it comes to praying for blessings for the great Qian, Xiaoyo Yu was momentarily speechless. Rapunzel lowered her head and said wryly, how about staying with Auntie? Su Yun's tearful eyes were pitiful. Then will Yunar still be able to see her mother? Ouch. Looking at this red lips and white teeth child, choo poor appearance. The eldest princess' heart all melted. She covered her chest. Auntie is joking with you. When you're free afterward, let your mother bring you up to the royal residence to play. Su Yun nodded seriously, even clenching his fists. Good-oo. The Rapunzel fought again. Cheongyu liquid, there is also the effect of residing in the face? Your Su family is quite rich. 5th-rank spirit medicine can be used to make pastries. The jade liquid is expensive, but not rare for royalty. She made up her mind to go back and try some. Sure, Yao Yu chatted as she walked. How about the little prince? 5 years old this year, right? Rapunzel replied. Well, 2 years old. It's not like your family's baby who knows what he's doing and is still asleep in the car. Sure, Yao Yu wondered. The young prince is a royal person, so there's nothing wrong with directly letting the state master take on a disciple, right? The Rapunzel sighed. Alas, in my house. 5 years old and still playing all day long. Not a bit of upward mobility. I'm not looking to take any chances today. I just hope he meets other teenage talents and works a little hard. It's good to be in the top 20 and be an outer disciple. Collect your heart first. With that, several people took the imperial carriage and went up to the school grounds. And Qi Yen Yun, already here early in the morning. She heard that the state master was accepting disciples today, and was also prepared to present a drop of emperor's blood. Early in the morning, he couldn't wait and took Xiao Qingdan out. She had just displayed the Su family crest, declaring that it was the Marquis of Jinyuan. The disciple guarding the mountain was immediately respectful and welcomed her to the elegant seat. Today, many noble women came to participate in the party. See the party so grand, have risen to flatter the heart. This sister, where did you come from? The noble women greeted them. their faces full of fawning smiles. Qi Yin proudly stroked her hair. The Su family, this is the Su family's worldly son. Light dust, meet the ants. Xiao Qingsuan's face still bore injuries, which were marks left behind by the explosion of the dragon's blood herb, but other than that, still poised and graceful. With the look of a jade-like male at only 3 years old, the noble women were shocked. They had all heard of the Su family name recently, one after another. They flattered. So it's Master Mother Su, long time no see. Wow, this is the young master of the Su family? He's so handsome, a great performance, and I'm sure I'll get a good score today. Yes, maybe we can join the Taishu sect and become the state master's own disciple. Chapter 29 Tai Creation Scripture. The Su mansion has been in the wind lately. Those who are well informed at home can hear the news of the great victory of the Great Wall beyond the domain. Not only did he recover the extraterritorial stronghold, but he also defeated the alien race. Among them, the one with the most credit and reputation was none other than the head of the Su family, the Marquis of Jinyuan. In addition, 2 weeks ago, a fluctuation of realm elevation erupted in the Su family. The capital city is mixed with fish and dragons. The 6th realm cultivator is considered a first-class expert in the Tianyuan realm, but it is not much here. But if this 6th realm expert was only at the age of 28, an unmarried and childless woman, it would be different. With such young talent, anyone with a brain is thinking about making good connections. Such a popular family, the noble lady showed great enthusiasm and frantically flattered. Light Dust is such a good boy. He'll definitely make it big in the future. He'll definitely become a state master progenitor this time and get the top resources. Who else is blessed with this fortune if not Lightning Dust? It's average. Ji Yen-yun hummed lightly and kept excusing herself, but being starstruck, you can't hide the smile in your eyes. I didn't do anything. It's just Lightning Dust herself who's smart. Sometimes life is such that a leap just so happens to lead to the Dragon's Gate. Suddenly, a noble lady said, I heard that the Su house has just retrieved a sinful seed, born of another woman. Humph, that kind of must not be able to raise a child as good as Su Qingsuan. The Su family's retrieval of the child was not deliberately hidden, but the details of this are not clear to everyone. The word was passed around that a bastard child had been recovered, only with the original child, raised in the home. Ji Yin-yun's face instantly became ugly. Suddenly, a tender child's voice came from the side, Brother Xiaoqing Dan, you're here? The crowd turned around to see another young child with red lips and a sunny smile. When I looked at Xiao Qingsuan before, he was quite jade-like, like a graceful son of jade, but once he compared it to Su Yun, he was suddenly 100,000 miles away, like a little skinny monkey. The noble ladies heard the clear bites and froze indignantly. Xiao Qingsuan? Aren't you surnamed Su? Xiao Qingdan's face was lonely and proud. I don't change my name in my line. I don't change my name in my seat. My name is Xiao Changdan. Another noble lady covered her mouth in shock. He's the one who's that sinful bastard. Ji Yin-yun's face turned blue. The disciple of the Taishu sect stepped forward at this time, his expression cold. This lady, please do not impersonate the Su family's main mother and act inappropriately in front of the child. If it weren't for Lady Xiao's generosity, the Taishu sect would expel you and never receive you. The noble ladies were dismayed. She even impersonated the lady of the Marquis of Jinyuan and came to attend the worship? I thought she was of a much higher status, but it turns out she's a deceitful liar. No wonder it smells like dirt and acid. It grosses me out. Qi Yen-yun stood up and roared. I'm the Su family's main mother. I'm the one. She's holding the prince hostage to order the Su family. Why isn't she the main mother? He. The eldest princess let out a silver bell-like laugh. I really don't know when the Su family's main mother changed. Wasn't it rumored back then that the Marquis of Jinyuan had a good life and married the most beautiful woman in the world? Look at it this way. It doesn't look like it. When the noble ladies saw who was coming, they all bowed down. Eldest princess. Greetings, Rapunzel. The eldest princess waved her hand. Today everyone's status is that of a mother. So don't kneel. It's just that. When you're a mom, you don't lie to your kids' faces. The noble ladies murmured. That's right. How can you cheat? Causing me to squeeze so many smiles for nothing. I've also heard that Lady Marquise Jinyuan is the most beautiful woman in the world. Where this woman is worthy. It's not even close. No wonder the kids can't be raised by anyone else. The child's appearance could not be compared. And now that Niang stood in front of Shi Yaoyu, it was also like a mole cricket seeing a Tarzan. A difference of billions. Qi Yen-yun's eyes flamed at the comment, but knowing that what was in front of him was the royal family, the eldest princess of Diqian, he didn't dare to make a move. She gritted her teeth. Light Dust, let's go. Shi Yaoyu sighed. Light Dust, you stay here. She had an expectant look in her eyes. If one's own flesh and blood, one is willing to stay. then there's still a chance that you can change and not be led astray by that woman. Swish! Xiao Qingdan viciously glared at Su Yun. That Rapunzel is so beautiful. The one who should be lying in her arms is herself. How nice it would be if this brother of his died. He grabbed Ji Yin-yun's hand and left without looking back. Xiao closed her eyes in pain. After a long time, she opened her eyes, her beautiful eyes filled with determination. Yuner, win first place. Su Yun leaned against the Grand Princess. Ah no. The eldest princess's arms and shook her head regretfully. I'm sorry, mother, this time your son must lose. He simultaneously looked at Xiao Qingsuan's back and spat out his tongue. Slightly. When I first crossed over, it was just as the villain, instinctively loathing the protagonist. But as his heart becomes a little more like a child's, Su Yun is also becoming more and more able to empathize with his family. To this selfish ghost who was destined to plague the Su family only for the sake of self-rise, Su Yun began to hate it from the bottom of his heart. The protagonist is the parasite of the world and will constantly absorb the life force of the natives in order to strengthen himself. But we can't let the protagonist take the first place either. Ha, there's something. Su Yun's eyes lit up. Not a moment later, the son of the eldest princess, the young prince who was only 5 years old, rubbed his sleepy eyes and walked out. Mother, the young prince spoke lazily. The eldest princess introduced. This is Mrs. Marquis Jin Yuan, called Aunt. This is Su Yun. You'll be friends from now on. Auntie. The young prince was not yet old enough, but seeing such a beautiful female elder, he still bowed obediently. But when he saw Su Yun, a small beaner, he immediately disdained him. Who is he? I'm not going to make friends with him. You. The Rapunzel was furious. Su Yun pulled out a block. Want to play? Yes. The young prince's eyes lit up, and he suddenly smiled thievishly. We'll be friends from now on. I'll cover you. It didn't take long for the two little nubs to hook up. The more the Rapunzel looked, the more she sighed. All 5 years old. How is still being 3 years old hand holding a pinch? Xiao laughed dryly. But strangely, did Su Yun bring blocks with him when he went out? Knock knock. 3 bells resounded through the clouds, and above the sky, a radiant slit split open. More than a dozen figures, stepping from the void. Their stances were ethereal, and various colors of spiritual light surrounded them. Master of the state, it's here. At the head of the group was a woman with a beautiful face, as if the moonlight first condensed, but also like the first sunshine after the snow. The beauty is not stained with dust. A plain-colored robe with a fluttering sleeve, as if it could harness the wind and clouds, containing the rhythms of heaven and earth. That was the head of the Taishu sect, the great Qian kingdom master, Mu Zhilian. But for some reason, her face was expressionless, but it always gave off a faint sadness. It was as if she was the loneliest woman in the world, unapproachable by anyone, no matter who she was. Su Yun ventriloquized. Is this the 7 emotions and 6 desires mentioned in the book? The 7 human emotions are divided into joy, anger, sorrow, fear, love, evil and desire. As for Mu Zhilian, she was gifted and had cultivated to the peak of supremacy early on, 1 step short of sainthood. She lost 6 of her 7 passions, leaving her with only 1 sorrow, and the void is filled with desire. Ahem, it's hard to say exactly. Anyway, Mu Zhilian had cultivated Taishang forgetfulness, so she simply sealed all her emotions, like a perfect mannequin, impartial, but with being framed by the protagonist's camp. Taishang oblivion breaks down and is filled with desire. Fall into the devil's path and jeopardize the world's. Even Su Yun took a lot of the blame. To clear his name and to protect his 3-year-old body, Su Yun was righteous and decided to swing for the fences. It's better for both sides if you don't join the Taishu sect. Soon the children were down in the schoolyard. There are big and small. The youngest is Su Yun and Xiao Qingdan 2-3 years old. The rest were all at least 5 or 6 years old. The older ones in their late teens. Wow! With a wave of the state master's sleeve, tables and chairs appeared out of nowhere in the schoolyard and all the children were sent to their places. At the same time they all had a jade jewel in front of them, emitting an ethereal light. The test begins. Within 6 hours, according to the number of enlightenment, line up the seats to receive the reward. The top 10 can enter my Taishu sect's inner sect and become a protege. The first 20 enter the outer gate, seeking to learn and ask questions. The children held the jade Jew, and someone soon spoke. The Great Void Creation Scripture? The kids don't get it, but the parents waiting in the stands do. At once, someone exclaimed, the Great Void Creation Sutra. That's an imperial scripture. Chapter 30, Gushing Spring Pill. The Taishu Creation Scripture. But it was an actual emperor scripture, possessing supreme power. Legend has it that it was created by the ancestor of the Taishu sect, and after comprehending it, one can penetrate the realm of domains and reach the immortal realm, but for 10,000 years, there was only one person, the ancestor, who could reach the highest level. Imperial scripture. The Taishu sect is really willing to give it up. The parents in the stands murmured excitedly. That's the core technique of the Taishu sect. How dare you just give it away? It's understandable. The ones who came are either young talents or heirs of major powers. The Taishu sect also wants to take advantage of this and make a good karma. It makes sense, but it's still not simple to have that drive. Those who came here were either the leading lights of the Taishu sect excavation or the heirs of large families and powers. Let these children read the imperial scriptures as a favor. Regardless of whether or not he could enter the Taishu sect, he would remember this favor in the future. After a brief moment of dismay, Xiaoyo's eyes also flashed with delight. Suyun was so young to be able to read the emperor's scriptures. Sensing those ancient rhythms, the ripples of the great Tao, would definitely be beneficial to future cultivation. The Rapunzel looked at her excited appearance and couldn't help but snicker. Are you that confident that your baby can learn? The test this time is enlightenment. Whoever can learn more will enter the Taishu sect. Sure, Yaoyue hurriedly waved her hand. The young prince is here. Where is there room for us to make a fool of ourselves? Just don't mess with that. Rapunzel sighed. The one in my house. Enlightened as hell and lazy as hell. I wish there was someone that could shock him and bring him to his senses. Sure, Yaoyu smiled. Children, they always have to grow up. The day you get the hang of it, you'll know it all by yourself. The Rapunzel could only say, I hope so. This time I can enter the top 20. Alas, forget it. It is good to be able to gain some insight and not come in vain. Ha! She suddenly exclaimed. Your family, Suyun, why are you playing up there? Xiaoyu looked at it and was furious. Suyun picked up the jade slip, glanced at it, and put it down. He felt in his pockets, only to find that Jaeger had borrowed them. I could only play with my fingers, and after a while, I was really hooked. Anyone else might find it full of childish fun, but Xiaoyu pulled out her whip from her Chinkuan bag and was about to charge out. Rebellious son. This was a great opportunity to read the emperor's scriptures. How could he dare to waste it? The Rapunzel hurriedly hugged her. Rest in peace. Rest in peace. You rush out, and the other kid's senses are messed up. Let's see first, in case he gets on it later. However, she also felt that Suyun was too skinny and too unappreciative of the opportunity. All the other children were holding jade slips and striking various poses just to sense as much as possible. This was an emperor's scripture, which was normally not even possible to see. It was only the state master, a top-tier warrior of the great Qian, who had such depth. It was that playful little prince of his own who had his eyes tightly closed at that moment, his mouth chanting, obviously sensing that the emperor's scripture was special. He instinctively began to study it. Seeing this thick atmosphere of enlightenment, Xiaoyu also stopped. Indeed, not a good time for a sword in the hands of a loving mother and a cleaver in the body of a wandering son. But Suyun was just too angry. He's not usually like this. Xiaoyu's voice was tinged with aggression. Usually Yuner is very well behaved. How come she's greedy when she comes here? The Rapunzel could only pacify. Good boy. Only 3 years old. Older will be better. Meanwhile, Lin Inger was in the general stands, wearing a hood and hiding in the shadows. Demon King, look at it. What can you do without me? In her previous life, Lin Inger had achieved good results in the examination after stealing the Chongyu liquid. Xiao Qingdan also relied on the supreme sacred bone to make a splash. As for Su Yun, at that time, his heavenly bone was plucked out and he was hit by chaos poison, so he was unable to cultivate at all. He himself secretly told him back then that he could use half of his essence blood in exchange for a gushing spring pill that would enhance his enlightenment. That stupid kid really believed it and used half of his heart's blood for a potion. Relying on this elixir, he really did win first place in the examination, became the state master's protege, and also got the emperor's blood. But you didn't expect that you wouldn't be able to fuse the emperor's blood, did you? Lin Inger thought about her last life and only felt that Su Yun was really funny and couldn't help but laugh out loud. He was suffering from chaos poison, and the emperor's blood rejected him, delaying his fusion. Xiao Qingdan took the opportunity to intercept the emperor's blood and also expose Su Yun's learning of magic skills. At that time, Su Yun had only just begun to enter the devil, and had not yet done anything to harm the heavens. However, once the matter was revealed, he was intercepted and killed by his fellow brothers. When Su Yun accidentally killed a fellow disciple, there was no turning back. It was only when Lin Inger and Xiao Qingsuan met a long time later that they realized that they were already helping each other in the underworld. The two sympathized with each other, communicated quietly, and collaborated inside and outside to defeat the Demon King. Without my help, you're just a mediocre rich young man. And Xiao Qingdan, who took the Chung Quan Dan, crushed you in every way. This drop of Emperor's blood still belongs to us. Lin Inger resented in her heart that she had gone to get the Cheongyu liquid herself and was unexpectedly bumped into by Su Yun. He was lucky to escape, but he still had his arm broken. In order to regain the trust of Xiao Qingsuan's mother and son, she had to use half of her heart's blood in exchange for a gushing spring pill. In his previous life, Su Yun relied on a gushing spring pill to win over Xiao Qingdan's sacred bone in the examination. In this life, Su Yun had only obtained the sacred bone for a few days, so he must not have adapted yet. Xiao Qingdan would definitely be able to come out on top by relying on the surge pill. After obtaining the Emperor's blood, the damage that was missing from the sacred bone could be repaired along with it. The previous losses were minor. Obtaining the Emperor's blood was the big deal. Lin Inger raised her head and saw a 5-year-old child in the field with arcane air currents appearing around him. Entered the microscope? I can't believe someone has entered the subtle? She was a bit surprised. In his last life, Xiao Qingdao had reached the entrancing subtlety. One must know that the Great Void Creation Scripture was an Emperor's scripture. Obscure, ordinary cultivators, it takes 10 years and 100 years of enlightenment to get started. Even the Pride of Heaven has to train for years and years before they have a chance to reach the subtle. To be able to comprehend the Great Void Creation Sutra in just 6 hours. More than just getting a great chance, it is a manifestation of enlightenment and ability. Could it be that because I was reborn back 1,000 years ago, it made the events change? Lin Inger didn't remember that there was a second inception. The eyes that looked at Xiao Qingsuan could not help but be a little nervous. On the high platform, someone exclaimed, "Eldest princess, the young prince has become a success." A vision in his body. He has comprehended the Taishu Creation Sutra. The young prince's youthful brilliance is truly gifted. Rapunzel could not believe it. This child, how did he suddenly make a fortune? She wiped her eyes and looked to the schoolyard. A gust of clouds did appear around the young prince. The man with better cultivation said, looking at that vision, it's probably into the subtle. The young prince usually looks playful, but he's actually extremely intelligent. In just 1 hour, he realized the Emperor's scripture. Yes, other people may not be able to enter the microcosm for dozens of centuries. This time, the young prince is going to make a fortune. The Rapunzel was happy to hear the praise, but racking his brain, he could not think of a reason for his son's sudden rise. Don't you know the level of this child? Average perception, average patience, and no special talents. How did it become in the matter of comprehending the Emperor's scriptures? It's not like there's another chance, and so on. The eldest princess stared at Xiaoyu with odd eyes. Xiaoyu's heart fluttered at the look. What's wrong? It's fine. Rapunzel shook her head, but the hesitation in her heart amplified more and more, and she could not hide it. My son also had just a little contact with Su Yun and his enlightenment increased greatly? She sighed with emotion. Yao Yu, your family Su Yun, is really a lucky star. Sure, Yao Yu sighed. Fortunate star can't compare to Venus. The young prince has been subtle. It seems that the first place will be taken this time. Boom! Right at this moment, a strong aura erupted from the field. Chapter 31, Small Achievement of Anomaly. Xiao Qingdan tightly locked his brows as his arcane aura flowed around his body. The laws of heaven and earth, too, were resonating with him. The white mist slowly drifted away, but then wonderfully coalesced in the air, transforming into a star. For the other children, there were a few that had Dao visions, but they were very vague. A dreamlike, elusive state. While the scene around Xiao Qingsuan was 10 or 100 times clearer. It is indistinguishable from the real thing. Xiao Chang? Lin Inger exclaimed, her eyes filled with excitement. The visions around Xiao Qingdao's body had reached at least a minor accomplishment. In just a few hours, he was able to comprehend the Emperor's scripture to a small degree. This spectacle is unheard of and unseen. It's not in vain that I spent half of my essence blood in exchange for the surge pill. Destiny's child didn't let me down. Lin Inger was still creeped out by the memory of the happy blood-taking scene. But the cost is immediately insignificant compared to the gain. In his previous life, Su Yun was taken by himself to get blood in exchange for the surge pill and finally came out on top. Unfortunately, it could not be integrated into the Emperor's blood, and in the end, it was intercepted by Xiao Qingdan. In this life, he had endured the pain of exchanging it for the surge pill, which had greatly enhanced Xiao Qingsuan's enlightenment. He could directly obtain the Emperor's blood and rise to power early. Unfortunately, the Great Void Creation Sutra is a method of refining the body and forging the spirit, without killing. Otherwise, just a small success would be enough to enter the secret dangers and seize the opportunity. Even so, Lin Inger was satisfied. Xiao Qingdan was the son of heaven's destiny and carried great fortune. Follow him, suffer some, and be destined for final victory. Compared to the demon lord's kind, which was built on the prosperity of failure. I don't know how high it was. Me so. On the stands, many people stood up, their faces full of shock. A minor achievement. Whose child is that? Who actually refined the great void creation scripture to a minor achievement? In all these years, I haven't heard of anyone who learned a new gong method and immediately became a minor success, right? Genius. This is true genius. I don't know whose family it is, but this time a dragon has really come out. Listening to the chatter, Shi Yenyun sat in the crowd, incomparably proud. It's my family Lightning Dust, the son of the Su family. Adults from various clans and forces exclaimed. It's actually the young master of the Marquis of Xinyuan? A tiger's father has no son. Blessed, it's bound to take first place this time. They bragged about it and talked Shi Yenyun into a frenzy. The previous humiliation of being thrown off the elegant seat was swept away. Those who were a bit farther away couldn't help but be surprised when they heard the voices from the previous elegant seats. That bastard son that the Su family just picked up is actually a genius as well. Ooh, this is hilarious. After years of raising kids who can't do anything, the one I just got back is a genius. I don't know whether it's good or bad for the Su family. With a complicated expression, Xiaoyu glanced at Su Yun inside. Alas, the eldest princess patted her shoulder. Yuner is too young. It's normal that she can't tell the difference between light and heavy. Xiaoyu shook her head and didn't say anything. The boy was still there counting his fingers, uninterested in the jade jewel on the table. It was an imperial scripture, a once-in-a-lifetime exposure. How many of the many people in the Great Qian Divine Dynasty will be able to see the Emperor's scriptures? Besides, if you miss this opportunity, you won't be able to join the Taishu sect. The state master was the topmost master in the Great Qian Dynasty, and under her, one would definitely be able to learn no less than Jin Yuan Ho's gong methods. The one that Xiaoyu wished to inherit the Su family was Su Yun, the eldest princess consoled. Let's see, maybe Su Yun will wake up later and start drilling the Emperor's scriptures? Unfortunately, as the last few hours passed and the sun gradually sank in the west, Su Yun still did not move. The Taishu sect elders who were watching were already talking. The children this time are all good. Yeah, especially that young master of the Su family. The darker one, I think, the one called Xiao Qingduan. Yes, to be able to cultivate to a minor accomplishment in just 6 hours is truly a genius among geniuses. They were smiling and happy about it. The Taishu creation scripture implies the heavenly principle and is obscure and difficult to understand. Even the disciples within the sect, not many of them could cultivate to a small level of success. The children who came today, out of which came a minor accomplishment, an initiation, and several more introductions, were already very satisfying to the elders. With a little cultivation, they will be the pillars of the clan in the future, and may even be able to rise in the middle. It seems that besides Xiao Qingdan, there's also a male son from the Xinyuan Marquis residence? Well, named Su Yun, that's the one playing with his fingers. No visions, doesn't look good. 5 fingers and a length, and a nest of dragons and snakes is normal. The elders loved the house and had wanted to gossip and see if there was any more excellence in Xiao Qingdan's family. But when I realized it was the kid who counted his fingers, I lost interest. The state master glanced over. She had noticed the white and tender, looking smart and clever waif a long time ago. Even after cultivating Taishang Oblivion, he still couldn't help but like it a little. Pity. She shook her head. There is no vision, much less an enterprising mind. It's a waste of time to be born with such a good skin. Even if you don't have the talent, it's still good to be recruited as an eye candy. Knock. 3 bells were rung and the test was over. With a wave of the state master's sleeve, the jades in all the children's hands rose up into the air and returned to her palm. Some of the children were still immersed in the marvelous gongfu, and faint xian qi lingered on their bodies as well. However, there was a world of difference between these elementary visions and the statue of Taishu rotating around Xiao Qingsuan. As expected, the state master condescended and gazed at Xiao Qingsuan. You, not bad. Xiao Qingdan carried his hands behind his back and stood proudly among the children. The corners of his mouth hooked up slightly. This emperor's honor can finally get rid of those chicken and garlic trivialities. You can start practicing and go on the upper path. The emperor's blood, it's mine. In the stands, those parents were all mad with joy. Look, Mrs. Shi, it's really lightning dust. Light dust is just a dragon amongst men, becoming a family heirloom. Ji Yenyun smiled from ear to ear. That's natural. She also glanced triumphantly in the direction of the Yahoo. Let you be proud of yourself. And now I've still won? Ha. My family's light dust is 10,000 times more outgoing than Su Yun. The master of the state named the top 20 to stay. As soon as he heard that he could leave, Su Yun immediately took his short legs and ran towards his mother in the stands. The maid, Harriman's lovely young master. had some sadness in her heart. It's a pity that the young master is too young and doesn't understand the significance of pro-transmission at all. This is an opportunity provided by the supervisor of justice. Once you miss it, next time there will be no more. Watching such a spunky, adorable munchkin miss out on something so big, it is really regrettable. Sure, Yaoyu is even more sad. Obviously the emperor's scripture is right in front. Into the golden mountain and return empty-handed. The heart is really choking. Mother! Su Yunlin threw herself onto her breasts and flung herself into her mother's arms. At 3 years old, he is getting to like sticking it to his mommy. Good boy. Xiaoyu, you had some regrets, but didn't say anything in front of the child, just stroking his head and giving compliments. Good behavior today. No wandering off and sitting obediently in your seat. What do you want to eat tonight? Mother will cook for you. Su Yun nodded happily. I want to eat roasted suckling pig, the kind that's roasted and crispy. Xiaoyu smiled gently. Okay, mother will make it for you, she said to the eldest princess. Your Highness, the young prince is either the second or the third, so maybe he can also become a parent heir. It looks like it's going to be a short time, so I'll take Yuner back first. Rapunzel was a little happy, but couldn't show too much in front of her regretfully retiring BFF. It can only be euphemized. That kid, he doesn't know what kind of drugs he's on. Then you guys go back first. Whatever good things Chuaner learns, there will be a share for Yuner as well. Xiaoyu smiled sadly. Then thank you, Your Highness. By the time they left the stands, the state master on the schoolyard, too, was ready to hand out rewards. She had just put the jade ju into her Qianquan bag when she suddenly let out a cry of surprise. Fogging? A white cloud drifted before the state master's eyes. It's normal to have clouds at the 1,000-fathom gate of the Taishu sect, but this schoolyard was paved with large formations, and the interior climate was pleasantly warm. Where's the white cloud? Chapter 32 10,000 Elephant Spirit Finger. Clouds? Where did the cloud come from? The state master frowned. The Taishu sect had a mountain protection array, and each building had its own maintenance array. All the people here today are princes and nobles, and most of them are children. Therefore, the Ruchun formation was additionally enabled, and it was as warm and pleasant as spring inside the formation. Where are the clouds that can float inside the big formation? When the elder saw that the sect leader didn't move, he couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong? Quickly take out that wondrous thing and award it to the chief." The rest of the elders also nodded their heads. Yes, that curiosity is truly rare, and we would like to view it as well. This chief is truly blessed. Yes, I'm willing to shed my memories and worship the sect master. You, don't even think about it. Can you achieve a minor completion of the Taishu Creation Sutra in 6 hours? It doesn't seem to work. He. The crowd was laughing and joking and in a very happy mood. The Taishu sect only opens its altar to accept disciples once every 5 years, and it is truly the blessing of the ancestors that they were able to find such a talented person this time. Moreover, the sect leader had coincidentally obtained an emperor's blood as a reward for the chief progenitor. It was hard to imagine a genius who had attained a minor completion of the Great Void Creation Sutra and had also obtained emperor's blood. What future accomplishments will be? On the schoolyard, Xiao Qingxuan spoke without any hesitation. I am willing to become a Taishu sect progenitor. He tilted his head proudly, just waiting for the state master to send down the imperial blood. Whoosh! Suddenly, the state master took flight. The elders were confused. Sect leader, where are you going? Reward back or not? Xiao Qingdan was at a loss. Where did she go? The state master rushed into the sky and lost sight of him in the blink of an eye. Wow! And the master of the state, who has taken a step 10,000 miles to reach deep space. She raised her eyes and looked around. Her heart seemed to be clutched. Even though she had cultivated Tai Shan oblivion, she still uttered out in horror. A vision. The state master was shocked to realize that what he had just seen was no ordinary cloud. It was a brilliant nebula made of trillions of stars. Condensed. That would be Taishu, 1,000 miles. A vision. The countless Taishu nebulae tightly surrounded the Taishu sect and the endless territories around it. The stars flowed, compiling elaborate spells on the earth. An avenue flowed, and the mountains, rivers, and earth were reflected in a faint glow, reflecting each other remotely. The stars and rivers are reflections of each other, merging into one in a strange false image that punctuates the picture of cosmic creation. The state master was shocked. Her divine sense was huge, and with a single glance, she saw the vision right in the center, the source that produced everything. It's him, that young son of the Su family? It's not like the kid didn't have a vision. Rather, the vastness of the vision, the people in it, were simply unable to perceive it. I don't know the true face of Taishu. I am only here in this mountain. Ding! At the same time, a sound came from Su Yun's ears. Rarely, you even set aside your relationship with the Taishu sect, and those beings who hate your guts actually believe it. But anyway, congratulations, you have less culpability on you and have managed to clear your name a little. At least, it wasn't you who rode the 800-year-old woman across the weak river. Quest reward, Wanxiang Shangling finger. Su Yun's fingers were slightly sore, feeling something more indefinable. He casually made a point and touched a small flower on the mountain wall. Miso. Hannah leapt up and fled in panic. Shiryayu was startled and came back to her senses. This Taishu sect, there are quite a few forest spirits in the mountains. As long as the aura is rich, there will be all kinds of elves and monsters, most of which will not harm anyone. The flower gardens, fish ponds, and rockeries of the Su mansion are also home to a number of elves and monsters. The caretaker would check on them often and drive them into the wild when they found a climate, leaving the weaker ones to coexist with the plant life and be able to be more lush. Su Yun, on the other hand, looked at his finger and was a bit surprised. This little bit, it's worth 100 years of cultivation, right? Flowers, plants and beasts either have ancestral blood and are born at a high level, either there is nothing, and it takes 10 times 100 times longer cultivation than humans to give birth to a spirit and nurture cultivation. That small flower just now, even in such a spiritually rich place as the Taishu sect, it would take several decades to turn into a spirit essence. However, Su Yun only touched it lightly and it was immediately nudged. Amazing. It seems like you can only order flowers and beasts, which is not bad. Su Yun was interested. With a little tap of your own hand, you can build a bunch of little ones. There's a lot of fun to be had in the future. It was a little tiring though, and ordering that was more physically demanding than sitting all day. Seeing that he was heartless and cheerful until now, not at all saddened by missing out on the emperor's scriptures, Xiaoyu couldn't help but be irritated again. What are you laughing at? Su Yun hurriedly shook his head. Being a thief? Nothing. You are you. Xiaoyu bemoaned. Why are you so happy about not entering the Taishu sect to study? Su Yun beamed. It's not just the Taishu sect. I can build a more powerful one in the future, and give mother as the sect master and sister as an elder. Xiaoyu flatly disbelieved. Where's your father? Su Yun, the janitor. Shiryayu was angry and amused. Just bragging. If the state master hears you, I'm afraid you'll laugh your ass off. Buzz. Suddenly, Mu Jilian flashed in front of the duo. It won't be a laughing matter. Shiryayu was startled. Gua sure? Isn't the state master giving awards to prospective disciples? Why is he here? But with a thought in her mind, she couldn't help but say, State master, look at my child. Can he also study at the Taishu sect, even if it's in the outer sect? Su Yun, why are you asking again when I'm so successful at swinging for the fences? And you, Mu Jilian, what are you doing running over here? He was being held by the hand, really like an adult holding a kindergartner. Run up to the teacher and ask if my child can get into kindergarten with these grades. The state master looked at the white and tender child, and his Taishang forgetfulness couldn't help but move. She squatted down and used a tender tone that was rare in her life. Do you want to join the Taishu sect? Other people couldn't see it, but the Taishu sect elder's divine sense was extremely strong, so he could see it clearly. That cold and noble state master may not even give face to the heavenly prince of Deqian. On weekdays, he accepts disciples, but also has a cold attitude. It's not that she doesn't take care of it, it's just that it's so uptight that it makes it difficult for her to understand emotions. Now there is such a tender side to that child. Anyone else would have to be so happy they wouldn't be able to sleep for years. But Su Yun was not happy. Just kidding. He had agreed to participate in the examination in order to prove to everyone that he was not a disciple of the Taishu sect. You're barking here again. Let me in. Wouldn't that be a waste of effort? Su Yun shook his head categorically, unwilling. Xiaoyu had blinked her eyes in anticipation, but when she heard these words, she froze. She immediately flustered. State master, children's words are reckless. You don't take it seriously. In fact, Yuner wants, very much. Su Yun hugged her thigh. I want to be with mommy. The state master looked fixedly for a moment. The Taishu sect is 3,000 miles outside of the capital. I can arrange spirit boats and pack animals for you, so you can go home every day. The elders looked on with a sigh. That face is everything. Such a small, handsome, adorable baby. Even this high and mighty sect master couldn't help but be moved. Although the Taishu sect doesn't restrict access, no one goes home every day. This preferential treatment is only available to this little munchkin. But Su Yun didn't give face to it. No go. It's not fun. Shiryayu was on the verge of tears. Yuner. Su Yun wrapped his arms around her and also wailed. Mother, I won't go. Don't sell me. Shiryayu was in a dilemma, so she could only take him into her arms and comfort him well. She was very regretful. State Master, the child is too young to understand anything, so we will leave first, another day. The elders looked surprised. How rare! Even if the great Qian Heavenly Prince invites, the sect leader may not go. Today is considered a precedent. In the past, when the Crown Prince and Princess came to visit the school, they didn't say that they went back and forth daily. Unfortunately, that kid is good looking, just too small, didn't learn anything at all. What Vision didn't? That's just it. It's better to give the rightful number one, the Emperor's blood. Suddenly, Mu Jilian opened her mouth. Mr. Su, I would like to give you the Emperor's blood. Would you like to become my Taishu sect's personal disciple? Chapter 33, Perfect Sense. Shi Yaoyu froze. Emperor's blood? She was a little bewildered. Emperor's blood. Of course one had heard of it. It was the essence blood left behind by the ancient great emperors. Each drop had endless greatness. However, she never knew that the Taishu sect had imperial blood, much less why. For their own children. What? The elder of the Taishu sect turned his head in confusion. Sect leader is confused? The one who performed the best was the Chao Qingdan. How is it still related to this kid? Suyan blinked and saw a cloud fly by. Oh, he reacted suddenly, slapping his thigh in remorse. It was his own Taishu Creation Sutra that he had cultivated to perfection, and the heaven and earth anomalies appeared passively. In his last mission, he dispelled the cold poison in Mo Ling's body and gained a full level of enlightenment. Just by glancing at Jade Ju, his body automatically learned this technique to great completion. Before he could put down the Jade, he broke through to completion. After waiting to play with a burnt finger, the scattered circuits in his brain pushed the technique to perfection. If one practiced seriously, it wouldn't take long to reach the highest unity of intent. Since ancient times, only the founding ancestor of the Taishu sect had practiced to unity. There are only 3 people in history that have managed to repair to perfection. Suyan was only 6 hours before and after, of which 99% of the time was still playing with his fingers. Just take this gong method and perceive it to the realm of perfection. Bitter. Suyan's heart was dripping blood. He hadn't expected the full level of enlightenment to be so terrifying. I was just curious to sweep it myself. Who knew that it had been cultivated? College students unintentionally see 1 + 1 and 2 subconsciously appears in their minds. There's no way to stop thinking at all. The subconscious mind has already parsed through it before the subjective has felt it. This is too easy. It's clearly a setup. Suyan screamed in agony. If he had really put in the effort to learn, he would have been able to come up with an improved version of the Great Void Creation Sutra by now. Instead of being discovered by Mu Jilin, Suyan hurriedly patched up the situation, and with a thought, he put away all the visions. Join my Taishu sect, okay? Mu Jilian's tone was calm, but she always felt a faint sadness. Suyan wrapped his arms around his mother's hand and shook his head desperately in anticipation. No good. You're kidding. When you go in later, you break the seal again, and you have 6 desires out of 7. I'm only 3 years old. My little arms and legs, how can I resist? In the plot, it's also in the Taishu sect to practice until adulthood before those things happen. Mu Jilian paused, her tone still calm. Here, the Emperor's blood is given to you. How about you come and be my disciple? The elders sucked in a breath of cool air in unison. What was wrong with the state master? How could he gift such a supreme treasure to a 3-year-old urchin? A jade purification vase was pulled out, and even under the layers of seals, it still emitted a horrifying pressure. The nearest Xiaoyo's legs went weak and she almost fell to her knees. Suddenly, a warmth rose from his hands. The power surged into the legs, and diffused through all the limbs and bones. Just now as a horrible pressure was swept away, Shiryayu looked down in surprise and saw Suyun holding in her hands. A sweetness rose in her heart. No wonder there's an old saying that having a child gives you strength against everything. Suyun, what feeling? No. Then the level. What can be stronger than that Song Tian ancestral blood? He shook his head. No good. Don't. Xiaoyo, you were dumbfounded, tugging at her son's hand. Silly boy. Do you know what this is? Why don't you want it? Suyun's tears came up at once. Shiryayu hurriedly pacified. Oh, nothing. Baby, you see clearly. This is the Emperor's blood. More fun than your toys. Suyun tilted his head. More fun than toys? Seems like it. No one has ever toyed with imperial blood in all of history, right? Mu Jilian saw that he didn't react at all and became more certain in her heart. Where could one stay calm in front of the Emperor's blood if they weren't a top physique? It's possible to die of shock on the spot, not to mention falling to your knees. When she heard Shiryaoyu's words, she rubbed her hands together and the jade pure bottle immediately turned into a rounded ball. Mu Jilian was untutored, and with a flick of her finger, the small jade ball whizzed out and smashed a mountain rock to smithereens. Suyun's eyes widened and she clapped her hands in excitement. Fun! The elders cried out. A calamity! The Taishu sect has this great calamity. Our elder, how did he take the emperor's blood to tease the children? Hate! That's imperial blood. How did it turn into a child's glass bead? Shi Yaoyu hurriedly said. Yun heir, as long as you. Suyun shook his head. I'm not going into the Taishu sect. I want to be at home. Well, the state master thought for a moment. The emperor's blood is for you. Whenever you figure it out, you can enter the Taishu sect again. Suyun looked up. Mother, is it okay? How had Shioyo ever seen this kind of battle? Emperor blood rarely appeared once in 100 years, and only in the depths of those dangerous secret realms was it possible to seal a drop. Whenever someone obtained it, they were able to become a giant on one side by comprehending the rules therein. It wasn't unheard of for those who borrowed the blood of emperors and sensed their way to becoming emperors. This is something that you just want to give away? Saying it yourself as a toy is just baiting the 3-year-old. I didn't ask you to be a toy. Shi Yaoyu hesitated. State master, this is too expensive. Mu Jilian handed out the small jade ball with both hands. Please accept it. Shi Yaoyu was shocked. State master, this, Mu Jilian calmly said. Is it for me to beg you? Shi Yaoyu was startled, but she didn't know that the other party wasn't threatening, but would go out of their way to beg this reincarnated ancestor for initiation if pleading worked. Shioyo looked left and right, but no one had an idea. Look at the other party's posture of not stopping until they take it. She also clenched her teeth. Okay, then, thank you, State Master. Yuner, say thank you, Master. Suyun lifted the small jade ball up, looking like he wanted to return it. Seeing such an adorable appearance, the corner of Mu Jilian's mouth hooked, but still failed to smile. She waved her hand. Master or no master, let's talk about it later. Then thank you, Mr. Su. Shioyo was confused. Who thanked who for this? She also hastened to say, yes, thanks to the state master. Mu Jilian was satisfied. This first time he saw the Taishu creation scripture, he reached the child of perfect sensation. With a little cultivation in the future, it will be the second founding ancestor. Thousands of miles of visions, no matter what the cost. You have to be in the Dora. Until he is able to defend himself, he must be watched carefully himself. Suyun played with the small ball with some apprehension, but when he didn't hear the prompt of mission failure, he put his heart down. It seems that people still recognized that I didn't join the Taishu sect. The mission was successful. That's good. Mu Jilian was also a top powerhouse and was pretty, so Suyun didn't mind learning some Tao from her. Just don't go too far into oblivion again and break out in 7 emotions. For the teacher, Mu Jilian patted Suyun's head. I will first go to take care of your senior brother and sister. Cough. Senior brother and sister-in-law. When he is initiated, he will naturally be the eldest of the eldest brothers. The road to cultivation was long, and this little age gap was nothing at all. With a flash, she reappeared on the high platform. The elders looked at each other, bewildered by the situation that had just occurred. Has the master lost his mind? Treating the emperor's blood like a toy and giving it to a child who doesn't even have a vision? Sect leader. An elder couldn't help but ask, why did you, just now? Mu Jilian became a cold and noble state master again. You shouldn't know. The elder froze. I'm not qualified to know? Then who is qualified? Mu Jilian said in a clear and cold voice. Founding ancestor. The elders were choked speechless, now handing out rewards. Mu Jilian ignored the strange gazes and said aloud, Chief Progenitor, please come forward. Chapter 34 Icy Clear Jade Spring. Xiao Qingxuan didn't understand where Mu Jilian had gone, but when he saw her come back, he let go of his heart. He proudly held his head high and stood at the forefront of the schoolyard. Greetings, Master of the State. Mu Jilian was satisfied with his talent, and the fact that he was able to achieve a small success at such a young age was also a manifestation of the ancestor's spirit. Although it was not as good as the other male son of the Su family, it was not easy to have such a degree. What should be rewarded, still must be rewarded. She gently raised her hand, and a sword pill that emitted an ethereal light descended from the sky. This is a heavenly pivot, heavenly armament, and I have suppressed it to the first realm to be able to use it as well. From now on, you will be the Taishu sect's own disciple. The vast majority of the people in the arena sucked in a breath of cool air. 7th Order Divine Soldier. The Taishu sect is so generous. Such a divine sword, given to a childish boy, full of sincerity, worthy of being a sect that interacts closely with the great Qian divine dynasty. Its depth is ample, so envious. A 7th rank, or a heavenly weapon, was enough to make many people salivate. But Xiao Qingdan froze, not meaning to pick it up at all. That's it? Mu Jilian's face was expressionless. What do you want? Give as much as the master can do. She recognized the kid's talent, but didn't like it much. From the very beginning, he was arrogant and turned away the other examiners. It's not right for a child of his age to be acting like he's still wanting something, but since the other guy took second, he's still in a position to make demands. Xiao Qingdan said anxiously, "Emperor blood. I want Emperor blood. Where is my Emperor's blood?" The faces of the people in the arena were puzzled. Emperor's blood? What Emperor blood? The elders were wide-eyed. You revealed it? How? Having all made an oath. Who would take the risk of a broken divine soul to leak secrets? The Taishu sect opens an altar once every 5 years. Not exactly hidden. And there are quite a few people who know about it. If they knew that there was Emperor's blood in this term, they were afraid that the entire heavenly origin realm would be eyeing it. Even if you take the forbidden medicine and test the child's broken foundation, you must still come out on top. This goes against the original intent of the reward. Mu Jilian also frowned slightly. How do you know? She didn't care to lie in front of a child, but she was also puzzled as to why the other party knew that the Emperor's blood existed. Xiao Qingdan was anxious. Don't you care how I know? I just want to know where the Emperor's blood is. You've gone through all this trouble yourself, and it's not just for the Emperor's blood? A 7th-ranked weapon is a divine weapon to an ordinary family, but in your own eyes, it doesn't count for. Mu Jilian shook her head slightly. There is no Emperor blood. Xiao Qingdan's eyes widened as he shouted angrily. You tricked me. Mu Jilian remained calm. If I say no, then no. Me so. Qi Yinyun also ran out, pointing at Mu Jilian and cursing, saying that there's a great chance, but it turns out to be this thing? The Emperor's blood my son spoke of. Hand it over quickly or I'll be impolite. Listening to the shrew-like tirade, the noble ladies were first displeased, but then they also murmured in surprise. There really is Emperor blood? This time when the Taishu sect opened its altar to accept disciples, there is such a chance? If I had known, I would have let the child take an elixir that strengthens enlightenment. You're silly. Unless a top-quality elixir is used, it will increase enlightenment for a short period of time, and afterward, it will suffer from it instead. How can you do this kind of thing of pulling up seedlings to help them grow? That's Emperor's blood. It's worth it to suffer as much damage as possible. Listening to the noisy words, Mu Jilian was expressionless and didn't say a word. It was the first time that a prospective apprentice felt that the reward was not enough and protested on the spot. Just as she pondered what to do, ding! Suyun was all set to descend the mountain when a soft ringing came from his ears. The Demon King has something to do and something not to do. When you were young and ignorant, you were tricked into exchanging your essence blood for the Chengchun Dan and cheating in the test. Because of this you have been disgraced by the world. A hallowed demon lord even doing sneaky things. Please whitewash yourself and make it believable that the Demon King won't cheat again. Mission difficulty, very high. Mission reward, ice clear jade spring. Suyun erupted. I didn't cheat. How am I going to prove it? In the plot, one is more miserable. I'm too young to know anything. Having been poisoned by chaos poison and unable to cultivate, he was hoodwinked by Lin Inger and went to exchange his essence blood for the Chengquan Dan. In the end, he cheated the test first, took the Emperor's blood and couldn't use it, but instead, he did Xiao Qingdan's dowry, highlight a misery, but in this life, he hadn't cheated, so how could he prove it? As she was pondering, Suyun suddenly covered her belly. Mother, my stomach hurts. Xiaoyu heard the sound and immediately stopped with concern. How did it suddenly hurt? It must be because you ate candy canes in the morning. The corner of Suyun's mouth twitched. 6 hours, digested long ago. Sure Yao you to pick him up. You bear with me for a while. Mother take you to find a medical center. Swish. Sir Su don't move. I'll check. Mu Jilian's voice came. This is the Taishu sect, and the sect master knows almost everything, especially since it was also the future eldest brother of the Taishu creation scripture perfect sense. It must not go wrong. Not even caring about handing out rewards, he fished the duo out first. Xiaoyu froze and bowed slightly in the direction of the schoolyard. Many thanks, State Master. Mu Jilian remotely dipped into it with her divine sense, and immediately let out a cry of surprise. This child's physique is indeed unusual. Under her senses, Suyun's body was no different from an ordinary child, but inside and out, it reveals a subtle flavor. It was as if, even he couldn't see through his physique and couldn't tell how high it was. Mu Jilian was a half-saint. Even she couldn't see through how powerful an existence was. And, tastes pretty good. Sure Yaoyu was a bit anxious. State Master, how is Yuner? Su Gongzi, is too weak, is absorbing too much aura? The body is instinctively discharging impurities. Mu Jilian was a bit surprised. He posited that it was only because the Great Void creation scripture was deeply sensed, and the most pure spiritual energy in his body was running raw. that he instinctively discharged the impurities. Just rest for a while. There's nothing wrong with the Su family's son. The two of you can leave on your own. Mu Jilian put her heart down and returned to the high platform. Could other children be expelling impurities? In the past, he had also allowed his disciples to learn the Taishu creation scripture, and this imperial scripture was calm and gentle, never reacting so violently. However, there were also many special circumstances that occurred today, so Mu Jilian simply dispersed her divine sense and descended on each of the children present. Divine sense inspection of people is seen as an offense, so it wasn't looked at closely before. Now for the sake of the Taifu sect, it's better to carry on checking it out. The divine sense swept through them one by one. Spectral Ghost Valley Zhou Jiji, nothing. Jiangnanzhu Family Zhu Liankan, nothing. Spirit Mountain Sanctuary Makyashin, nothing. Qin Xuan of the Dakian Royal Family, nothing. Xinyuan Marquis Shaoqingtsuan, Mu Jilian snapped her head up, and a gust of wind kicked up around her. Her tone was icy cold. Chung Chun Dan, to cheat with this evil thing for the sake of the test. This son has a twisted heart and shall not enter my Taishu sect. Chapter 35 Imperial Blood Toy. Mu Jilian realized that within that Shaoqingtsuan's dantian, a deeply hidden breath had unexpectedly come out. If it were anyone else, they might not have known what it was. But as the head of the Taishu sect and the master of the Great Qian Kingdom, Mu Jilian was able to distinguish at a glance that it was the evil substance that could make a person's enlightenment soar briefly, the Chungquan Dan. Wow! The stands were a mess, and people were dismayed. Fraud? That quasi-chief who came first in the examination actually relied on cheating? Chung Chi Dan? Isn't that a crooked way of doing things? Marquis Jinyuan's son. He even took the surge pill for the sake of the examination? No wonder he knows something about imperial blood. A parent drifted off, knowing the news in advance. This time the altar is open to accept disciples. The chief has the emperor's blood to give, so take the evil pills early and strive to be first. Damn it, I almost let this kid get away with it. The heart is quite deep. It's hard to imagine that a mere 3 years old has this kind of city, and his parents are by no means innocent of this underhanded tactic of hurting themselves. In the stands, people were just watching the show at first, but the talk turned up the heat in the group. The first place in the examination can have a drop of emperor's blood, so that kid wants to be first in the examination even if he damages his own Dao Foundation and cheats. It's a disservice to everyone else to miss out on the opportunity. You can even take a back seat and just muck around and not say anything. This time, it's all about the imperial blood. Which expectant parent can tolerate this? Snap! A man stood up and slapped at Ji Yenyun. It would have been unpleasant to watch her run outside and yell just now. Now that he's even cheating and making his child miss out on imperial blood, he deserves to be beaten even more. You dare to hit me? Ji Yenyun covered her face and glared angrily. Snap! Another slap landed on her face. What's wrong with hitting you? Cheating dog! My son didn't cheat. Ji Yenyun seemed to yell madly. If you have the ability to beat me, dare to leave your name. Another slap was pumped up. Xuanwu Heavenly Alliance Hallmaster Shen Yi. My son Shen Yi, sure. Remember this to me. And remember to take revenge in the future. Pulling up seedlings to help them grow. Even something that damages a child's Dao Foundation can be done. Shame on you for being a mother. Ji Yenyun was dumbfounded by the slap, but didn't have the courage to fight back. The Xuanwu Heavenly Alliance, a superpower that was dominating the northern domain. The status of a hallmaster was even higher than that of a marquis in Deqian. How can a woman like herself be capable of fighting against it? Besides, injure the foundation of the Dao? Ji Yenyun looked up blankly. After Shao Qingdan's sacred bones were dug up, she was already extremely sensitive to Dao Foundation damage. The bystanders snickered. The surge pill was classified as a forbidden medicine long ago, and only crooked people would refine it. It's a short-lived enhancement of qualifications at the cost of permanent damage to the Dao Foundation. Ha! Letting a 3-year-old take this evil elixir. You are great enough as a mother. Shi Yanyan turned her head violently and stared dead at Lin Inger in the shadows. It's you! You lied to me that it was an elixir. It's you! It's your fault my son is damaged. She hissed as she did so, and pounced, writhing uncaringly. No! I didn't want this! Lin Inger screamed and kept backing away. But having had his hand broken twice and his eyes and tongue gouged out, his cultivation was not even close to that of this middle-aged woman. He was soon being held down and beaten, and in no time at all his nose was bruised and swollen. I didn't want to hurt young Master Lightning Dust, Lin Inger cried out. She had all dedicated half of her essence blood just to obtain the Emperor's blood. Who would have thought that the State Master would examine the body? In his last life, Su Yun also cheated. How come no one found out? My child. My light dust, Shi Yenyun cried and cried. scattering Lining air and hurriedly running out again to hug Xiao Qingsuan. How can you take this elixir? You don't recognize it clearly. You have to be responsible for yourself. Xiao Qingdan had anger in his eyes, and his bone knuckles pinched and creaked. It wasn't that he didn't know the dangers of the surge pill, but if he could obtain the Emperor's blood afterward, he would be able to get his money's worth. But now, what about Imperial blood? I'll say it again. There's no Emperor's blood. Xiao Qingdan, cheating in the examination, stripping him of his chief qualification. The rest of the children are of good character and are honest and trustworthy. Xiao Qingsuan, reflect well. You go back. Mu Jilian gently waved her hand, and a light wind held Xiao Qingsuan and sent him down. Xiao Qingdan landed at the mountain gate just in time to see Shi Yaoyue holding Su Yun. Suddenly, his eyes widened. Emperor, blood? Su Yun held a small jade ball in his hand, the sealing prohibition on it emitting a faint glow, looking very nice. Other people couldn't see it, but Xiao Qingsuan was an emperor in his previous life. Emperor's blood, how come he has it? Xiao Qingdan's blood surged and his eyes turned red. It was his own. Who was he to take it away? How dare he? Phew! Su Yun held the small jade ball and casually threw it. What power can a 3-year-old have? Just a crater in the dirt. Xiaoyu was exasperated. Even as a toy, don't throw it around. She sent out a spiritual power, and when she encountered the prohibition, it unexpectedly melted away like ice and snow. He could only go up himself, pick it up, and return it to his son. Play, toy? Xiao Qingduan was dumbfounded. A supreme treasure that one would rather eat surge pill and get. That asshole, as a toy? Ah! Xiao Qingdan's blood rushed up in anger and he fainted on the spot. On the mountain, Shi Yanyan saw the child being sent away, and also her eyes were red, and she shouted like a madman, "Give me back my son! Give me back my son!" The crowd shook their heads at the ungraceful scene. The master of the Taishu sect, the master of the great Qian dynasty, can he still steal your son? It's nothing more than feeling sick and sending it down the hill. Swish! The Rapunzel stood up, and disgust was also written in her eyes. She said aloud, she taught her son poorly, fed him poisonous pills, and was reckless as a mother. Pass on this court's order to strip her of her parental rights. Hand Xiao Qingdan over to the Su family's main mother for cultivation. Shi Yenyun was stunned and became even more frantic. No! What gives you the right? What gives you the right to take away my son? You can't when the old lady comes back. She'll have you dash. The Xiao family's domestic servants rushed forward, covered the mouth of the main mother, and took her out. Mrs. Sure can scold, but the eldest princess doesn't dare to scold. If you really get mad, you'll have to kill your whole family. Shi Yanyan stared with reddened eyes, her face covered in bruises, and in the midst of endless anger and humiliation, she was forcibly dragged down. Onlookers have shaken their heads, all the minds have stepped on awe. Even without this last one, at least one can still raise children. This mess has taken away custody. Shi Yaoyue looked at the unconscious Xiao Qingsuan and also heard about the eating of the surge pill. Her eyes were compassionate and disgusted. Looking at the white and tender baby in my arms, I had only one thought in my mind. How could there be such a big difference between being born on the same day? Xiaoyu sighed. Take it back and send it to the other courtyard. Tomorrow, hire a stricter teacher and discipline him well. In the stands, the farce was over, and Rapunzel sat down contentedly after giving her bosom friend a piece of her mind. And at this moment, Mu Jilian's voice came out. In light of Xiao Qingdan being removed from the quota, the position of chief is vacant. The chief disciple of this session is replaced by the original second-place winner, Qin Chuan. You are the first in this session. This supreme divine soldier will be handed over to you. The young prince was watching the play with a happy face when he suddenly heard his name being called and turned around in bewilderment. The Rapunzel had just sat down when she stood up again with a confused look on her face. What? My son has become the chief progenitor? Just her stupid unenlightened kid became the number one in the session? Killing your way through a crowd of ancient families, hidden clans, and legendary holy places? What a pickup script this is, and it's incredible. She looked puzzled, and a white face suddenly appeared in her mind. Couldn't help but murmur, the Su family's youngest son is really a lucky star. Su Yun was also surprised at this time. I'm really a lucky star. He didn't do anything, but he cultivated the Taishu Genoa Sutra too quickly and had a stomachache. Just finish the job? Ding! You have gone to great lengths to successfully whitewash yourself before the world, and no matter how bad the Demon Lord is, he won't sneak around during the test. Demon Lord, use always your own power. Mission accomplished. Mission reward, ice clear jade spring. Su Yun nodded. Well, it was a lot of effort. Chapter 36, The Time Stone. Qin Chuan, from now on, you will be the Taishu sect's chief progenitor and study with the Grand Elder. Mu Jilian spoke. The crowd looked envious. That stupid kid from the princess family had become number one. The Taishu sect opens its altar once every 5 years, and those who are qualified to come are the great clans, great sects, and great holy places. That little king, who is not known, took first place. It's really enviable. The great elder of the Taishu sect was a bit confused. Sect leader, isn't this chief progenitor studying with you? How is it with me? He also wants the chief, which is the best prospect every 5 years. It's a beautiful thing to really cultivate a person who will be honored for hundreds of years to come. You can go towards the fact that all of these people are studying with the headmaster, and the elders can only be chosen from the bottom 19. What's going on today? Mu Jilian resumed her coolness and faintly said, I have more important things. She needed to prescribe the right medicine to find the best cultivation path for that young male Su family member. The other disciples, they haven't had time to care. The great elder could only owe. Then the emperor blood. Mu Jilian turned her head violently with a chill in her eyes. There is no emperor blood. The elders were silenced and nodded their heads in a hurry. Yes, there is no emperor blood. I don't know why the sect leader did this, but it was already given to the boy, so I'd better cooperate myself. Only when the rewards were handed out one by one did the eldest princess hug the little prince back. Chuaner, how did you take first place? That imperial scripture. You really read it? The 5-year-old little king was too tigerish to understand what was happening, but hearing this with a look of pride. What's so hard about that? I'll know it in a couple of looks. With that said, he made a run and the phase of Taishu really did appear around him. Rapunzel eyes with hot tears. His own stupid son finally woke up. Finally, I have not wasted my efforts. She took out a gongfu from her Qinkuan bag. Take a look at this one. The young king took it over, turned it over a few times, and fell head over heels. The eldest princess was alarmed. Chuaner, what's wrong with you? Only then did the young king look up. I am so sleepy. Rapunzel was speechless. This Nima, tired of looking at one glance? She showed her son a few more times, with no sign of learning at all. The Rapunzel flipped through the contents suspiciously. This was clearly a first-order ordinary spitting method. When I was a kid myself, I could do it in half an hour, before letting the little king learn. Also so a look sleepy. I thought that I could make a difference today after learning the Taishu Creation Sutra. How it's still exactly the same? The Rapunzel asked. Then how come you weren't sleepy when you were learning that imperial scripture? The young prince spread his hands. I don't know. I just think it's so simple. One glance and you'll know. Unlike your book, it's too hard. Rapunzel was speechless. Only then did the little king touch his body. Mother, did you take my blocks while I was asleep? Rapunzel asked. What blocks? Little king, that's the one. That little bitty one that gave it to me. The Rapunzel remembered that before the examination, that Su family's young prince was giving a block to the young prince. This kid, how can you play with someone's toy and not even remember their name? His name is Su Yun. In the future, you guys do a good job of P. The Rapunzel was suddenly stunned, and an unimaginable thought surfaced in her mind. It couldn't be the blocks that made his son's enlightenment skyrocket, could it? Impossible. Divine objects aren't capable of this, and blocks are even more impossible. Rapunzel pushed the comical thought out of her mind. It would have to be at least a saint-level divine anomaly to suddenly boost enlightenment. Can such a treasure be used as a toy? She thought it was funny. What was she thinking? Maybe it's really because of my son, and that emperor's scripture fits well. The young king nodded. Well, that boy is good. I approve. I'll agree to be his boss from now on. Rapunzel crossed her arms helplessly. It's okay. At least it's a good start. That boy is indeed blessed to have my silly boy as the chief. Well, we'll have to make more contact after that. I don't know if the Su family wants the supreme divine soldier, a 7th-order heavenly weapon, precious to others, was of no concern to the royal family. What the Rapunzel wanted was the opportunity to learn from the great powers of the Taishu sect, and these small rewards, let's consider them a gift to the Su family. Returning to the Su mansion, Su Yun took out his small bones and dug on the ground according to the prompts in his head. Supreme sacred bone, I am a cultivating great emperor, not for digging, but the cruel owner, not a bit sympathetic. First, it becomes a building block and lends it to others to increase their senses and become a pro-transmission. Then it turned into a shovel again and dug out a spiritual spring in the yard. The third daughter, Inkling, saw her brother playing here and watched curiously for a while. Seeing that it's really digging, I'm not interested. Before leaving, though, he ravaged the little guy up and down. It still feels good to be home. Inkling lamented. On the day of her withdrawal, she was still a little lost. What young girl isn't pregnant? And when she ends her engagement, she doesn't know when she'll get the next one. But just by confining Su-yun to sleep for one night, the sadness was all gone. Sleeping with my brother in my arms and getting up all warm and cozy can be so cozy. Su-yun was not comfortable at all and shouted, "You'd better not go home." Inkling smiled, let go of him, and ran off to meditate and practice. In the past few days, the cold poison in his body couldn't find a trace, and this genius from 3 years ago had found his way back to cultivation. Spiritual power was growing every day, so maybe in a few days, he would be able to surpass the Jin Yuan Ho. However, the Marquis of Jin Yuan had 1,000,000 elite soldiers in his hands, and his strength was more than just cultivation. After the third young miss left, the head of the guardhouse watched Su-yun digging, and couldn't help but inquire, "Little Gongzi, do you want us to help?" Su-yun waved his hand. "No need." Wow, after all, Little Bone was a saint level, or a saint level within a saint level like Root Bone. In itself, it was a top-of-the-line weapon, digging through the ground with ease. Soon, a cold spring gurgled out and filled the small courtyard. The chief of the guards was surprised. Underneath the Su mansion, there's even a spring? Hiss, this is actually a spiritual spring. Su-yun secretly nodded. This was the reward he had just obtained, the ice-clear jade spring. The water was crystal clear, emitting a faint blue light and filled with a pure white mist. Gently touched, it was cold but not bone-chilling, and even if you fell into it, you wouldn't get frostbite. Instead, it will quickly purify the body of impurities and rejuvenate it. It also promotes healing and repairs dark wounds, and the coldness also clears the mind and accelerates cultivation. It's not as efficient as the Joan of Arc do, but it's better in that it's a large quantity and everyone gets a good dose of the rain. Su-yun was just about to speak when a sound came from his ears. Ding! Whitewashing lies in every aspect. Please do good deeds and do what is kind to others every day. Daily limit, 5/5. Mission difficulty, dynamic. Mission reward, depends on the difference in strength between the person doing the good deed and yourself. Su-yun didn't have much of an idea about the mission, and whitewashing really needed to be approached from all sides. Doing good deeds on a daily basis also raises awareness, and your image. But, is this gap between the object of charity and one's own strength too much? The corner of Su-yun's mouth twitched. If the system descended before the Armageddon, no one in the 10,000 realms was already stronger than Su-yun. Even in the niche areas of alchemy and formation, there were only a handful of people who could be found stronger. In other words, even if Su-yun performed good deeds on a daily basis, the rewards he received were just additions. But this life, you're only 3 years old yourself. Any random person is stronger than yourself, right? Su-yun looked at the chief of the guards by his side. This is a half-step 6th realm. The former personal guard of the Marquis of Jin Yuan. The realm wasn't too high, but could use the method of combining attacks, and the combat power could surpass 1 or 2 realms. Not to be underestimated. A half-step to the 6th realm. And me, a kid who doesn't even have a sense of chi. How big is the gap? Su-yun pondered for a moment, and his heavy pupils quickly saw the dark wounds on his body. Then he spoke. Uncle Chen, this spirit spring seems to have miraculous effects. Why don't you try scooping up some water? The chief of the guards had seen the fluctuation of spiritual energy and jumped to try. Hearing the young gentleman say so, he laughed and said, "Good, then I'll try the water for the young gentleman." With a curl of his spiritual energy, a ball of water flew up and covered his body. Within a few seconds, the head of the guardhouse exclaimed, "My dark wounds, they seem to have healed a lot. This spirit spring, it has a miraculous effect." Ding! Daily good, 1/5. Zip! Object is stronger than you by 1,000, 10,000, 10,000, 100, 000. Zip! Error multiplier. Changes in mission rewards. Mission reward, Time Stone. Chapter 37, Irregular Menstruation. Su-yun sked. It really works, because the system came down 1,000 years early. The world is now full of people who are better than you. The objects of the daily good are rewarded with unimaginable multipliers. Kind of cool. Su-yun couldn't wait to be a helpful and good boy. That's if you put it in the pre-crossing era, where there are tens of billions of dollars in subsidies for doing good. The grandmothers on this street could hold up the moon. Su-yun was not to be delayed. I'm going to do a good deed. He ran his ass off. The leader of the guards shook it off, and all the water on his body flew away, and his clothes were instantly dry. He exclaimed, "What about this spring, little lord?" Su-yun didn't even look back. "Fence it in. I'm only 3 years old. What do I know? You can use it if you want to, and remember to scoop it up." The chief of the guards looked odd. "Yes, for this kind of thing, I should ask madam." "How can I ask the young lord? It's just that he looks like a young adult, and sometimes he really forgets his age." "Emma, it's worthy of being the Su family's son. The head of the guards couldn't help but reveal a smile as well. Soo-yun stared at his heavy pupils and ran shakily to the storehouse. Not a moment later he ran out again and found a maid. Sister, here. The maid looked surprised. Young Gongsi? Thank you. What is this? Soo-yun said. You have irregular menstruation. Use this and you'll be fine in no time. Yeah. The maid blushed for a moment, her voice trembling. How do you? Any other man would have punched out long ago, but the words came out of a 3-year-old's mouth, but they were not at all out of place. Looking at the penetrating innocent eyes, the maid just thought to herself, Madam has taught too much. The little son is only 3 years old. It must have been someone else's broken mouth. How did the little lord hear it? She smiled slightly. Young sir, we can't take anything from the house. You can take it back. Soo-yun's mouth deflated. If you don't want it, I'll cry. The maid was stunned. Just as Harriman walked by with a helpless face, the young gentleman gave it to you. So take it. The maid thanked her repeatedly. Thank you, little sir. Ding. Daily acts of kindness, 2/5. Zip. Power multiplier error. 1000. 10,000. Power multiplier error. Reward level revision in progress. Mission reward, 9 spinning spirit branches. Soo-yun bounced away, and in no time found another houseboy. Threw a rock into the mouse hole. The housekeeper exclaimed, Young master, I'm catching rats. You're spooking the snakes. They'll run away from the other holes in a while. Soo-yun clasped his hands. No, its family is inside? The houseboy, suspicious, dug open the mouse hole and exclaimed, It's still there. A nest of mice for some reason didn't move at all. Pick it up and realize that the breathing heartbeat is all but lifelike. It says dead, but how it looks like it's alive. It was as if the space and time around them were frozen and stood still forever. The housekeeper was shocked. What did the young master just throw in there? It's amazing too. Ding. Daily acts of kindness, 3/5. Mission reward, amulet of teleportation. The houseboy took the undead rat and threw it toward the trash pile in the corner of the yard. This side was close to the other courtyard where the Shao family lived, and not a moment later, Lin Inger passed by. She had fallen out with Ji Yen Yun last time, but Xiao Qingxuan had been robbed and had to be hostile to stand back in the same trench. By slightly modifying his face with a secret technique, he could avoid the eyes of the guards by hiding in the separate courtyard where the Shao family lived. She was stunned when she saw the lifelike rats. Space-time law? Who used the space-time Grand Dao to seal a few rats? Lin Inger's cultivation was all gone, but her eyes were still there. These rats, frozen in eternity in time and space. In front of normal time stream creatures, it was like a lamb to the slaughter, a fish on a chopping block. Even if a high-ranking cultivator was struck, he would be powerless to resist. Who would use it to catch mice? It can't be the Demon Lord? Lin Inger was secretly shocked and at the same time incomparably jealous. In his last life, the demon monarch was unable to cultivate, and was able to rely on his perseverance and talent to kill his way to invincibility. In this life, without the influence of chaos poison, he had more resources under his control. Lin Inger's heart was dripping blood, extremely regretful. If he had changed sides later, wouldn't this magic treasure that could affect space and time have belonged to him? Soo-yun didn't understand those. He ran to the vegetable garden and thrust the 9-turn spirit branch into the ground. Soon, the vegetable garden bloomed like spring and all the plants became vigorous. Those snakes, insects, rats and ants, also wrathful escape, leaving only a piece of vitality. The young gentleman is so nice, the vegetable farmer kept praising. How dare you take that kind of manna to help us underlings? The heart is truly good. Soo-yun smiled cheekily. I want to eat fresh cucumbers at night. The vegetable farmer bent down favorably. Okay, I'll pick it for the little lord. Although the world of metaphysics, productivity has increased, but with it the difficulty of caring for elixirs has also increased. These farmers, usually, remain unseen. The Jinyuan Marquis residence does not mistreat and pays the laborers on time, which is already considered extremely conscientious. And the young gentleman, to his surprise, took out a magic treasure to tend their vegetable and medicine gardens. Looking at the capital, I have not seen any young master who can have such a loving heart. Ding! Daily acts of kindness, mission rewards. Soo-yun didn't think about that much. He purely wanted to complete the mission, as well as try out the unseen contraptions, commonly known as test skills. You're only 3 years old yourself, and you don't need to fight. Anyway, with 5 bonus chances per day, you're bound to stock up on a ton of them over time. What if you don't try it a few times, procrastinate, and realize you have to read the bar when you use it? And he felt that he would always have a crunchy feeling of euphoria every time he completed a task. I didn't care about gaining various physical qualities before, but now I feel it clearly when I do small quests. Probably. She, Soo-yun guessed, while being somewhat elated. If it was chakra, one could have stored up a large amount of it from the time one started accumulating it at the age of 3 to the age of 18 at start of the episode, enough to contend with a protagonist backed by destiny. Soo-yun was gorgeous and continued to go do good deeds. These news, naturally, also entered Shi Yaoyu's ears. Harriman said, "Little Duke has been going around in circles today, going to help the houseboys wash and scrub, and grabbing plates. It's been so much fun." Shi Yaoyu sweetly distressed. Jin Yuan Ho Gongzi, how to do these things. That's just it. It's good to let him practice. She wasn't one of those corrupted people who only thought about honor and order. Children should be exposed to more. How can you inherit a title and fight soldiers without experiencing the life of a common man? Harriman covered her mouth and snickered. The house guests love it. They all praise the young gentleman for his kind heart. Going forward. Ah, must be a great guy. Shioyo was also honored with the honor, and a warm smile appeared on her face. Yes, Cloud is going to be a great man. Ta-da! A series of hurried footsteps sounded, and an old man ran in angrily. Can't teach, so stubborn. I can't teach. The guards wanted to stop, but in front of this old man with no cultivation, their aura was even shorter. Shi Yaoyu waved her hand, letting the guard retreat, and personally welcomed her. Mr. Hua, how did you break your head? Mr. Hua was filled with rage. Who else? Your Su family's young master. Naughty, what a dude. I taught him the holy books and he wouldn't listen. I taught him the truth, but he didn't learn it. I taught him the law of the land, and he treats it like dirt, despising everything and calling me pedantic. I can't teach this kind of bad boy. Shi Yaoyu's heart pumped, her emotions incomparably complicated. After the eldest princess deprived Ji Yen Yun of her custody, she put Xiao Qingxuan in a separate courtyard, wanting to ask a gentleman to teach her and reverse her character. But it was only the first day, and the teacher was beaten and bloodied. Mr. Hua said angrily, he doesn't want to hear anything. His personality is explosively bad to the core. Look at my head. He's the one who hit me. Also at this moment, a maid came in with a smile on her face. Ma'am, guess what? Young master is taking the house's doctor and is going out to give a free medical treatment. Such a kind heart. Truly a reincarnated living Buddha. Shioyo lightly lowered her eyes and sighed deeply. The same children, born on the same day, in the same mansion. One violent, one kind. How come the gap is so big? Chapter 38 Full Reading Comprehension. Shi Yaoyu sighed. Her own flesh and blood. How could she be taught to be like this? But she also had a new thought. Since Soo-yun was going to inherit the Marquis of Jinyuan, it was time to learn something. After a few days, Shi Yaoyu brought Soo-yun to Ingtian Academy. Yuner, starting today, you will learn to read and write. Soo-yun was struck by lightning. Mother, are you going to abandon your child? Shioyo's head was as big as a bucket. Why do you think so? Soo-yun had tears in his eyes. If you're not abandoning your child, how did you put me in such danger? Shioyo was speechless. No excuses even if you don't want to learn. Soo-yun, mother, ding. The Demon King stops his children from crying at night, and his notoriety spreads far and wide. Whenever a child is naughty, the mother moves the Demon Lord, and if they don't study well, they will become him. Please redeem your image and cleanse yourself. Please worship a teacher. The teacher must live. Mission difficulty, very high. Mission reward, full reading comprehension. Soo-yun was positive. Mother, my child loves to study the most. You go back. I'm going to study hard. Shiroyuki? With a foxy gaze, she led Soo-yun to the Ufuzi. The Ingtian Academy was huge, with scholars from a few years old to dozens of years old. This Ufuzi opened the door extremely well. Those who are the children of the big people, all under his teaching to learn. Yuner, call the husband. Shi Yaoyu said. Soo-yun made a bow in a decent manner. Good day, husband. Ding. Ha, as the strongest person in the worlds, you are entangled in countless karmic consequences. It is rare for a teacher to survive after being worshipped by you. Mission reward, full reading comprehension, enhances with age. Soo-yun let out a sigh of thanks. Luckily, the system is 1,000 years ahead of schedule, or else the mission is afraid to get stuck. Before the Armageddon, Soo-yun's karma was all over his body. Ordinary people couldn't even afford to receive a single bow from a great emperor, let alone Soo-yun, the supreme of all worlds. Even if he was a protagonist, it would be hard for a while to accept his worship. Soo-yun, even if he was not as good as others in certain techniques. However, the Demon Lord could only discuss with him, and it was impossible to worship him. And now, although Soo-yun has the chi, in the final analysis, he is still a small child. He carries a clean air and worships with sincerity. Someone else might even get the benefit of the doubt. Husband Yu stroked his beard with a smile. Good boy. Looking eloquent. Sure Yao Yu modestly, where? Just naughty and mischievous. In the future, I'll rely on the teacher to teach. It's all polite talk, and Yu Fuzi understands it. He opens up a great deal and has a way of capturing the attention of children. Pointing to a tablet, he asked, Su Yun, do you know what is written on this tablet? That inscription is full of words, but I can't read it. Yu Fuzi relied on this and attracted countless young nobles. He stroked his beard and laughed softly, waiting for this child to say he didn't recognize it, so he could say, then I'll teach you to recognize it. The boy, then, will be good enough to follow up on the schoolhouse. The zither is a long, winding instrument that rhymes in the ear, and the elegant music floats in the air with an unresolved meaning. The sound of the voice tells me that I miss my old home, and I feel sad and desolate. Su Yun blurted out. Yu Fuzi? Sure Yao Yu hurriedly said. Children talk nonsense. Husband don't care. No, no, no. Yu Fuzi's eyes widened. You guys have studied? Shiroyuki, huh? This Tian Yuan realm's #1 beauty was not as important as Su Yun in the eyes of an old pedant like Yu Fuzi. He blew his beard and held Su Yun's shoulders. Kid, you've learned? Su Yun scratched his head. No wow. Yu Fuzi was excited. Then how do you know how to read it? Su Yun pointed at the stone tablet. You have to look at it like this, like a snail shell that keeps turning in circles. 4 words and a turn, to 5 words and a turn, to 6 words, and then it reads. Yu Fuzi was surprised. It was a palindrome, not to mention the kids. Even the adults would be confused when they see it. The lady looked confused, obviously not having seen it before. Meaning this kid, he got it the first time he saw it? Xiaoyo Yu also understood and couldn't help but wonder. Yuner, when did you know so many words? After all, he is the heir of the marquis, and usually teaches some words, but I didn't realize he knew so many. Su Yun hummed. How can you read the emperor's scriptures when you can't even recognize the words at full level of enlightenment? Yu Fuzi was so excited that he pulled Su Yun and ran to another stele. Child, look. What is the explanation of this stele? Sure Yao Yu looked over. Yellow silk young woman. Grandson fragmentary? She scratched her head. No, she wouldn't. Read and practiced on your own. But there are specialties in the arts, and there is no one who is good at everything. Sure Yao Yu rounded off. Husband, Yuner also just coincidentally guessed that inscription. This one. Su Yun blurted out. Excellent and good words. Xiaoyo Yu laughed. You child, how many poems have you only read before you dare to say wonderful and good words? Snap. Yu Fuzi clapped his hands, as excited as if he had seen a treasure. He's talking about the riddle. The riddle of the tablet is the absolutely great words. Xiaoyo Yu was bewildered. Ha? Yu Fuzi's voice trembled. Su Yun, tell me, why is it a wonderful speech? Su Yun pointed to the inscription. Yellow silk. Yellow is color. Silk is silk, armature. Together is absolute. A young woman is a young girl, and that is wonderful. A grandson is as a daughter's child is good. Finally the finely chopped mortar, a vessel for pounding garlic, can withstand pungency? So it is a resignation. That's just excellent rhetoric. Fuzzy. Husbandman Yu laughed his head off. Genius. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect that at my age. I would still receive such a genius. Come on, Yuner, quickly follow old man in. From now on, you'll be the Yingtian Academy's leader. Xiaoyo Yu took the bundle of tuition fee, and looked puzzled. Huh? Husbandman. Husband Yu waved his hand in disgust. Go go go. Don't disturb my lesson with Yuner. In other people's eyes, it was the #1 beauty in the Tian Yuan realm, and one would be suffocated at the sight of it. In the eyes of the old pedant, who could be hotter than Su Yun? Xiaoyo Yu was confused. Her own son, was that talented? Right. Yu Fuzi turned back. Xiaoyo Yu hurriedly said, Husband please speak. Yu Fuzi said, come pick it up later. I want to communicate more with Yuner. Xiaoyo Moon. Su Yun enrolls smoothly and manages to mesmerize a group of old pedants. It was hard to get to class, so I was finally able to clear my head, but I saw a few familiar faces. Young Prince Qin Xuan patted Su Yun's shoulder. Only enrolled in school today? Last time you gave me toys. I'll begrudgingly be your boss. Don't worry, in Yingtian Academy, I have you covered. Just don't sleep in class and call me for all problems. ZZZZZZZ. In class, Su Yun decisively fell asleep. Full reading comprehension and learning 3 words is so boring. Watching Yu Fuzi walk down, the young prince looked nervous. Hey, wake up, said I can save you from everything except sleeping in class. Seeing that husband Yu was getting closer and closer, the young prince's heart was in his throat. He is not afraid of anyone, but this husband dares to hit the handplate, and the king's identity is useless. Bam! Yu Fuzi was getting closer and closer. The little prince was so scared that he closed his eyes, not wanting to see a bloody and cruel scene. How can you sleep here? Snap! Husbandman Yu slapped his hand on the young prince's desk and spoke angrily. The little prince shivered. Husband, I'll be sure to. Next time. Wow! Yu Fuzi took off his coat and gently draped it over Su Yun's shoulders. It's not comfortable to sleep in class. Besides, what if you catch a cold? You, as a fellow student, must take care of him. Little King? Chapter 39, Filial Piety is Color. It was only after class was over and the children were playing that Su Yun woke up. The young prince looked like he had seen a ghost. You, how dare you sleep in husbandman's class? He was not afraid of the sky or the earth, but he was afraid of the elder princess and Mrs. Yu. This husband is educated and knows his manners, but the fight is also real. The young prince saw with his own eyes that even that prince came and was spanked, and the emperor couldn't even persuade him. These old pedants, kill and cannot be killed. Exile can still get a good name. Bear with me, and be courteous, too. Su Yun yawned. What's wrong with that? Just sleep if you want to. What else can he do? The young prince's face was odd. I'm his big brother. Little brother can sleep. Big brother can't sleep? In the next class. He tentatively slumped on the table, not realizing that he'd actually fall asleep a little while later. Yu Fuzi's face was full of huffing and puffing, and his mouth contained the heavenly constitution, icy cold and piercing to the bone. The little prince was chilled all over, as if he was placed in the cold winter earth. He sobered up and jumped up in misery. Husbandman Yu was displeased. Qin Chuan, how do you solve this word filial piety? The little king still has drool hanging from the corners of his mouth. Is the horizontal, vertical, apostrophe, snap. Yu Fuzi slammed the table. Stand still for me. How dare you wantonly sleep in my class? Do you think you've learned something? Or are you just too smart for your own good? The young prince's eyes widened. Husband, suddenly unconvinced, he pointed to the side. Then why does he get to sleep? Su Yun slept better than he did. The 3-year-old milkman blew snot bubbles and slumped over the table like a soft donut, and was as cute as could be. Humph. Husbandman Yu grunted unhappily and strolled over to Su Yun's table. In full view of everyone, with the gentlest of movements, he patted him on the back. Yuner, come on, wake up. Su Yun's sleepy eyes rubbed his face, confused. Husband, something? Yu Fuzi smiled and asked, is it cool? Do you want to sleep in my room? Su Yun waved his hand. Thank you, husband. You sleep well in lectures. In the Sleep Aid app, there is always a physics class ASMR in addition to the sound of rain and water. More hypnotizing than anything. Yu Fuzi smiled rustily. Good. That's good. The young prince and a group of princes and dukes looked dumbfounded afterward. No, by what right? Yu Fuzi was not said to be strict, but he was also a bored, which has such a gentle and considerate look, looking like his own grandson. It was also at this time that husband Yu asked, Yuner, what do you think is the explanation for this word filial piety? Su Yun thought for a moment. Color. Yu Fuzi was puzzled. Oh, why? Su Yun said, how does sir think filial piety can be solved? Yu Fuzi said, that is filial piety to parents. Su Yun smiled cheekily. Zixia also asked Confucius what filial piety is. Confucius replied, when a child, the least difficult thing is to be pleasant to his parents. Is it considered filial piety for a son or daughter to merely work for their parents and feed them? So the student thought that the core of filial piety is color. Color, face. Yu Fuzi stroked his palm and laughed. Good. Worthy of being the head of my academy, intelligent and insightful. Okay, Cloudy, you go to sleep. Teacher will ask you again if you have any questions. The young king's eyes glazed over. No, man, you're really good at that. Yu Fuzi turned forward and said, warm as spring. As the word went out, the whole schoolhouse warmed up. Su Yun sat down comfortably and was able to sleep better in a while. When school is over at noon, the students don't go home and eat at the academy, because there were many princes and nobles. The food in the academy was also good. The young prince always felt embarrassed about his face after the morning's events. How can the man who was going to be the boss himself be worse than his little brother? Then he pulled Su Yun. Since I'm your boss, I have to teach you something real. Su Yun was also interested. What is it? The young king pointed ahead. Get the girl. See that one? That's the first daughter of the Bai family, after Lord Zhaoming. She's the prettiest in the circle. I'll give you a demonstration on how to get a girl, and you can try for the second prettiest one later. Su Yun looked over and realized that it was Bai Chi Luo, the one with the Luan Phoenix Nirvana body. He listened for a moment, and this tiny little lowly, born only 2.5 years ago, was not yet enlightened. It was with Blackie. running over to play with his brother and stopping by to eat here. Tiny Lori was dressed in a red shirt and had a punchy double ponytail, with red lips and dark, oily eyes. She was as cute as a yearbook doll. Despite being the youngest, she was surprisingly the prettiest of the group of students, worthy of being the #1 beauty of the 10,000 realms afterward. Soo-yoon lamented, such charm at such a young age. However, in this life, Shioyo, you will not die. And after that, the #1 beauty, who will actually fall, doesn't matter. Always won't say favorite black silk. Just give up white silk. Imperial, lowly, young women, stewardesses, policewomen, teachers, nurses, maids, queens, princesses, Missy, Chingmei. Ahem, where were you thinking? Everyone has their own unique charms. How can you crudely compare the size of the value? Soo-yoon asked. Are you sure you're looking for her? The young prince hummed confidently. I'm not 3 years old anymore. What big brother doesn't have a woman? Just stay here and watch me perform. Tada! With that, he had taken a six-fold step to meet him. With a toss of his hair, the young king showed the vicissitudes of a 5-year-old. This lady, I wish to have lunch with you. I can split the milk with you. Bai Chi Luo revealed her small tiger teeth. Little Black, bite him. Woof woof woof. Blackie incarnated as Evil Shaker and rushed forward with his teeth bared. Ouch, I'm going. The little king fell away. The surrounding scribes and children covered their mouths in laughter. These kids, they're so much fun. 2. The young prince returned resentfully, somewhat unable to hold his face. That by family's first daughter. Well, doesn't like men. Otherwise there couldn't be a woman that could stand up to my charms. Passers-by snickered. You're only 3 or 5 years old, and you're a man and a woman, so you're really decent. Soo-yoon said. Are you sure? The little prince wants to save face. Of course, if you don't believe me, she'll surely let her dog bite you too. Soo-yoon thought that he had to say hello when he saw it, so he walked over. Bai Chi Luo. Bai Chi Luo was startled, turned back, saw the boyishly handsome face, and jumped with joy. Husband, or brother Yoon, what was your name again? Woof. When Little Black saw Soo-yoon, he also pounced over excitedly. Soo-yoon didn't want to mess up his clothes and pointed with a cold face. Kneel down. Puff. Xiaohei and Bai Chi Luo knelt down in unison. Ouch. Soo-yoon helped the little lowly up. What are you kneeling for? Why are you obeying again at a time like this? Bai Chi Luo sniffed intoxicatedly. As long as Yoon, husband and son-in-law, play with me, I will obey. Soo-yoon laughed. My name is Soo-yoon. You just call brother Yoon. Oh, Erica Bai nodded, not sure how long she could remember. Soo-yoon realized that Blackie was also half closing his eyes and sniffing his pants leg intoxicatedly. Oh, is it because of the Cthulhu ancestral blood? He suddenly reacted to why Bai Chi Luo and Xiaohei were so enthusiastic. Chapter 40, Run. 6 Desired Demoness. These two guys, both returned out of the Phoenix ancestor bloodline, more like a divine beast than a human. The basic physical qualities of the human race were far inferior to those of the beast race. However, because of good enlightenment, one could obtain a good cultivation level after a few dozen years of cultivation, and the physical fitness of the beast race is far superior to that of the human race. Those powerful clans were high-ranked at birth and could reach the heights of their forefathers when they grew up, but also, because of the balance of the divine principle, growth takes longer and cultivation is less efficient. Bai Chi Luo was a divine beast in human skin, and her perception of a need for bloodline was also more intense than the human race. Soo-yoon had previously obtained that Song Tian ancestral blood and raised his bloodline to ancestor, leveling up with the realm. In her opinion, it was the best tonic of all. Soo-yoon hesitated for a moment, and quietly found a sharp object and scratched his finger. Taking a break from petting Blackie, he squeezed a drop of blood into the dog's mouth. There's a whole bunch of godlike bodies where the blood just squeezes out and heals. Experiment on the Bijou Phoenix dog first and see if you can activate the bloodline. If it becomes a success, next time, we'll activate the Holy Phoenix Empress, so we might be able to train the immortal servants earlier to protect our families. Bai Chi Luo's eyes were pure. She really liked this person called husband. She sniffs for comfort and stands on her tiptoes. The little king was dumbfounded, watching his little brother put to the woman he couldn't put to. With one word, he brought the woman to her knees. Then again, the domineering palimpsest lowered his eyes and gazed deeply. That weak beauty, cornered and unable to retreat. In the end, he actually succumbed to the lechery and had to barf in his face. Watching Soo-yoon walk back, the young prince's heart was dripping blood. I'm the boss. The boss deserves the most beautiful lady. How can I be a boss if my little brother can get a woman? As for Soo-yoon, his face was gloomy at this moment. Miscalculated. if you kiss me in the face right after you've just met me, won't you have to shiver your mouth if you really get married in the future? In the afternoon, the young king went off somewhere. Wait until the evening before school is over before returning to Ingtian Academy. He looked at Su Yun, his eyes filled with hope. Su Yun fulfilled his desire to be questioned. Where did it go? The young prince, a book of contentment, waved his hand modestly. Alas, I, the chief of the Taishu sect, still have to go back from time to time and manage my senior brothers and sisters. When the surrounding schoolchildren heard this, their eyes immediately glowed. Wow, the little prince is so powerful. I almost forgot. The young prince is the current Taishu sect's chief progenitor. Wow, that's awesome. The young prince was incomparably proud that he had another status, that of the current chief of the Taishu sect. The status is so high that Dakian practitioners have to bow respectfully when they see it. He looked at Su Yun, the smugness in his eyes overflowing. See, your boss is capable of being heavenly. Hang out with me, and you'll have a share in the Taishu sect in the future. As a big brother, he was even compared to his little brother twice. Do you still want to lose face? A schoolboy asked curiously. I heard that the chief of the Taishu sect is personally taught by the state master. Young prince, are you too? The young prince hesitated for a long time, but decided not to lie. My master is a great elder. How honorable is the state master? It's hard to even want to see him. Even the emperor has to be informed in advance before he can meet them. The schoolchildren listened to all these new things without blinking their eyes. Wow, the state master turned out to be so powerful. The young prince is actually studying with the grand elder. Wouldn't he be just below his majesty? Her highness the eldest princess has also gotten better. To be the mother of the young prince. The young prince was straight up happy to hear it. So you guys know, who's the boss of the academy, right? The schoolchildren called out. Boss. Just as the young prince was laughing in triumph. Husband, you walked into the academy with a man. Don't rush home yet. The state master has come to find someone. The academy burst out in shock. That's the state master? The state master actually came to Ingtian Academy? Wow. The state master is so bleached and brewed. What's she doing here? The woman who came had an expressionless face, yet she was still clear and beautiful. A plain-colored robe with a fluttering coat, as if the moonlight is first condensed, and like the first sunshine after the snow, the beauty is not stained with dust. It was none other than the great Qian state master, the head of the Taishu sect, Mu Jilian. The people gathered around the young prince burst out in surprise. Young prince, the state master has come to look for you. Go, 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 it must be a sermon for you. The state master has chased you to the academy, so you must be taken very seriously. The young prince stood up in surprise. The state master came to see me? In the afternoon the great elder of the Taishu sect came down from the mountain and preached with him on the way. I didn't realize that it was an early view so that the state master could meet with him. An excited smile was written on the schoolboy's face. Boss, open our eyes. The young prince straightened his coat and walked forward with his back straight. He's going to meet with the master of the nation in the best possible light. What are you doing? Yu Fuzi frowned. The young prince subconsciously said, the state master came to me. None of your business. Yu Fuzi waved his hand in disgust. Sit back down. As soon as the words left his mouth, the young prince instantly appeared in his seat. Yu Fuzi turned his head and replaced it with a bright smile. Come, Yuner, in a while you stay behind, and the state master will give you a lecture on the Tao alone. The others can go back. The young prince's eyes widened. There was a silence in the academy, and then a violent discussion erupted. What the hell? The state teacher even came to find that who? Su Yun had only been here for a day, and many of the names hadn't matched up yet. It's Su Yun, the world son of the Marquis of Jinyuan. Didn't you come to look for the young prince? Why did you go to look for Su Yun? It's not made. How dare the state master not give lessons to the chief of the Taishu sect, but instead preach to another? Listening to the flurry of discussion, the young prince simply cried out, what's wrong with this world? The state master, who was so honored that not even the royal uncle could easily see him, had personally come running to the academy, and to preach alone with Su Yun, his own little brother? Soon, the big families came to pick them up. The Rapunzel received her son and casually said, how was your day? Was the academy fun? Not fun. Not fun at all. The little prince was teary-eyed. I'll never come back again. The eldest princess was confused. Aren't you the child king? Why aren't you coming? The young prince couldn't stop his tears and bawled. Who on earth is the chief? Who on earth is the boss? Sure, Yaoyue also received Su Yun, worrying about her son's first day in the academy and whether he would be bullied. How was it today? Was the academy fun? Su Yun nodded vigorously. Fun. I'll come back tomorrow. Xiaoyu was confused. This academy, is it that attractive? It was also at this time that Mu Jilian approached. Mrs. Sure, I would like to give a sermon to the Su family's son. Is it possible? Sure. Yao Yu was flattered and was busy handing Su Yun over. Of course. Su Yun pulled out his ears, somewhat resisting, but thinking that at this time, Mu Jilian hadn't fallen, there was no reason to refuse, had to get up slowly and follow. Yes, it wasn't long before a small room, Mu Jilian and Su Yun sat opposite each other and began to preach. Cultivation and reading belong to two great paths, both of which can become dragons. That's why most kids read and refine their chi at the same time until they identify strengths and advantages. Mu Jilian's heart was hung up on the reincarnation of this ancestor, and she couldn't wait to teach him. Su Yun propped up his head, a little bored. A full level of enlightenment caused him to be able to instantly understand what Mu Jilian was talking about. It's just too easy. However, after taking someone's emperor's blood and hearing that the Tao was not damaged, let's cooperate first. Where else would you sleep? Su Yun glanced at Mu Jilian and secretly stuffed a piece of candy into his mouth. She won't notice if I move that little, will she? Ding! Just as he was thinking about it, a horrible beep came to his ears. Danger! How did you get caught by Mu Jilian when the Armageddon was imminent? Although you are the strongest person in the world, the bizarre Six Desires demoness is still a headache. Please bail. All. Self. Body. Whitewashing is imminent. Don't stir up trouble. Mission difficulty, extremely high. Quest reward, shining shadow mirror. Su Yun was startled. What? Preserve yourself? Being pestered by the Six Desires demoness, the demon lord is also going to suffer? He suddenly sweated, but still got away with the thought. 1,000 years ago, the state master. The seal of too much forgetfulness is still strong. I should be safe. No need to worry. Swish. Also at this moment, Mu Jilian suddenly instantly moved to Su Yun's front. She stretched out her green onion-like jade fingers and pinched Su Yun's chin, exhaling her breath like orchids. The Su family's son. Chapter 41, Desire to Explode. Su Yun's eyes widened as he saw Mu Jilian, who was like the first condensation of the moon, had instantly moved in front of him. The Su's Duke. Her fingers, unceremoniously stuffed into her mouth. Don't wow, my intact body. Su Yun whimpered. Who would have thought that after 1,000 years, the Six Desires demoness would be, at this time? Wow. With a gouge, Mu Jilian hooked a piece of candy with saliva in it out of Su Yun's mouth. Her face was expressionless as she said faintly, Mr. Su, please don't eat candy during the sermon, he said, pulling off the silver wire and placing the candy on the podium just like that. Once again, he sat down on the floor and began to preach. Su Yun covered her mouth. Sugar? I can't believe it's just for the candy? He covered his chest and let out a long breath. Scared me. I thought I was going to get hit hard, but I didn't realize it was for stealing food in class. It's not like it's that kind of stealing food. Do you have to care so much? Okay. Su Yun sized up Mu Jilian, confirming that she had no special circumstances. She let go. Scare yourself. It will take decades for the state master to fall. So fear yourself. Moreover, this time neither himself, nor the hero or heroine entered the Taishu sect. All the more reason for her to go too far up the oblivion shatter. Su Yun sat down and began to listen carefully to the lesson, and then unsurprisingly fell asleep. Zzz. There was no sugar to wake up, and it didn't take long to get hypnotized. Mu Jilian sighed and looked at Su Yun with some sadness. This child, with such a high level of talent, why can't he lift his energy? He did the same thing with the last test, obviously perfectly sensible, but spends his time playing with his fingers. A quarter of an hour of cultivation was worth dozens or hundreds of years for others, but not willing to put effort into the right path. Maybe, he doesn't know what the right way is yet. Mu Jilian woke up Su Yun. Mr. Su, are you still willing to listen to the sermon? Su Yun had a jolt and touched his head in embarrassment. I'm sorry, State Master, I won't fall asleep again. Mu Jilian said melancholically. Su Jia Gongzi, if eating candy can wake you up, you can eat it. Su Yun was delighted. Really? Mu Jilian lowered her eyes. Su Yun beautifully peeled a candy. The second half was boring, but still topped it. When the sermon ended, Mu Jilian bid him farewell and waved her hand to leave. Xiaoyu asked, why does the state master not look too happy? Did you make her angry? Su Yun is full of concern, not just eat a candy. But in an instant, his cold hairs stood straight up. Wait. Master of the state, not happy? The state master has cultivated Taishan oblivion. How can he be in an unhappy mood? A terrifying thought exploded in Su Yun's mind. The only one of the 7 emotions of the master of the kingdom, grief, permeated the room. And wouldn't the remaining 6 desires also? Ding! Congratulations! You have escaped and preserved yourself from the 6 desires demoness. But this kind of thing can only be done at noon. Sooner or later, something will happen. Reward, shining shadow mirror. Soo-yun turned his head violently. The half-eaten candy on the podium had disappeared without a trace. Cold and sweaty, he rushed to feel the mirror he had just acquired. It was a defensive magic treasure that could withstand attacks from saints on down. When Soo-yun's cultivation increased, it could still increase all the way. Seeing that her son was scared, Shioyo couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong with you?" "Phew, it's okay." Soo-yun felt the mirror and settled down a little. "There are always unruly people who want to harm me." Time rushed by and a week passed. Soo-yun was in the academy, and it wasn't nothing. Despite good perception and comprehension, it is still possible to gain knowledge from the breadth of the old school with targeted teaching. In addition to this, there are many children of similar ages here. Soo-yun is only 3 years old now, and his mind is full of play. So many partners, so much joy every day, except for the little king. He had been in an extremely low mood for the past few days and even wanted to stay away from Soo-yun. "I am the boss of Ingtian Academy. How can I be compared to my little brother?" The young prince's self-confidence was shattered and he was very frustrated. Even today at noon, he didn't go with Soo-yun. Instead, he sat back and enjoyed the solitude of a man. At this time, on the other side, a few older scholars looked at Soo-yun. "Brother Xiao, is that the world's son of your Su mansion?" Xiao Ertsao sat among them, and when he saw Soo-yun, he immediately frowned. "What son of the world? But a wild seed that was carried by mistake. My family, Lightning Dust, is the Su family's son, the sole heir. He is 18 years old and is the second son of Ji Yen-yun. Was supposed to be in a small town, studying with an old showman. Some results, but no resources to get ahead. After his younger brother was found by the Su family, Xiao Ertso was also honored to study in the best academy in Dakian." The scholar at the beginning said, "Wild seed? The Marquis of Zhenyuan's residence even has such a secret story. And I wonder what kind of a this bastard's mother is." Xiao Ertso's face darkened at once. "Stop it. Since I've seen it, I have to give Lightning Dust an outlet. Are you guys coming?" Even though he lived in a bookstore, he had heard that his mother had been denied custody. Xiao Qingdan was locked up at home by that stinking woman. Now that he saw Soo-yun, he had to get rid of his anger anyways. A few scribes with a gangly look laughed. "Well, mister, can't beat it, but the kid is still tender and not dead?" They were common nobles and merchant families. Not being fond of reading, he was forced to enter the academy. Every day he just hangs out with Xiao Ertsao, looking for fun everywhere. The scholar at the beginning hesitated for a moment. "I don't like to get my hands dirty. It's better for you guys to go." "Coward." Xiao Ertso was disdainful as he got up and walked towards Soo-yun. "Hey, kid." A group of people approached and surrounded the 3-year-old, drawing attention at once. "Quickly call the husband," a child from the open class exclaimed. Xiao Ertsao smiled contemptuously. What's the use of calling a husband? He was a member of the Zhenyuan Marquis residence. Even if he had beaten Soo-yun, it would still be an internal matter of the Zhenyuan Marquis residence. What can the academy people say? Soo-yun looked up. Xiao Erchao? He remembered the character. The plot in which the protagonist rises to power and is put into a small world as a master. Rape and pillage and everything. It's just a way for the protagonist to show justice and punish him slightly at a later stage. But by then, Xiao Ertsao had already been in a small world and had been a tyrant for 500 years. The blood shed by the victims could fill the oceans. Dismembered limbs can be piled up into mountains. And the protagonist's so-called punishment is just to have Xiao Ertsao grounded and not allowed to go out of the palace. But he turned a blind eye to the fact that he cut off his soul and continued to plague young men and women with his alter ego. Ding! A beep sounded in Soo-yun's ear. See you again, Shao Chowsplit. You are also unexpected. This beast will be able to bequeath harm for thousands of years simply because it is a relative or friend of the Son of Heaven's mandate. If you catch this villain, you will certainly be able to add to your cause of whitewashing. But Shao caustically cuts off the soul of God and distributes his detachment in various worlds. Please capture all his bilocations and let the nations punish him. Mission difficulty, supreme. Mission reward, win Gaul. Xiao Ertsao stretched out his hand towards Soo-yun and laughed sardonically. Little brat. Snap. Soo-yun fell to the ground in response. Xiao Erchao was stunned and looked at his hand. Did I touch him? A hint of transparent luster flashed across Soo-yun's body. That was the shield of the shining shadow Xian mirror. Slap yourself in the face and end up knocking the shield out. He covered his face with an aggrieved expression. Boss, save me. Miso. The young prince stood up violently, his eyes half agitated and half angry. The little brother still admits he's the boss. Little brother is still being bullied by an outsider. Bold. The young king let out a roar and pointed at Xiao Erchao. Brothers, give it to me. Su Yun, I've come to help you. Chapter 42, The Guts of the Man. Words follow the law. Wow, a bunch of little kids. The youngest 3 years old and the oldest 6, no way. Any older and you can't look at an open class, just literally rushed up and battled a bunch of grown-up bookworms. Shulkao was confused. Bears? You're crazy. Asterisk 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 asterisk. How dare you punch me in the face? Give your faces. Give it to me. The scholar was at a disadvantage at first, and no one expected that the kids would really dare to fight, but when they really fight, an adult's physique is no match for any number of children. A few slaps from a couple of scribes made the two kids wail. Xiao'ercao raised his hand and was about to strike down at the little prince. Dead brat, you deserve a beating too. It's a bad day. The bullies haven't bullied my brother yet. Just a few punches and kicks from a bunch of kids. He was beyond angry and was about to lay hands on the leader of the wizened children. My mother is the eldest princess. The young prince let out a roar. Whoosh! Shulkao's hand stopped in midair. Ha! My father is Marquis Wuan, a child shouted, and the scholar who had just smacked him winced. My uncle is a lieutenant, another child shouted, and the scribe at his feet instantly dared not move. My mother is a third-ranked ennobled lady. My grandfather was Uncle Zhongyong. My sister is the Empress Dowager's former 5th grade Shawnee. My grandmother is. One by one, the children opened their mouths, and the battle scene, which had been so lively just a moment ago, suddenly cooled down. Those scribes who participated in the battle were all pale and wide-eyed. They were ordinary officials and merchant families. There's some bottom line against the chills. But these kids, how come each one of them is so big? Where was their slap on the child's ass, but on the handle of the leading guillotine? Xiao'ercao was confused. No, you people, what are you doing coming over here to make a scene? He panicked. Just came to clean up Su Yun. Why did he come to this group of princes and nobles? The one he was just about to give a punch to was still the sister of the reigning emperor, the son of the eldest princess. Snap! Another slap to the face of Shorkal. Don't fight. Stop. He was dizzy. We are bookworms. We can only move our mouths, not our. Yuck! One of the kids gushed, spitting a large amount of spit at him. Why didn't you say so when you were bullying just now, and now you remember you're a scholar? Su Yun. The young king's eyes were filled with bravado as he stretched out his firm hand and pulled Su Yun up. A boss for life. You look up to me. From now on, I'll cover you. He's better than himself in every way, yet he still treats himself like a big brother. This is a love that one recognizes and must recognize. Su Yun's eyes were also filled with brotherly love and shook hands with him tightly. Big brother. The young king's voice choked. Aha! Scholar trampled by child. No, can you guys stop moving? It hasn't even hit yet. Can you let me up first? Buzz. I'm in the dining room. Yufu Zi's voice appeared at the same time as myself. He saw the chaotic scene around him and became furious. Why are you fighting in the schoolhouse? The young prince pointed at Xiao'ercao and preempted. They bullied Su Yun. So we did it. Yufu Zi swept a glance and found that there were only 2 children covering their buttocks. The older age bookworms, on the other hand, were all bruised and swollen. Just kidding. Who would dare to beat up these kids? Yufu Zi frowned. Their fault is theirs. Why are you fighting? The little prince was anxious. I didn't. They did it first. Yufu Zi grunted. Why are they only looking for you and no one else? He could tell right from wrong at a glance, but since it had happened, it was worth taking advantage of. After this group of princes and nobles, they were usually a bit proud. It's just the right time to take advantage of this and discipline and teach them a lesson. At least you can't fight, right? Let's start with 50 strokes each, and then when the education is done, we'll deal with it impartially and get the best of both worlds. Ding! A voice came from Su Yun's ear. Ha! You were so quick to find all of Xiao'ercao's detachments, and let the nations discipline them. Very well, after this matter, your reputation will be greatly enhanced. The people of these worlds will be grateful to you. Mission reward, Wen Gall. Su Yun's chest was hot, and he felt that his stomach was full, but there was no muddy mixed feeling of grains. That's the clear air, the belly of a poet. And the mission is complete? Too easy. Xiao'er caustic talent is so trashy, but by relying on the protagonist, he also gained a lot of benefits. Very hard to catch if placed before Armageddon, but 1,000 years in advance, not to mention the bilocation, he had only just begun to even cultivate. And this group of children, in the eyes of others, are after princes and nobles, but from the demon lord's point of view, they are just bigger ants, ordinary people. They whack on it a couple times and it's considered punishment. And you, Su Yun. Yufu Zi opened his mouth. He thief like Su Yun and couldn't see him being bullied. But before, neither the tablet, nor the ancient books could make it difficult for the super student. Yu Fuzi had to seize the opportunity to teach Suyun a lesson. A slap in the face is not enough. You're at fault for fighting. After all, the little prince is still small. Do not understand the old scholar's art of sophistry. Suddenly aggrieved Baba, little brother. It's me who didn't protect you. Snap. Suyun stepped forward and slapped Xiao Erqiao. Yu Fuzi's eyes widened. You, Suyun said in a serious manner. Look, husband, isn't this a slap in the face? Yu Fuzi sighed. This child is still too young. It was justified, but now it's not. It's better to hit each one and learn a lesson. Shulka did not yet understand that he was facing the ultimate invincible favoritism bureau. When he received a slap, he was pleased instead of angry. Suyun, you still dare to hit in front of the husband. You dead brat. You seek death. Suyun said. Then you try it too. Buzz. Suddenly, the entire academy trembled. In the center of the academy, a white jade statue, as if resonating with Suyun's words, emitted a buzzing vibration. As for Xiao Erqiao, his body stiffened all of a sudden, trembling continuously, as if he was trying his best to resist, but the right hand was still involuntarily raised toward his face. He smacked down hard. Snap, 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 one at a time. Shortcourt smacked himself in the face. He was horrified. My hand is moving on its own. Help! Ah! Don't hit! Don't hit! It hurts! Yu Fuzi watched, his eyes widening. He couldn't care less about Xiao Erqiao's hand, which was still hitting the face hard, one after the other, until it's beaten to a pig's head. Instead, he turned his head in surprise. Manbile? The book fairy manifests himself, and the literary aura resonates. Husbandman, you clearly felt that the clear chi in Suyun's body resonated strongly with the bookish chi of the academy. The power left behind by the book immortals in the academy even assisted such a young child to realize the words. That's the literary gall, one of the most coveted and desired divine differences in the bookman. A few days ago, the state master came to his door, and husbandman, you still regretted that Suyun, such a good seedling, still went to study Taoism. But I didn't expect that in just a few days. I would have refined the text gallbladder on my own. Confucianism is all about following the law as it is spoken, and the words come out of the mouth. For those in the lower realms, the suppressive power is stronger than the Tao. However, if one confronts a strong person, he or she is often injured first as soon as the words of the law are uttered. And with the guts of the text, there is a stone-cold boldness. From then on, no matter how exaggerated the words were uttered, even if they caused saints to fall and great emperors to be resurrected, they would not self-destruct the foundation of the Tao. There were only 3 of the numerous scholars in the Tianyuan realm who could condense the literary guts. When Suyun refined his literary courage, the clear chi in the academy would involuntarily assist him, allowing him to speak his mind. A 3-year-old child can order a 9th-grade Confucian scholar within the academy. What a miracle this is! Maybe in a few more days, he'll be able to condense the wisdom heart. Yuner, when did you practice literary courage? Chapter 43, Buddha's Relics. Regenerated Sacred Bones. Yu Fuzi was in a great mood. He had educated such a prodigy. Ahem. I've only been teaching for a few days, but it's still a teacher-student relationship. For this kind of kid, there's no need to beat each of them 50 times, even if it means peeing on the statue of the book fairy. Suyun shrugged. Just now, Yu Fuzi laughed. Literary courage is not 3 or 5 days can be refined? It's probably just that the emotion just now triggered the book chi resonance. Xiao Erqiao. Yu Fuzi was in a good mood, but turned his eyes and spoke icily. The sage of books once looked at all the peach blossoms in one night and became enlightened as an emperor. You go to the back of the mountain, too, to see the peach blossoms. Xiao Erqiao's face turned white. This is not a flower viewing. This is to deprive themselves of schooling. I'm in the dining room. Swish, the dean of Ingtian Academy, and the voice appeared at the same time. With a sweep of his eyes, he knew all about the situation. Just like Yu Fuzi, the big ones bully the little ones, and the little ones have no respect. Dean spoke up. Xiao Erqiao seemed to have grabbed onto a life-saving straw and hurriedly shouted, Dean, I'm the leader of the 3 provinces of the South Ridge. I'm going to fight for glory for the great examination of the academy this year. That Suyun is no good. He's at fault too. Punish him for going to the back of the mountain to look at the peach blossoms. I'm going to take the big exam. I'm going to win the scholarship. The dean saw at once what kind of character he had, but at this point did not say anything. All must be punished. No, Dean. Master, you grabbed him. Suyun can't be punished. None of these children can be punished. Dean frowned, suspicious. Why? Don't you take the opportunity? Yu Fuzi was emotionally agitated. Suyun has literary guts. Wow. The dean waved his hand. Xiao Lightning. dare to falsely accuse the head of our academy, expelled from Ingtian, and not admitted to any of the 4 major academies. Shorecracker? The dean spoke faintly. Xiao is at home. Shalka forgot the way to the bookstore. Buzz. Xiao suddenly teleported back to the Xiao family compound. Since her custody was taken away, Ji Yenyun has shed tears and cursed daily, locking herself in her room and not going out. The sudden appearance of a living, breathing person startled her. When he saw the face clearly, he was surprised. Ertsao, why are you here? Xiao covered his head and was in pain. I have been expelled from the academy. I'm going to hate saying that I forgot how to get back. The other end. The dean and Mr. You were already laughing their asses off. 3-year-old text Gaul. Later on, it will be the great sage of Rudra. No, it's not impossible to become a Rudraksh emperor. It was only in a few divine dynasties that the academy still had a place. Outside are all kinds of martial artists, reckless people who only know how to cultivate the law and don't know how to nourish their hearts. Bookstore. It's time to revitalize. The more he thought about it, the more the dean was upset with the scribe who had just made a move. Who just tried to hurt the quartermaster? Identify yourself. A couple of snot-nosed and swollen scholars were so horrified that they couldn't help but raise their hands. It's me. I listened to Shorkal fling. I want to beat up that Suyun. Me too. Dean's nose was crooked with anger. Where is this hitting the quester? It's hitting the book sage in the face. These people, expel them from the academy and never hire them. You're home. Whoosh. With the dean's words, several people were teleported away, and the floor was suddenly empty. The scholar who first recognized Su Yun couldn't help but gulp. That was a close call. He was almost also urged by Xiao to make a move against Su Yun. Luckily, it was then that I had a sudden flash of insight that it's not good to bully kids. Otherwise, himself is going to get flown. The dean cleared his throat. Sage of the book carving knife, please write your pleadings. These sycophantic family members disregarded the imperial favor and laid hands on the blessed star of Dakian. I asked the government office to be clear and severely punish the chief evil. Purge the sins as an example to others. A clear light flashed and flew towards the official capital. The very first scribe cringed. That was close. Really close. Almost. He took his old man and went to jail himself. Yunur, tell me, how did you awaken the literary guts? The 2 old men couldn't wait to inquire, but asking around didn't yield any answers. Not a single person believed Su Yun when he said he had just acquired it. Well, probably this is. When Xu Xing descending to earth, Yu Fu Zi said helplessly. The dean narrowed his eyes and smiled. Good boy, do you know that people are good at what they do? Yu Fu Zi was puzzled. The 3-character classic was taught long ago. Why are you saying it now? The dean was like an old fox. The history books will record that on a certain day in a certain year, the dean of Ingtian Academy taught the little book fairy to read. On that day, the little book immortal awakened the literary Gaul. Tai. Yu Fu Zi turned red. You're despicable. The dean is shepherding the sheep in the northern wilderness. Buzz. Dean disappeared into thin air. But before Yu Fu Zi could be happy, another voice rang out. Yu Fu Zi was suppressed in the South Sea vortex. Buzz. Yu Fu Zi disappeared. I'm in the bookstore dining hall. The dean appeared and laughed. Just by you. You also dare. Yu Fu Zi's indignant voice rang out. The dean broke into the western region's Buddhist kingdom and stomped on the ancient Buddha's relics. Buzz. The dean disappeared, spraying spit before he left. You're despicable, old piker. Ah, it wasn't me who stomped on your sherds. You go find Dash. The remaining people in the academy were at a loss. Dean and UFU are gone. Do they still have classes? The young prince rubbed his hands, a little happy and a little frustrated. Su Yun, didn't he expect you to be so powerful? Where does my little brother need himself? One man can control a scribe, and it's also favored by the husbandman and the dean. So much better than these kids who are just stupid fighters. Big brother, Su Yun patted him on the shoulder. Without you, I wouldn't even be able to say anything. Big brother, thanks. The young prince's eyes widened in surprise. You really think I'm a big brother? Su Yun nodded seriously. Right. The young prince was immensely touched in his heart, pulling Su Yun's hand and calling out loudly. Look, this is my brother. Call Ergo. The children bristled in unison. Ergo. Su Yun, this brat is too good to handle. The young prince was not yet finished. Su Yun, since you recognize me as your boss, I'll take you to a good place in a while. Rapunzel's voice came. What good place? The young king was stunned. School's out? Then tomorrow we'll take you to a nice place. Su Yun waved goodbye to him. Xiaoyo, you came to pick up the child. Where's Mr. You? Su Yun said, suppressed in the South Sea vortex. Xiaoyo, you laughed out loud. What a joke. Su Yun, I'm not kidding. the teacher was gone, and no one had told Xiaoyu about the man guts. With that, she brings Suyun home, only to run into another person. Mrs. Hua held Bai Chi Luo. Bai Chi Luo held Shohei, and stood in the doorway. Xiaoyu rushed to greet her. Aya, why are you at the door? Mrs. Hua laughed. Her brother went to participate in the literary competition and had nothing to do, so he came over to play. Xiaoyu nodded. Welcome, welcome, Yuner, receive the guests. Suyun picks his nose. What do you mean by picking up? Bai Chi Luo bounced around like a little bunny. Husband, let's continue playing dress up. Suyun picked his nose hard. You still haven't remembered what I'm called. I'll be the mom and you'll be the dad. Bai Chi Luo held Shohei. And that, Xiaohei wants a wife too. Sure, Yaoyu was a bit helpless. Someone, go call Lightning Dust over. Also locked up and educated for a few days, just to see how he behaves now. Lin Inger saw the White family's doorstep first and also noticed Xiaohei. She immediately went to Xiao Qingdan. Young master, there is a heavenly chance. I remember that Empress Holy Phoenix had a spirit beast that she raised from a young age. It also has the Phoenix ancestor bloodline. If you can drink its blood, not only will you be immortal, you may even regenerate a piece of sacred bone. Chapter 44. Your wife is so good. Your wife smells so good. Sure, Yaoyue and Mrs. Hua had just been chatting for a while when they heard the noise outside. Xiaoyu, get out here. Your family. Su Yun, what gives you the right to drive Air Chow out of the academy? Asterisk. Come out. Shi Yenyun pushed and shoved and rushed into the main hall, shaking her head and scolding. Mrs. Hua. She trailed off as she saw someone she'd seen before. That is the future mother-in-law of my own Light Dust. In front of her should maintain the etiquette. Xiaoyu frowned. What did you say? When will Yuner be able to kick someone out of the academy? Even if you are liked by the husband, you are still a student. It is the right of the gentleman to drive out of the academy. Ji Yenyun couldn't bear it. You have the nerve to ask. Ask your son. Now Erka is still in his room and can't say a word. I'm warning you. Go to the academy at once and set the record straight with the husband. Let Air Chow resume his studies, and then expel Su Yun from the academy. And, Shi Yenyun looked at Mrs. Hua. Light Dust is the son of the world. He's the one who deserves a marriage with the Bai family. Mrs. Hua, don't you think so? Mrs. Hua frowned and didn't answer. She was still torn about whether or not to follow her ancestors' agreement. But that Xiao Qingtsuan is really. Also at this moment, Xiao Qingdan was brought over. His face was calm as he bowed slightly to Shi Yaoyu. Madam, the previous injuries were healed, and he looked like a jade-like male again. Shi Yenyun didn't expect to see her son and was pleasantly surprised. Light Dust, you came out? Mother, Xiao Qingdan just casually answered and continued. Qingdan knows that she was wrong, and that she really should have respected Sister Mo Ling before. Nor should I be instigated to take an evil elixir. In the future, Lightning Dust is willing to correct and be a humble gentleman. Xiaoyu was a little lost when she heard that he still refused to call himself mother, but he was in a slightly better mood again when he was repentant. She was about to open her mouth. Ji Yenyun anxiously interjected. Light Dust, speak up for mother. That bastard Su Yun, moving right and wrong in front of the husbandman, kicking your second brother out of the academy. You tell me if it's his fault. You are the son of the Su family. You are the master of the Su family. You decide. Throw Su Yun out and do your brother justice. Shut up. Xiao Qingdan angrily shouted. Is this the time to talk about such things? On the tiny face, dissatisfaction was written all over it. Su Yun is my brother. Can he do anything wrong? Since second brother was thrown out, he's at fault. I just got out of the hospital. Do you want me back again? Today's mission is to kill the Biori Phoenix dog and capture the essence blood. At such an important moment, I'm asked to speak for a man who reads to the stomach of a dog? Fart. Ji Yenyun stammered. I didn't mean that. Xiaoyu opened her mouth, unable to say anything. He still hasn't changed. To these children of the Su family originally, Xiao Qingdao was speaking good words. But that Xiao Erlang is not your family? His rights and wrongs need to be discussed. But how is such arbitrariness not another kind of heartlessness? They say they are sympathetic to their families, but in reality they are still only concerned about themselves. Xiaoyu sighed and waved her hand. This matter ends here. You go play. In front of Mrs. Hua. She didn't want to say too much. Ji Yenyun blared fiercely at Shi Yaoyu, but still held her tongue. Jiro's matter will be settled with you afterward. Su Yun, Bai Chi Luo, and Xiao Light Dust, played together again. Bai Chi Luo remained dumbfounded, unable to read the twists and turns, pointing at Su Yun. You be the father. He also pointed at Xiao Qingtsuan. You become Xiao Hei's wife. Xiao Qingdan smiled faintly. Good. Ji Yanyan's fists hardened as she listened to the humiliating words. That's just it. You'll always have your day. When the time comes, I want lightning dust to beat you into a dog. This time, Xiao Qingsuan was very cooperative and really played with the two children. He was smiling, gentle, and not angry in any way. Bai Qi Luo jumped into Su Yun's arms. Husband and son-in-law husband, hug. Xiao Qingdan was not angry. Bai Qi Luo pressed against Su Yun's face. Husband, kiss. Xiao Qingdan was not angry. Bai Qi Luo held Xiao Hei and let Su Yun hold the other rope. One for you and one for me. Let's go walk the dog. Snap. Xiao Qingdan slammed his things on the ground and glared viciously at Su Yun. Mother asterisk. My mother will take my engagement for me. She's going to honor her engagement to me. She's my future wife. Seeing the vicious eyes, Bai Qi Luo was frightened and cried, husband hug. Su Yun patted the white back and coaxed her. Good girl, but husband is not a name. My name is Su Yun, okay? Xiao Qingsuan's eyes could kill. She's my wife. What gives you the right to touch her? Su Yun pinched Bai Qi Luo's face. Who am I? Bai Qi Luo obediently replied. Husband? Su Yun pointed at Xiao Qingsuan. Who is he? The 2.5-year-old found the quiz game amusing and replied with a grin. Little black wife. Su Yun stroked the dog's head. Your wife is awesome. Boo! Xiao Qingdan stood up angrily. What's wrong? Xiaoyu rushed over at the sound, looking left and right with worry. Xiao Qingdan smiled. Ma'am, we're playing. Just now it was a pretend family drama. Oh, Shiroyuki left uneasily. Xiao Qingdan exhaled a long breath. Endure. Must endure. Su Yun kissed Bai Qi Luo's cheeks. My wife smells so good. Xiao Hei was very smart and knew to play house wine, and immediately ran to Xiao Qingsuan. Su Yun nodded and gave the puppy a thumbs up. Your wife smells good too. Su Yun. Xiao Qingdan's eyes erupted with fire. Su Yun smiled triumphantly. Little brat. With whom too? In the plot, the Holy Phoenix Empress didn't even give a about you. In this life, do you still want to go over the top? Xiao Qingdan forcibly held back his anger. Let's continue. It's dark now, so go back to your homes, and I'll take Blackie back. Bai Qi Luo nodded dumbly. Oh, husband and son-in-law. Then let's go home and sleep too. Su Yun nodded. Remember, my name is Su Yun. My wife is so well behaved, he said to the puppy. Your wife be good too. Xiao Qingdan held Xiao Hei. His footsteps lurched and then flew. Su Yun, on the other hand, pondered. How come I haven't seen the Bu Phoenix dog move? It's logical that after eating the ancestor blood last time, there should be a return of the ancestor phenomenon, right? Does it need extra stimulation? Xiao Qingduan held Little Black and quickly arrived at a small courtyard. Lin Inger had waited here long ago, with delight and ruthlessness in her eyes. That's right, it must be it. She hadn't seen the Bu Phoenix dog in its original form, and only knew that the demon lord had decapitated it. The immortal Phoenix ancestor bloodline will also die. It was evident that the demon lord was strong. Eldest young master, take the blood before it awakens. Not only will you be immortal, but the sacred bones can be regenerated as well. Lin Inger was excited. After all this time of planning, it's finally time to accomplish something big. No matter how strong the Bijou Phoenix dog would be in the future, it would still just be a puppy when it wasn't awakened. How easy it was to cut it down. Demon Lord, I'm still one step ahead of you. Lin Inger was secretly pleased. Greed flashed in Xiao Qingdan's eyes. Good, very good. The intelligence given by Lin Inger was alright. It's just that every time she implemented it, she would always encounter all sorts of troubles. Xiao Qingdan had hatred in his heart, but he also understood that this was a test of fate. If it's all smooth sailing, how can you work your bones and accomplish great things? But if one is truly targeted by fate, how can there be a constant stream of opportunities appearing in front of them? Xiao Qingdan held hatred in his heart, and when he achieved great things, he would definitely punish this group of stupid henchmen. But the current major event was to take the rare and precious Bu Phoenix dog and turn it into his own power. I didn't expect that this kind of foreign beast would be so weak during this period. Your power is mine, and rest assured that your master's future will be mine as well. I will treat her well and enjoy her. Xiao Qingdan smiled proudly. It's not too late. Hurry up and do it. You do it. No, I'll do it. He was furious that his own married wife, who had been with another man, was making love to him, not even if she was only 2.5 years old at this point. This anger, let your dog take it. Blackie stared at his master's playmate with round eyes, not at all defensive. Xiao Qingdan raised his knife and aimed it at the puppy's heart, stabbing it violently. Mrs. Hua, you have something on your mind? Xiaoyu inquired. Ah, it's fine, Mrs. Hua hurriedly returned to her senses, but she still couldn't help but look outside the house. The last time Blackie came, he displayed the characteristics of a divine beast and burned himself. This time, I also made a special trip to see if Xiao Hei's change had anything to do with that Su family's young prince. I'm imagining things. Mrs. Hua smiled. A few children. How could anything happen? Boom. Roar. The earth trembled, and a terrifying roar came from outside the house. Chapter 45 Bloodline Awakening. Enlightened Tea Tree. Ha, why are you guys here? Mrs. Hua saw that Su Yun and Bai Chi Luo were playing right in front of the living room. It's a long way from the direction of the explosion. Bai Chi Luo said heartlessly. I'm sleeping with my husband and husband. Su Yun, on the other hand, honestly said, Mrs. Hua, we've been here the whole time. Mrs. Hua's heart tightened. Xiao Hei, it's not because of the Su family's young prince awakening the power of the bloodline? It shouldn't suddenly go crazy and hurt someone. She was quick on her feet and hurried to follow. When he waited until he reached the place of the explosion, his heart stuttered. Xiao Qingdan fell to the ground, 2 huge teeth marks on his chest that were gurgling blood. He groaned in agony, horrified. That spirit beast, the bloodline has actually activated. Mrs. She howled as she rushed in. Light dust, what happened to you? She looked at her son covered in blood and was overwhelmed with pain. Who is it? Who dares to hurt my son? Kala. Under the rubble next to her, Lin Inger crawled out with difficulty. She stood far away and had a bit of cultivation and was not seriously injured. Sure, Yao Yu looked at her. This woman's face was unfamiliar, but she always felt a sense of familiarity. But when he saw that Xiao Qingduan was covered in blood and seemed to have broken a few bones, he spoke. Come on people, first give Qingduan treatment. The resident doctor immediately came forward and treated Xiao Qingsuan's injuries. Ji Yinyun cried her eyes out. Light dust, my heart and soul. Who hurt you like this? Tell me, mother will do it for you. Whoever hurt you, mother will make him pay with his life. The leader of the guards also snapped. Young master, please tell us, what did you see? And who exactly is attacking the Jingyuan Marquis residence? Bai Chi Luo pulled Su Yun, not knowing what was going on at all, and bounced over. Still very interested, attacking the Marquis residence? Who? Boom! Glorious golden light blossomed on several guards, forming a combined attack formation and descending from the sky. Chief Chen, a guard exclaimed. The culprit has been found. It's a foreign beast from nowhere. The crowd looked on and were amazed. A black divine handsome creature, imprisoned in the formation in an angry stance, roared endlessly. It has a majestic stance and carries 2 wings on its back. The ink-colored fur was as deep as the night sky, and the hidden runes flashed between them, adding a bit of mysterious splendor. The wings are spread out to fly, but the elegance is not reduced, and the might and the spirit are marvelously blended in it. The head is solid, with a long muzzle and fangs, and the bitterness is like that of a wolf in the wilderness. Sure, Yao Yu was shocked. A spirit beast? How could it run into the Su mansion and injure someone? The head of the guardhouse snapped to his knees. Ma'am, it's because we were not thorough in our patrols that we were invaded by the foreign beasts. Please chastise. The onlookers, the household servants and maids, were all horrified by the wolf-like eagle-like monster. It's just so beautiful and scary looking. I'm afraid that only a warrior with a high level of cultivation would dare to face such a beast. But right at this moment, Bai Chi Luo, the smallest in the room, had already jumped up and ran up. Xiao Hei, she had no idea what was going on, knew someone was hurt, and couldn't connect it to her dog. Still in high spirits, he lunged towards the suppression formation. Miss Bai, danger! The guardian was alarmed. This foreign beast's spiritual power was enormous. Its strength was terrifying and profound, and it vaguely carried the Xuanqi Avenue. If it weren't for the fact that the desire to fight was very low and the guards were all veterans retired from the battlefield, it's not really possible to subdue it without relying on the art of combining attacks. This little girl is the size of a beanpole, and it's game over if she's touched by the claws of this alien beast. Miss Bai, please step back. The guards rushed to stop her and tried to carry her away. It's fine. Su Yun, however, appeared and blocked between the two. Little Gongzi? With this hesitation, the guards saw Bai Chi Luo pounce and reach out to touch the Fei. This foreign beast wasn't completely suppressed. Even if it moved its claws slightly, the first daughter of the Bai family would be finished. Yuner, how did you? Sure, Yao Yue also exclaimed in shock, and then fiercely widened her eyes. The violent beast, under Bai Chi Luo's touch, unexpectedly calmed down. It closes its eyes comfortably and then, ha-chi ha-chi. The Fei spat out its tongue and stared at its lantern-sized eyes in doggy fashion. Sure, Yao Yu turned her head in surprise. Mrs. Hua, is this? Mrs. Hua sounded bitter. That. Should be Xiao Hei. It was picked up in the yard the day Ro was born. We thought the dog came to be rich and kept it down. Unexpected. I didn't expect it to be a spirit beast. Xiaoyo, you looked at Lady Hua and then at Bai Chi Luo. A dog turned into a spirit animal? It's too rare, isn't it? Could it be that, because it was a juvenile, the bloodline hadn't awakened and it just happened today? The first daughter of the White family, seeing her dog get so big, could still recognize it and not be afraid of it? Xiaoyo's mind was in turmoil, and she didn't even know how to spit it out. Suyin silently said, she's really not afraid. Bai Chi Luo was more like a divine beast than a human, so even if the appearance of the Bijou Phoenix dog changed, she could still figure out her familiar companion from the scent. From the bloodline, the guard stroked his chest. It's okay. Little Gungzi, you don't want to do this next time. Thanks to this, nothing happened this time, but next time, who knows if the beasts will hurt anyone? Suyin smiled milkily. Okay, thank you uncle. The guardian could not help but reveal a smile, and returned to his senses and hurriedly said, please leave, young gentleman, in a moment this foreign beast will still be executed. Bai Chi Luo turned her head violently. Shi Yaoyu looked at Xiao Qingdan. Qingdan, what's going on? Xiao Qingdan looked at Bai Chi Luo, cuddling with the black spirit beast, so intimate. He was enraged, enduring the weakness of blood loss, and hissed, that head suddenly went crazy during play. I didn't do anything and it bit me. If you don't believe me, ma'am, you can ask her. On the other side, Lin Ying'er, who was less injured, was unexpectedly stunned, then nodded her head violently. That's right, the beast went berserk. The young master couldn't dodge and was bitten by it. Such must not be kept. This divine beast had activated its bloodline, surprising her. It must be killed and the bloodline seized before it is fully awakened. Once released, there is no chance of getting closer. Shi Yaoyu gazed at the scene. She always felt that it looked familiar. Xiao Qingdan accused someone of harming him, and then a maid chimed in. This scenario seems to have been seen somewhere before. Ji Yinyun was furious, pointing at Xiao Hei and cursing. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Dare to hurt my son. It must be killed. Now. Isn't it a spirit beast? Kill it and use its blood to nourish lightning dust. Bah! What a family. What a thing to raise. Mrs. Hua blushed hard and sighed heavily. She guessed that Xiao Hei was a spirit beast, and she also brought a test to the Su family to turn around. But I didn't think it would hurt. Bai Chi Luo heard the rising and falling curses and listened a little bit. Her lovely eyes widened. Mother, they want to kill Xiao Hei? Mrs. Hua hesitated for a moment, but still nodded her head. Well, Blackie bit someone and must pay the price. It's a very simple concept of pet ownership, where animals hurt people for no reason. When you see blood, you must kill, especially if the injury is still the child of the Marquis of Jinyuan. The involvement is even more complicated. Bai Chi Luo gradually became alarmed. Xiao Hei, you can't kill Xiao Hei. Blackie is so good, he won't hurt anyone. Mother, I don't want it. I don't want Blackie to die. I want Blackie to come home. She howled and purled, pulling at the hem of Mrs. Hua's skirt. How could she not let go? Good girl. Mrs. Hua also can't comfort for a moment, can only turn her head. Regret. Mrs. Xiao Hei hurt people, and we don't want to. After that, I will also persuade Luor to apologize formally at home again. It also hurt her to execute a beloved dog she had raised for several years, especially if it was a spirit animal. But when you suddenly go berserk and bite someone else's child, you have to set an example. Ji Yenyun still wants to curse. Don't think you can muddle through. Xiao Qingdan, however, opened his eyes wide in surprise and pulled his mother by the hand. Mother, is enough. Good thing. Great thing. I didn't realize that it was a good thing that the stuffing had turned out to be a good thing. Although he himself was bitten, he could take advantage of Mrs. Hua's guilt and use the opportunity to interact with Bai Chi Luo, a 2.5-year-old child, casually bluffing. Afterwards, he could even take Bai Chi Luo away like he coaxed Su Yun out of the city. Then, you can call the same group of people to extract the blood of the Luan Phoenix Nirvana body. Xiao Hei's essence blood belonged to himself, and so did the Holy Phoenix Empress essence blood. Double win. Win twice. Xiao Qingdan revealed a victor's smile. Good, I agree. Mrs. Hua breathed a sigh of relief and nodded toward the Su family guards. You guys handle it right. Wait a little bit. Luor, you go down first. Bai Chi Luo's eyes widened in disbelief. I don't want to. I don't want to kill Xiao Hei. Mrs. Hua sighed. Luor, if you do something wrong, you have to be responsible. Bai Chi Luo kept backing up, her tiny head shaking like a rattle. Little Black is right. Brother Yun, you said that Little Black is good, ain't that right? Blackie, don't bite, don't you think? When she saw Su-yun, she grabbed onto it like a life-saving straw. The large eyes were red from crying, filled with sadness and aggression. Anyone would be saddened by such a pitiful appearance. But still, Xiao-hei, no matter what, was still just a spirit beast pet. Going berserk and biting has to be dealt with no matter what. Su-yun clapped his hands and was just about to speak. Ding! There was a soft ringing in his ears. The Holy Phoenix Empress has a good and benevolent heart, blessing all realms, at the same time abiding by the marriage contract. Even if you fall into the devil's way, you are still unwilling to give up. But she was suppressed in the demon locking tower because she was ambushed by the Son of Heaven's destiny. Every day, the great town extracts blood to create undead legions. If you can rescue him, you will certainly be able to clear your name greatly. Mission difficulty, Supreme. Mission reward, Enlightenment Tea Tree. Chapter 46, She's got my baby in her belly. Su-yun was surprised. There's a mission for this too? Before the Armageddon, the Holy Phoenix Empress was indeed suppressed in the demon locking tower. The rules of that place were twisted, time and space were broken, and destiny was misplaced. Even the strongest of the 10,000 worlds would be unwilling to step into it. The Holy Phoenix Empress was unable to escape, and it was difficult for Su-yun to enter, so there was no way to save her. But Su-yun looked aside. The 2.5-year-old Holy Phoenix Empress is now next to her. Doesn't a casual fishing trip save the day? But there's no mission, and I don't intend to give up on the Beyblade Phoenix dogs. Su-yun pondered. Anymore. It has its own flesh and blood. In its stomach, no, it is bone and blood. Neither. This kind of divine beast can be a powerful aid in the future. What a shame to kill the chicken and get rid of the egg. Bai Chi Luo sobbed uncontrollably, pulling at the hem of his shirt. Brother Yun, save Xiao-hei. Luor, please, save Xiao-hei. You finally remembered my name. Su-yun was incomparably emotional. He patted Lori on the head and gave a confident smile. Leave it to me. This mission, the hardest ever. Su-yun raised his head. Uncle Chen, look at little Black's stomach. The leader of the guards had already raised his greatsword, and was stunned by the young lord's words. Belly? He looked at Xiao-hei and hesitated a little. You, don't move first. Xiao-hei was nervous, but when he smelled Su-yun's scent, he calmed down a little. It hesitates and cooperates by standing taller, exposing its belly. What's this? The chief of the guards exclaimed. What's with the knife? The crowd looked at it, which surprised them. There's a knife. Stuck in Blackie's stomach? No, that's a dog's heart. I see. Someone tried to kill Xiao-hei, and as a result, Xiao-hei's instincts triggered and activated the bloodline. Mrs. Hua also sucked in a breath of cool air. That makes sense. Before the life crisis, Blackie's bloodline activated before he suddenly awakened. So, it was stabbed in the heart and, in desperation, bit the other guy? The matter is so simple that a discerning person can surmise the general situation at a glance. Someone stabbed Blackie, not realizing it was a spirit beast. Surprisingly, he awakened his bloodline on the spot and launched a counterattack. And this stabber. The crowd turned their heads and looked at Xiao Qingxuan, who still had a bloody hole left in his body. Xiao Yu's face was pale, and she was looking at one more layer than anyone else. That knife, it was clearly a Su-fu style. What outsider, other than one of their own, would stab a puppy with a mediocre knife? And who else was the selfsame person but Xiao Qingdan? Ji Yan Yun yelled. What are you looking at? It's not my lightning dust. What are you guys thinking? It's someone else. Someone else stabbed it, and as a result that ran to bite my family light dust. The crowd was silent. No one has named Xiao Qingxuan either. Why don't you fight your own battles? Shi Yan Yun pointed at Su-yun and viciously scolded. It's you. Maybe you did it. How else would you know that has a knife in its stomach? Humph. Bai Chi Luo looked at the knife on the dog's stomach and pulled it out with one hand. Ouch, Miss Bai Yu. The leader of the guards looked at the corners of his mouth twitching. How can you pull out a knife that's been plunged into your heart like that? What if the spirit animal eats the pain and bites you? As a result, he saw that little black nothing dog-like, Hachi spitting out his tongue. The wound in his stomach healed immediately the moment the knife was pulled out. A high-level spirit beast. The head of the guards could not help but be astonished. Bai Chi Luo threw the knife on the ground with a bang and shouted at Xiao Qingxuan. Why are you hurting Xiao-hei? You're Blackie's wife. Why do you want to hurt your husband? How Blackie should have bitten you to death with just one bite. Badass. Previously, Xiao Qingxuan had just brought Xiao-hei back to his room when an incident of a spirit beast injuring a person occurred. Who else would stab a dog in the stomach but him? Blackie had shown some mercy, and surprisingly, he only took one bite before fleeing in panic. This kind of Martige and Yuan's personal guards, all of them needed to form a formation to combine attacks in order to trap the powerful spirit beast. Not to mention children. Even adult cultivators could be torn to pieces on the spot. Bai Chi Luo looked at Mrs. Hua expectantly. Mother, can we not kill Xiaohei now? That, Mrs. Hua hesitated, is probably not killing. The situation is clear. Xiaohei is only eating pain to fight back, not suddenly crazy to hurt people. Moreover, the Bai family has become a victim. How can it be reasonable to let the victim still be punished? Yay! Bai Chi Luo wrapped her arms around Su Yun and muad madly. It's better to be a husband. You're the best person in the world. Su Yun's head was full of questions. And you don't remember what my name is? Bai Chi Luo jumped off the ground and pointed at Xiao Qingxuan. You are the worst person in the world. I hate you. Hate for the rest of my life. Xiao Qingdan fell to the ground, his face so gloomy that he wanted to kill someone. He stared at Su Yun dead in the face, not expecting things to be so reversed. One word, and it makes the peaks turn. Why did you have to open your mouth? Wouldn't it have been better to wait for the dog to die before you realized the knife? Xiao Qingdan hated it. He just wanted to kill a dog. What was wrong with that? Why does fate play such a trick on you? Sure, Yao Yu waved her hand. In that case, it will be handled impartially. She had been heartbroken. The child, hopeless. Suddenly, Lin Inger shouted. No, it's not like that. The crowd turned their heads, their eyes tinged with displeasure. What more does this lying woman have to say? Lin Inger shivered, but still gritted her teeth and spoke. It was that young master who suddenly attacked Light Dust. Young master stabbed it in order to fight back and scared it away. Young master Lightning is innocent. That must die. She didn't understand why the Holy Phoenix Empress companion spirit beast would awaken its bloodline so early. Obviously, hundreds of years later, it was still so weak that it could be killed by the demon lord. And now, the son of heaven's destiny had stabbed through its heart, yet it was still alive and kicking. These words have been the final backstabbing. Even if Xiao Qingxuan made the first move, so what? That can't talk, and others can't test it. As long as things can't be characterized, you don't have to take responsibility. Hope also rose in Ji Yanyan's eyes. That's right, what she said is the truth. Just then, I'm following Su Yun. Well, if it's inconvenient for the other person, just a little farther away. Anyway, not too far, just as long as I can see dash. Buzz. After the long-winded words, a group of 3 people suddenly appeared in front of the crowd. They were also startled, looking left and right, and couldn't recognize who was who, so they simply turned in a circle and arched their hands. Cheng Qixing of the Yingtian Academy. I have met the head of the academy, and the lady of the Marquis of Jinyuan. Who is Mrs. Marquis of Jinyuan? Sure, Yaoyue didn't expect this and hurriedly said, Master Chang is too polite. I am sure Yaoyue. What are you guys? She wondered how Yingtian Shuyuan ran home. Did Su Yun cause trouble? Husband Chang put a small bag in Su Yun's hand, and laughed. Kuaishou Su has awakened his literary courage today. It so happens that the dean and the man who taught him, Mr. Yu, have gone to the South Seas, and the other to the land of Buddha. I was instructed to come and give something to Little Cloud for encouragement. Sure, Yayu was stunned for half a day before she was pleasantly surprised. Yuner, you awakened the literary Gaul? Suyun was good and calm. It's just like that. Xiaoyu was so overwhelmed by the surprise that she couldn't wait to lift her son up and kiss him right now. It's just so good at making women happy. She remembered another small thing. Today after school, her son said that Yu Fuzi went to the South China Sea. I didn't realize it was true. Seeing the chaos in the scene here, Master Chang couldn't help but inquire, what's going on here? The head of the guards laughed disdainfully. Spirit beasts hurt people, but there are discrepancies in the confessions, so I don't know which side to deal with. Mr. Chang asked, any witnesses? The leader of the guards nudged towards Lin Inger. That one. That's simple. Chang Fuzi's words followed the law. Tell me the truth. Buzz. Lin Inger's body stiffened and she subconsciously spoke. When I wanted to take the spirit dog's essence blood with Lord Lightning Dust, I used a knife to pluck out its heart. Unexpectedly, its bloodline suddenly awakened and ate the pain to bite back at Lord Light Dust, knocking me away and escaping. I didn't want to be punished, so I lied that the bad dog hurt me first. Wow! As soon as she finished speaking, she immediately covered her mouth, her eyes filled with horror. But it was too late. Everyone turned their gaze, their eyes cold. Chapter 47. Why don't you have another one? Lin Inger was horrified and covered her mouth, but nothing could be undone. She said it. She said it all. Su Yun, how come it's you again? Lin Inger was furious. Why do you have the literary guts? Is the demon lord's talent that high? In his last life, Su Yun was plucked out of his heavenly bones, poisoned with chaos poison, robbed of all his chances, and spurned by his family. And yet, He was still rising from the minutest of beginnings, relying on ruthlessness and determination to stand at the top of the 10,000 realms. It was just that Lin Inger hadn't expected that Su Yun's talent would be so high. In his last life, he disheartened Shi Yaoyue and failed to enter the academy, so he could only be alone, picking up books thrown away by Xiao Qingxuan to become literate. And in this life, he had only entered the academy for a few days, but he had even been agitated by the book Qi and gained the literary courage. These should have been mine. Lin Inger hated and was angry. If she hadn't followed the Son of Heaven's destiny so early, she would have been able to enjoy the respect of the husbandman. Even the top magic treasure of the academy, the Spring and Autumn Pen, had a chance to get it. How did these opportunities that should have been theirs slip through their fingers? Do you deserve to be thwarted when you follow the chosen one? Bai Qi Luo pointed at her and said angrily, "You're bad too. You're the second worst person in the world." Mother, she's a big bad person. She wants to hurt Blackie. Mrs. Hua's face was grim, and she also looked back. Those who harm people are called bad people. What's with this dog victimization thing? No harm done yet. Shi Yen-yun looked at the group of Confucian-looking people and suddenly reacted. You are the Yingtian Academy. My Jiro was victimized by you and thrown out. You guys still want to drive the whole thing out, and you want Lightning to take the blame too, don't you? Does what that woman says make it right? She's lying. Light Dust isn't the kind of person who would do evil, but no one was listening to her anymore, shaking their heads. A moment ago, she had said that she would trust Lin Inger, and then in the blink of an eye, everything she said was a lie again. How can one trust this kind of springboarding and fiddling with right and wrong? Xiao Qingdan contained hatred. If his eyes could kill, Su Yun would have already died 10,000 times. Just a little bit more by myself again. Why did Su Yun find that knife? This little kid, how are his senses so sharp? If it wasn't for him, not only would he have been able to obtain the essence blood, but he would also have been able to use the opportunity to get close to the Holy Phoenix Empress, instead of being accused of 1,000 things. Light Dust, Mother won't let anyone hurt you. Ji Yen-yun cried. Your second brother was victimized by bad people. Mother won't let you too. Boo! Xiao Qingchen endured the severe pain and pushed her mother away. You go. Second brother go too. If it wasn't for that waste of a second brother, who didn't settle Su Yun at the academy and let the aftermath come running to the house. This is a play you can at least smooth out, if not get the benefit of, yourself. Ji Yen-yun looked at her son in stagnation. Light Dust. You. Shioyo you couldn't look on and waved her hand. Take young Master Lightning Dust away. Locked up in the small courtyard and not allowed to go out without orders. Last time, it was a move to a different house. This one is off. Ji Yen-yun went crazy and roared. Sure Yao Yu, you can't do this. You can't do this to my son. You can't separate us mother and son. Chang Fuzi carried his hands behind his back, his voice like a fly. Silence. Buzz. Shioyo you shall not be good. Ji Yen-yun's mouth opened and closed, but no more sound came out. She didn't notice the difference, and no one else cared to tell. Just watch her flail about as if she were performing a mime. Sure Yaoyu looked to the other side. This evil slave, instigating the proprietor to commit evil, is sent to the government. Such people, staying in the Su mansion for a day is polluting the air. Lin Inger's eyes widened, not expecting this ending. She had offended the Marquis of Jinyuan, and no matter which government office she was sent to, she would be dead. No, Mrs. Shields, I'm innocent. I have information that I can tell you. Before the words were finished, Chang Fuzi was too noisy. You're in the Ministry of Justice's prison. Buzz. Lin Inger disappeared without a trace, appearing in the next second inside the dark and damp prison. No, I don't want to be in a cell, she cried out in desperation. My chance dash. At the last moment before the transmission, Lin Inger saw Su Yun open the bag sent by the academy, pulling out a vermilion-colored spirit fruit. He directly handed it to Bai Qi Luo. That should have been his own chance, and he deserved to enjoy it. The jailer heard the commotion, looked up, and knew what was going on. The academy sent her. Let her confess first, and ask what's going on tomorrow. Another asked, what if she doesn't confess without being asked first? Not admitting? The first jailer laughed fiercely. If you can't match the confession tomorrow, you'll be disrupting the criminal justice department, and your offense will be increased by 1 degree. When the farce is dealt with, Sure Yaoyu was apologetic. Mrs. Hua, it was my poor discipline that let that rebellious son stab the beloved dog of the White House. After Little Black calmed down, his body shape continued to shrink, and the divine runes and wings on his body all disappeared without a trace. He hachied his tongue, and the wound on his stomach healed, looking no different from a normal dog again. Instead of being angry, Mrs. Hua said, I also want to thank for allowing Xiao Hei's bloodline to activate. It appeared in the courtyard by itself on the day Luor was born. I didn't realize it was a spirit beast. The White Mansion had gained a spirit beast without paying anything. Having only activated his bloodline, he was able to fight with the Marquis guards. This is a great opportunity. Well, feeling that there was a loophole in this statement, Mrs. Hua reiterated, "It's thank you Su Yun, not that young Master Lightning Dust." Shi Yaoyu sighed in relief. A farce came down and the other party surprisingly did not pursue the matter. What did Xia Yuner do? Of course it's because he found out the truth and didn't wrong Blackie. Mrs. Hua winked. At the same time, he muttered in his heart, "What a blessing." The last time he came, Xiao Hei revealed the characteristics of a spirit beast. This time, although this visit was not directly related to Su Yun, it also accidentally activated the bloodline. Who would believe him if he wasn't a blessing? Lady Hua thought for a moment and spoke. "That's right, Lady Xiao. Xiaoyo you said. Mrs. Hua said directly, "Do you have any plans to have another one?" Ji Yenyun cursed and panted, but no one around paid any attention. Her shrill voice pierced through even the silence when she heard this. "What are you trying to do?" The one who was going to fulfill the marriage contract with the Bai family is Lightning Dust. Xiaoyo Yu's face also changed greatly. "What do you mean? Let yourself have another one?" It was nothing more than the fact that Xiao Qingxuan had behaved too badly today, causing Mrs. Hua to be disgusted. The Bai family is also married to the Su family, so they can only choose another wise son-in-law. So let yourself prepare immediately to have another first son of the Su family, and then marry Bai Qi Luo? What about Cloud? Shi Yaoyu looked serious. "Lady Hua, why do you not see Yuner? Today, she must give an explanation." "Don't see it?" Mrs. Hua was surprised. "What are you talking about?" Xiaoyo Yu frowned. "Then why are you asking this?" Mrs. Hua grinned greatly. "Yuner is so good, not to mention, awakening the literary guts at such a young age. He must be a dragon among men in the future. I, Laurel, am still afraid of getting high." Xiaoyo Yu was confused. "Then what do you mean?" "Ouch." Mrs. Hua clapped her hands. "I mean, you'll have another one. Wait for Yuner and Luor's child, and then you'll be with the Su family." Ahem. Officially fulfilling the ancestors' order. Shi Yaoyu was full of blush. "No, how? Is your idea so bizarre? Let yourself have another child, with your own grandchildren, and get married? Granted, cultivators are long in age, and a gap of so many decades is nothing, but wouldn't that generation be messed up?" Chapter 48, I hate you. Not going home tonight. Mrs. Hua couldn't care less. "Anyway, Yuner is in my sights. No one can snatch her away. Since you don't agree, the problem will be handed over to Su Fu Ha. I did find the Su family marriage for the Bai family. After that, how to stand up to your Su family ancestors, you figure it out yourself." Shi Yenyun jumped up. "Light Dust is the Su family's son, the sole heir. Bai Qi Luo can only marry Lightning." Shi Yaoyu had heard enough. "Mrs. Ji is also tired. Bring it down." Ji Yenyun was dragged down and kept hissing. "Light Dust is the old lady's only grandson. She'll be back in 7 days. When she comes back, anyone who bullies Lightning Dust will have to pay." Xiaoyo Yu's fists clenched slightly before slowly loosening. She looked at Mrs. Hua. "So, marriage?" Mrs. Hua slapped her chest. "It can only be Su Yun." A smile appeared on Shi Yaoyu's face. The heart that had been hanging in the air all this time was finally put down. She had been worried that Su Yun would be rejected by the Bai family because he didn't have the Su family bloodline. Now this thing, finally, is perfectly wrapped up. Even if Su Yun and herself, her sisters, were not related by blood, so what? He is his family and will always be together. As for what Mrs. Hua said about finding a Su family member to marry Su Yun's child, well, could have given birth to the Inkling girls. No. Xiaoyo Yu suddenly remembered. At first it was his own denial of being betrothed so early, only to be interrupted by Ji Yenyun's gang, who instead began to fight for Su Yun's hand in marriage. She also wants to ask Su Yun's own opinion. "Come, Yun heir, mother asked you, but turn around and freeze." Master Cheng came over to deliver some gifts as a reward for Su Yun's awakening of his literary guts, encouraging him to keep up the good work. In the chaos just now, Xiaoyo Yu didn't have time to collect and express her gratitude. Turning his head, Su Yun had already opened himself and handed Bai Qi Luo the spirit fruit inside. Watery. The spirit fruit was demonically red and emitted a refreshing fragrance. Just a sniff. All feel refreshed. Visible grade is not low. And Su Yun, that waif, surprisingly did not feel any pain at all, and just gave another waif a nibble. Where is the need to ask? Xiaoyo Yu had a headache. Such a precious gift. all given to a girl. Is there any part of it that you don't like? Just as well. The two children are still young, so we'll talk about it after we've been together for a long time. She sighed. You're too generous. Suyun crossed her arms. You'll understand when you're my age. He's got system rewards, and he can't look at these other people's gifts. But this vermilion fruit, it just happened to match the attributes of the Luan Phoenix Nirvana body. Giving it to Bai Chi Luo would also increase her base and better awaken her bloodline. Xiaoyo Yu was speechless. What age is a doujinshi? Husbandman Chang laughed loudly. This is just a small gift. When Dean and Husbandman Yu return, there will be another big gift. When Gall, that's a once-in-a-century occurrence. Xiaoyao Yu was pleasantly surprised and hugged Suyun. You're really mother's good baby. It's only been a few days since he was sent to the academy to start his education, and he's making such big news. Suyun's future. It must have a bright future. Mrs. Hua also extended her hand towards Bai Chi Luo. Alright, Luo, it's also late today. Let's go back. Snap. Ella White knocked her mother's hand away. Mrs. Hua was stunned. Daughter, how do you? Humph. Bai Chi Luo was not happy. I kind of hate you for trying to kill Shohei. Mrs. Wall sweated. She was indeed too simple-minded and subconsciously assumed that it was Blackie who had hurt people. But what sane person would think that a 3-year-old is going to kill a dog? Looking at the soft and cute little lowly, uttering lava hate sure Yao Yu found it really interesting, but her prospective in-laws were in trouble, so she spoke anyway. I see, but, Bai Chi Luo said in a serious manner, you think your husband is good, and I think my husband is good, and I kind of like you again, so I've decided that I hate you for 3 days. I'm not going home tonight. Mrs. Hua was rendered illogical by such logical words. Where do you live if you don't go home? Bai Chi Luo jumped and ran over, ripping Su Yun from Shi Yaoyu's arms. I'll live with my husband. Mrs. Hua looked to Shi Yaoyu for help. Xiaoyu shrugged. Just live. Mrs. Hua sighed. But tomorrow your sister-in-law is coming over to make glutinous rice dumplings. Bai Chi Luo hesitated for a long time before she said fondly, then, hate you for a night? Mrs. Hua held out her finger. Pull the hook. Pull the hook. Xiaoyu laughed out. Your sister brings it in. Ding. A voice came from Su Yun's ear. You paid a huge price and succeeded in saving. Holy Phoenix Empress. All living beings who have received its favor will pray for you. At the same time the dark face of the Son of Manifest Destiny is revealed, bringing to light many matters where the truth is unknown. Congratulations. Your reputation is greatly improved. Reward, Enlightened Tea Tree. Confirm that you can bring Ella White home, and the mission will be accomplished. Su Yun let out a sigh of agreement. I'm afraid this is the toughest mission in such a long time. I had to work so hard and say look at the belly to the head of the guards to get it done. It's just too hard. Bai Chi Luo pulled Su Yun's hand with a happy face. Husband, I'll sleep with you tonight. Su Yun's head was filled with black lines, and he shrugged it off in disgust. You still haven't remembered what I'm called, have you? Cheng Fuzi bids farewell and leaves, and Mrs. Hua is also very heartily placing her daughter in someone else's home. What kind of accident could happen to a 2 or 3-year-old gadget? Su Yun was also childlike and soon happily played with Bai Chi Luo. But soon, he couldn't be happy. Xiaoyu picked up the 2 gadgets. Go take a bath together. Su Yun's eyes were filled with hot tears and she held onto the doorframe with a death grip. I don't want to wash together. I don't want you to wash it either. I'm the big man. He was carried off mercilessly. A little later, when Mo Ling came back from her cultivation, she subconsciously had to grab Su Yun away. Little brother, go to bed. Ella Bai washed clean and smelled like a little doll. When she heard this, she showed her teeth angrily. Who are you? I want to sleep with brother Yun. Mo Ling waved her hand in disgust. Little dot. Whose family are you? Go aside. Bai Chi Luo hugged Su Yun's head and howled. I don't want to. I want to sleep with brother Yun. Inkling scratched her feet directly. Loosen up your little brother. By the time Xiaoyu came over with her whip, Su Yun had already suffocated. She jerked the Inkling away. How old are you to steal your brother from the kids? Su Yun was dizzy. No, this girl, in the end, do you know your own name? Does she know when to yell something? Bai Chi Luo drove away Mo Ling and sniffed contentedly. Husband, you smell so good. Su Yun thought about it and simply bit open his finger and squeezed a drop of blood into her mouth. Open your mouth. Chapter 49, I still want to be immortal and undying. Su Yun also wanted to see if his own ancestral blood could activate the Luan Phoenix Nirvana body. Anyway, Xiao Hei's activation was quite successful, and only the first time he awakened his bloodline, he had about 5 realms of strength. the level of activation increases until it becomes a super beast with a bite of a world. However, Soo-Yun was still disappointed. Bai Chi Luo smacked her lips. Nothing happened. Yummy. She looked at Soo-Yun's finger with greedy eyes. Still want it? You're still young. Soo-Yun pushed her away. Just for a moment. The finger had healed and had to be cut open again to get blood. Ouch. And it seems that the Luan Phoenix Nirvana body has a higher specification. And activation is not that simple. If the ancestral blood could be activated casually, Soo-Yun would not have to do anything in the future. Drawing blood every day while enlightening the living beings. The children and grandchildren are endless. No. Soo-Yun tapped his head. Why are you describing it like a seedbed of defeat? Bai Chi Luo looked at his fingers. Churlish, but I still want to eat. Kids are so troublesome. Soo-Yun flatly refused. You don't feed me. Why should I feed you? Chop. The toddler's hand was faster than the imperial soldiers, and Bai Chi Luo had already stuck her finger in her mouth and bit down. Soo-Yun's eyes widened. You. Well. Bai Chi Luo's tearful eyes stretched out her bloody fingers. Husband, eat. Soo-Yun slapped herself reproachfully. This mouth of yours, how dare you say anything? Ouch. Don't cry. He was helpless, extremely reluctant, reluctantly, sighing, put, white as jade, soft as catkin fingers, put into the mouth. Nothing more. Grown-ups do it. Sterilization of saliva. On the other side of the Su mansion, the extremely remote cold courtyard. Go slower. Ha, get the bath beans over to the bathhouse. The little ones are having a good fight. Xiao Qingdan showed his teeth in pain and frowned. What's going on outside that's so lively? The doctor who bandaged him raised an eyebrow. Young master, I'll go ask. After all, it is the bloodline of the Marquis of Jinyuan, the first grandson of the old lady. It is impossible to let him bleed to death. Soon, the doctor returned. It's the first daughter of the Bai family, staying overnight. Mam arranged for them to have a bath. The two little ones make a mess. The maid sent some incense to calm the mind and help them sleep, so they can go to bed early and not make a fuss. Pust. A mouthful of blood sprayed out from Xiao Qingdan, and the hole left by the canine teeth in his chest gurgled out blood again. He looked viciously in the direction of the main room. 1. Shower together? Are we going to sleep together again later? That's my betrothed, my married wife. How dare you? How dare you? Xiao Qingxuan was furious and grabbed the candlestick on the table and threw it at the doctor. When the doctor ducked, the candlestick fell onto the bed and burned a large hole in what was left of the straw mat. It's a good thing there wasn't a bigger disaster. The doctor didn't dare to say anything and hurriedly put out the fire. Young master, you rest first. Boo! A maid pushed the door in. Dr. Chu, quickly come with me. Something has happened over at the little duke's side. When Xiao Qingdan heard this, he was instantly happy. Evil people have their own heavenly harvest. I'll let you get carried away. Something's happened. The doctor was startled and hurriedly collected the medicine box. What's going on? What's wrong with the young gentleman? The maid anxiously said. The young gentleman is fine. It's that Bai family's first daughter. She broke her finger somehow. And the little dude. Ugh. The little dude licked and made a mess. Go ahead. If you don't hurry it will heal. Dr. Chu bowed toward Xiao Qingxuan and hurriedly ran out. Xiao Qingdan stood in the room and stayed there for a long time. Break a finger? Sterilize your saliva? He muttered. Isn't that absorbing blood? A single drop of the blood that can create trillions of immortal servants was obtained by Soo-Yun? Mine. Holy Phoenix Empress. The blood of the Luan Phoenix Nirvana body. It's all mine. Xiao Qingdan was in a state of madness and was about to rush to the room to reclaim the property that belonged to him. Eldest young master. No one is allowed to go out without orders. The guardian didn't give face at all. And with a send of spiritual energy, he pushed him back. Xiao Qingdan hissed maniacally. You all deserve to die. Deserve to die He grabbed the shabby house, what was left of it, and smashed it desperately. The caretaker didn't care either. This world where monks were everywhere, not to mention cleaning the house. It was easy to pick up the mansion on the flat. If the young master wants to smash it, let's smash it. Boo! Xiao Qingdan smashed the inkstone to pieces, still not relieved. Gasping for air, he took out a talisman from the inside of his underwear. Tearing a piece of sewn cloth, Xiao Qingdan hesitated for a long time, and with a clench of his teeth, he tore the talisman to pieces. Too late to parasitize a little. Only, rich and famous. The next day, Soo-Yun comfortably stretched out without a tired face. Mama never sleeping with kids again, like an octopus. He was so exasperated that he didn't sleep all night. I must sleep with my big sister. My extra big sister. Inkling kind of don't. He's still a kid himself and his sleeping position is messed up. Well, however, Soo-Yun felt a bit of fire in his abdomen. Achoo! he sneezed out a diffuse, Taishu creation scripture? Suyun instantly recognized the cloud composed of trillions of stars when he saw it. It's not the same emperor's scripture that became a great success with a single glance and played with his fingers to perfection. By accident, the vision was released. He hurriedly put it away, but was immediately drawn to something else. Taishu creation scripture? Suyun instantly recognized the cloud composed of trillions of stars when he saw it. It's not the same emperor's scripture that became a great success with a single glance and played with his fingers to perfection. By accident, the vision was released. He hurriedly put it away, but was immediately drawn to something else. Is that a phoenix? Suyun saw the soaring Xianfeng appear under the dome of the sky. The feathered wings stretched out for miles, each plume flashing with starlight, as if the Milky Way was pouring down. Just one look at it takes the breath away from the viewer. In the vision, a phoenix appeared? Hiss! Suyun suddenly realized. Luan Phoenix Nirvana body, activated? Bai Qi Luo's bloodline had yet to be activated, but those few drops of blood that entered Suyun's mouth began to take effect with the support of the divine different physique. That means, I'm considered immortal now? Suyun was surprised. Well, it should be related to the phoenix in the vision. Each one is a life. Then I have 1, 2, 3, 10, 10, 10. He counted and cried himself out in a hurry. What's after this 10? How can you count that many phoenixes with only 10 fingers? Oh, and 10 toes. Not enough wow either. In a corner of the capital, a certain cloaked woman with feathered arms, sensing the strange aura, looked up sharply. Xian Phoenix vision? It's the Phoenix ancestor breath. The Xian bird clan. Is it going to be neutralized again? We have to report to grandmother quickly and ask for the morning tactile immortal performer. Xiaoyu was too busy rushing her son to school to pay attention to the special scent. She held Suyun down and beat him, not only without shoes, but also ran into the garden to plant a tree, dirty, just like a fox. Suyun had tears in her eyes. Don't you ever drink enlightenment tea leaves again. His emotions come and go quickly. Still, he secretly cut his finger and made his mother and sister drink the tea containing Song Tian's ancestral blood and Luan Huang's essence blood. The human race didn't rely on bloodlines as much as the beast race, and looked unresponsive. Suyun could only hope that they would have a few more lives as well. When they arrived at Yingtian Academy, Suyun first went to help the master in the dining hall with the plates. Gu, you slow down. No need to help. Gu, kids thanks ha. Ding. Daily acts of kindness, 2/5. Reward, dragon's liver and marrow. Suyun nodded. So it turns out that the catering hall chef will drop the food. He found out that the daily acts of kindness quest provides rewards depending on the object. For example, if you help the guards, who are martial artists, you will drop weapon rewards such as time stones and meteor needles. Help the vegetable farmers and you'll drop all kinds of heavenly treasures. Helping a merchant, you will get spirit stones and antiques. Occasionally something else pops up, but that's the general direction. So Suyun was happy to go and give different people a handjob to see what treasures these types of people would drop. AI, this little waif from the open class, really knows what he's doing. Chef couldn't help but say. The rest of the group looked at the sunny, well-behaved, red-lipped child who was also so considerate and helpful. All of them couldn't help but smile good-naturedly as well. At the end of the morning class, the young king quietly came over. Remember what I told you? Take you to a nice place. Chapter 50, Constant Pregnancy Inexhaustible Body. Suyun asked, where is it? The young prince said, the mountain behind the academy. Suyun asked, sneaking out? Can you get out? The young king patted his chest. Watch me. He walked up to the guards of the academy. I am the son of the eldest princess. Now I want to get out. The guard glanced at him and didn't move a muscle. The young prince was anxious. Hey, why don't you let go? How can you lose face in front of your little brother? Suyun looked at him for a while and tentatively walked up, blinking her cute big eyes. Uncle, can I go out? The guard hesitated for a moment and stepped aside. The young king was confused. How did you do that? Why would someone who could even stop the son of the princess listen to Suyun? Suyun didn't understand either and looked curiously at the guards. The squire paused. The cook of the dining hall is my brother. Suyun let out an "oh." So this was the benefit of doing one good deed a day. The young prince deflated. How is it that people are so different from each other? When the man had gone a little farther, the guard said, you take the top shift, and go to the individual to tell the dean. If the dean is still fighting the Buddha, go report to the other gentleman and then notify the parents. There are a lot of nobles in the academy, and there are a lot of people who want to run out. The guards couldn't be offended and could only turn a blind eye. Walking in the back of the academy, the little king wilted a bit. He had only just revived himself and gained Suyun's approval. How do you turn your head and lose face? Big brother, Soo-yun asked. What are we going to see? The young prince gestured with his hands and feet. A very strange black stone that is cool to stand on. Soo-yun said in his heart that there is nothing to see there, but then he thought that this is a metaphysical world. Maybe it is some kind of chance. Then he asked, is it dangerous later? Hearing the sincere inquiry, the young prince immediately pulled himself together. He patted his chest. It won't. Don't worry. No matter what happens, big brother will protect you. Little brother is asking for help from himself. The bookstore guards fell far away and listened with amusement. These kids, they're pretty decent, but this back mountain of the academy, except for that sneaky person in the distance, what danger can there be? The scholarly guards thought about it and walked towards the sneaky figure. Since the two little dudes ran out to play, it's better to banish the idlers. Buzz. No. The scholarly guard felt like he had passed through a weird film, and suddenly his eyes blinked. He looked up again and saw the sneaky figure, which had disappeared without a trace. Something's wrong. Behind them, the two little dudes were gone as well. The two kids knew nothing about it and walked up the back hill. The young prince scratched his ears. Strange. That black stone is right here. We saw it all last time. Where did it go? Soo-yun clasped his hands, looked left and right, and quickly pointed to which way to look. A rushing haze appeared in the heavy pupil's field of vision. If there's any chance, it must be that. It wasn't long before the two children reached a small stream and saw a small white fox covered in blood. Ding! Miracle! You found an intact everlasting body, obviously the only one in all worlds, has been victimized 1,000 years ago. The constant inexhaustible body is the favorite of heaven and earth, able to be harvested indefinitely without damaging its foundation, and easily coveted by all forces. But all his life, he has not been cared for in the slightest. Please reflect on this favorite of heaven and earth. Please note, the constant impurity inexhaustible body that was born during the shattering of the worlds requires an extremely high amount of energy to feed back due to the surge of spiritual impurities in the heavens and the earth. Please use your energy according to your ability, so as not to run out of spirit. Mission difficulty, supreme. Mission reward, spiritual pivot spitting method. Soo-yun's brain was stuck for a moment before he suddenly remembered. Constant inexhaustible body? Constant conception inexhaustible body bar. In the episode, the thing doesn't appear. It's just mentioned when other characters are introduced. When heaven and earth meet, the collision of energies will hit a gaping hole, and the eternal inexhaustible body is the entrance to this living. One could constantly draw on the spiritual essence of heaven and earth to repair and strengthen oneself without damaging one's foundation. But also because of this principle, it is easy to be coveted by major powers. A living thing that can produce unlimited resources. It has been jokingly referred to by readers as the eternally pregnant inexhaustible body. It didn't appear in the plot, so it's because it died 1,000 years ago. Soo-yun realized, just being encountered by me. Is it by chance or the black stone that the young king he was thinking of said he hadn't seen in the original place? Maybe it wasn't a coincidence, just being heavily pupilized and found in the middle of a vast mountain. The young king was disappointed. Why a corpse? While Soo-yun touched his breath, he said, take it easy. He squatted down, fished out an elixir from his pocket, and fed it in. Then he fetched water from the river with a small bone, and caught a koi carp, which he fed to the fox. Soo-yun took the opportunity to caress it, allowing the heavenly human rhythm to repair its damaged essence. It's reasonable to say that a fox's fur is pretty rough and doesn't feel as good as a cat's or dog's. But this metaphysical world has an aura, and this little white fox feels so good in my hands. Soon, the wounds on the little white fox's body healed and his breath gradually recovered. The young king clapped his hands in wonder. What did you just feed? You recovered really fast. Soo-yun thought for a moment. It seems to be called Jasper Gul'dan. The young prince laughed out loud. Just kidding, I know the name, but it's a holy level elixir. Soo-yun shrugged his shoulders and was non-committal, helping the old man of the medicinal material storehouse to count the materials and obtain the holy elixir. I don't know if it can be cured either. Ding! You're so great for giving up your life for others. In this day of the shattering of all worlds, if you can contribute excess power to the constant inexhaustible body, heaven and earth will surely change their minds about you. Mission reward, spiritual pivot spitting method, extra bonus, your luck has increased dramatically. Soo-yun exhaled with a huff. It's still the same. Thousands of years later, he himself shattered countless domains, and heaven and earth shattered. As a result, the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth that flowed out could instantly fill thousands of starry rivers. But now, the worlds are basically intact and the heavens and earth are regularized. The flow of spiritual energy from the eternal unexhaustible body is still within the acceptable range. The power needed to feed back is only 1 billion cows in the future. Soo-yun, a holy elixir of a daily act of kindness. coupled with the heavenly human rhythm touch, is fine. Swish! The little white fox's eyes snapped open. The young king clapped his hands in delight. Ha! Your great little brother. It's awake. When the little white fox saw someone next to her, her misty eyes turned frightened. With a whoosh, it dug into the bushes and disappeared. The young king regretted. White-eyed fox, and doesn't know how to repay kindness. Alas, little brother, I didn't come across anything good this time out. It's a shame we didn't find the black stone. Su Yun snickered. Already met something good. The young prince didn't find it enjoyable. It would be nice to run into some more fun. Boom! Roar! Suddenly, the trees were torn apart and the boulders were crushed. A giant tiger, 5 stories high, roared and appeared in front of the duo. The young prince's eyes went wide. No, 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 that's not what I want. Ow! The tiger whistled in the mountains and forests, and just the strong wind generated by the roar made the two of them unsteady on their feet. The little king's face was white with fear, and he was about to cry out. Little brother, what to do? We're done playing. Chapter 51, Getting Her Pregnant. A tiger this big was clearly a demonic beast. No need for teeth, just a touch of claws and the two kids will be minced meat. Su Yun, however, was not slow, staring at the tiger for a while and pulled out the small bone. The young king thought something looked familiar, but this was not the time to dwell on it. Little brother, it's that time of the year. Why are you still playing with blocks? Run! Su Yun unfolded his small bones and suddenly pulled out a large sword with a cold light. Buzz! A horrifying bloody aura came like a mountainous tsunami. The morose and cold pressure unexpectedly crushed the giant tiger, which was 5 stories tall. Cold John Blade, the weapon held by General Wang of the Great Qin dynasty, had killed hundreds of thousands of enemies on the battlefield and drank the blood of enemies all over. Those who died under this blade would not even have a trace of resentment, but would be transformed into an endless killing aura. Confucianism, Buddhism and Taoism, soldiers and military officials. It's just an earth-grade blade, but it uses the soldier's hardening method. Make it a divine weapon that 10,000 enemies dare not despise. Roar! The giant tiger's figure lurched, unexpectedly retreating subconsciously. It had a humanized gleam in its eye and seemed to be thinking. The little king was surprised. No, big brother, you scared it. It thinks we can fight. Ha, big brother, you're awesome. Su Yun gave him a blank look. Can't you see that the tiger is thinking? What kind of person conspires out loud and tells the other person they are weak? Not a big problem though. Roar! The tiger let out a roar and suddenly turned around and ran. Buzz! Righteous! A thunderous explosion spread throughout the entire back of the mountain. The two of them were blinded as hundreds of people suddenly appeared in front of them. The young prince was overjoyed. Saved! Wow! The Rapunzel was the first to land and hurriedly ran over, her face full of anxiety. The young prince, having just returned from the dead, opened his arms and pounced on him with a cry. Mother! Snap! The Rapunzel pushed him away and grabbed Su Yun by the shoulders. Su Yun, are you alright? The young king stayed where he was and muttered. Who on earth is your son? Of course it's you, Rapunzel replied. The young king was just about to burst into hot tears. Mother, you still love me, Rapunzel replied. Because of understanding, I know you're okay. What if something happens to Yuner, little king? Shiryayu also opened her divine sense and checked to make sure she was fine before the sword was in the hands of a loving mother and the cloak was on the body of a wandering son. Who let you run out? You know it's wrong to run out on a school day? Su Yun wailed. Mother, I've just been attacked by a demonic beast. Can you stop hitting me? The Rapunzel was startled. Demonic beasts? The little king made a gesture and roughly spoke. So big. Demonic beasts. The eldest princess violently crouched down again to confirm Su Yun's situation. Yuner, you encountered a demonic beast? You're okay. The young king no longer wanted to see it. Wow, what demonic beast? Yu Fu Zi descended from the sky, his face turning blue. It's not the gas, but the suppression by the South China Sea ice domain that leads to poor qi and blood flow. Shiryayu said nervously. Husband, they said they encountered a demonic beast. Yu Fu Zi was instantly alerted and said aloud. Back to the light. Rangoon, boom, huge amounts of clear qi swept through, and everything around them seemed to become illusory and transparent, being seen through and through. Then the two children's silhouettes appeared and stood for a moment before the searching adults descended from the sky. Upon realizing that the child had disappeared, the guards immediately notified the bookstore and the family. Luckily, nothing unexpected happened and it was found quickly and in perfect condition. Yu Fu Zi shook his head slightly. The two gentlemen may have encountered a demon. It is unlikely that the two gentlemen have encountered a demon. There is not a trace of demonic aura on the body, nor is there the fox odor they said. Furthermore, The body protection magic treasure on the young prince has not been triggered. It seems to be just a hallucination, and the exact cause of the incident remains to be investigated. The two parents were relieved, but the little prince was not convinced. I clearly saw a big tiger. Sure, Yao Yu gently smiled. If there is a giant tiger demonic beast, what about the footprints? What about the trees that were knocked down? The young prince erupted, looking around blankly. Things are also rendered transparent under the influence of the word. But where are the trees and boulders that the giant tiger crashed through? But, the young king rubbed his head. I clearly saw. Su Yun also got people pregnant. Su Yun? Xiao Yu's eyes sharpened at once. What did you say? The young king said. I saw that fox. Her belly was bigger than before. Is that also a fake? Su Yun secretly said, good guy. The details that my heavy pupils didn't even notice. You actually saw it? He felt the small bone storage. That's right. The Jasper Gold pill had indeed been consumed, and what he had just seen had no deviation from his own perception. Tigers are fake. Foxes are real. But, Jasper Gold Dan will knock up that little white fox? It won't be holding its belly and coming to the door to ask to take itself in afterward. Thinking of this, Su Yun became vain. Sure, Yao Yu shook her head. Impossible. Yuner is only 3 years old. Where did that ability come from? But, she said viciously, who told you to bring out the cold wrong blade? General Wang's sword, still lying on the side, continued to release the killing aura. Su Yun was dissatisfied. That's mine. Uncle Wang gave it to me. You. Xiao Yu was so angry that she crossed her arms. What kind of adult gives a child a knife? There's also this soldier's artifact. Luckily, the young prince has imperial blood. Any ordinary family child would have been scared out of their wits and delayed for life. I don't care how you brought it out. Confiscate it. Xiao Yu put the knife away in her Qin bag. Many of the divine weapons could be incorporated into the body, and Su Yun was gifted, so it was normal to find a way to bring them out. But don't let him touch it again after that. Su Yun cried. Mother. Xiao Yu couldn't stand the aggrieved look and could only say, you can only play at home. Su Yun was beaming with joy. Yes. At this point, Yu Fuzi said sternly, the guards who let you out will also be severely punished. The captain of the guards, the one behind him, was relieved to see that the two children had been found. I almost got lost, but luckily, I was able to find it in one piece. Hearing his verdict, he hung his head again in frustration. When the young prince took a look, his heart immediately softened and he begged for mercy. Mother, auntie, don't punish that guard, okay? He's innocent. The dean shook his head slightly. He can't tell the difference between the importance of things. He's lucky he's not in jail. Su Yun also felt bad and spoke after a moment's reflection. Being entrusted with something, being loyal. That uncle stood guard for the bookstore and was remiss in his duty to put us out, but he is disloyal if he disobeys orders. A breach of duty is more acceptable than loyalty, but the loss of a loyal defender because of a breach of duty is a big loss. The dean's eyes lit up, and he and husbandman Yu exchanged glances, their eyes full of relief. Good, worthy of being a child who can refine the guts of literature. Loyalty and duty, indeed loyalty is more important. Okay, just listen to you. Li Kuei. The captain of the guards immediately dropped to one knee. Dean, the dean said indifferently. Little mister, Su pleaded for you, so you'll reflect in the academy afterward and relearn what responsibility is. When you have learned it all, then you will lead the chief. The captain of the guards gave Su Yun a grateful glance and saluted excitedly. Thank you, Dean. The young prince's mouth opened wide. The same plea for mercy. How come his works? He stayed for a while, before he sighed quietly. That's just it. Recognizing such a big brother. It's not a loss. Ta-da! At that moment, a group of children and parents came running. I heard that the Marquis of Zhenyuan's child and the eldest princess's child were lost. Parents who were available ran to help. They were relieved to see that the two were fine. Big brother. This group of children from the Enlightenment class ran to the little king in a flash, bowing and saluting, turning to Su Yun again. Second brother. Snap. The young king jerked the child in front of him. Wrong. The child is bewildered. What's wrong? The young prince pointed at Su Yun. He's the big brother. Call again. The children froze and turned to Su Yun. Big brother. Satisfied. The young king pointed to himself. I'm the second. The children's voices shook. Penis. The people in the lower part of the mountain's academy looked sideways. What kind of penis is so big? Su Yun was carried down the mountain and took a few breaths, feeling refreshed. The Spirit Center Spitting Method? Chapter 52. Too much pain in my arms. Xiao Yu thanked the people from the academy and left with her son in her arms. Su Yun, on the other hand, swallowed and spat out. in the process of feeling the spiritual pivot spitting Chui method that he had just acquired. Phew, phew, phew. Every time Suyun breathed, his nasal passage was permeated with the golden wood, fresh and penetrating, while refreshing his heart. Shioyu, as a cultivator, didn't need to sleep, but just now, I hurried over and kept sensing with my divine sense, turned the surrounding dozens of miles, upside down. Physical exertion was so great that his face paled slightly, but it only took her a few breaths to feel her entire lungs clearing down. Even the pale face became a little bit rosy. The Rapunzel, who was a little farther away, wondered, Yao Wei, it's only been a while, and your spitting has smoothed out? Sure, Yao Yu also wondered. Well, maybe found Yuner and let go of her heart. Suyun covered her mouth and laughed. The spiritual pivot spitting Chui method is really good. This passive breathing method allowed him to heal all the damages in his body with every breath, like a top-grade elixir. Whether it's disease, poisoning or trauma, all are treated equally. Acts in the perspective of an all-purpose elixir. Combined with the celestial human rhyme, it's basically the equivalent of a walking healing halo, right? Suyun also had the heavenly human rhythm, which could, in essence, repair the remnants of all things and fill in the deficiencies, one inside and one outside, interacting with each other. The things around Suyun continued to recover and strengthen every moment. After returning home, Shioyu had already fully recovered. She looked at Suyun in a bad mood. You're grounded. No orders, no going out. Suyun was teary-eyed, but there was still nothing he could do. But it was still better than Xiao Qingdao. At least he could move around the yard. Occasionally when she saw Ji Yin-yun, the other party would look on with spiteful eyes. There are still 3 days left. When the old lady comes back, she'll definitely kick you out as a fake eunuch. Feng Zhengyu also came once in the middle. This disciple of the supervisor of justice, after inspecting Suyun's palm restraint, laughed softly. Little Gongzi might really have the favor of the heavens. The demonic power seems to be suppressed by something. There is no resistance whatsoever. In 3 more days, I will be able to draw out, and from then on there will be no worries. When State Master Mu Jilian heard that Suyun was grounded, he took the initiative to come to his door to preach. Not listening for nothing, Suyun cooperated and learned some. It's a bit simple, but you can have a deeper understanding when you learn more. During a sermon, Suyun pulled out a grain of sugar as if it were nothing. State Master, you also taste it and see how this one tastes. Mu Jilian was unaware of it and ate it blandly. Well, this grain is a bit sour. Suyun was creeped out. Last time that imported candy, she did get. Suyun spends the 3rd day on tenterhooks, still bored in the yard and wanting to go out to play. But the guards said nothing, not even if Trudy begged. Just as Suyun turned his grief into energy, he climbed to the top of the tree and shook it. Mo Ling suddenly popped his head out. Little brother, do you want to go see the flower girl? Suyun was puzzled. What's a flower leader? It's, Inkling said momentarily, it's performing arts. Well, betting techniques are also techniques. Body art is also art. Suyun gave an oh before reacting. It's the emotion worker. Mo Ling said. The colorful veil flower leader rises from the south of the river, and in one dance the whole city is silent, and the mountains are full of flowers, and the layers of visions are boundless. The Chunman house in the capital city paid a large price to bring her in to sit. Let's go see how beautiful it is today. Well, it is also said to be inextricably linked to the Acacia sect, and I don't know if it's true or not. Want to go? Suyun nodded decisively. I want to. Mo Ling smiled cheekily. Call third sister. Suyun was well behaved. Third sister. Inkling reached across his face again. A moment. Suyun obediently gave a kiss. Feeling the soft and tender lips, Murin stomped her feet in comfort. This little brother. He's so cute. With a wave of his big hand, Mo Ling loaded Suyun into his arms. Suyun kept struggling. Can you change it? Inkling wondered. What's wrong? Suyun gave a chitinous people. Mo Ling was enraged. You die for me. This little brother. He's so angry. Inkling still snuck something in and left a note. To the houseboy. He said, my little brother is sleeping. Don't disturb. Then he brought Suyun around the guards and sneaked out the door. When we got to the street, people were coming and going. Suyun's eyes glazed over as he looked left and right. Mo Ling herself looked sunny and energetic, watery and with the innocence and cuteness of a young girl. She is the perfect image of a neighborly daughter. And such a fangirl is holding a white, cute baby in her arms. The contrast makes people on the street stop and look at it. And it's a pleasure to look at. Third sister. I want to eat that. Suyun pointed towards the stinky tofu down the street. Mo Ling reached out and pulled out her pocket. Suddenly her face changed. Oh no. I didn't bring my Qiankuan bag. In the past few days of cultivation, there was no need to take things, and the Qiankuan bag was kept at home. Going back to get it? Mo Ling looked worried. It'll be bad if the guards find out. Su Yun's expression shrugged down as well. Oh, just then, a short and fat merchant handed over a sugar gourd. Little Gongzi, eat this. No money. Su Yun's eyes were quick. Thank you, uncle. Mo Ling hurriedly stopped it. Hey, didn't pay for it, can't have it. The short and fat merchant smiled and waved his hands repeatedly. No need to pay, no need to pay. The day I gave the little lord a candy cane, business is getting better and better every day. The young gentleman is truly a blessing. Inkling listened for a moment and understood. That day when Su Yun traveled to the Taishu sect, this merchant saw how cute he was and gave him a candy cane. After that, it was like a stroke of luck, and business was booming every day. The short and fat merchant laughed. Now I've even bought stores. All thanks to little Gongzi. Inkling pushed back. Luck is nebulous. We can't suffer for nothing. The short, fat merchant picked up another stick and poked a couple of small holes in the candy cane. He let out an ouch. It's a bad seller. No one wants it. It's a pity to throw it away. So take it if you don't mind. Having made it to this extent, Mo Ling could only take it. Eat slowly. Su Yun smiled cheekily. Thank you, uncle. The sweet shout soothed the short, fat merchant's entire being. Across the street, a tall, thin merchant, still carrying the haystack in which he stuck the candy cane, had envy in his eyes. Humph. All day long I've been talking about delivering candy canes to Little Blessing and it's good business. Just blow it. He was doing better business than the short and fat merchant before. Who expected the other party to be like being possessed, selling more than demand every day? In less than a month, you've saved up enough money to buy a store. So you're really jealous. That kid, the so-called blessed one? The tall, thin merchant couldn't help but think, I'll try it too, and if it doesn't work, he drew out a candy cane, and felt a little heartbroken to give it away for nothing, simply rubbing it twice in the gutter, staining it with invisible dirt, before welcoming it. Little Gongzi, the tall, thin merchant feigned a smile. I have sugar gourds here too, so eat them and give me good luck. Inkling heard a voice and turned his head. Who's talking? Boo! The tall, skinny businessman stepped on a piece of dog and flopped his whole body forward. Chop! The gutter water-stained candy cane is stuffed whole into your mouth and eaten to the brim. The case on his body also opened from the impact, and a bag of powder fell to the ground. An old man twisted a little and put it under his nose. Cornstarch. The more you eat it, the more you want to eat it. The wrongdoer who had just bought it took a look at it and became furious. I said how it tastes average but still wants to eat it. So it's a trick. Traitor. Strike me. I bought it because I felt sorry for you. And you're still engaging in tactics. Fight. Report to the officer. Crackling for a while, the tall and thin adulterer hugged his head and cried. What blessed star. Obviously a calamity. Su Yun smoothly did a good deed and gave the old man the half-eaten sugar gourd. Grandpa is so smart. The old man didn't mind, and took it with a smile. Thank you. Wa-el. Ding. Daily acts of kindness, 1/5. 10 million times. Mission reward, antidote pills. Mo Ling looked behind the beating inexplicably. Su Yun and give others to eat half of the sugar gourd, but also embarrassed, cheeks red. She hurriedly hugged the person and left the place of wrongdoing. It didn't take long for the two of them to arrive at Spring House. A fluttering eye cast from an inconspicuous street corner. Chapter 53. Spring House was packed with people. The quaint tables were set with a wide array of food, and the tourists were so busy that they almost had to rub their shoulders. Thanks to the spell support, the buildings were extremely large, with one hall alone being several acres. Spiritual plants permeated with dense breath, all kinds of magic treasures emanating beads of treasure. Extremely luxurious. A few scholars walked by, shaking their fans and looking forward to it. That colorful flower girl has only shown her face for the second time. I'm really looking forward to it. Her dancing skills amazed the four seats, and legend has it that she is associated with the Acacia sect's stirring life method. And I don't know if it's true or not. I have no regrets in my life if I can see a dance today. Mo Ling also looked forward to it. Little brother, do you think that the dance of the colorful veil is really that good? That's a once-in-a-century big flower girl. It would be a shame not to see it. Su Yun was curious. Probably. The plot doesn't include the character of Chaya Sei, but there's no telling what the surprises might be. Ms. Inkling? At that moment, a voice suddenly came from behind. Mo Ling turned her head, and her expectant eyes suddenly went cold. Saint Chu. The person who came was none other than Chu Lingxiao of the Flowing Light Holy Land. He was dressed in a proper tunic, outlining his straight posture. paired with the faint aura of arrogance that was invisibly released. It was in line with people's perception of the Holy Sun, and beside him stood another man, silent and with the same condescending demeanor. Miss Mo Ling, Chu Lingxiao spoke earnestly. I was short-sighted that day and failed the girl. If given another chance, I would sincerely repent and welcome you back to the Flowing Light Sacred Land to be the future Sacred Land Master Mother. He was under tremendous pressure to withdraw from the marriage that day. Who would have thought that a cripple of the third realm of Bison would be able to break through the shackles and leap to the seventh realm, becoming a first-rate expert? Moreover, the other party had only just reached adulthood, and was in the prime of her life, with an immeasurable future. Such a perfect woman, any power would be willing to pay a price to have in their pocket. Afterward, Chu Lingxiao was scolded by the Lord of Flowing Light. Miss Mo Ling, he opened his Qiankuan bag from. I would like to use this Supreme Divine Soldier as a hire to express my true heart. The Supreme Divine Warrior flowed with light, instantly drawing sideways glances from a group of people around them, who sucked in cool air. He also saw that Chu Lingxiao was valiant and looked like an heir to a great power. The attitude is still so sincere. I can't help but praise a few more times. It's also a love child. A good man with a talented man. It's not bad. Girl, he's so sincere. Just say yes. Listening to him, he is a holy son of a holy land? Surprisingly, he is so lowly. He really wants a beauty but not a kingdom. I will definitely agree to it. There was a cacophony of voices around them, constantly egging it on. Chu Lingxiao is full of sincerity. Truly a fluttering gentleman. No one can pick a fault. Instead, he saw that Mo Ling didn't speak for a long time, and felt that she was mistaken about her sincerity. Ha! Inkling smiled skinlessly and gently shook his head. She has long since ceased to be a Wu Xiaimeng, and sees Chu Lingxiao through. Saint Chu, the gift is exempt. Mo Ling spoke coldly. Since you dislike my low strength and return the marriage at the door, why do you need to say words that make people misunderstand? From now on, you go your way in the sun, and I'll go mine. Mutually exclusive. The surrounding people suddenly had a melon-eating expression. Oh, surprisingly, the woman was withdrawn from the marriage? Hiss. Look at that woman's body. Dao Ryan flow. Posture is natural, either refining market or Dao He. I see. The woman used to have a low realm and was withdrawn by the man. Now that the cultivation has come up, the man regrets it. Wait, this is so familiar. Can it be that it's the third daughter of the Flowing Light Holy Land and the Jinyuan Marquis? Passers-by rang out that not long ago a rule descended on the capital and someone realized the great Tao. With a little questioning, he learned about the Flowing Light Saint's son's door-to-door withdrawal, which resulted in the woman's breakthrough due to her anger. At that moment, the gazes of the surrounding people changed. From thinking that Mo Ling didn't know what to do, to Chu Lingxiao not being something. Feeling unworthy of your status? You break your marriage contract. A man like that, don't want him. Chu Lingxiao was instantly annoyed. You what you? Inkling grunted. Take a step back. You're really sincere. And how it came to be here. Passers-by are satisfied to see beautiful people tearing down scumbags and eating melon. Yes, if there is true repentance and a desire to win back the marriage. And how did you end up in this pleasure-seeking Chunnan mansion? Chu Shengzi. Mom said you visit. I'll be right down. Long time waiting. A sweet voice rang out. A woman with delicate makeup and conservative clothing, but with a lot of leakage in key areas, came up to take Chu Lingxiao's arm. Don't worry, Saint Son. Slave will definitely serve you comfortably. There was a hush around them. Proposing in front of an emotional worker. This streamlined sanctuary is really talented. Chu Lingxiao's face was ugly. Miss Mo Ling, you've misunderstood. She can only get my body, but only you can get my complete heart. Isn't that enough? And I'm also willing to give away the Supreme Divine Soldier. Swish! Su Yun pulled out his cold roan blade, and his biting killing aura immediately suppressed the Supreme Divine Warrior by a hair's breadth. Chu Lingxiao's pupils shrunk. Soldier's Divine Soldier. Su Yun spat out his tongue. Slightly. The Supreme Divine Soldier can only be used as a burning stick in my house. Mo Ling also said, my Su mansion does not lack such objects. Chu Shengzi is better to take the gift back. The words are true. Last time, the young prince took first place in the Taishu sex examination and was rewarded with the Supreme Divine Soldier. The royal family did not lack such a weapon, so the eldest princess gave it to Shi Yao Yu. The Su mansion did have Supreme Divine Soldiers, and there was no shortage of such a one. And the cold raw knife is naturally brought out by Su Yun again secretly. Passers-by were also instantly surprised when they took a look. This Su house is really rich. This kid actually has a soldier's artifact. The Marquis of Jinyuan is a great general. It's normal to have weapons of war. The soldier's divine soldier is far from being a match for the supreme divine soldier on its own, but once the pawns cooperate, it's a different story. I didn't expect Supreme Divine Soldier is an 8th order magic treasure. Surprisingly fell to the point where no one wants it. The surrounding people were murmuring, this Sioux house could even hold such a weapon for a child. Where else would they look at the gift from the flowing light sacred land? And proposing in a greenhouse is brain dead, not relationship brain cancer. No reason to say yes. Shu Lingxiao Iron Green. This time the deep love of the prodigal son back to the scene also cannot act to go. He turned indignantly. Humph. Naturally I came here for pleasure. You're a woman who came to Spring House. Not to sell? The voice was not loud, but as long as one had a certain level of cultivation, they could hear it in their ears. Inkling's breath caught in his throat and his chest filled with anger. This phrase is extremely insulting to an unmarried woman, but she couldn't find the words to retort for a moment. Ha ha, Suyin clapped his hands and laughed. He said it's for sale. He said it's for sale. People further away didn't know what was happening, but the child's voice was clear and heads turned. Shu Lingxiao's face turned red and he shouted, what did you say? Suyin was still clapping his hands and laughing. You say it's also for sale. Passers-by got strange looks. If you like Dragon Yang's love, don't be so honorable. Snap. Shu Lingxiao hurriedly explained. I'm not talking about me. I mean his sister is out for sale. At once, the eyes of the surrounding people were filled with contempt. We all know what we're here for, but how else can a person be attached to it when you break it down? The woman's dress, posture and grooming, obviously a good woman who came to join in the fun. You're a big man, so publicly humiliated and viciously cursed. It's really morally bankrupt and egregious. Not. Shu Lingxiao also know that he said the wrong words, hastily looking for compensation. I said that her sister like here to sell. Snap. The emotional practitioner who was still holding her arm, suddenly had an ugly face. Sage Chu, since you look down on our sisters, then please find someone else who is worthy. With that, she turned and walked away. Shu Lingxiao was at a loss. What did I do wrong? The passerby, who had seen the whole thing, gave a secret thumbs up. The boy, then, repeated the other's sentence. One moment and the tables are turned. It's really smart. Inkling also exhaled a long breath, feeling extremely refreshed. Looking at the white and tender Suyun, he couldn't help but ber a bite again. Men are no good. Well, dad doesn't count, and neither does brother. Inkling couldn't help but ponder. The men out there are unreliable. How about conditioning your brother to be the best he can be? She suddenly covered her face. I didn't think anything. I just want my future husband to have a reference. Suyun was bewildered. Third sister, why are you blushing? Shu Lingxiao came back to his senses, hummed a mouthful. You married not still have to collect the bride price. Still sold. It was also at this moment that a fragrant wind blew down from Chun Man Lu. You don't look up to us, sir. Colorful veil. It's here. Chapter 54 Picking the Flower God. Only a woman, barefoot, stepped out of the air in a gust of golden symbols and floated down. She was slender, her skin a light wheat color, and her flat, unassuming movements were alluring. The light veil is draped like soft light and is in turn attached to arm, finger, leg and toe rings. The exotic flavor that is different from that of Dakian adds endless charm. The colorful veil was worthy of being a special thing on earth, and just by appearing, it made the entire Chunman mansion vibrate. Miss Kaisha, this purple sky Ganoderma is treasured within my clan, and I would like to present it to you for a smile. The star sand was unearthed by me in the ancient secret realm. It's rare to see in 100 years, so I hope that the colorful veil flower leader won't mind it. I beheaded the auger dragon in the South China Sea ice field, obtained a Taiku dragon crystal, dedicated to the colorful yarn lady, just looking forward to seeing a dance. The colorful veil just showed up and drew offerings from all directions. Su Yun looked dumbfounded. It's like a Netflix fan meeting. Come to think of it, only the top emotional workers can be chosen as flower girls and multiply their value. Not only is colored veil a superb dancer, it can induce visions of heaven and earth, and extremely good-looking and generous, obviously stained with red dust, but the eyes show freshness and translucence, without a trace of worldliness. It's normal to attract people to chase them, and most importantly, the bystanders whispered loudly, this colorful flower girl is still a Puritan. The capital could have taken a lot of effort to stop the Jiangnan side from letting her take on guests. Whoever gets to be her guest of honor this time is afraid to die of fear. Chu Lingxiao's eyes went straight as he watched, and he suddenly opened his mouth. The flowing light Holy Land would like to offer this supreme divine soldier to the girl, just for the sake of being able to see an amazing dance. There will be no more regrets in this life. The chaotic spring mansion was suddenly quiet for a few moments. People had sideways glances, incomparably surprised. Supreme Divine Soldier? What a way to give up. Only the closest circle of people could understand what he meant. Chu Lingxiao's face was smug, two birds with one stone. Just now, she wanted to give the Supreme Divine Warrior to Mo Ling as a bride price, but she didn't want it. By giving it to the colored veil now, it was clearly implying that Muren was of the same status. Moreover, those words just now could potentially draw displeasure from the colored veil flower leader. She should be satisfied with the delivery of a supreme divine weapon of great value. It's just that the Lord of Flowing Light is afraid of smashing his head. Kaisha lightly opened the cherry lips. A burst of refreshing aroma came, the elegant intention of the gentleman. Kaisha heart will understand. Really do not dare to say thank you. To be able to win a smile from all the adults is already a blessing that Kaisha has cultivated in her 3 lifetimes, and she does not dare to pray for one more point. But please don't break the bank too much. Kaisha is just a songstress. What virtue can make the king break his branch? These gifts, my lords, please take them back. The words were appropriate and flattering, and the guests were blown away. There was clearly not a hint of seduction, but it tickled everyone's heart. This flower girl, she does have a knack for it. At once, many people shook their heads. There's no reason to go back. As long as Miss Kaisha is happy, we'll be satisfied. Yes, 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 the girl takes it. Chu Lingxiao also waved his hand generously. How can you ask for something back when it was given away? Take it, colored yarn lady. If you don't like it and throw it away to hear a sound, it's worth it. Kaiha smiled sweetly. Thank you. Then, my lords. Mo Ling was so angry that she clenched her shell teeth and really regretted coming to this hilarious event. Running into the shrewish villain is truly a jinx of 8 lifetimes. I can't see. At that moment, a voice came from Lo. Mo Ling lowered her head before she saw that it was Su Yun, who she had just put on the ground. Su Yun looked up. I can't see Sister Hua Kuei. Inkling froze before remembering that he was bringing his brother to watch the fun today. I almost forgot about the main event when I was interrupted by that annoying man. Come on, I'll hug you. Inkling held out his hand. Suddenly, the stage poofed out a laugh from Kaiha. If you can't see it, come up here. Her eyes were bright and she saw little Su Yun in the crowd with a glance. What kind of a woman goes to a greenhouse and brings a child with her? This sunny, lively little waif is extremely pretty, and with a hint of teenage heroism, how to look at it and like it. Besides, Kaisha had heard half an earful of the farce down there just now. There was no reason for Kaiha to hate such an intelligent, family-protecting waif. Most importantly, Kaiha vaguely felt that he carried a trace of kindness, nothing to do with emotions, goes deeper into the roots. Inkling froze. Is that good? Why not? Colored SAE smiled. He could see him himself, and apparently he could see himself. What I just said was just an excuse. The flower girl has spoken, and it's not a big deal. Immediately a mom took Su Yun away and really put him on the stage. The spring house is enormous, several acres in size. If it wasn't for the hustle and bustle, it could have been made more vast than the manor. This surging head of people under the stage revealed envious looks. One by one, all the dignitaries and saintly sons and daughters could only look on dryly. This is the only kid who can get up close and personal with colored yarn. But, no one is going to compare it to a child either. It's just too embarrassing. Except Chu Lingxiao. He was so angry that his teeth itched. Damn brat, doing everything to ruin my good deed. Last time, if it wasn't for this brat, Mo Ling wouldn't have had the courage to voluntarily withdraw from the marriage. This time it was the same, not only humiliated in front of people, but also took advantage of their good deeds. A supreme divine soldier by himself, only to gain a sentence of thanks to all. And this dead little brat, with one word, had sent himself to Kaisha, row by row. You like it? Colored SAE suddenly spoke up. Su Yun looked at the supreme divine weapon and obediently nodded his head. Being older and admitting to liking other people's stuff can lead to accusations of greed. But such a 3-year-old child, even if you say you like to want the dragon chair, everyone will only take it as childish fun. Colorful Veil flicked her onion finger. Then it's a gift to you. Su Yun was not polite and grabbed the supreme divine soldier in his hand. It was clearly an 8th order magic treasure. And ordinary people would feel all sorts of strange sensations just by being close to it. But Su Yun was casually playing with it like it was nothing. Chu Lingxiao stared angrily. How dare you? That was the treasure that he himself had gifted to Kaisha. For being the guest of honor. How can you just take this brat away from me? Kaisha remained generous. Kaisha just said that it would be a blessing of 3 lifetimes to be able to receive a smile from all of you lords. Where do I dare pray for redundancy? If your excellency wants it back, just take it away. Various large families of eunuchs, sect cultivators, and core members of the Great Holy Lands all revealed a look of watching the show. How can you take back what you've been rewarded for? You really think you're a minor and can get a refund? Chu Lingxiao was framed at once, wanted to take it, and was too embarrassed to open his mouth in full view. Swish! Su Yun casually threw it. Third sister, it's for you. How can a 3-year-old child have any strength? The divine soldier is immediately about to fall to the ground. Mo Ling pinched a spell and let it float to his side, and couldn't help but ask, for me? Su Yun nodded vigorously. Sister gave it to me, then I can give it to you as well. Well, if sis wants to go back, it's always welcome. The crowd couldn't help but smile as they listened to the parroted, but very effective words. I was a little jealous that the kid got to be on stage, but it was quite pleasing to the eye to see red lips and white teeth, especially that streaming light saint's son, who wanted to rely on large rewards to win the hearts of beauties. I guess I didn't expect the gift to change hands. This supreme divine soldier, in a roundabout way, had actually landed in Mo Ling's hands again. What it represents, however, is diametrically opposed. Chu Lingxiao clenched his teeth and stared at Mo Ling dead in the face. Still unable to speak, one could only grit one's teeth. The colorful Veil Flower leader's dancing skills are astounding, and now that we're all here, we might as well show them off. Upon hearing this, the crowd was also quite impressed. Yes, show and tell. All came for this dance. How can we return empty-handed? Yes, colorful flower girl dance now. At that moment, an old mother laughed. I'm very sorry that Kaisha is not feeling well enough to dance today. But, not only were the people on the stage not frustrated, but many of them puffed out their chests. The old mother continued, if there is any medicine man everyone can diagnose the cure, then you will be able to enter the fragrant pavilion and enjoy the dance of the colorful veil alone. Immediately, someone stepped forward. I am Chen Yongning of Sharon Hall, willing to give the girl a consultation. Oh Yang He, of the Green Medical Center, can prescribe immediately. Yaqi Angshuan enters Sholiang, specializing in gynecology. The ill health is real, and so is the early release. Chun Man Lu paid a huge price to get the colored yarn, but I didn't want to get a strange disease that made it difficult to move around. If you can't dance, how can you sell it for a high price? That's why the debutantes are also seeking medical attention in the hope of finding a reliable remedy and an early cure. Chu Lingxiao took a deep breath. Brother Mu, I'm relying on you. Behind him, the man who had been silent all this time nodded arrogantly. I, Mu Chongkong, don't claim to be number 1 in Deqian in terms of medical skills. Come in second, and no one will dare to object. Chu Lingxiao looked at the stage in disgust. Start the diagnosis quickly and get that brat down. Su Yun, however, heard a ding in his ears. This acacia plant, poisoned for 1,000 years, has also finally come to the end of its life. Its seeds and fruits saved countless people after the heavenly origin realm was shattered. Cough. Although the heavenly origin realm was destroyed by you, if you can save this divine tree, it will also serve as a certain cleansing of your reputation. Restoration of acacia trees. Mission difficulty, very high. Mission reward, poison pearls. Su Yun was surprised. So it's that acacia plant? Oh, the rumor that there was a rumor with the acacia sect was misheard. The colorful yarn is a flower goddess. Chapter 55, I wish it was me in my arms. The news of the flower girl's arrival in the capital spread in tandem with her need for a doctor. That's why there are quite a few doctors and pharmacists among the people who came to see the fun today. If he could be cured, he would not only gain the favor of the flower girl, but also win a lot of prestige for his medical school. So these docs jumped at the chance to show off their skills. Chen Yongning of Sharon Hall, presenting. A young man stepped forward. The old mother also prepared the gold wire, one end attached to the wrist of the colorful veil, and one end placed under the stage. The audience murmured, Sharon Tang is a 300-year-old medical center, and this little Dr. Chen's family are all imperial physicians with heavenly means. Maybe the first one will be cured. Yes, what Jiangnan can cure, the capital can also cure. What Jiangnan can't cure, the capital can also cure. The flower girl is going to give away this way for nothing. What a pity. That Chen Yongning showed a confident smile. He also wanted to have a kiss, but knew that he was working for Lord Chaori. A cure is only a loss of one night of spring, but it expands the medical center tenfold. He couldn't wait to hold the gold wire and just about to hang it. Pust. Chen Yongning suddenly changed his face, spat out a mouthful of black blood, and shriveled up and knelt down. How did I get back to things? Behind Chu Lingxiao, Mu Chongkong arrogantly walked out. At this level, don't embarrass yourself. Great Qian, nothing more. Chen Yongning's eyes widened. You poisoned it. Mu Chongkong did not hide anything. That's right. Chen Yongning was shocked. When did you poison yourself? Mu Chongkong laughed coldly. You don't even know when you were poisoned. So how can you cure the flower head's poison? Get off. Oh no. Kowtow 3 times and I can give you the antidote. Who are you? Ouyang from the Green Medical Center and fought. Mu Changkong glanced at him. In just 3 breaths, a mouthful of black blood spurted out from Ouyang He and fell to the ground, his whole body convulsing. The crowd sucked in a breath of cool air and backed away, fearing that they would be poisoned as well. Mu Changkong was satisfied with this panic, and with his hands behind his back, he arrogantly said, Red Apricot Cliff. Mu Changkong, Master Zhou Baijing. Hiss. Those doctors and pharmacists couldn't help but hold their breath. Someone around the room asked, What's that? The doctor replied, The Red Apricot Cliff is the holy land of healing in our Tianyuan realm. All those who enter and learn can become a generation of miracle doctors. This kind of divine doctor, even if he is in the Great Hall, the emperor won't be willing to kill him, and Zhou Baijing is the medical saint of this generation. With one hand, he chased the soul of the underworld, and had saved the headmaster of the Xianqing sect, who had been dead for 7 years, from death. Another hand of Yama's demand, killing all 13 sixth realm powerhouses of the Qi clan who insulted the Red Apricot Grove. This Mu Changkong is really his disciple. I'm afraid that in Deqian, it's really hard to have a few people to match. Mu Changkong waved his finger. Not hardly a few. Rather, not at all. Anyone who still wants to grab it from me, weigh it first to find out when it's poisoned. The rest of the doctors and pharmacists were silent. Everyone looked at each other, and no one was willing to step forward. The Red Apricot Cliffs and the Sage of Healing are just too high in status. Even if this Mu Changkong was arrogant, they didn't dare to confront him. With the sound of sparse footsteps, the dervishes and pharmacists really backed off. Only one old man remains, still standing in front. He laughed. The old man's qi and blood are withered and he has no ability to refine medicines. It's just that he wants to see a few more cases. It's not like this is going to be poisoned, is it? Mu Changkong grunted, still letting the other party take his pulse before getting on himself. He gently twisted the golden thread and immediately had a judgment. Deadly qi entering the body. Good cure. Fetch me 3 tails of spirit rhinoceros grass, half a bottle of moonflower dew, a spoonful of blood jade royal jelly, and a slice of golden crow feather. Find a good medicine cauldron, silver needles, and a blank jade talisman. The old mother didn't like the other party's style, but when she heard that the flower girl who was heavily paid for was saved, she immediately smiled and laughed again. I'll get it right away. Chun Man Lu was rich and generous, and immediately prepared all the objects. Mu Changkong's chest was ready, condensing the samadhi true flame, searing the medicine and refining the pills. It didn't take long for a burst of clear fragrance to emerge from the cauldron. He simultaneously wrote and drew on the jade talisman, and a formation talisman for healing was made. Looking at this natural movement, Chu Lingxiao's heart was filled with excitement. Worthy of coming out of the Red Apricot Cliff. It's not in vain that I've been received with good food and drink. Not only will I be able to kiss Kaya today, but I'll also be able to win a great general for my Flowing Light Sacred Land. The Flowing Light Holy Land was in the secret realm of Hengzi, and many of the family descendants were struck by the rare earthbound poison. He had to spend a great deal of money and ask Red Apricot Cliff for help, and finally waited for Mu Changkong. Chu Lingxiao heard that a flower girl came to the capital, and there is also a disease in the body, so simply let the poisoned brothers of the clan in a few days and then sick. When Mu Changkong did himself a small favor and got his hands on the colorful veil, he would then head to the Flowing Light Holy Land. Now everything seems to be going smoothly and perfectly. This Mu Changkong was arrogant, but not too horny, and didn't even need to share a good person. Marrying an emotional worker is laughed at, but this colored veil has been created many times by Jiangnan and the capital, proving that it has the ability to blossom into life. This kind of strange talent aptitude, or a purser, brought back to the Holy Land without a single problem. When Kai Sha was cured, she would also definitely be grateful and take the initiative to ask for the Supreme Divine Soldier back. This wave called Qin Shi Huang to watch TS play T1. Win Hemp. Chu Lingxiao was gloating when his gaze turned and suddenly froze. No, what are you doing? On the stage, Suyun finished reading the system mission before reacting. Colorful veil. It's actually that acacia plant? Flower god? At the beginning of the episode, there was already an acacia divine tree in the heavenly origin realm. Suyun fought with the protagonist and was injured many times, relying on the fruits of this tree to heal his injuries or enhance his cultivation. This acacia was like a regular drop point, surviving until Armageddon. Even if the heavenly origin realm was destroyed, she was still alive. It also keeps using the fruit and saving the survivors of a broken world. The book didn't go into detail, so Suyun realized it now. So, the acacia tree has already taken shape, but it was poisoned and that's why it degraded into a tree? And it's been poisoned for 1,000 years since then? Is this Even premeditated as well. Quest prompt says acacia trees were poisoned. Suyun now had heavy pupils and could see clearly. Where are the toxins in the body of the colorful veil? Where are the toxins in the body of the colorful veil? Clean and dry. Where did that poison come from 1,000 years later? Suyun looked towards Mu Changkong, who was refining pills in the wide hall. Who else but him? Yes, this one is also the protagonist's minion in the future, responsible for providing various poisons. The Devil King has a bad reputation anyway, killing people to kill frankly. Who messes with dry who? The chosen one does it for the sake of his reputation, so he always cleans up all the suspicious people. That's how bad the human condition is. Kill one person and you have to kill your whole family. I didn't realize that Mu Changkong had been poisoning people everywhere even before the plot started. This time was no different. He wanted to take advantage of the healing to take control of Kaiha and take advantage of her blossoming life dancing skills. But I didn't expect to be knocked back by mistake. After that, it was even more so because of his inability to move, continued poisoning, and constant pillaging. Suyun retrieved his thoughts. The golden acacia, colorful yarn is not poisoned at all now. She just unleashed the ability by dancing. Stimulate a city full of flowers to bloom and strengthen all life, thereby depleting their own life force and becoming weak. So to get the job done, just, colorful veil waits while playing line of scrimmage with the guests. Like peacocks, the various talents competed to open their screens, trying to attract the attention of the flower girl by means other than diagnosis and treatment. So Chiasei just waited for the man to finish, smiled and clapped, and bragged a few times. Seeing Suyun being affectionate and cute, she simply hugged him to her side and sat like a mascot, and feed a few treats and a few peanuts every now and then. Talent heart sour. If only they could lean on the colorful veil, is their own good. Boom! The furnace erupted violently. The fragrance of the dan was overwhelming, and the clear air was overflowing. Mu Changkong's face was full of complacency. Dan Chang, the treatment can begin. Ding! Right at this moment, Suyun had an odd expression on his face. I'm dropping my mission. It's done? The spiritual pivot spitting method is perfect for dealing with life force deficiency situations. Suyun was sitting right next to Kaya, and every time he breathed, he was absorbed. The life force of this flower girl was truly replenished and completed bit by bit like this. Ding! This divine tree that can cover the entire world was just cleared of toxins by you? Your behavior is fantastic and will surely be appreciated by life. The dead are gone. The past has happened. And who doesn't like a washed-up demon lord? Quest reward, Poison Pearls. Chapter 56, Such a Beauty. The dan is complete. Mu Changkong let out a soft shout and violently opened the furnace pot. The rushing white mist gushed out. A burst of dan fragrance poured out, and everyone couldn't help but be energized. But then he covered his nose and looked at Mu Changkong warily, poisoning without a word. Who knows if he'll do it again. Several suspended elegant compartments in Chunman Lu also transmitted a few notes of displeasure. No one wants to be shortchanged by arrogant outsiders, but it's hard to do anything about it when it's in full view. Good, Apothecary Mu. It's all up to you. Chu Lingxiao was extremely happy, with excitement and lust in his eyes. Mu Changkong's chest was clear and he swore to guarantee it. That colorful flower girl is already in his pocket. Mu Changkong said indifferently, can you start healing? The old mom had a complicated expression. Cure. Naturally. Chun Man Lu couldn't help it. This heavily paid flower girl was defective. The value of the spring night is worth 1,000 pieces of gold, and the value of this colorful veil is even higher to break through the sky. It's a bit of a pain to give it away. But there is no such thing as a gifted aptitude for blossoming life, and there is no lack of a woman in the world. For the sake of subsequent earnings, Springhouse has also gone out of its way. The old mom said respectfully, Kaisha, come on? Kaiha nodded faintly and rose with a flourish. She naturally knew what was going to happen in a moment, but had no extra emotions about it. 4 plants. These things are rare and happen thousands of times a year. It is rather strange that the human race values this. The colorful veil was only driven by instinct to try and regain its life force. Chu Lingxiao swallowed his saliva, eagerness in his eyes. Apothecary Mu. Mu Changkong waved his hand and proudly walked onto the stage. The waving of the hand is not a rejection, but it is not necessary to say anything more. All of a sudden, the eyes of the entire room were cast on him. Gulp. Countless people couldn't help but gulp. There was jealousy in their eyes, envy, as well as defiance and unwillingness. If the flower girl is cured, the first chance to comb the area can fall by the wayside. Mu Changkong snorted coldly and scanned the circle disdainfully. De Qian has a huge country but not even a decent pharmacist. But that's all. He begrudgingly looked to Kaiha. Come on, heal quickly. Don't waste time. People's expressions became even more dissatisfied. This red apricot cliffs people were too crazy. But he could only watch as Kaisha gently shook her waist and walked over with endless fangs. Ugh, how the good things are taking over for them. Heartache for the flower girl. And no one is sanctioning it. We're clueless. People were shaking their heads in great distress. It was during this gap that the colored yarn suddenly stopped. Her brows furrowed slightly as if she was feeling something. Mu Chongkong was moving his fingers slightly, imprinting imperceptible marks on the elixir. A flower girl is nothing, but a flower girl who can induce life and blossom all over the city. There would be the value of control. The elixir did assist in replenishing its life, but it was also laced with some private goods. When he saw the other party stop, he was displeased. You're the ones who begged me for a cure, so why are you still dawdling? The old mom chimed in. Kaisha, go! You can only keep dancing if you are cured. Chai Sa suddenly looked up. I seem to be better? A sense of foreboding welled up in Chu Lingxiao's heart. What the hell are you talking about? He vaguely remembered that someone he felt poisoned had healed so suddenly as well. Is it hard to believe that this time, things are going to repeat themselves? No, how can that be? Chu Lingxiao shook his head with a dry smile. Last time, it was the supervisor's disciple's medicine, so how can there be outsiders to help this time? Kaiha cocked her head and suddenly waved her hand. The scented breeze hit the stage so violently that the guests couldn't help but exclaim. It's beautiful. It's reasonably just a movement that doesn't constitute a dance at all. But to the eye, the gesture of the colored veil is so natural that it seems to invoke a deep impulse in the soul. It was the vitality of the soul, being tickled by a purer life force. Colorful veil could be the most seductive flower girl even if she didn't learn any winks. Click, click, guests exclaimed. The stage is collapsing. But soon, someone reacted. It's not collapsing, but the table is growing. The wooden countertops have been polished and waxed numerous times and are clean and tidy without a single barb. But now, a branch snapped out, with little greenish buds hanging from it. Just in the blink of an eye, the table took root in the ground, like a tree that had been dead for years, displaying life once again. The table is alive? Could this be the amazing dance of the colorful veil? A single movement that makes the grass bloom? The guests were all amazed and the colored veil became even more moving in their eyes. Who on earth deserves to have such a special thing? Mu Changkong's eyes were permeated with sullen anger. His voice low. Woman, do you still want treatment? He was furious that he hadn't even diagnosed and treated himself, and it was an insult to the medical profession that the other man would dare to claim to be well. Second Wrath himself made preparations and secretly poisoned and manipulated. How can he lose his efforts? The old mother was instantly anxious. Miss Kaisha, this apothecary Mu is from the Red Apricot Cliffs and has excellent medical skills. After this village, there will be no more stores. You might as well listen to him. Chai Sei shook her head gently. Mom, I'm really okay. As she spoke, another light floral scent spread throughout the room. Chop chop. People are surprised to find that all the plants and trees around them are beginning to show their faces and grow at a rate visible to the naked eye. Just a few breaths before and after. Let spring really full of buildings. Everywhere flowers and plants bloom. Fresh and beautiful. It's not that there aren't spells to make the grass flourish, but these grasses and trees are permeated with a strong breath of life, as if they were watered by an immortal spring. A glance is soothing, a sniff is refreshing. Click. A young man, curious, picked a flower and put it in his mouth. With this chewing, his eyes narrowed. My spiritual energy, it's increased by at least 20%. I seem to have a bottleneck coming loose. I can't. You guys play. I'm going home to break through. Swish. As soon as he slipped away, he literally ran out. The people present froze for a moment, then suddenly their eyes lit up. Chomp, chomp, chomp. In just a few strokes, the freshly grown plants and trees were jacked up. The old mom looked dumbfounded that these things were worthless and didn't need to be blocked. But people, this is too much enthusiasm. Click. One man ate an ordinary spirit fruit and was surprised. My dark wounds are showing signs of repair. One person took a handful of grabbed grass and shocked. Ha! It's really like an elixir. My efficiency in absorbing spiritual energy has increased. One person with low cultivation and slow hands peeled only one piece of bark. After taking it, his body's aura immediately soared. I'm in the second realm. I've broken through the true element stage. The excitement was so great that it detonated the room. It was noticed that after a casual wave of the colorful veil, all the ornamental plants that were planted, all the fruits and vegetables that were placed on the table, all of them suddenly add a strong vitality and are taken for immediate benefit. Those with low cultivation levels can dramatically increase their spiritual power and even break through. Those with a high level of cultivation were also able to recuperate in peace and repair old injuries. Before that, people only heard about it by hearsay. knowing that the colored veil surprised the whole city with a dance of flowers. It is only now that I realize how she became the great Qian, deservedly the #1 flower girl. The old mom was shocked. Chai Sa, are you really well? Her tone trembled. But, how are you well? A woman with such a gifted aptitude was rare in the world and possessed infinite wonders. But who, then, could have made this strange woman, who had been holding the disease, suddenly cured? Kaya turned back to Su Yun, who was still sitting on the side, obediently eating melon. Little doctor, is that you? Chapter 57, Nature. Su Yun nodded decisively. It's me. The spiritual pivot 2A method is capable of curing most diseases. It's a perfect fit for this human-sized acacia tree. Kaiha thought about it and followed her instincts, taking Su Yun's hand and picking him up. She took a deep breath and instantly felt comfort fill her body. I didn't care about it just now, but now that I'm concentrating, I've noticed the end. The life force he had just released was completely replenished in just 2 breaths. Kaisha blinked her big soft eyes. Little doctor, it's really you who healed me. She appears to be falling in line as a plant, but her heart is big and random. Express whatever thoughts you have. It is also in the nature of the plant to be unconcerned with the gifts of its guests, plus the teachings of the hooker. It's just a better way to say it. Mo Ling under the stage was dumbfounded. Yuner still has this function? She then remembered the cold poison she had gotten, and it seemed that she had also gone home and played with her little brother for 2 days, and was cured on her own. Could it really be that he has a special physique? Mu Chongkong instantly frowned, the displeasure in his eyes already overflowing. What do you mean? Letting me make a move but not treating it? Do you really think that my red apricot cliff's reputation is just for show? Kaya decently said. Thank you for this pharmacist's hand. It's just that my daughter is already cured and no longer needs treatment. If you need a fee, just ask, and my daughter won't complain half as much. Ha! Mu Chongkong laughed coldly. A little bit of money and you want to settle things? You're insulting me. Insulting red apricot cliff. How dare a little kid talk about healing? Joke. The guests, though disgruntled, recognized the statement. A child that cured the flower girl that even Gangnam couldn't do anything about? It sounds like pushback. Only the colorful yarn was a bit too sketchy for this pretext. Kaya slightly saluted. I have been healed. Please return. Your Excellency. Mu Chongkong was completely enraged. Today, you have to be cured even if you cure. If you don't cure, I will still strike. The atmosphere was suddenly tense with swords. People are hearing the strings, and if he doesn't make a move to cure it today, he'll make a move to poison it. The old mom's expression was anxious, and she was in a dilemma. Aya, look at this mess. Why don't you just make do with the colorful yarn? How about this? An old voice spoke. People turned their heads to see that it was the smiling old man from earlier. Su Yun also recognized it. He was present when he ate the ice candy gourd just now and recognized the powder of the tall and thin merchant. He even shared half of his sugar plums himself. The old man smiled and said, I'm also a doctor, so why don't I take your pulse again? Whether it is healed or not, one test will tell. Mu Chongkong said disdainfully, how can I be healed before I even make a move? You can test it if you want to, but it will only be a disgrace. He could see clearly enough to know what was going on with the colorful veil. She was like a wooden ship that had been in the sun for a long time, seemingly unharmed, but rotting and hollow around her. The slightest touch and it falls apart. Mu Chongkong was confident that only he, himself, could replenish her life force for her in the most appropriate way. The old mom saw that someone had rounded up and immediately took out the gold wire. One end was wrapped around the colored wrist and the other was handed to the old man. The old man just touched it and laughed. The flower leader has been healed and is not in any serious trouble. Impossible. Mu Chongkong immediately retorted in a loud voice. You fart. Who are you? A quack doctor dares to speak up. The old man smiled faintly. Exempt from your surname. Han, name Yufeng. In terms of seniority, you still have to call me senior. Wow. There was a clamor under the stage, and those great physicians and pharmacists who were not able to make a move exclaimed, Master Han, it's that divine doctor who served 3 generations of emperors and commanded the imperial hospital for hundreds of years? He's afraid to be 700 years old this year. I didn't realize he was still alive. Heavens, legend has it that he once came out of the Great Wall alone, destroying 100,000 foreigners on one side, and shaking the heavens with his fame. Such a legend could be here. Hearing the name, people also remembered this hidden divine doctor. He was full of peaches and plums, with one hand on medicine and the other on poison, both of which had been highly successful in battle and had made unparalleled achievements. Compared to Zhou Baijing of the Red Apricot Cliff, he was not lagging behind in the slightest. It's just that it's been hidden in the jungle for the past few decades and is being gradually forgotten. Han Yufeng blinked at Su Yun. little doctor. Thank you. Su Yun was puzzled. Thanks for what? Han Yufeng stretched his muscles and laughed. If it wasn't for you, where would I have gotten so much life breath? Can you help Grandpa next time? And heal him too? He had only wanted to watch the fun, but hadn't thought that he could suddenly harvest a wave of life force today when his chi and blood were failing. Now that's a life extension for a while. Su Yun nodded decisively. Of course. I didn't expect that this 700-year-old man would still come to visit a greenhouse. It's for old age. Hearing the conversation, people couldn't help but exclaim, that kid, can he really heal? What did he do? How did he get cured? I don't know, but if Master Han says it, it can't be wrong. Could it be that, just like the colorful flower leader, it also possesses a special talent aptitude? Mu Chankong's face was ugly. Han Yufeng, this senior who had fought with his master for his entire life had appeared here. He knew that he no longer had a reason to strike. After seeing Colorful Veil's life-blooming avatar, Mu Chankong, as a pill master, coveted this avatar even more. But the next time, won't find such a good opportunity to poison. Mu Chankong looked toward Su Yun, secretly hating in his heart. Vertical sun, spoiling my great event. I don't know how that kid was treated, but it must have played a part in it. Mu Chang'er nevertheless. His fingers moved secretly and a colorless and tasteless poisonous mist flew away. Ding! When Su Yun thought that things were over and taking a poison avoidance speed would be quite good, there was a sudden light ringing in his ears. Mu Changkong aided the Son of Heaven's destiny, and in order to slow down the rate of the demon army's advance, he used the divine epidemic to turn all the passing worlds into graveyards. Considered the world slayer because no one escaped and because in the end the demon army was forced to spend time clearing the plague. Instead, Mu Changkong was able to stay out of the way, presenting himself as a healer and medicine man. Please expose its face and cleanse yourself. Note, please do not strike out on your own. Those killed by the demon lord have been defaulted to heroes of all worlds. Mission difficulty, very high. Mission reward, soft stone bulk. Su Yun erupted. This mission, how is it going to be accomplished? If he couldn't do it himself, could he still let Mu Changkong himself say that he was the one who secretly poked the poison? And at this time, Mu Changkong's invisible poison had already flown towards Su Yun. Kid, if you're really capable of healing, then detoxify yourself. With a cold snort, he controlled the toxin to crash into Su Yun. Humph, a cold snort. Who dares to touch my little brother? Under the stage, a chill that made the soul freeze surged through the sky. Mu Changkong felt another wave of something intangible and qualitative. Flying towards him, he smiled coldly. Just you? A little ice spell and it still freezes me dash. Mu Changkong continued to release the toxin while idly opening his body protector. What can a mere ice wind do to you? Click. Mu Changkong's eyes widened, and all his shock was frozen in an eternal moment. Wow! The toxin was still rushing forward in a steady stream, but because of the icy wind, it brushed past Su Yun. In the moment Mu Changkong stood still, an innocent guest directly in front of him was hit right in the middle of the spell. Ah! The guest raged as he spat blood. Surname Mu, you dare to poison me. But Mu Changkong could no longer hear it. He didn't move a muscle, his eyes full of horror. The body even released its protective astral aura while releasing poisonous mist towards the front. It's not the body that's frozen. It's time. Old man Han Yufeng then reached out his hand and twisted the refined elixir. Looking at it, he chuckled and casually tossed it away. A bit of skill, but not much. How can one attain the great Tao when one thinks of poisoning while healing? Ding! Mission accomplished. Chapter 58 Dancing in the Pavilion of Fragrance. Ding! Su Yun heard a voice. You actually found Mu Changkong from the hinterland of the Sons of Heaven's destiny. He also succeeded in finding evidence of his poisoning and injury and cleared his name. It's so efficient. Mission reward, soft stone bulk. Soon erupted again. I haven't done anything yet. This Mu Changkong, he really poisons whenever he catches a chance. It's just that its poison is invisible and intangible, so it's hard to convict him unless he admits it himself. But, Inkling South Freezing Avenue is actually a conceptual type rule that can even freeze space and time. With this strike, even though Mu Changkong's cultivation was not low, he was caught off guard and hit. And Han Yufeng, the old man who didn't put up a fight in this episode, for replenishing a wave of life force and trying to come up and help out as well. Now Mu Changkong's poison mist was also frozen, and the elixir on the ground contained poison. Everyone knows this doctor is, in fact, a big bad seed. The task was accomplished naturally. But what was even more shocking on stage was the ability that Inkling had demonstrated. Those are the three daughters of the Marquis of Shenyuan? The Tao Mastered can even freeze spells. What supreme rule is this? The Su family is going to rise. That son was also born extremely well. The Su family is really lucky. Mo Ling was relieved to see Su Yun out of danger. Hearing the compliment again made his heart happy. If it wasn't for little brother, how would I have the cultivation I have today? She was grateful and happy in her heart. No matter if it was hugging Su-yun and sleeping those nights, or the golden rain pill he forced into her mouth, there is always the same cure for the cold poison that makes it possible for one to cultivate. Oh, since the prisoner's hands are tied and the evidence is clear, take him away. A middle-aged male voice rang out. Su-yun looked up and was instantly happy. Grandpa Lee, you visit greenhouses too? High up in the elegant box, Minister of War Lee's smile suddenly stiffened. Can you call it hanging out when you're an adult? It's called attachment. He couldn't accuse the child. How have you been, little Cloudy? Su-yun nodded. Good, then I am relieved. Shanshu Li waved his hand like an ordinary old man. Come on people nah, take away that sinner who wantonly put poison in the city. Immediately, some divine Xian guards came and put pulse-sealing shackles on Mu Changkong, who had been frozen in time and space, and sent him to the Ministry of Punishment's prison. Chu Lingxiao's eyes widened in shock. You can't take him away. He hadn't expected it to happen to this extent. Hasn't Mu Changkong driven away all the doctors and pharmacists? And why hasn't he been cured yet? Instead, they were caught and sent to jail for administering poison? Clan brothers poisoned if not rescued. Many people were poisoned as they explored the secret realm of the flowing light Holy Land. Chu Lingxiao has been dragging his feet for a few days for the colorful yarn. But if this Mu Changkong is sent to prison, won't the brothers of the clan die in sickness? Su-yun, Mo Ling, you guys are spoiling my big event. Chu Lingxiao was in a state of madness, especially that half-dozen waifs, who had been the one to ruin his chances both times, in inexplicable places. This revenge will be avenged. Granny Silver Crane, Chu Lingxiao roared. Boom! The old crone who was mixed in with the crowd erupted with a seventh realm heavenly pivot aura, with the powerful force. At once, even Mo Ling pressed her face to turn white. She was still a sixth realm Dao He, and her strength was far from a match. However, Mo Ling's face was firm, and she blocked in front of her to the death. Yuner, third sister will protect you even if she dies. Chu Lingxiao roared. Granny Silver Crane, break their arms and see if they still dare to meddle. Shanshu Li's face was gloomy. Unexpectedly someone dared to cause trouble in Deqian, even a heavenly pivot powerhouse. But the divine Shanwei had just left, and this short step was too close. Granny Silver Crane sneered. Waif, you can only blame your bad luck. I'll take this arm. She struck out as blatantly as a bolt of lightning. Mo Ling's face turned pale as he gathered all his strength, preparing to resist this high-level strike. The guests couldn't help but close their eyes. A veteran 7th realm, and a newly promoted 6th realm. Needless to say, a brutal massacre. Who wants to take my disciple's arm? In a flash, a calm voice rang out. Granny Silver Crane froze and her body gave a start. Who? The calm voice said. The man who took your arm. Swish! Granny Silver Crane's face was suddenly agonized. She tried to hold on to her torn body, but there was nothing she could do. Two arms that had come out of their bodies. Inkling was surprised. Master. Ah, Taoist Qingheng. Granny Silver Crane finally realized who the visitor really was. The head of the questioning sword sect. Taoist Qingheng. One man and one sword, guarding the Heaven's Gate Pass, killing evil spirits and breaking generations. So much so that the newborn demons have no heritage, forgetting how strong the Ask Sword sect is, and being killed to break the generation. Even the Holy Son of the Flowing Light Holy Land had worshipped the questioning sword sect in hopes of receiving guidance from Taoist Qingheng, failed and left in resentment, smoothly expressing his displeasure by withdrawing from the marriage. And now, this incomparably strong and powerful person appeared here. Even if it was just a single breath, it was as easy as killing a chicken and slaughtering a dog to hold the 7 realms heavenly pivot. Taoist Qingheng's calm voice rang out. Saint Son of Flowing Light, remembering that you were once a disciple of the questioning sword sect, you run away for 3 days, after which I'll make a sword for Mo Ling. No matter how many you can pick up, the previous grudge is cancelled. Passers-by marveled, not expecting to see the legendary sword cultivator. Taoist Qingheng, today, also did not expect Qingheng Taoist, actually so protective. Chu Lingxiao's face turned pale. This Qingheng Taoist sword, the Lord of the Holy Land also dare not hard to carry. How do you hide yourself? Taoist Qingheng's voice said. I've made many offenses by striking out in Deqian. If there are any injuries, I can come to ask the sword sect for reimbursement. Shanshu Li and the man in the hanging elegant compartment glanced at each other and laughed. Where is the damage that has not been done to the people of Deqian? Taoist Qingheng answered and said indifferently. Mo Ling, since you've made a breakthrough, it's time for you to continue learning the Frost Silence sword technique. Mo Ling was embarrassed. I'll go back to the mountain right away. Where was she to say that she wanted to play with her little brother for a few more days, delaying her cultivation? Daoist Qingheng said, "You go out of the city first, and I will speak with you briefly." "Well," Mo Ling asked, "what happened to Master?" "It's fine," Daoist Qingheng calmly said. She suddenly had a premonition that even if she didn't make a move just now, her disciple wouldn't be in danger. Next to him, Suyun scratched his chin and patted the slightly trembling small bones. "That's it. In the future, if something happens, you'll fly out to protect my family." With the shining shadow Xian mirror and the supreme sacred bone in place, even Daoist Qinghan might not be able to harm Su Yun and his family, not to mention Granny Silver Crane, this Dao protector of the flowing light Holy Land. Mo Ling rubbed his head. "Master, I'm going to send my little brother home first." At that moment, Kaisha suddenly said, "According to the rules, the little doctor cured my disease. My daughter will be at the fragrant court, dancing alone for him. When it is done, my daughter will personally escort the young doctor back to the house." The guest stared wide-eyed in surprise at Su Yun and then at Kaisha. Are you serious? Did you really take that child to the incense pavilion to present a dance? No, he's so little, does he know what he has to do to go in there? Doesn't seem to be a bad idea. The gazes of the hanging elegant compartments, after a brief moment of disbelief, surprisingly all became satisfied. The kid, not only sanctioned the cocky redneck, it is still the only, counting the 3 women S-words in the Su house, the only 2 to enter the fragrance pavilion, and the result is good for everyone. Mo Ling originally just wanted to bring Su Yun out to join in the fun. Who knew something that big would happen? And now they have to be brought into the incense pavilion. Is this good? It's not good. She wanted to refuse, but then she thought that such a big deal might also reach the Su mansion. If my little brother goes home on his own, wouldn't he have dodged a beating? Mo Ling could only sigh. Since Master requested it, then I can only comply. Yuner, just play here for now. Under everyone's envious gazes, Su Yun was carried into the fragrant pavilion by Kaya. Chapter 59, The Enchanter. Su Yun was carried into the fragrant pavilion by Kaya, and was not afraid, looking around with wide eyes, very curious, but immediately felt disappointed. It's just a normal room. I thought there was some kind of special arrangement, but I didn't realize it was just an ordinary room with luxurious decoration. Come to think of it, the people who come here have to be attached to it, so how can they be so blunt? Kaisha placed Su Yun on the soft couch, and there was no foreplay, so she directly began to dance. She looked human, but in reality, she was still a transformed tree. Emotions are more subdued, and they do what they do with a straight face, with one thing in mind. I'm afraid it would have been even more gung-ho if it weren't for my old mom's upbringing. Wow! The colorful veil of her robe fluttered, as if it were a sunset in the sky, gentle and beautiful. Healthy wheat-colored hands and feet waved and danced as if they were stunningly illuminated and like willow branches in the wind. A light mist rises in the room, and touched fruits and melons, potted plants, and even wooden tables and beds begin to sprout, filling the room with verdant vitality. The colorful veil's every move was so full of life's underlying allure that it made the soul tremble. Life, the life of the nature that cares most, and the acacia divine tree was bursting with violent life force with every dance. This impulse affects all life, providing power and attack speed. It's real power and attack speed. If there were outsiders present, they would have been amazed and burned this moment of supreme beauty into their hearts. But it's Su Yun who's here. He was still at the age where he watched the monkeys more than the 7 fairies, and just thought the dance was good, and then nothing more. Well, worthy of being a divine tree, the life force it brings is quite vigorous. Suppose you put the spiritual pivot spitting method, and the dance of the flower god of the divine tree together. Is it possible to form perpetual motion? Well, if we plant her at home, can the ice-clear jade spring be strengthened again? Say, can you still turn into a tree after transforming? Can you turn into a tree and turn back? Zzz. Su Yun was bored and rambled, then fell asleep. Knock. Even when he knocked his head on the table, he didn't wake up. Kaya was stunned. She had been in her form for less than a year and was still learning about human etiquette in life, but also know that no one has ever ignored their dancing. You can't even blink your eyes for fear of missing a second. And now, the boy is so bored that he falls asleep. If people outside knew, they'd be furious. What a waste. Colorful Veil is emotionally scarce and stops dancing just to think about it. Stepping forward, he gently took Su Yun in his arms and rocked him gently to soothe the sleep. The spiritual pivot spitting method cures most ailments, including the weakness that comes with the release of too much life force from the colorful veil. She was as thirsty for every breath Su Yun took as if she was chasing after rain and sunshine. Su Yun, on the other hand, ate a lot of acacia tree fruits in the future episodes. he also instinctively felt affectionate and slept well. At once, the incense pavilion fell silent, leaving only 2 steady breaths. Wow! Wanlu pushed open the door and inquired in a low voice, "Sister Kaisha, are you really asleep?" It didn't take long for her to coma together as well, and she became friends with the colorful veil that had just arrived. It was a shock to hear that there was no movement inside. Does this 3-year-old really know what to do? Shoo! Kaiha made a silencing gesture. Wanlu looked dumbfounded for a moment. You guys are really asleep. She scrunched her shoulders and backed away. The sisters outside wondered, "What's going on in there?" Wanlu spread her hands. "Sleeping, what else can I do?" The sisters were horrified. "That child is so young to be." It took a while for Wanlu to explain. The sisters all found it amusing. Kaisha, a flower leader, is actually coaxing someone to sleep like she's taking a child to bed. It's too rare. A man named Runha said disdainfully, "I can't do this, but I can coax men. So what's the use of such a small doll?" Wanlu ignored them, and after a while, peeked open the door to check again. Kaisha didn't move a muscle, still holding the sleeping Su-yun. Wanlu was a bit distressed and simply went in. "Since she's asleep, put her in bed." Kaiha shook her head gently. "This way he's comfortable." She also sensed that the boy's expression was most relaxed when she held it. Wanlu looked at the other's chest and couldn't help but bellyache. "Why is it uncomfortable?" She held out her hand. "I'll hold you for a while. It's hard for you to keep kneeling." The colored veil was emotionally scarce, and without much thought, it was handed out. "Here." Wanlu picked up Su-yun, and only then did she see the little munchkin up close. White skin, with downy fur that drew golden outlines in the lamplight, looked English and holy. The nose is twitchy and small and pretty in every way. Wanlu felt the pain of her menstruation ease. "I can still sleep in my arms if he comes later." What girl wouldn't love such a cute baby? It didn't take long for Wanlu to realize something was wrong. Is it this incense pavilion incense that has a medicinal effect? No. Is this kid? Whenever Wanlu was menstruating, she suffered from abdominal pain and had to drink tons of medicine to get relief. But just by holding Su-yun for a short while, she realized that the pain in her abdomen had eased. This kid, can he really heal? Wanlu's eyes widened, astonishment written all over her delicate face. Just now, everyone had heard that Kaisha had called Su-yun his little doctor, believing that he had cured her illness. At that time, I also thought that it was not Chun Man Lu, thinking that the pharmacist of the Red Apricot Cliff was too arrogant and did not want to fertilize the field of outsiders. I didn't realize it was really this kid, with the ability to cure diseases. Wanlu half-heartedly lifted the hem of her skirt. She has a wet syndrome that comes back with bad weather or poor physical condition. These are the days of the outbreak. And now, no. Wanlu was shocked and delighted. There is also a large red spot on my thigh in the morning that is itchy and numb. And now there was nothing on the bare thighs, smooth as eggs. Where is this a little brother? Wanlu's eyes had become blazing as she looked at Su-yun. This is a benefactor. Other benefactors give money. This one gives his life. The spring house looks like it's in full bloom and cooking in hot oil. Every young lady was flamboyant, richly dressed, laughing and smiling every day, and living a good life. But who doesn't carry some injuries in their body when they do this? If all can be treated. Wanlu spoke a few words towards the window, which instantly drew a large wave of people. Ji-yun was astonished. Holding this little lord can cure you? Wanlu lifted her chin proudly and lovingly. If you don't believe me, ask the colorful veil flower leader. Who needed to ask? Kaiha had said it in front of people before. Ji-yun couldn't wait to reach out. Here, let me try. Yeah, this little gentleman is so handsome until you look close. Well, it seems to really work. Someone take a look at my back. Is that bruise still hot? It didn't matter to the ladies that there were just sleeping 3-year-olds in front of them. Peeling off the sarong, he exclaimed. It's gone. No, it's still there, but it's fading a little. Ji-yun's beautiful eyes rounded. It really works. Chapter 60, all sleeping together. After Chi-hyun twisted his back once, his back hurt from time to time. The pain, which had been endured for years, was relieved in a surprisingly short period of time. The most beautiful thing about her is her butterfly bones. How can she be liked if she's always bruised and hurts when she touches them? At that moment, Miaoling stretched out her hand. Quickly, I've had a toothache for the past few days. Give me a hug. She snatched Su-yun, covered her cheeks. Her eyes were all excited. Really? The teeth don't hurt. Hiss. Can't top. Top still hurts. But really in mitigation Miaoling is the rare married young lady whose one specialty is holding the marriage contract in her mouth, making it impossible to get out of the way. When this tooth aches, the ability to do business is instantly halved. And now, she's going back to the top. Rueishwan, who was standing next to her, covered her chest, her pretty googly-eyed face showing gratitude. It seems like standing next to the little lord. Her lungs are also quite comfortable. She fell into the water at a young age, and since then her breathing has been so bad that she has to take long breaks from everything she does. Guests also look for this easy fainting trait and come for confidence when they get frustrated. Although Roeshwan would lose this trait down the road, she was still grateful to Soo-yoon for being healthy and alive. I'll do it, let me hold it, rise and shine, it's my turn. Sisters, I've been having panic attacks for the past few days, can I get a hug? The young ladies had a gleam in their eyes and scrambled to swarm over them. It's so endearing to see this child with clear, cloudy eyes and the ability to cure diseases. They all regretted why they hadn't believed the words of the colorful flower girl just now, and had brought this little male to the room earlier. Those hidden illnesses in the body, tormenting day and night, it's finally saved. Soo-yoon's wish to sleep with his big sister, a few days ago, was also realized. Hey, you guys, don't tell me, my stomach is warm, the uterine cold is really better. Me too, my face is full of pimples these days. Hey, little Gongzi is really a god. Look at you guys, it's gone down a few. Keep your voice down, don't wake up the little lord. Looking at the sleeping Soo-yoon, the young lady's eyes were full of fondness, greedily sniffing the milky scent of the munchkin's body. Almost the entire Spring Mansion's girls, who had caught wind of the situation, gathered around the fragrant pavilion, and outside the door, the one named Runha was at that moment internally torn. To go or not to go? She felt ashamed. Just now I said I'd rather host someone than take care of a child. All the girls in the building ran over, eager to milk this baby a few times. Runha also had a hidden disease in his body. Otherwise he wouldn't have been ordered to serve the flower girl. She was embarrassed, but felt it was unfair to see others getting treatment. Everyone is the same, why should they be the only ones to heal? Runha gritted his teeth, pushed the girl in front of him, and forced his way in. It's my turn. Kaisha had been sitting by the side in a widowed manner, and the women didn't say anything as they gathered around. But when he saw someone rushing over aggressively, he immediately reached out to stop them. The young doctor is resting, please be quiet. The very first Wanlu also frowned. It's not like I said I wouldn't let you come, but I thought you said you didn't like children? Runha stalked off. I like it again. Wanlu frowned, unwilling to ruin the peace, but still said, come on, be careful, don't wake up the male. Runha couldn't wait to smile, and was about to reach out and take Soo-yoon. No, Sae spoke suddenly, her hand still stopping in front of her. Runha exclaimed in displeasure. By what right? Colored Veil paused. By virtue of the fact that he's my guest, not yours. Runha was very upset. What about them? What right do they have to come in here? Wanlu tried to round up the situation. Runha, you have a better attitude. The colorful flower girl can also understand. Wait, she suddenly blossomed. What did you rub? The other girls sniffed and immediately reacted, exclaiming, Goose and Pear Tent Fragrance. You're crazy. The youngest son is only 3 years old, and you're using this kind of incense. Runha doesn't have that many tricks up his sleeve, so he relies on some smoky incense to attract people. Normally, it would be fine, but now in front of a male so young, she dared to use smoked incense as well. Crazy. Seeing that he had been discovered, Runha also became hysterical. What's the problem? Originally he was a guest of the flower leader. So what's the difference between him and the others? I am not a fan of children and can't coax them. What's wrong with using a smurf to make him like me? Kaya's expression didn't change much. Still dignified and polite, blasted out. Wanlu's eyes were sad. Runha, you're crazy. Little Sir Su is a guest, but a guest we should respect. You don't deserve to be here. Get out. All the girls looked at her, either with regret or hostility. Little Sir Su's talent and aptitude was powerful, and it was already an honor for them to be able to take advantage of it. To try to possess and scourge again is to be ennobled. This kind of incense can damage even an adult, let alone a child. You guys, Runha said, his lips quivering with anger as he saw that none of them even understood him. Well, you guys are wasting your time here. If you don't go out, then the guests are mine. I'll go. With a toss of her head, she huffed and ran to the main hall. Spring House was enormous, but now it was a strange place. The guests are here for drinks and snacks, but not a single girl. One by one, individuals had strange expressions as they looked into the deep incense pavilion. That young son of the Marquis of Jinyuan, brought in by the flower girl, they had already envied him once, but as a little bit of time passed, the girl who came out of it, with an excited face, delivered a certain message. Then the girl who accompanied the wine and poems outside had no choice but to throw down the guests and run into the fragrant pavilion as well. It didn't take long for even the girls in the small room to scramble to straighten their clothes and enter the incense pavilion, leaving behind uninterested and confused customers. What's going on here? Spring House is not doing business? Xu Lingxiao hadn't left yet. He had been given a 3-day ultimatum by Taoist Xing Heng, and was panicking at this time. But 3 days of running for his life wasn't so bad as this would be, and he needed to calm down and try to find a girl to soothe his mind. Where's the girl? Only when he shouted, the customer next to him slapped the table and shouted in dissatisfaction, "Old mom, where are your daughters? Why are they all gone?" The old moms also looked sad. There's something going on with the girls. The customer yells, what could it be? Where did they go? The old mom listened to a single word and could only reply, all went to that incense pavilion, to accompany the young son of Sue's house. Customers look at each other in disbelief. This kid, his luck is too good to be true. There is a flower girl alone to offer a dance. How this other girl also passed. Someone asked, what's the point of going there? A boy shouted, naturally, he's sleeping with that little mister. Sue, what are you talking about? The old mom slapped her across the face. The boy covered his face aggrieved, but, really sleep I have seen it. The customers looked at each other with horror already in their eyes. How can such a small child be so capable? Snap! The cup in Xu Lingxiao's hand fell to the ground. His eyes filled with shock. Is that Su Yun? He robbed all the girls? What gives him the right? Can a child that young play understand? All the girls in the building, how come they all go to serve him alone? Xu Lingxiao's heart was 10,000 times more unwilling, and he drank one cup at a time, until the fifth realm cultivator drank until his face was red and his eyes were hazy. Young master, a voice that did its best to be soft and sticky rang out. Shall I serve you? Mercy Crane softly whispered and leaned in. She had seen earlier that this Xu Lingxiao was a holy son of a holy land. Even if it's a bit humiliating, the status is still there. There was nothing distinctive about his own weekdays, so where could he get in touch with such a high character? If you don't take advantage of your opponent's fall, you won't have as good a chance down the road. Humph, Runha thought to himself. Those fools, still sucking up to a little bitty guy. This Chu Xingzi is the best golden son-in-law. Xu Lingxiao was happy to see that everyone else was sitting dry and he was the only one who had a girl to greet him. With the strength of his drink, he threw his arms around him. Yes, you're it. Runha took the opportunity to say. Then, I will play the piano for the young master. Xu Lingxiao's hands and feet are not clean. Playing the piano is good. Playing the piano must be learned. That's hooked. Satisfied, Runha was about to perform his talent. Snap, Xu Lingxiao cleanly. Slap her like a gyroscope. What the hell? Ren he covered his face and panicked. Xu Saint's son. Why? Xu Lingxiao looked at the sticky liquid on his hand and was incomparably furious. There's no one at Spring House, so don't send this kind of goods to humiliate me. Just test the Holy Sun with this? What Holy Sun can't withstand such a test? Boo! In his excitement, he was so drunk that he passed out. By the time he woke up, it was the next night. There was less than half the time left to catch the sword. Runha covered his chest, and that was the very sword that had been smoked out by years of using the incense in the goose and pear tent. Resentment in her eyes. Can you blame me for not treating me? Men, most of them are only partial. Chapter 61, Shivering Nectar. When Su Yun woke up, it was already dark. He exclaimed, oh no, not going home this late. I'm afraid I'll be whipped into a gyroscope by the copper scalp band when I go back. When he got up, he exclaimed again, wow, so many people. The warblers and swallows filled the incense pavilion to overflowing. One young girl smiled coquettishly, and really made the spring color full. Su Yun hurriedly touched it up and down, and no parts were dropped. That was a relief. Luckily, they didn't move around while I was asleep. My innocence is still intact. However, he saw several prompts from the system. Daily acts of kindness, 2/5. Mission reward, charisma +1. Do a good deed a day, March 5th. Mission reward, charisma +1. Daily acts of kindness, mission rewards. When did you finish the mission? Su Yun puzzled. How come you added a few points to your charm just by sleeping? The girls couldn't help but snicker at the wary look in the kid's eyes. The youngest member of the Su family. So cute, Kaisha said demurely. Little doctor, it's getting late. I'll send you home. Su Yun got up and saluted. Thank you, Sister Hua Kuei. Next to her, Wanlu blinked her lovely big eyes. Mr. Su, will you come back next time? Su Yun didn't think twice. Come, Kaisha sent him out, and the girls burst into another round of snickering. I won't charge a penny for the young gentleman's visits in the future. I'm upside down. Hey, you were born ugly and want to be beautiful. Can the young gentleman look at you? Even the colorful flower girl can fall asleep watching her dance. the young gentleman is not the shallow type. It's okay, I'll teach the little dude the high end. Hiss, go back to the nuclear dam and don't come to my Dakian. Kaisha led Soo-yun through the spring house, drawing another wave of envy. When she reached the door, Soo-yun made a sharp turn. Sister Hua Kue, I'm not going back tonight. Okay, Xiaoyoyu's voice rang out. You take another step. Soo-yun's whole body stiffened and turned back with difficulty. Mother, sure Yaoyu held the supreme divine armament. Her pretty face filled with anger. Where is the cold Rong blade? Soo-yun was stingy and had to hand over the soldier's divine soldier. Good, you don't have a weapon. Xiaoyoyu came up and fired a big move. If you sneak out, you have to be prepared to die. Soo-yun fled in a panic. Hit the kid. Help, it's a child. People passing by were giving sideways glances, not so much at the hilarity of beating a child. Instead, two top beauties stood there, both as beautiful as lotus flowers, and, clearly in front of the spring house. These two people do not look like they work here. Purity and modesty are in stark contrast to this address. It's beautiful how it looks. Sure Yaoyu fought for a while before the old mom had time to explain. Today, the little male didn't play around and helped us a lot, but it's awesome. Xiaoyoyu listened for a while before she sparsely said, you also know how to heal? She picked up Soo-yun and sniffed, indeed feeling refreshed. When did you have an ability? Xiaoyoyu was incomparably surprised. Soo-yun wrenched his left finger. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, 4 days, 5 days. Mother, lend me 2 fingers. Xiaoyoyu pointed at his right hand. Can't you use this hand? Soo-yun cried anxiously, pointing fingers on this hand. You can't count them if you use them. Sure Yaoyu sighed, but also quickly figured it out. Probably 2 days after. Awakening the literary bile? Well, could it be that the supreme sacred bone is skillfully fused with the body, activating these innate aptitudes all of a sudden? She hugged Soo-yun and was very happy. Good, my Yuner is getting more and more capable. For some reason, Xiaoyoyu remembered another child. Ugh, her happy heart sank a bit. He's been doing okay for the past few days, as long as he doesn't think about maiming his brother in the future. Divide up a few stores, a few fields, and just get through this life in peace. Kaiha curtsied slightly. Greetings, Lady Shio. The little doctor cured my daughter, but today he is asleep and I still owe a solo dance. Xiaoyoyu didn't understand what was worth taking out of a dance, and just responded politely. Next time then. Kaya took out a small flower and handed it to Soo-yun. Young doctor, this will be today's thank you gift. Soo-yun didn't take it seriously at first and brought it over to smell a fresh fragrance. At once, the life force in his body was replenished a bit more. He looked down and realized there was some nectar in the stamens and put a shiver in his mouth. Shen! Soo-yun felt like his entire body was being soaked in hot water, refreshing and soothing. It's nectar full of life. He also saw that the nectar in the stamens, having been shivered off, began to return a little. As endless as the Joan of Arc do, it fills up with every passing moment. Great stuff! In the plot, one doesn't take this kind of treasure. At that time, the colorful veil had already been poisoned and degraded into the golden acacia tree, which could no longer give birth to such a supreme treasure. If the demon lord had a magic treasure that replenished his life force at any time, the son of heaven's destiny would face 10 times 100 times the demon army. It would have gone up in smoke a long time ago. Soo-yun felt that this baby was good, so he extended his hand. Mother also eats. Xiaoyoyu spoke to the old mom, asking about the specifics of the day. Just as I looked down, I saw my son retract his hand. What's for mom? Soo-yun covered the golden acacia flower with a twisted expression. No, it's nothing. Unsure, Xiaoyoyu continued to look up and speak. Soo-yun looked at the small flower with a tangled expression. I remember that. Flowers are the reproductive organs of plants? Shivering nectar, isn't that the equivalent of, if it is ordinary nectar, crabapple? Far from the human race, there is nothing to feel, but, the colored yarn is incarnated. Soo-yun had a tangled look on his face as he put away the small flower. We'll eat it when we figure it out. Sure Yaoyu said, you get on the carriage first, and mother will speak again. Soo-yun let out an oh. Is it the carriage at the end of the alley, or the carriage at the entrance? Xiaoyoyu subconsciously said, just the recent one. The one with the Su family crest. After a while, she asked about the day's events and said goodbye to the old mom and left. Suddenly, Xiaoyoyu's whole body went cold. Which carriage? Traveling today? Only one ride. Her blood froze when her divine thoughts swept the carriage at the head of the alley. In the car, there was no Soo-yun, and a few minutes ago, Soo-yun walked towards the carriage at the door. Escort Chen bowed. Young master, please get on the car. Soo-yun paused, but still got into the car. The carriage didn't wait for Xiaoyoyu and creaked outward. Su-yun was curious. Where are we going? Escort Chen questioned. Why is young master asking this question? Naturally, he is returning to the Su mansion. Su-yun directly said. But didn't you kidnap me? Young master, this is no joke. Escort Chen was alarmed, but there was little change in the other man's expression, and his panic gradually calmed as he let out a laugh. How did you know? Su-yun said. No one in Su Fu calls me young master. Snap. Escort Chen sighed. It's me who didn't pay attention to the details, but it wasn't expected. You little waif, to be so perceptive. He took out a gourd. Thirsty, are you? Su-yun tons and tons and tons, and finished it in a few drinks. Escort Chen waited for a while, waited a little longer, and waited a while. Chen escort ahead of question marks. How do you? Su-yun smiled cheekily. The hoodwink doesn't work? Chen Guardian clapped his hands, this time really surprised. You, how do you know? How are you okay? He wanted to mesmerize the boy so that he wouldn't have to yell or struggle to get the attention of the Shinshenwei later. Su-yun had the poison avoidance pearl, and mortal poisons had no effect, and the heavy pupil also analyzed the gourd substance. In one word, he wasn't the least bit flustered. You guys have been following this for a few days. I think, should have seen it too, but I cured the flower girl. But that's, Chen Escort's eyes rolled and realized, you even have such a natural aptitude. I didn't expect to have a body with heavenly bones, but it can produce a strange effect with the holy bones. He thought about it and suddenly tore off his face, behind which was actually a valiant woman. The moment the disguise was removed, the skeleton changed with it, not unlike an ordinary woman. The valiant woman was born with a beautiful face, her eyes gleaming, and a hint of spontaneity and uninhibitedness, rather like a wandering chivalrous man. Only a large scar on his face severely marred the features and made them hideous. The woman asked, if you can you heal this scar? Su-yun carefully scrutinized it and nodded. It's fine, but you've been burned by a fireline technique, injuring your fundamentals. The whole face needs to be chipped off to fully repair it. The woman was instantly overjoyed. She had gone to steal a scroll from the Wine Immortal sect many years ago, only to be discovered by the elders of the sect and have her appearance burned by a real fire. Now that he could be cured, he was overjoyed. Good, then help me cure it. Without saying a word, she actually did use a pocket knife and cut off her entire face. Then the woman said expectantly, come on, it's curable. Su-yun blinked. Ha, I misjudged. There seems to be no rule of law. The spirit pivot spell is passive, but it's a passive that spins around on the icon and can be turned off. Woman? Chapter 62, you look like a black silk girl to me. Su-yun finally chose to help the woman heal. After all, you can't really eat with a bloody face on top of you. And, Su-yun also remembered which character she was. Sure enough, there was a ding in his ear. I don't understand why. You want to resurrect Oasahai, Shin, Huan, from the long river of time. After she was killed by you, the Xianyuan Forbidden Prison lost its last defender. The dark descendants of the eclipsed sky are pouring out, poisoning the four directions and causing great harm. Since you resurrected Osawano, the Xianyuan Forbidden Prison has the possibility of being resealed again. Please give it help to reseal the Ebon Darkling. Quest rewards are tied to the completeness of the Xianyuan Forbidden Prison seal, and are increased by a factor of 1 for every 1%. Mission difficulty, very high. She's just a passerby character in the plot. It's also such an awesome background just because it's tied to the main character. Su-yun couldn't help but spit. There was no need to think about why this woman called Osawano had kidnapped herself. In the original plot, she was just an ordinary supporting character used to do chores for the main character. When the demon lord rose to power, he took her and a bunch of his minions in his stride. But just as he was about to take out the protagonist as well, a sudden change occurred. Ashilo Huan turned out to be the guardian of the Xianyuan Forbidden Prison, and once she died, the seal shattered. The dark descendants of Eclipse Hollow surged out, blocking the demon lord from continuing to pursue the protagonist. The Destiny's Child also took the opportunity to escape and regroup his forces. These dark descendants of the Eclipse Hollow spread out and caused trouble in all directions, becoming ironclad proof of the demon lord's evil deeds. How else can it be said that where there is a protagonist, there is opportunity? Once you try to kill him, there are all sorts of contingencies. But now, Su-yun's expression was a bit odd. But right now, the seal integrity of the Xianyuan Forbidden Prison is 100%, right? That means, Ding, has assisted Ashilo Huan. Xianyuan Forbidden Prison is 100% complete. Bonus, 100 times. Mission reward, wall penetration charm space charm. The back of Su-yun's left hand was slightly tickled, and a mysterious and beautiful rune suddenly appeared. With attention, it can appear or disappear. Su-yun tried, and his arm went straight through the carriage, and the rune was immediately missing one drawing, leaving 9, 10 times a day? That's better than a disposable wall-piercing talisman. Su Yun was happy. This task was tied to the integrity of the Xianyuan Forbidden Prison, and placed 1,000 years later. Every 1% would require a massive amount of resources and effort. But now, the seal is 100% intact. Every time, it's 100 times more rewarding. Su Yun couldn't help but be happy. Took out his small bone, opened it, took out a large apple and handed it over. Sister, eat. Ashilo Huan touched his bear, not a scratch on his face, in a million pieces of disbelief. You actually regained your looks? Granted, she had the art of disguise and could change her face at any time. But how can it be comfortable when it's always against your face? Besides, who in a woman wants to carry sores on her face and be ugly forever? I really recovered? Ashilo Huan looked into the mirror and looked at the shadow, full of inauthenticity. Sister, eat. Next to her, the tender and cute voice came. Ashilo Huan turned her head and saw those bright eyes and teeth, and shallow sweet dimples. She couldn't help but smile. Hey, thanks. By the time he reacted, he was already holding the big apple. Oops. What am I doing? Ashilo Huan slapped her thigh in chagrin. I'm kidnapping. It was the same thing just now. Somehow I believed the kid and really cut the face. He seemed to carry a charisma, so obviously boyish, but always convincing. Though cutting off the face and still being able to repair it with heavenly materials. But without him, the scars would still not be removed. Ordinary external injuries could be repaired by elixirs, but the attacks of high-level cultivators injured the fundamentals. Without opportunity, it's not impossible for scars to remain for the rest of your life. Ashilo Huan's eyes were odd. Little brother. Thank you. You know. Su Yun interrupted with a playful smile. You're welcome. I have to thank her myself. Ding. Has assisted Ashilo Huan. Xianyuan Forbidden Prison completeness 100%. Bonus, 100 times. Quest reward, Qiankuan bag dry sleeve. Su Yun was happy. Finally, a Qiankuan bag. Previously, Shiryayu said that he was still young and was not allowed to use the Qiankuan bag, so the only way to save the day is to curve the small bones into containers for bits and pieces of stuff. Beginningless Taoist bone, are you a sack? So loadable. Supreme sacred bones. Now that Su Yun finally had his own space magic treasure, he didn't have to pull out his small bones every time. And this is a sleeve that can be cast as long as you're wearing clothes. It's countless times stronger than a Qiankuan bag. Su Yun immediately pulled out a bottle of wine. Sister, drink. Ding. 100 times. Quest reward, bamboo leaf green drunken star brew. Su Yun pulled out a fan. Sister, fan cool. Ding. 100 times. Quest reward, wonderful hands 100 times faster hand speed. Su Yun pulled out a holy elixir. Sister, take the medicine. Ding. 100 times. Mission reward, melon seeds golden melon particles. Wipe. Su Yun flung. Loss. Dare I say that this 100 times is not 100 times the amount of things I gave away, but 100 times the drop rate of Ashilo Hapaneso. Forget it, the things obtained in the front are not bad. It's good to find her to brush up on her routine once in a while. Su Yun nodded to himself. Ashilo Huan took a handful of things, full of confusion. Little brother, do you know what I do? Su Yun nodded her head nicely. I know, the kidnapping. Ashilo Huan looked at the things in her hand and was even more confused. Knowing that, why are you still so cooperative? Su Yun lay comfortably in the carriage and reasoned. Because you'll be beaten when you go home. In Chun Man Lu. In front of people, Shiryayu was too embarrassed to hit him. Well, sorry to hit it hard, but going home can be an ass-whooping. Ashelo Hope was bewildered. Have children nowadays grown to this extent? The thought made her a little sad again. Such a good kid. I'm afraid it's going to end up being. For some reason, there were many more God Shin guards on the streets, but the carriage remained smooth. It didn't take long to get out of the city, and it was as if he was passing through a curtain as he passed through a certain clearing. A small, lighted tower appeared in front of it. Ashilo Huan brought Su Yun into it and said to the beaters here, settle him down. The hitman looked at Su Yun's tender and white little face, which was out of place with the barbaric and roughness of this place. Welcome to hell. Unable to help himself, he laughed sarcastically and reached out for a slap, ready to make the little brat do as he was told. Knock. Dash. The battering ram took the pain and was nailed to the wall by a small arm-length splinter through his shoulder blade. My lord, why? He was stuck in the air, his legs kept swinging, and he was sweating in pain. Ashilo Huan coldly said, this is a guest invited by your boss. Are you responsible for the injury or am I? The beater sweated coldly. Little is responsible. Little dare not. Poof. Ashilo Huan's fingers hooked and the thorn flew back into his hand. Watch it according to the rules. Don't do anything extra. The hitman dropped to his knees and nodded repeatedly, but there was resentment in his eyes, and he wanted to eat both the and the child alive. I'll teach the brat a lesson when the leaves. Wait for the boss to come back. Then take this. Chop. Ashalojoyo jabbed through the batter's throat. Cough. Ka. Blood bubbled in the beater's throat, his eyes full of disbelief. Ashalo Juan coldly said, "Thinking is too loud." With remorse in his eyes, the fighter struggled for no more than a few moments and died completely. What's going on? Rikuchuan walked over and frowned as he looked at the body. Don't kill their people if you've received money. Ashalo Hapaneso said. Senior brother, you wouldn't be able to guess what's in these people's minds, would you? Li Kuechuan's lips moved, and finally sighed. Just this once. They gave too much. Kill fewer people and leave when it's over. Is this the kid? I'll take him over. Ashalo Juan hesitated. Senior brother, this child is not simple. Treated well. Ha! Rikuchuan couldn't help but laugh. A child? How uncomplicated can it be? He shook his head and brought Suyun to the dungeon. When Suyun reached the dungeon, he could not help but raise his eyebrows. The floor was thatched and smelled of rot. There's a piss bucket in the corner, black and dirty and not trashy. Other than that there's nothing. It's as Spartan as an old rolling scene. It's clearly a metaphysical world with greatly increased productivity. These guys are too lazy. Suyun spat. Li Kuechuan shut the man in and couldn't help but take a couple more looks. Not simple? Well, seeing a dead person, but not afraid. A little bit of courage. Meh. Starve yourself all night and you'll be good tomorrow. He shook his head and turned away. Suyun looked at the dirty scene without much disdain. Instead, he was a little excited. What warrior doesn't live in a cell? It's not a bad experience to be a ragtag agriturismo. He enjoyed himself so much that he literally just laid down on the straw mat and fell asleep in no time. Late into the night, a thieving figure sneaked into the dungeon. Un gong. The figure pushed Suyun, and suddenly moved. The figure resisted a little, but still spoke instinctively. Do I look like a god to you? Or like a man? Suyun dreamed that he was in Chun Man Lu today, and was startled to see a group of warblers and swallows as soon as he opened his eyes. In a daze, subconsciously describing according to the dream, like a 1.75 m, white skin, big breasts, thin waist, black silk, black long straight, invincible face value, magic power, gentle and sticky imperial sister. The voice was silent for a moment before emitting a confused huh? Boo! Chapter 63, What to do when a girl with a big belly goes home. Early in the morning, Suyun woke up in a daze. As soon as he opened his eyes, he felt a blackness in front of him. It's over. I'm blind. The black moved away from her eyes, revealing a stunningly beautiful, but unconfidently imperious face in her demeanor. Eunuch, you are awake? It was clearly imperial, but the tone was soft to the extreme. Suyun then realized, I'm not blind. What is it that blinds me? The underside of his head moved and his black silk legs drew out. Suyun then realized that he was sleeping on a knee pillow last night. One more touch underneath. And, get this, a plush, 1,000-worker pull-out bed. What is a qigong drawbench? It was 3 stories inside and 3 stories out, with long hallways, windows, tables and benches, huge as a house, able to dress up without getting out of bed and even meet guests for a drink. The level of luxury is evident. Huge beds set up in a humble dungeon, similar to a cheap chassis. Wow! When the black silk imperial sister saw Suyun waking up, she immediately did a flurry of work, pulling out and picking up from the long-prepared lunchbox. He set out a table of refreshments and pastries. Young Geo, you're hungry, aren't you? Have some breakfast, the black silk royalty timidly said, not matching her figure at all. Suyun first looked for a long time, frowned, hiss. The metaphysical world productivity has increased dramatically, can really make cough without oil. But, he looked at the imperial sister. Are you, that little white fox? Long black straight hair, stunning is appearance, and long slender straight with duajuamidi long legs, so that Suyun did not react for the first time. The day before he was grounded, hadn't he himself found an injured little white fox in the mountains behind the academy? He's a benefactor. Is he here to return the favor? Black silk royalty embarrassed, actually. Wow! Behind her a large multicolored tail snapped open, as gorgeous as satin. Suyun clapped his hands. Ha! I guessed right. With a tail like that, what else could it be if not a fox? Actually, the black silk royalty said with difficulty, I'm a koi. Suyun? Memories flooded in like water. On that day, himself, he fed the little white fox the jasper golden elixir. Then, scooped up some water and caught a fish for it. Nima, Is it a koi carp that returns the favor? He looked to tails. As gorgeous as brocade. It seems like. It's really a koi fish tail? Ryoko. Suyun understood the original story while eating breakfast. The Mikado is still a small white fox, just with koi characteristics. When Suyun caught the fish, the universal life finger also took effect at the same time. Let the koi have a spirit and begin to take shape. And after that, Suyun touched it twice, and the little white fox began to take shape. The constant inexhaustible body is the living gap between heaven and earth. Under the facilitation of the spiritual embodiment of heaven and earth, the two souls unexpectedly began to merge and become one. The little white fox has gained the memories of the koi, albeit for only 7 seconds. The koi also came back to life, in a different way. Suyun inquired. So, how did you get in? The little brocade beaver ancient traceback sat on his knees and obediently replied. I just came in like this. When you find a window unlocked. Just then, the beater's voice came from the doorway. What smells so good? Looks like the kid's cell. I'll go check it out. Ouch. Stomach ache. I'll check back later. The footsteps came from far away and then immediately ran away again. Suyun, 6. Koi doesn't have many memories, but has a special ability, chi. A fish carries very little chi, but raising a pool can also accumulate some. The little white fox was a constant imperishable body, and could constantly be harvested for its inner elixir without harming its foundation. But as far as the body was concerned, it wasn't much different from other demons. However, with the koi characteristic, a portion of the spirit of heaven and earth would be transformed into chi. This turns the little white fox with very bad luck into the brocade beaver with great luck. The hitter was clearly 3 steps away from realizing there was a problem in the cell. Can just give up patrolling under the influence of chi? Suyun asked. Is this place far from the capital? Gu Shushu honestly answered. It's not far nor close. There's just a layer of strange curtains that can't be seen from the outside. Suyun nodded his head, knowing that it was this chief's divine ability, but still questioned. So how did you find this? Ancient traceability obediently said. I have been following Ngong. Last night I saw that Youngjio wasn't sleeping very well, so I went out to find a bed. Came back and almost couldn't find the road, but found a set of ruts. Suyun let out an oh-so-sweet sound. So this little Gene Beaver was following him early in the morning and collided with this group of kidnappers. But he took 2 more glances. This weak and timid look was also too inconsistent with the appearance of the imperial sister. How dare you do something so stupid as to get lost because you were looking for a bed? Thanks to the conversion of heaven and earth's spiritual energy into chi, or else it wouldn't have been recovered. What was this little demon thinking? Clearly a lowly heart, but would even transform into a royal sister. Gu Shushu was embarrassed by the look. Gong, should I take you out? Suyun waved his hand repeatedly. I still have things to do. One is to wait for someone, and the other is also to gather a little bit of wool of Oshilo Hapaneso. Has that kid woken up yet? At the end of the corridor, Rikuchuan's voice rang out. The hitman couldn't say. Probably awake. Suyun said. Help me go back home and report my safety. Ancient Trace immediately got up and was just about to pull open the barred window. She pulled hard, but the window didn't budge. The little Gene Beaver was immediately anxious and sweating profusely, her fluffy white ears popping out from the top of her long black hair. Gong. The window was clearly open just now. How come it's locked? Suyun looked speechless. This is in a hurry to cry when things go wrong, and this is too far from the beautiful imperial lady. He pulled too, making sure the window was locked solid. Using a space token spell is not necessary. Suyun suddenly thought, how did you replenish your spiritual energy before? Ancient Traceback said dully, just try to get as close as possible to the human colony. You can absorb the popularity, and the manner where the reading is done. The breath is better, and healing will be quick there. Suyun nodded. Demons are savage, so they prefer intelligent humans. Absorbing popularity enhances cultivation, and when chi condenses earthly reasoning, which is a great tonic. But this little brocade beaver was so timid that he must have only dared to stay far away before. The popularity that could be absorbed was not only muddy and mottled, but also extremely thin. Suyun then said, then you suck mine. Gu Shushu was stunned. No, we can't hurt Nkong. Suyun couldn't care less. If you can't get out, who's going to help me report my safety? Ancient Traceback hesitated for a long time, his heart incomparably torn. However, in order not to delay the benefactor, he still gritted his teeth, came to Suyun's body, and took a deep sniff. Phew! A burst of Wenqi was drawn out from Suyun's body and drilled into the little brocade beaver's nasal cavity. She had never seen such a pure Wenqi before and shivered. Suyun also saw that something in the little brocade beaver's body snapped. just to be on the safe side. He spoke, suck in some more, and build up more chi. Ancient Traceability's expression resisted. No, we can't hurt Ungong anymore. Su Yun laughed. I'm not fine here? He is a man of literary courage, and his literary spirit never runs out. If one practiced Confucianism, one could have a great argument for 3 days and 3 nights without getting tired. A trace of longing flashed in Gu Sushu's eyes, and being ordered by Nkong, he had to take another puff. Phew! She was so intoxicated that even the marrow of her bones trembled. Tiny children in front of the eyes of the little white fox, more tempting than a piece of dragon meat. Looking at the mouth and mouth, Su Yun saw that it was almost time, so he said, you go, and if you still come back, remember to bring a roast duck. Oh, remember to just report it safe and keep them off my back for now. Gusu trembled his body, pushed open the window, and climbed out with difficulty. Su Yun also wondered, obviously a demon fox, how do you move so poorly? Hiss, what's that? The little kinky beaver had jumped out, unnoticed, and still ran further and further away in fear. Only then did Su Yun see clearly that her originally flat belly had risen high. It's like a pregnant woman in full-term labor. Pregnant? Pregnant? No, it's not a pregnancy. It's an endocannabinoid. Su Yun was shocked and wanted to shout, but it was too late. The constant embodiment will constantly take the spiritual embodiment of heaven and earth and store it in the inner elixir. This energy was incomparably pure, the most original power of the worlds, and could be used anywhere. So Hongyun inexhaustible experience is coveted by all and ends miserably. The last time I was injured by the creek, it must have been the work of some party as well. Ancient Traceability, as a flesh channel for the spiritual embodiment of heaven and earth, needed external forces to maintain it. It's like a pump. If you want to pump water, you have to drink gasoline, usually far away from the crowd. Absorbing the popularity and literature is thin. The size of the inner elixir produced is no different from any other demon. But now, Su Yun had the literary guts and possessed the strongest and purest Wen Qi. This suction was equal to adding rocket fuel to the small broken car. And at that moment, the heaven and earth spirit channel skyrocketed. The characteristics of the koi have diverted half of them into Qi, but the remaining half was still furiously infused into the inner Dan. The huge inner Dan directly stretched out Gu Sushu's stomach. Su Yun shocked. This stone can be really big. No wonder the little prince said last time that he seemed to have seen the fox's belly getting bigger. So it's also the inner elixir, only to be consumed as Qi later? His mouth was bitter. The girl with the big belly ran to the house, told my mother that I was fine. Su Yun didn't want to go home even more. Chapter 64, I'm not the son of the Su family. Rikuchuan went to check on Su Yun's condition. One night plus one morning, a 3-year-old must be squealing with hunger. Not easy? He felt like laughing. Adults have to be soft, let alone a little waif. There's no need for even punishment. A little trickery and you'd have to make that kid call his father. Boo! Li Kuei-chuan pushed open the door. Kid, hungry. He saw a huge, 1,000-worker drawbench just sitting there in the cell in a watery way. On one side, it's horribly delicate carving, and on the other side, it's as simple as a 180p. The huge contrast made Li Kuei-chuan confused. No, where did the bed come from? The beaters looked at each other. I don't build it. I didn't see it last night. Rikuchuan's heart tightened. He didn't run away, did he? He took a step in and was once again confused. Su Yun sat at the table in the small room of the bed, eating shrimp dumplings with a big mouthful of oil. The spraying flavor made even Rikuchuan gulp. Drink milk. Su Yun did not see eye to eye. Rikukawa murmured an order. Go warm the milk. The beater hesitated. Where did you get the milk? Go find it. Rikuchuan shouted angrily. The hitman rushed out. Rikuchuan looked at the huge bed, and the exquisite breakfast. The CPU burned. Where did you get these things? Su Yun didn't hide it. Last night the black silk big sister sent it. Black silk? You mean the dresses that are abundant in the Buddhist countries of the West, said Rikuchuan, who, like Xiangzhou, suddenly slapped himself in the face. What am I telling you this for? Where does anyone send it in? He did some probing, but found nothing. The little brocade beaver casually pulled the window just enough to snap the lock shut. The ants on the ground found the fallen pie crust and came out in force to destroy all the footprints. The thatch just soaked up the odor. The Qi is such an amazing, no more unscientific, metaphysical thing. With a little luck, it all comes true. Su Yun shrugged. That's your problem. You, said Rikuchuan, unable to speak and unable to fight. What's the point of bothering with a 3-year-old, or a 3-year-old who's about to die? He grunted and turned away. Lock the door and watch it. Leave all doors and windows open. The hitman asked. Where are these? Rikuchuan hesitated. Keep it. he also felt that the kid was unusual, with an indefinable energy. After going to the dining hall and drinking a few cups of wine, senior sister Ashilo Huan sought over. You know that child is not simple, right? Li Kue Chuan mouth hard, it's just like that. If it is not to stay alive, a palm will him. Uncle, where is the men's outhouse? A childish voice rang out. Rikuchuan was impatient with the child. No build. Suyun went back to ask Osawano. Sister, where is the men's restroom? Rikuchuan was even more dissatisfied. She's my senior sister. Why is she the older sister and I'm the uncle? Put. He spewed out a mouthful of wine and widened his eyes. You, how did you get out here? Suyun covered his stomach. Urinating. The urine bucket in the room is dirty, and I'm going to relieve the big hand. Rikuchuan hurriedly turned back and swept his divine sense. The thugs outside the dungeon were still there on stupid guard. Not the slightest notice of people running out. Li Kue Chuan hurriedly said, follow me into the cell. He raised his hand, and it was hard to hit. It only scares him. Suyun didn't need this at all, not going. Rikuchuan was at a loss for words and scratched his ears. Ha ha. Ashilo Huan let out a silver bell-like laugh. Believe it this time, don't you? Come on, little brother. I'll take you. Use the outhouse in my room. It's clean and has a running water charm. Are you going to put? Suyun looked at her with disgust, trying to take advantage. No way. Ashilo Huan had a hurt look on her face. Rikuchuan was depressed to the core. When Suyun finished going to the toilet, he carried him back to the cell again. Li Kue Chuan shackled the damned brat, and thought about switching to the Holy Spirit sealing divine hemp that was in the bottom of the crate. It was his treasure, made from heavenly heart divine hemp, and could be attacked or defended, and was indestructible. He was also able to pester opponents who were a great realm above him, creating a great reputation. It wouldn't be used against a child if it wasn't depressing as hell. After Rikuchuan observed for a while, Suyun was literally rolling around on the bed, with no signs of escape at all. Snap! He clapped his hands, relieved. Humph, let's see how you can still run. Sure enough, throughout the day, Suyun was honestly in his cell. Rikukawa came here several times and didn't find any problems. When the moon rose, he made another trip. With a sweep of divine sense, Suyun was lying on the bed without any abnormalities. Well, I was overthinking it, Rikukawa thought to himself. It's a big deal for a kid to mix it up once. That's a relief. Suyun suddenly turned his head. Uncle, can you give me a towel? Rikuchuan frowned. What do you want with the towel? Suyun pointed at his wet head. It's not good to sleep with wet hair. Li Kue Chuan oh. Wait a moment. I let someone go to get. Wait. His eyes widened. Why is your hair wet? There's no water in the cell. If you want to drink, you have to ask the beaters for it. Suyun pointed out the window. I took a shower. It was then that Rikuchuan sniffed that the room smelled faintly of soap. It tastes good with child's milk. No, this is not the point. Li Kue Chuan was horrified. How did you run out? How did you get out of the curtain? Suddenly, a small hand poked his leg. Rikukawa lowered his head. Bai Chi Luo tilted her head dully. Uncle, can you open the door for me? Rikuchuan's mind went blank, unable to remember how or why he opened the door. Anyway, the two little ones just crawled into bed and fought with pillows. It's not a cell. It's a playground. No. Li Kue Chuan trembled and pointed at Bai Chi Luo. What's this about? Where did this girl come from? Suyun was serious, brought from Jiaoming Gungfu Wao. I'm still bathing there. He didn't dare to go home, so he simply went to Bai Chi Luo's house. Mrs. Hua knew he was missing and greeted him while informing the White family. Seeing that he was dirty, he washed him by hand. Suyun was unwilling to do so for the millionth time, and finally broke free and fled for his life when he felt sure Yaoyu's killing aura. So the hair was still wet and I didn't get a chance to wipe it. And Bai Chi Luo is piggybacking along? It's still a bit boring to stay here and find a playmate. Rikuchuan felt like his three views had been shattered. Is this a kidnapping? Can anyone tell me where this waif has gotten his skills? No. Rikuchuan realized afterward and rushed to the corner like crazy. No! He cried out in desperate pain. How Suyun escaped through the wall and went through the drapery is left aside for now. Rikuchuan's sacred spirit sealing divine flax had been sliced into two pieces. The cuts are smooth as mirrors, and it is hard to imagine what kind of a weapon it is. This is a high-grade magic treasure that has not been broken in countless battles over the past few decades. Old Ma, ah! Rikuchuan wrapped his arms around the sealing spirit divine hemp and hugged and cried. Little Bone poked his head out slightly from Suyun's shoulder. Very proud. That sealing spirit god hemp sacred product, because it only has sacred product might. And the supreme sacred bone sacred pin is the only sacred pin that this domain can bear. Hey, uncle, could you please move over? A very royal voice rang out. Rikukawa turned back with tearful eyes. A tall, stunningly beautiful woman, dressed in black silk, a Western specialty, walked in with a basin. She took it upon herself to bypass Li Kueichuan and squatted down to wash Suyun's feet. Rikuchuan's mouth opened wide. And where did you come from? Why do you call me uncle too? Suyun inquired to himself. Hey, I forgot to ask when I came back just now. What did the family say after you called it a day? Although he was able to walk through walls with the spatial order spell, he couldn't make it back to the city on foot for 100 miles. Moreover, the capital city of Dichien covers an area of 10,000 miles, so you can't even think of walking home without relying on a teleportation array. So was waiting for the little brood beaver to return and then riding him out for a bath. Ancient Trace replied, there was a very pretty lady who said she wanted to kill you. Well, also want me to stay and recuperate. Where is the little slave to recuperate and hurry back? Good luck losing them. But, she looked over at Rikukawa, still a little nervous about being in close proximity to a stranger. But bad luck again. The little kitsune's belly deflated again and became smooth and tight. Chi luck is positively correlated with the size of the inner dan. If he was lucky, Rikuchuan wouldn't be able to reach the cell even if he spent 9 hours. Suyun was cold and sweaty. Then I'd better not go home yet. Li Kueichuan was puzzled to the extreme, as aggrieved as a little daughter-in-law. You guys, you're bullies. It's a dungeon. How can you come and go as you please? And, brought a playmate with a maid. There is no king's law. There is no heavenly justice. Can the son of the Su family be a bully? Suyun and the two daughters glanced at each other and spoke. I am not the son of the Su family. Rikukawa? He exclaimed. Then who are you? Suyun shrugged. I'm the youngest child of the Su family. And I'm not the son of the world properly speaking, right? Bai Chi Luo nodded. It seems like, Shitsi is talking about another person. She grunted. Bad man. Gususu also said in a daze. I heard the housekeeper say that the Su family is trying to establish the young son as the son of the world, but it is not. Yet. Rikuchuan's eyes widened. Wrong arrest? The gang's boss gave orders to arrest the Su family Seiho, but this kid, no. He couldn't be bothered to drive these idlers out and rush to find Oshallohopio. Senior sister, the wrong person has been arrested. Their leader will be back soon. We'll have to take a chance on the real thing. Later that night, Xiao Qingduan was really captured. Chapter 65 I'm the boss of your boss. Xiao Qingdan was locked up in the small courtyard for half a month, holding his breath in his heart, but waiting for good news. He had torn the talisman and conveyed the order. Soon, the person who dug up Su Yun Tian's bones last time would strike again. This time, that pathetic fake young master will have no way to escape. Xiao Qingdan was locked up in a narrow room with a guard at the door. Even if he was the reincarnation of an emperor, there was nothing he could do now. Su Yun, the next time I see you again, you'll already be fish meat on the board. Xiao Qingdan carried his hands behind his back, his body filled with an arrogant aura. And I, for one, will be crowned king. Emperors could lose, but not all the time. He lay down on the hard bed and fell into a deep sleep. It's him, isn't it? Yes, I asked the people outside. This Su family's son, is black some of this. Damn, that gang is so unprofessional to invite us here and give us wrong instructions. It's mostly just an ugly portrait. The Su mansion has been alerted, but this Shitsi is surprisingly the most loosely guarded. Lights out. This is good. Take the men and go now. Well, bring it all back and still be able to confirm it with him. Xiao Qingdao was in a daze, feeling that he had changed back into the One Realm, guarding the road to heaven, intercepting heavenly pride, plundering resources, and accomplishing the great self. I'll be back on top eventually. Take it all back. Swish. Xiao Qingdan, arrogant, snapped his eyes open, and a sentence came out. Where is this? He was lying on a thatch pile by himself, surrounded by dirty cells, and the floor was covered with mud and filth. In one corner of the room stood a bucket of urine, stinking and covered with traces of the previous occupant. I've been kidnapped? Xiao Qingdan was horrified in his heart. The last moment of his memory was still in the Zhenyuan Marquis residence. As soon as he opened his eyes, he was in a dungeon. Who could have taken themselves captive unnoticed and not been discovered by the Su family? You definitely can't do that without extraordinary strength. Could it be? Thinking about this, Xiao Qingtsuan calmed down instead. He glanced around soberly and saw a group of men dressed in straw sitting outside the iron gates. They were all new faces, but Xiao Qingdao had plans. He cleared his throat. Someone, let me out. You've tied up the wrong man. The 3-year-old spoke with the calmness of a 3-year-old who had been in the field for a long time. The fighters looked at each other and immediately someone stood up and walked over. Xiao Qingdan had confidence embedded in the bottom of her eyes. Open the door. I want to talk to your chief. Snap. The beater slapped him across the face. What's with these brats? One tugging more than the other? Xiao Qingdan covered her reddened face in disbelief. You dare to hit me? The fighter sneered. What? If he can't fight, you can't fight? Xiao Qingdan didn't react to who this he was, just covering his face with a grim look in his eyes. When I get out, you're dead. The hitman raised his fist. You can't get out. Seeing another move coming, another man came over and advised, it's better to be careful. It was at this moment that Li Kuei-chuan came from the dead center of the Iron Gate's line of sight and frowned. What's going on? Xiao Qingdan had never seen him before, but immediately recognized that this person's strength was not ordinary. Must be the little head honcho here. He immediately said, you're just in time. You've got the wrong person, you know? Li Kuei-chuan naturally knew that he had arrested the wrong person. Otherwise how could he have risked his life last night to bring people out from the Su house? He wasn't willing to put himself in harm's way and accidentally end up there. Fortunately, although the Su mansion is strictly guarded, however, in order to cover up, the courtyard where the world's son lived instead had very few staff. Relying on his superior strength, Rikukawa narrowly got it. He frowned. What are you talking about? Stay honest. When the leader of the group returns and delivers, they'll be able to leave. Xiao Qingdan was not in a hurry at all and said with his hands behind his back in a cloudy manner, your leader is called Xiao Tuhu. Li Kuei-chuan immediately turned his head. Ha! The corner of Xiao Qingdan's mouth couldn't help but hook up when he saw that the other party had attracted attention. It was planned by myself. Wouldn't it be simple to get the other side to figure out the status quo? Xiao Qingdan carried his hands behind his back and said proudly, you've got the wrong person. Let Xiao Tuhu come and see me and we'll see. Rikuchuan looked at him a few more times. Xiao Qingdan was dissatisfied. What are you still standing there for? If I'm not in the know, how would I know this name? Open the door. Rikuchuan frowned, suddenly shook his head and turned away. Strange, where the hell did things leak and how does everyone know? Seeing that the other party had really left, Xiao Qingsuan could not help but be stunned, and hurriedly plopped down on the iron door. Hey, did you hear that? I know Vengeance Tackle. He's one of my men. I sent him to work. Let me out. I want to see Vengeance Tackle. The iron door was swung with a clatter, but Li Kuei-chuan didn't turn around. How come? Xiao Qingdan was also confused. Why isn't there any reaction at all? He gripped the iron gate and fumed, when abruptly a sound reached his ears. Right, the drapery outside is Xiao Tuhu's natural aptitude. I think it's called Dark Veil? He's at the peak of Supreme, I guess, but his actual battle power is a bit higher. Only then did Xiao Qingduan notice that there was another cell diagonally opposite. It was just that there was a huge wooden creation in the room that blocked the view and no one was seen at first. When the child sitting on the table shook his head, Xiao Qingdan realized with horror. Su Yun. A trace of excitement flashed in his eyes first. The plan has succeeded. Su Yun has been tied over. If he wasn't forced into a desperate situation, Xiao Qingdan was unwilling to use this risky move. He should take his time, infiltrate slowly, parasitize a little. Use the nourishment of the Marquis of Jinyuan to bear your own fruit. But I didn't expect that I would be driven to the end of the mountain by an ordinary bear child. Had to use up the backhand early. But then, Xiao Qingsuan's face began to change. He listened to the words coming out of his brother's mouth with growing shock. How did he know? Su Yun gabbled and made small talk with someone across the table. Oh, Asawan was surprised. You really know? I didn't know any of this. She and her senior brother were hired to kidnap the child. They've sneaked around before, but they haven't done this before. There's no way around it. The other side is giving too much. Su Yun proudly said. I also know that Xiao Tohu recruited a group of bandits from the Red Water River. The people who were robbed called them the Red Water Bandits, but they actually called themselves the Emperor's Return Society. Ashilo Huan looked at him suspiciously. You wouldn't, by any chance, have engineered this kidnapping? Would you? Su Yun Sanlian, I'm not. Don't talk nonsense. Ashilo Hope doesn't believe it, recognized the kidnapping at a glance, and knew the gang of thieves inside out. Who'd believe me if I said it's okay? How does he know so much? Xiao Qingduan was shocked. Many of these things were not clear to him. Xiao Qingsuan never asked where Qiu Tuhu recruited and where he went to get manpower. The information spat out from Su Yun's mouth was unfamiliar even to him. The originator. Wow. Xiao Qingdan shook the iron door. Someone, have Qiu Tuhu come see me. Things will be clear when he comes. The battering ram sneered and walked over, opening the iron door. Before Xiao Qingdan could be happy, he was kicked to the ground. The fighter cursed mercilessly. Just you? A dying man who wants to see the boss? Xiao Qingsuan looked at him with a furious stare. You wait, you'll be dead if I go out. Xiao Air. Su Yun's childish voice rang out. The beater froze, and hurriedly ran over with a fawning face. Little Duke, what do you want? Su Yun held out his hand. Where's the milk? The beater rushed to fetch it and respectfully offered it. I soaked it early, dried it into warmth, and then gave it to the young gentleman. Su Yun was satisfied and patted him on the shoulder. Tough on you. The hitman smiled fawningly. The young gentleman knows all of us. He must be deeply trusted by the boss. You stay a little longer for a few days. When he comes back, you give a few words of beauty. Haha. Xiao Qingdan was confused. I'm the boss of your boss. Chapter 66, Gathering Shallow Wan's Wool. Xiao Qingduan was dumbfounded. Xiao Tackle Tiger was one of his own men, and he had let him sneak attack and dig up Su Yun's heavenly bone before. It's just that at the time, the plan was to go slow and clear himself of suspicion, and he didn't kill anyone. How could Xiao Tuhu become Su Yun's henchman in the blink of an eye? It's mine. Everything here should be mine. Xiao Qingdan gripped the fence with a death grip, his eyes ablaze with flames. Well, he suddenly felt a rush of urine and his stomach rumbled. Between last night and now, the 3-year-old has been suffocating extremely hard. Xiao Qingchen couldn't think of anything else and shouted, Open the door. I need to go to the outhouse. The beater glanced over and was very disgruntled. There's a piss bucket right next to it. Xiao Qingdan said angrily, A urinal? This is for people? The hitman smiled disdainfully. No need? Then you pull it on the ground. No one cares anyway. Xiao Qingdan gritted his teeth in death. How dare you guys? Snappy 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 snappy. Ashilo Huan held Su Yun's hand and left towards the end of the corridor, to go to the toilet early to say how can not help but go, or to my room, clean and with a running water charm. Su Yun scratched his head. I forgot. Ashilo Hapaneso asked, want to put it? Su Yun was disgusted. Don't, bad woman. Ashilo Huan had a hurt look on his face. Xiao Qingdan looked dumbfounded. No, why can he go out? He went to the bathroom, right? He did, didn't he? He went to the bathroom, didn't he? Why doesn't he just use a piss bucket in his cell? The hitman shrugged. Do you think we can stop it? Xiao Qingdan's mouth opened wide as he watched Ashilo Huan and Su Yun, arm in arm like family members. Just leave his sight. That's one of your own men's men, right? Such a good hand. She was the one who stole herself out of Su's house last night, right? Why would you lock up your employer and then attentively care for the kidnapped? Xiao Qingdan waited until almost noon in the stench. Next to being more disgusting, my stomach grumbled. He couldn't resist. I'm hungry. Give me food. The beater, still kind, tore half of the dry bun from his hand and threw it into the cell. Eat? Even if Xiao Qingsuan's food and clothing were lowered, he was still the son of the Su family by blood. How could the Marquis Zhenyuan's residence lack a mouthful of food? He looked at the pitch-black steamed buns and said angrily, What kind of pig food is this? Grandpa wants pan-fried spiced dolphin chops, white-burned fennel hearts, and stuffed lychees. The fighters all laughed. You kid, toast and eat daggers. Only buns, love it or hate it. Rikuchuan walked over and frowned. What's going on? The hitman instantly put away his smile. This, Xiao Qingdan immediately snarled. I'm hungry. Li Kueichuan thought for a moment and spoke. The leftover ox head from lunch. Give it to him. The beater was reluctant, but still did not dare to make a mistake, and immediately went to serve the bull's head. Xiao Qingdan took a look. This briny mess, dirty is really unappetizing. Pinching my nose, I said, I don't eat beef. Not good enough. Li Kueichuan frowned. Only the bull's head. Xiao Qingdan repeated. I don't eat. Li Kueichuan waved his hand and had the bull's head put into the cell. Only the bull's head. Love it or hate it. Xiao Qingdan tensed his face and expressed his dissatisfaction with his demeanor, but no one around him was paying attention to him, doing their own work. Damn it! Xiao Qingdan cursed in his heart. 30 years east of the river. 30 years west of the river. Don't kid yourself. Just wait. He was about to pick up the bull's head when he saw a black silk royalty, carrying a food box, passing behind the guards as if no one else was there. He gave a tug on the door of Su Yun's cell and just walked in. The black silk imperial sister then opened the food box, and a golden light spread out, similar to the little pawn cooking. Wow! The faint mist spread over the entire cell. Xiao Qingdan was diagonally opposite, sniffing a clear and penetrating, sizzling flame dragon lin meat, braised stargrass with spirit mushrooms, amethyst lotus root slices soup, emerald spirit bamboo shoot tips. A dish that was exquisite to the extreme was served. Each plate was glittering with divine light, obviously using the ingredients with the most abundant spiritual energy. Su Yun clamped a chopstick and was instantly satisfied. Good times. Gu Shushu held the wet wipes. AI. Gong hasn't cleaned his hands yet. Xiao Qingxuan watched with rounded eyes. Is this still being kidnapped? What's with the food? What's with the black silk maid of honor? The exquisite aroma wafted into his nostrils, causing Xiao Qingdan's entire body to shiver and feel refreshed. It can be seen what rare ingredients are used in those dishes, and each of them carries an amazing spiritual content. Xiao Qingdan swallowed his saliva and looked at the pitch-black steamed buns on the ground, and the dirty cow's head. Not to be outdone, he hissed to his beaters. Hey, did you see that? Why does he get food delivered and I don't? The hitman, as an afterthought, rubbed the back of his head. Ha, that woman went back in? Well, there's a scent, so it looks like it's going in. Strange, every time I don't see anyone, at best I catch a glimpse of a back. No, I have to see. Vomit. The beef at noon is undercooked. Ouch, I'm hard. The beaters were set off by bystanders, and no one had any intention of going over to watch. Strange, obviously that woman had no cultivation or skill. Dive right in and no one has ever been able to intercept it. And when you try to go over to check it out, you either get a stomachache or get bird poop in your face from the window. It always fails. Xiao Qingduan was dumbfounded. You don't care? The fighters shrugged. How can this be managed? There's food? Ashiluhuan playfully smiled and ran to the cell to dabble in the food. Those who do not intend to evict the little brocade beaver, or do not have the ability to do so, are less affected by the qi. Gu Shuyu shrunk her shoulders and lacked confidence as she introduced. This is dragon liver and lin marrow, made by the chef of the Phantom Fragrance Boat. This is the Drunken Star Brew. The Spirit Sky wine shop owner's wife personally wakes up. 9 turns zigzag ear root. Let the Yunmiao fishing village cold with a secret sauce. Ashiluhuan ate with his mouth full of oil. The whole person was intoxicated. This rush had white face to eat a meal. How much money must be spent? Su Yuna doubtfully let out. Money? Su Fu eats like this every day. Not thinking about money. Ashiluhuan sucked in a mouthful of cool air. Shen Yuan Marquis House. Actually so affluent? Her mind wandered 100 times. What's the point of being hired? It's all about money, isn't it? If I had known that the boy's family was so rich, why would I have worked with this gang of robbers? But the kidnapping of the Seiho will still be hostile afterward. Ashiluhuan sighed and looked at Su Yun. Not for nothing, I'll give you a trinket. With that, she took out a face mask and put it over the little waif's face. In the blink of an eye, Su Yun turned into Ashiluhuan, with a clear face, but with a spontaneous and uninhibited look. It's just that adults have larger heads and look very uncomfortable with their necks. Hiss, not good. Ashiluhuan rubbed it, and Su Yun turned back into a Guxu lookalike. Absolutely gorgeous, but with childish eyes. It looks like a contrast, but as far as contrast is concerned, no one can compare to the ancient traceability itself. That timid look, paired with this imperious look, would make anyone over the age of 3 giddy. I really don't know why it took this form. Ashiluhuan looked at the mismatched neck, still not satisfied. Change it again. Change what? Have it. She saw that in the next cell. The Su family's son was also 3 years old. It's a little darker, but the bones are about the same size. Ashiluhuan rubbed it, and Su Yun turned into Xiao Qingxuan's likeness. With a cheeky tug, she took off the facade and handed it over. Take it and play with it. Be careful not to break it, it'll last a few more times. Su Yun felt that there was some obscurity, but after all, children, and found the disguise interesting, so he put it away. You didn't eat for nothing. He couldn't help but glance at his sleeve. Ding! Has assisted Ashiluhuan. Shen Yuan Forbidden Prison Completeness 100%. Bonus, 100 times. Mission Reward, Golden Melon Particles, 100 times. Xian Zi Chao, 100 times. Clear Heart Wine Mixer. With every bite, Ashiluhuan gave Su Yun a 100-fold blast. What heavenly materials, spiritual weapons and elixirs, sparingly stuffed into it. Su Yun took the ingredients that he had previously obtained, such as the dragon liver and lin marrow, and the things that Ashiluhuan had dropped. Pack it all up for the little kitsune and send her out to find a chef to cook it. When you stay here, you can't afford to drop your dining standards. Ashiluhuan admired. It's still the Jinyuan Marquis residence that's good. I can eat all these good things every day. I'm heartbroken. Xiao Qingdan looked at the steamed buns and the cow's head and bitterly swallowed his saliva. Does Su Fu really have these goodies? Su Yun disgustedly pushed the 9-turn spiritual dolphin sausage to the side. Ugh, it can only be a chicken meal burger meal. The food sausage can't get enough. Chapter 67, Coaxing to Sleep. Xiao Qingdan struggled to stay up until the evening. Night fell, and the cool moonlight poured into the barred windows. Instead of being a little cozy, it seemed lonely. Finally, I can sleep. Eating and drinking in the cell, Xiao Qingxuan could only spend his time in torment. It's good to be asleep, at least for a few hours, without being tortured by the environment. Xiao Qingxuan laid down for a while and felt uncomfortable, so she asked, "Bring water, I want to wash my face." He had water to drink, but not much and it was all cloudy. Water? A bath? Hearing the voice, the beater laughed disdainfully. A son of the world is a son of the world, and he does have many demands. I'm telling you, think fart food. Xiao Chengdan clenched his fists and knew that it was useless to argue with him. When Xiao Tuhu comes back, everything will be fine, he said aloud. There's a stream outside the window. I can wash there. If you're not comfortable with that, just keep an eye on it. The hitter doesn't give a and just turns his head. Vigils are already annoying. Having a brat is even more so. Xiao Qingdan stared coldly for a moment and twisted his head to sit on the ground. Hold back again. I can't take a shower, and I'm afraid that Suyun is. Tada! Suyun passed by. Swish! Xiao Qingdan stood up violently and looked at him incredulously. Screaming in shock, he ran out. Come on people. The hitman turned his head at the sound, but didn't even stand up. With a look of habit, what are you screaming for? Shut up. The young gentleman is going to the White House. Ha! Suyun shook his head. I'm not going to the White House today. My mother is sniping there. I'll go to the spring house, where I can bathe too. The beater said. Oh, you're coming back from the shower? Suyun nodded. That's natural. If I don't come back, won't it be a waste to stay here for a few days? The hitman gave an oh-so-quiet sigh and paid no further attention. Outside, Ancient Tracy had already transformed into a small brocade civet with a slightly bulging stomach. With a single stride, Suyun drove the little fox and disappeared into the wilderness in a flash. Xiao Qingdan? He lost his voice. You guys just watch. The hitter spread his hands. What can we do? That Li Kuei Chuan and Ashilo Huan couldn't stop them, so what can we do? Xiao Qingdan was dumbstruck, as if struck by lightning, and did not return to his senses for half a day in the same place. He's lost. Why is it that the same prisoners are treated differently? Why did Suyun have free access and had to go out for a shower, and yourself locked behind an iron gate, restricting all freedom? Xiao Qingdan took out the Qiankuan bag, and Rikuchuan confiscated it, but it was put on a ban and could not be opened. Perhaps he wanted to retain a trace of warmth before he died. Xiao Qingdan raised his eyes filled with ruthlessness and determination. As long as Qiu Tuhu launches the ceremony, everything will be fine. What I'm going to do now is sleep. He laid down hard to get through the bad day. Tada! But the harsh environment is difficult to sleep, and before you fall asleep, the fragrantly washed Suyun came back. The colorful veil flower leader held him and also curiously surveyed this cell. Little doctor, if you don't want to stay at my fragrant pavilion, if something happens here, just come back tomorrow. If a normal person had seen the dungeon, he would have forcefully held Suyun to report to the police, but the ones who came were either brainless or had no brains at all. Surprisingly, each of them just found the dungeon unique, and none of them found it dangerous. Suyun shook his head. No, you won't have a chance later. It was so hard to get kidnapped, how could you not experience more? Kaiha let out an oh-so-uncertain sound. Carrying Suyun to the 1,000-worker plucking bed, he gently stroked his back and cozily lulled him to sleep. The hitter was envious. Xiao Qingdan was so jealous that her teeth were about to be clenched. By what right does he have a bed? Why? Why does he have someone to put to sleep? It was hard to see the whole thing during the day, and it was only at night when Suyun's cell was lit with candles that he could see that it was a huge bed. There are 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside, with tables and chairs and even separated rooms. Is this still a dungeon? Is it so enjoyable? And the woman? Xiao Qingdao did not recognize it, but with the emperor's eyes, he still recognized the majestic life force. She must be some sort of innate being, even tied to the entire domain. Such a spirit species was actually lulling Suyun to sleep. Swish! Colored veil touched it and pulled a small flower from her sleeve. She placed the flower on Suyun's lips and let the nectar leak down a little. Add a touch of beauty to an already semi-comatose child. Phew! Xiao Qingdao could smell the majestic life force from across the corridor. He stared at the flower with a deadly stare. With such pure power, it might be able to repair the damage to my spirit root from being taken with the surge pill. How nice it would be to have that thing given to me. Xiao Qingdan's fists were clenched white with hatred. Unwilling to look any further, he leaned against the wall in frustration. Dead eyes closed, forcing himself to sleep. When Xiu Tuhu comes back, everything will be fine. Su Young, cherish this last cozy. Squeak! The door of Su Yun's cell was pushed open, and Gusu Susu took 3 steps to Su Yun's front, saying in panic, Ngong, something has happened. Colorful Veil was emotionally indifferent, and sensing that the other party had no malicious intent, she did not stop them. Su-yun was sleepy. What's wrong? Ancient Traceback said. I went to report peace as you instructed, and this time the Su residents didn't stop me. But that very pretty lady, she said if she doesn't come back, she'll be sure to behead you. Su-yun snapped out of it. It's over. He kept pacing the room. Crap. Played out. No, I have to go back right now. Sister Kaisha, you should also return to Spring Mansion first. Ancient Traceback hurriedly carried him again, through the layers of teleportation arrays, back to the Su Mansion. Fortunately, there were many divine Shin guards on the streets, but none of them had noticed a demon invasion. Su-yun stood outside the fence for a long time, not daring to enter. Gu Shushu asked, Gong, why don't you go in? Su-yun was embarrassed. Ahem, of course it's the near countryside. Ancient Trace dropped her head. Oh, I sometimes think about the 10,000 demon kingdom. Su-yun saw that the other party was actually going to be sad and hurriedly pacified. Don't worry, the 10,000 demon country will be built again in a few years. Gu Su was surprised. Really? Su-yun nodded his head and just said in his heart, but by the time the plot starts, it will be erased by the demon lord again. He thought for a moment. There are fewer people in the alibi where the Shao family lives, so I'll feel my way in from this side. If the atmosphere is okay on mother's side, I'll show my head. It just so happens that today Ashilo Huan gave a facelift. Su-yun decisively changed. Okay, take me in. Then you hide. Ancient Tracy carried Su-yun into the Su Mansion. This was near Shao Qingdao's residence, and after Su-yun recognized the direction, he moved towards the distance. Ha, Emperor, you're here too? Behind him, a rough voice came. Su-yun turned back and took a moment to guess the identity of the other party. Xiao Tuhu was big, black and strong, and at this moment, he was all excited. Emperor, I've already used the dark veil to cover up all the information. Word has come from over there that the Su family's son has been kidnapped. Your plan, it's almost done. It's not too late. I'll take you back first. The emperor reincarnated into this world and lost all his cultivation and techniques, and was no different from an ordinary child. But Vengeance Tackle Tiger didn't dare to be the slightest bit contemptuous. This is an emperor who has been worshipped by countless heavenly prides and has been guarding the Tongtian road for countless eons, shaking the ancient world with his greatness. It was a great honor to be summoned to this world myself to continue to serve his great cause. Swish! With a wave of Xiao Tuhu's hand, the dark veil was unleashed, enveloping Su-yun's entire body and losing all traces. There was a sudden slight tremor as the curtain covered it, but then calmness returned, and Xiao Tuhu didn't care. Taking Su-yun with him, he quickly returned to the small tower outside the city. Wow! Vengeance Tackle put Su-yun into the best room, a little tired, and ordered, have those two gather. Dark Veil won't last long. The ceremony will be completed tonight. Chapter 68, Su-yun. I won again. Vengeance Tackle's orders are communicated. He had just left the room when he saw Ashilo Hapaneso poking her head out a short distance away. Oh fellow Daoist. Xiao Tuhu nodded. He was still pleased with the hired help. The disguise technique is out of this world. His cultivation is not low, and he is a hand at performing infiltration missions. Ashilo Huan also nodded. Fellow Daoist Xiao, she and her senior brother, Li Kuei Chuan, needed a lot of money to maintain the clan's great formations. This group of bandits had a powerful leader who was generous with his money, all of which were heavenly treasures unseen in the heavenly origin realm. Ashilo Huan had sneaked around before, but never stole a child, master's dying wish, and a child. Ashilo Huan still chose the former. Xiao Tuhu said, the ceremony will be held in a moment, so please meet in the hall. Right. He pointed to the room. This is my venerable lord. Please keep your respect and don't cause any trouble. Xiao Tuhu had a hint of admonishment in his eyes, but it was more of a warning. Ashilo Hapaneso nodded. Getting paid to do a job, a little respect, doesn't count as selling out your dignity. Xiao Tuhu said, come here first, I will need the two of you to protect me in a moment. His natural aptitude is dark veil, which creates a sort of curtain that obscures perception. If it wasn't for this aptitude, the Marquis of Jingyuan would have found this place a long time ago, but it was extremely consuming to shield so all probing. Vengeance is exhausted to the point of being almost at the end of his rope and needs someone to work with him. Ashilo Huan nodded. Good. Xiao Tuhu left first to set up the formation. Owned Asahi Huan looked into the room, curious as to who was in there. Squeak! The wooden door was pushed open, and Su-yun had just tucked the crust into his sleeve, sweating. It's over. It's over. Go home and fail. Will mother kill us later? He didn't even have time to react before he was taken away by Xiao Tackle. The moment the dark veil fell, the beginningless Dao Bone immediately began to operate. No beginning, no end, Jumping out of destiny, only I am eternal. This divine object could easily poke through the curtain even without relying on cultivation. Soo-yoon hurriedly suppressed it, not allowing it to be exposed so early. You've been out for 2 days waiting for Tiger Hatchet. This vengeance tackle tiger's natural aptitude was the dark veil, which concealed his breath and could fool higher realm cultivators. The plot goes out on a limb as a predestiny's child protector. He was the one who, before, dug up his own heavenly bone and threw it into the Yulon pool. I don't care about anything else. We've got to get the sky bones back. Soo-yoon simply let Chio-Tuhua take himself away, and after driving around and returning to the small tower, he suddenly remembered. One should say hello to Shioyoyu first. This is a few days away from home. I'm afraid I can't hide from the sword in the hands of a loving mother. Hiss. Ashilo Hwan sucked in a mouthful of cool air when she saw Soo-yoon push out the door. Her eyes widened. It's really you. You really are behind this. It was hard to imagine that such a 3-year-old boy was Chio-Tuhua's honored superior. Sure enough, Ashalohope figured everything out. He's the youngest child of the Su family, so he wants to kidnap the Su family's son. She looked at the tiny Soo-yoon, and there was even some scorn in her heart. I remember there were whispers that he doesn't have a Su family bloodline. Once it's done, you'll be able to inherit the Su family in name only. Is this now the road to take the first wife? Has it developed to 3 years old? Ashalohope's palms were sweating. She had actually kidnapped the wrong person before and took her boss's boss away. This little honored one looked like he didn't have a high cultivation level, but he had the talent of the gods and devils. You can also get someone to serve you at all times, and your status is extraordinary. He had to sleep in the dungeon for the past 2 days. Was he upset about his lack of action? Will he or she be retaliated against afterward? Ashilo Huan gulped and tried to squeeze out a smile. That, Your Holiness, shall I take you down? Seeing a familiar face, Soo-yoon didn't think much of it and gave an oh-so-sweet, okay sister. 2 days ago, Asalwan thought, this child shouted sister, sweet mouth and warm heart. Now all she felt was fear, and this was afraid to be a smiley face. Ashilo Huan had dared to hug, or hold Soo-yoon before. Now he didn't dare, and honestly led the way in front to the hall where the rune array was drawn. Soo-yoon was a little thirsty and remembered that ice-clear jade spring white boiled water was placed at the bedside, so he went back through the wall to drink it. Ashilo Huan saw Cho tackle Tiger again and immediately felt Alexandria. This kidnapping of the other side's master, arresting the wrong person, and living in a cell is a big mistake. In particular, this vengeance tackle tiger had a high level of cultivation and a treacherous and unpredictable ability. It's not good to get really angry. Ashilo Huan thought for a moment, but still honestly said, fellow Daoist Chio, before, we listened to the wrong order and kidnapped the wrong person. Tied up wrong? Chio-Tuhu immediately turned his head. Ashilo Huan waved her hand repeatedly. No, we've amended to bring that Su family's son, right over there. Chio-Tuhu turned his head, and his viewpoint happened to see that Soo-yoon was standing by the door, holding a vial of tun. He nodded. Well, no problem if it turns out right. You guys did a great job. This senior sibling was indeed a good hand at sneaking into the Jinyuan Marquis residence. Chio-Tuhu looked at Soo-yoon with an expressionless face. The emperor had said that if this Soo-yoon didn't die, he wouldn't be able to become the world's son for a day. This parasite must be gotten rid of, leaving all the Su family sustenance for the emperor. That's good. Ashilo Huan's viewpoint was diagonally across from Xiao Qingduan's cell. The two of them are chicken ******, but they're on the same channel. Xiao Qingdan woke up from his sleep and saw Soo-yoon returning, and there were thugs running around again. He understood what was happening and shouted, Hey, is Chio-Tuhu back? Tell him to come and see me, quickly. The hitman glanced over and sneered. People who are going to die are still so wild. With a smooth point of his hand, he activated the silencing rune on the iron door. The infrastructure is still there in even the shabbier dungeons. Xiao Qingdan stared dead on. His fists couldn't help but clench. Chio-Tuhu, the errand was unfavorable. You misled me. The hitman's life was counting down. That vengeance tackle tiger. His ability to do things is really not good. Even let himself eat such a big loss. However, thinking that the person was just 10 meters away, Xiao Qingdao's mood was still a bit lighter. Once we meet, the truth will come out. Rikuchuan walked to the door, his gaze looking to the other side. I already know everything. I hope to apologize for the offense I made earlier. Xiao Qingdan froze, then a smile surfaced in his eyes. Not bad, there are still people with clear eyes. With a wave of Rikuchuan's hand, the iron door opened in response. Follow me first, I will explain this matter to fellow Daoist Chio. Xiao Qingdan looked at the wide open door, and the day's turbid air was exhaled from his chest. The suffering is over. He took a moment to calm himself before striding out of the dank and dirty cell with his head held high. Xiao Qingdan paused and did not go to find Xiao Tohu. Instead, he first went to Su Yun's cell diagonally across the street. He looked at this bloodless blood brother and couldn't help but reveal a victor's smile. Su Yun, I won again. Su Yun turned his head. Ha! Chapter 69 9 Elements Blood Snatching Technique. Xiao Qingdan carried his hands behind his back and was good-natured. Su Yun, you are lucky, and with the Su mansion sheltering you, you have indeed made me suffer a lot. Su Yun was bewildered. Ha! Xiao Qingdan continued. I said that the sacred bone exists at your place first. I hope that your body, which has grown over the heavenly bones, still has enough qi and blood to moisturize my sacred bones. Su Yun scratched his head. Brother Light Dust, what are you talking about? Xiao Qingdan really wanted to laugh when she heard that the other party was still pretending to be innocent at this time. It's a fight to the death, and there will only be one winner. Xiao Qingdan slumped against the door and said viciously, Su Yun, I will take away everything from you. Your parents, your friends, your talent and all your chances. It's all mine. Su Yun spread his hands and pointed to his ears. I'm deaf? Xiao Qingdan was furious, playing dumb. Wait until I use your power to destroy everything you hold dear. You just know it's wrong. What's this? He pressed harder, only to realize that the palm of his hand holding down the iron door rippled. Xiao Qingtsuan was stunned and then dismayed. Silencing rune? Su Yun clapped her hands to make sure there was a sound, then pointed to his mouth and smiled cheekily. It's you who's mute. Lean. Xiao Qingdan was so angry that she stomped her feet and had nowhere to use her stomach. Dare I say that I didn't hear anything at the end of that long declaration just now? You wait, Xiao Qingdan said viciously. Once I meet with Xiao Tuhu, all your little tricks will be revealed. He turned around violently, and suddenly a talisman flew in. After Li Kuei Chuan opened the door, he went to join Ashilo Huan and Xiao Tuhu. He saw that both of them were busy, arranging runes and constantly consuming spiritual energy, and they were both a bit tired, especially Xiao Tuhu. The black strong man's face was a little white, obviously maintaining the curtain, and building the formation, consumed a lot. Li Kuei Chuan hesitated for a moment, but still opened his mouth. Fellow Daoist Xiao, that child will be killed today? Xiao Tuhu did not turn around, a snicker on his tired face. Kill? Swish! He struck out with a talisman that went through the curved corridor and instantly exploded in Su Yun's cell. Boom! A violent explosion destroys the cell in its entirety. Listen! Xiao Tuhu clouded over. Rikuchuan froze for a while. Really heard in the ruins, came the child's moan. This is it? Xiao Tuhu clapped his hands. That's the son of heaven's destiny, sheltered by the heavenly Tao. Even if you put a knife to your neck, you can still come back from the dead. Kill? Killing is not killing, but something can be taken from him. He wiped his sweat and sat down on the ground. Well, the kid won't die, but I'm sure he's hurt. Just as well, there won't be any energy left to struggle for a while. Fellow Daoist calendar, please bring Netsu family's son. Oh fellow Daoist, please invite my family's honors. Xiao Tohu closed his eyes and continued to maintain the big formation. He was exhausted, but there was some excitement in his heart. Things have gone so well. Your Holiness must be very pleased with me. Xiao Qingdan stood at the door of Su Yun's cell and ate a full amount of explosive talismans. By chance, the battering ram shut down the cell array, and the iron door just happened to open, blocking the direct impact. However, Xiao Qingdan was also like being slammed by a shield, and his entire body was knocked to the ground, with half of his bones broken. Lying in the rubble of the explosion, Xiao Qingdan twisted in pain, hatred in his eyes. Xiao Tohu, rubbish, I want you dead. Su Yun stood in place, looking at the 1,000-worker drawing bed fragments with some regret. Pity. I don't know where the little brocade beaver got this thing, but in the end, it was just a well-made mundane item. Cultivators with long lifespans have plenty of time to carve if they are interested. When the explosion occurred just now, a few dull black lights immediately flashed out from Su Yun's body. The shining shadow arcane mirror, obtained by listening to the State Master's lectures, blocked all damage. This mirror could not be broken even by a saint, let alone an ordinary exploding rune. Su Yun looked at the mess and the corridor collapsed. There was no way out, so he simply walked through the wall. Just as he returned to the long corridor from which he came, he saw Ashilo Huan raise his eyes. Your Holiness, you're still here. Fellow Daoist Xiao has orders. Please follow me. Su Yun guessed the outcome in a moment and nodded to follow. At this time, Li Kuei Chuan also moved away from the rubble and helped Xiao Qingsuan up. What's with the heavy hand? He frowned, but then marveled. It's quite the destiny. It really didn't take much damage. It wasn't that Xiao Qingsuan wasn't seriously injured, but an ordinary person who received that blow would be afraid that his entire body would be reduced to pieces. And this kid, surprisingly, was only seriously injured, breaking half of his bones, which was already considered minor. Xiao Qingdan shivered in pain. I want to see Chiu Tuhu. Rikuchuan nodded. That's right, exactly, see him. Xiao Qingdan gritted his teeth in death. Good. It's amazing how many twists and turns you get out of just those 10 meters or so. But this is the last of his own trials and tribulations. Once he sees Chiu Tuhu, all will be revealed. That idiot will realize that his men have the wrong man. Xiao Qingxuan limped over towards the main hall. 1 step, 10 steps, 100 steps. His eyes lit up as he finally saw the dark, strong man. Chiu Tuhu, Xiao Qingduan shouted angrily. You stupid bastard. I want you to do it immediately and heal my wounds. Chiu Tuhu was condensing his spiritual energy. His eyes closed, and his body emitted an ethereal light that echoed the runic grand formation at his feet. He slightly sidled his head. Forgive me for my incompetence and for making your honor suffer. Please, your holiness, lie down on the stone bed and I will begin the ceremony immediately. The huge lump in Xiao Qingdan's heart was finally put down. Now that I've seen Tiger, what else can happen? He endured the pain and climbed decisively onto the stone bed. There was relief and pain in his eyes. Su Yun, I won. Chiu Tuhu sat in the formation, and the dark veil of his natural aptitude fluttered out, blocking the vast majority of senses. All he knew was that a few beings had walked into the formation, but he hadn't seen or heard them. Emperor Zun is really suffering in this domain. Chiu Tuhu was somewhat empathetic, but it was more about pleasing Xiao Qingxuan. Last time, he plucked out Su Yun's heavenly bone and threw him into the pyloric pool, but he still failed to get rid of the scourge. The emperor must harbor a grudge against this, and he himself must be more appeased and try to avoid chastisement. Chiu Tuhu used the dark veil to control the formation, and felt that the 2 stone beds, the children have been lying up. He smiled faintly. I'm sure Emperor must be satisfied that things went so well this time. Concentrate on getting the most important ritual done. Chiu Tuhu raised his hand, and immediately the formation emitted a brilliant light. The runes flowed and the spiritual energy gathered crazily. At once, the sky within the curtain changed in wind and clouds, and the power was horrifying. Wow! Chiu Tuhu carefully, from a small box, took out a heavenly bone. Infinite heavenly bones. The very same treasure plucked from the Su family's son. Last time, in order to clear Xiao Qingxuan's suspicion, Chiu Tuhu first took this treasure away. After knowing that Emperor Zun was retaliated against by that Jinyuan Marquis and took away the supreme sacred bone, Chiu Tuhu immediately made a plan to take that son's heavenly bone and fit it to Xiao Qingxuan. However, when the bones were seized before, the Supreme Being's Tao foundation was affected. The heavenly bone was also 1 grade weaker and far less effective than the sacred bone. In order to make up for the flaw, Chiu Tuhu used the 9 elements blood snatching technique. That was the supreme secret art created by Xiao Qingdan, the Supreme Emperor. You can extract the essence of a person and strengthen external objects. As for Su Yun, he had birthed a heavenly bone and still had heavenly pin blood flowing in his body. It's the best supplement. Just dry up and kill it. The concentrated heavenly blood would be able to strengthen the heavenly bones even better. Now is the most critical moment. After taking away all the blood, that Su Yun would be a wasted man if he didn't die, and he could still minimize the reaction of the heavenly Tao. And the emperor, can return as king. Thinking of this, Chiu Tuhu was very excited. After this matter is completed, I can also become an emperor's beloved. Wow! Li Kuei-chuan was a little surprised as he watched Xiao Qingxuan climb into bed, wondering if the kid is desperate and recognizing reality. He shook his head and looked quietly to the other side. While Xiao Qingxuan was lying on the stone bed, his body was still in pain, but his heart was incomparably comfortable. Once the strengthened heavenly bone entered the body, the previous damage to the Tao Foundation would be able to recover most of it. Then Su Yun, whether dead or not, would no longer be able to fight against himself. Becoming the only child of the Su mansion, Xiao Qingdan could utilize a vast amount of resources to pave his own path to rise. This time, no one will be able to stop themselves again. Wow! Xiao Qingdan smiled as he watched the formation operate, and a streak of blood chi floated out. That's right, it's the 9 elements blood snatching technique. He had lost all his cultivation and techniques after his reincarnation, but he still knew the signs of the operation of the spells. This was precisely the supreme secret technique that he himself had created and used to plunder the heavenly pride. This time, it will be brought by his own original men to be used on that brother who doesn't have it. Himself, finally waiting for this moment. Back on top, Xiao Qingdan lay down comfortably for a while and suddenly felt a little tired. He looked down in the opposite direction of where the blood was drifting. Ha! Why is it my blood chi that's being sucked? Xiao Qingdan's eyes widened. Qiu Tohu, you deserve to die. Chapter 70 Heavenly Bones. Xiao Qingdao's eyes widened as he saw his blood chi being drawn out little by little. From a trickle at the beginning, as the feats became more and more fluid. Finally, it gushed out like a mighty river. No, it shouldn't be like this. Xiao Qingdan kept struggling, but it was already too late. The outpouring of blood and gas left him powerless, and he could only watch what was happening. Show tackle, you stupid bastard. Xiao Qingdan broke into a fit of rage. You got it backwards. On the other hand, Suyan watched as countless blood chi coalesced, fading a little into dark red in the air and turning into a ball of radiant energy. But his attention was not on it, but on the tiny bones spinning next to it. A congenital formation was engraved on the grayish bone. Magnificent and subtle. Regal. Limitless heavenly bone. Suyun's companion divine aberration. He was plucked out by Qiu Tuhu, and now he's in front of him again. Suyun had waited for 3 days just to wait for it. Ding! A sound came to his ears. Infinite sky bone. Hasn't it already fused with the son of heaven's destiny and become a powerful weapon against you? The infinite heavenly bone has the same root and origin as you, and is connected to your origin, which can't be blocked even by being plucked out. Without this sharp weapon, the son of heaven's destiny would have died by your hand long ago. Also relying on the infinite heavenly bone, the son of heaven's destiny left your scent behind to frame you after doing something dishonorable. Reclaiming the infinite heavenly bone and making the world realize that everything was taken away from them at a young age. It's the Demon King. Mission difficulty, infinitely high. Mission reward, heavenly longevity pill. The plot begins with the Demon King losing all trust in the Su family. Xiao Qingsun became the true and only son of the world. Yet he was still not satisfied. He fused the heavenly bones and took the opportunity to leave behind the demon monarch's aura as a means of framing him when he stole the great clan's greatest treasure. And, because the heavenly bone and the demon monarch shared the same root and origin, when the devil king obtains a great opportunity, he will connect through the underworld and feed back to the heavenly bone. By the eve of the Armageddon, the heavenly bone had long since crushed the sacred bone, becoming a supreme immortal weapon. But all these benefits were in Xiao Qingsun's hands. In this life, Su Yun could not want other opportunities, but the heavenly bone must be grasped back into his hands. In the plot, Xiao Qingsun grows into a behemoth. Taking even a single foundation establishment pill from him would cost a great deal. But now, Su Yun gently stretched out his hand, disgustedly plucking away the radiant blood chi and gently holding the heavenly bone. Ding! You've succeeded. You've really taken away the dependence of the Son of Heaven. Infinite Sky Bone. Back to you. This bitter struggle will not be in vain. The worlds will finally realize that the Son of Heaven has done it too. Mission reward, heavenly longevity pill. Su Yun was not surprised. Mission accomplished. Step back in time 1,000 years and things are that simple. Stayed in a shabby farmhouse for 3 days and retrieved his most important companion divine aberration. When the heavenly bone was held in his hand, he immediately felt a sense of closeness that was connected to his bloodline. Su Yun felt the breath in his body revitalize, and had the satisfaction of being completely complete, and the aura of the heavenly bone was violently raised, with multiple divine powers spreading over it. Phew! The blood chi that had been dispersed was unforgiving, and insisted on squeezing its way to Skybone, desperately trying to blend in. Su Yun drove it twice and couldn't dispel it, so he gave up. Although he didn't care about that extra bit of energy, after all, it was also the bloodline that birthed the sacred bone out, so more was not bad. It's also a good thing it wasn't a direct blood transfusion to save the diaphragm. Su Yun first glanced at the heavenly longevity pill. Increase lifespan? Well, not for a while. You're only 3 years old. What do you need to extend your life for? He threw it into his sleeve and then pulled out the supreme sacred bone. The innate formations on the heavenly bone emitted bursts of light, seemingly expressing dissatisfaction. The sacred bone shivered, his heart full of grievances. The Tao bone came and bullied me, and the heavenly bone came and still bullied me. I didn't come here for nothing. Su Yun ignored it and put the two bones together. From now on, you are all little bones. There was already a beginningless Tao bone in his body, jumping out of his destiny and not being shackled. These two bones, let's use them as our own magic weapons. Buzz! The supreme holy bone transforms into a dagger, which turns into a long sword and a huge axe, according to the owner's needs. The infinite sky bone, on the other hand, covered the palm of the hand, becoming a majestic bone handguard. It can also be turned into a shield, battle armor, etc. as needed. Su Yun tried it and was satisfied. It's finally complete. Next, it's time to leave. It was done, and he had no reason to stay here. Just how is going to go? Xiao Tackle is still casting spells as soon as he opens his eyes. Boom! Suddenly, the formation hall exploded violently. Xiao Tuhu was furious. Traitor! Whoosh! With two soft sounds, Ashilo Huan and Li Kuei-chuan grabbed both of Xiao Qingsuan's arms and flew towards the sky with a single leap. It was just that the two did not communicate and went in the opposite direction, almost not tearing Xiao Qingdan in half. It's a good thing you found it in time to join forces in one place. Ashilo Huan was surprised. Elder brother, how do you? Li Kuei-chuan lightly coughed twice. We are not any good people, but the matter of child mutilation still cannot be done. Senior sister, you also. Ashilo Huan nodded his head and said to the bottom, fellow Daoist Xiao, it's almost enough. Don't hurt anyone's life. Your master and servant have strange feats and heavenly means. It's also sucked a lot of blood, so take it for what it's worth. Xiao Tuhu raised his head and gritted his teeth. Traitor! Boom! He struck out brazenly, and his strong purple and black chi was like a stringed arrow, instantly attacking the two of them. So strong. Ashilo Huan's pupils shrunk as he threw Xiao Qingsuan. Senior brother, protect him. Boo! The small tower instantly shattered under the attacks of the three powerhouses, but Owasawan and Li Kuei-chuan, both like kites with broken strings, were routed by a single blow. Pust! Ashilo Happiness spat out a mouthful of blood. Good! So strong. They were all 7 realms of heavenly pivots, and were considered to be experts on one side, the objects that various forces were trying to enlist. However, this pair of siblings' feats were more oriented towards sneaking and spying, and their combat abilities were not high. Facing a peak 8th realm supreme, there was no resistance left at all. Even the fighting strength of Xiao Tuhu exceeded its realm. Just one strike struck the duo's hearts with despair. After receiving my things, you still dare to act disloyally. Xiao Tuhu's eyes were cold, and a purple-black demonic flame that seemed to come from the depths of hell rose from his body. Bearish killing intent filled the air, making him look like a demon lord who had descended to earth. The earth cracked with every step, as if it couldn't bear the anger and hatred. Li Kuei-chuan and Osawano glanced at each other and only one word burst out. Escape! Boom! Blazing purple and black flames swept through, scorching the robes of the two. Xiao Tuhu's voice was hoarse. Where do you want to run to? Seeing this, Oshalahopio simply chimed in. Fellow Daoist Xiao, you also hired to work together because the two of us are good at sneaking and escaping. Now that your purpose has been accomplished, there's no need to drive a wedge. If we really want to escape, you won't be able to catch us for a while. Xiao Tuhu sneered. You are in my dark veil. Want to escape? Did you ask me? Ashilo Huan's face suddenly changed. Xiao Tackle Tiger looked at it and suddenly turned around. A purple and black fiery flame surrounded Su Yun. He bellowed, release him immediately or I'll kill him. Don't! Ashilo Huan subconsciously uttered, but immediately felt strange. She and Rikuchuan looked at each other. What? He's going to kill his master? The duo just couldn't see a shot against a child, so they saved Xiao Qingsuan, who was the victim. That vengeance is crazy, isn't he? Threatening your honor? Crunch! When Xiao Tuhu heard a voice behind him, he turned his head and was confused. What are you doing? Ben is in the middle of the night and the kids want to eat when they're not asleep. Suyin casually took a piece of cake from his sleeve and crunched it to listen to them. When he saw the person turn around, he thoughtfully raised his hand. Eat, my ass. Xiao Tuhu slapped him and strangled him with purple and black flames. Your life is in my hands, and you still dare to be so big-hearted? Your Su family is also really useless. How could you let the world's son be arrested and not react? Suyin was a bit sad. That was also a cake made of heavenly ingredients. He pointed to the top of his head. Who says it's unresponsive? No one's coming here? Wow! A sharp sword chi tore through the dark veil and broke in. Su Yun, I know you're here. Su Yun raised his head, his eyes filled with emotion. Mother! Sure enough, the first one to come to the rescue in a crisis must be the mother. Sure Yaoiwei held a sharp sword and bellowed. Su Yun, not returning home for a few days. Come out and suffer death for your old lady. Su Yun's face changed. Uncle, quickly close the dark veil. Get her out of here. Chapter 71, Resurrection in Situ. The two of them, Ashilo Huan, were overjoyed when they saw that the dark veil had been torn away. But when you see the face, you hesitate. Ashilo Huan muttered. She is not the mother of that Su Yun? Crap. On the carriage that day, she saw Shi Yaoyu come over to Su Yun. It was he who intercepted from it to take the person away, not realizing that he had tied up the wrong person. If Su Yun was Xiao Tuhu's master, then wouldn't this woman be in on it? When Shi Yaoyu saw Xiao Qingsuan, who was grasped by Li Kuei-chuan, her demeanor was withered and her eyes were shriveled. A few creases were surprisingly born on the small face. It's like a person with dwarfism who is obviously mature but still physically short. Xiao Qingdan was incomparably weak and couldn't even speak for a moment. Now he just wanted to run fast. This henchman was just as stupid as a pig. A complete amateur. He held out his hand. His voice like a fly. Save. Shi Yaoyu's heart was suddenly shocked. How can you be so? She spent some time tracking down the woman who had brought her watermelon belly and reported her safety to the Su mansion, and finally found this area. Suyun doesn't return home for a few days, but frequents familiar locations from time to time. Thought it was just playfulness, screwing some little buddy and running away from home. I never thought that I would step into such a dangerous situation. Shi Yaoyue turned her head violently and saw Suyun, who was bound by Chiu Tohu with demonic fire, and immediately became furious. Give back my son. She brandished her longsword and charged down in a flash. Xiao Qingdan's hand froze in midair, his expression frozen. Xiu Tackle is also screwed. How a smooth ceremony can have an accident at the last minute. And Emperor Zun, surprisingly, was also taken captive. Those two heavenly origin realm cultivators, their strength was average, but they were good at petty thievery. Chiu Tuhu also felt a little strange. Why the Su family's son beside him was not a little shriveled, and the captive emperor, but nearly dry. Chiu Tuhu was already annoyed and wanted to quickly save Emperor Zun, but then he killed another Su family's main mother. He let out a cold laugh. Humph, a mere fifth realm. How dare you be reckless? Chiu Tackle Tiger violently swung out another purple and black flame, and suddenly space distorted and everything melted in the terrifying heat. Boom! There was a loud blasting sound, and Shi Yaoyu's body released 10,000 beams of haze. However, she was still forced back 1,000 meters under the tremendous force. The earth cracked and blew out deep gullies. This strike vaporized all the red water bandits within the small tower into smoke and ash. They were busy, mucking in and serving. He thought that after he had accomplished his mission, he would be favored by the chief and would be able to eat and drink well from now on. Whoever thought that no matter whether things succeeded or failed, Chiu Tuhu would not leave anyone alive. Xuanqi's power descended from the sky, and it was as if this first beauty of the heavenly origin realm had been favored by the great Tao, and her body blossomed with a soft and gentle light. Shi Yaoyu covered her chest, her beautiful eyes filled with astonishment. So strong. Chiu Tuhu frowned. A breakthrough on the verge? Even if they break through, they're still just bigger ants. It was only then that Shi Yaoyu realized afterward. I broke through the sixth realm? She had been stuck in the fifth realm for several years, thinking that this was how her life was going to end. It seems like it's because of the blazing moonflower that Yuner picked. Those flowers were displayed in the room, and the bottleneck was getting looser and looser as I sniffed the fragrance daily. Just now, the qi and blood surged upwards, unexpectedly breaking through to the sixth realm. Shi Yaoyu missed her good treasure more and more, and her eyes were raging with battle intent. He's at least in the seventh realm, but I'm also already in the sixth realm, so it's not like I don't have a fighting chance. Chiu Tuhu was a bit puzzled, but soon gave a hideous smile. The seventh realm? Oh, I am the supreme being. Shi Yaoyu was stunned. Supreme? The supreme beings were the pillars of every power, and each one of them had the heaven-defying battle power to pull the tide and help the building to fall. Such a powerful being would act like a thief and steal two children? Shi Yaoyu looked at the sword in her hand, and her gaze flashed with a hint of bewilderment. I blocked a strike from a supreme powerhouse? Whether it was the fifth realm or the sixth realm, they were all like ants in front of the eighth realm. It's hard to imagine why she wasn't bludgeoned to a pulp, but Shi Yaoyu quickly became firm. Yuner, no matter who it is, Mother will not allow you to be harmed. Ashilo happiness is on the sidelines, unattended for the moment. Hearing this, he wondered, this woman, which side is she on? Save Suyun? But isn't Suyun the master of Chiu Tuhu? She couldn't help but look at Xiao Qingsuan. Could it be that both Chiu Tuhu and I have gotten it wrong? A fifth realm, in order to save the child, dared to strike out at an eighth realm powerhouse. How much depth of feeling is contained in this gesture? Suyun opened his eyes at this moment and looked at Shi Yaoyu. Just now, under the shocking strike, two shadows appeared on the number one beauty of the heavenly origin realm. One was the shining shadow arcane mirror, a holy magic treasure that could shine for dozens of miles, enveloping whoever Suyun wanted to. That strike just now naturally hit the shield. But in addition to that, a holy phoenix shadow appeared on Shi Yaoyu's body. The ancient beast that stood at the beginning of time spread its wings. In an unnoticeable moment, he protected Shi Yaoyu. It's the vision of the Luan Phoenix Nirvana body. Suyun was pleasantly surprised. He had secretly taken the blood before, dripping it into tea for his family to drink. That strike was enough to kill Shi Yaoyu, but it triggered the Luan Phoenix Nirvana body. It can be interpreted as a light effect for resurrection armor. and if it really hits true, it will immediately resurrect in place. Even just one more life would be reassuring. At least you don't have to resurrect someone who has a great karma with you from the long river of time. Even a demon monarch would have difficulty resurrecting Shi Yaoyue, and the difficulty of the mission was set by the system to be infinitely high. Now that my mother and her family have a few more lives, I'm not afraid of a few more Chiu Tufu. Suyin scratched his head. It's better to settle it quickly. The heavenly bone also got his hands on it, so there was no need to waste time. Just when he wanted to make a move, Chiu Tufu suddenly sneered. Don't think that breaking through the spiritual power outburst and dodging a bullet will work next time. Whether it was the 5th or 6th realm, it was just a matter of one move. Next, she wasn't so lucky. Chiu Tufu carried the majesty of a supreme being as raging purple and black demonic flames rolled out from his body. Boom! In the next second, the earth that was cracked a moment ago rose up 1,000 feet of ghostly fire. From the ghostly flames, hundreds and thousands of horrifying monsters tens of feet tall, their entire bodies molded from black stone, their heads and horns hideous. Every one of them had the strength of the 6th realm, and the higher ones even had the 7th realm. Thousands of monsters roared in unison, hissing and lunging towards the few people in the air. Ashilo Huan blanched. What can we do? She and her senior brother were not good at fighting, and there was only one 6th realm cultivator next to them. In this vast swirl of inflammation monsters swept. I'm afraid that only ash flying smoke. Body death rode a road. Roar! The monster let out a frantic hiss and charged viciously at the crowd. Chiu Tufu carried disdain. A few mole crickets are not worthy of going against me. Oh, really? With a surprised cry, the curtain rift widened again. Su Moling, with her fluttering ice crystal belts, descended from the sky like a fairy out of the red dust. She was pure and flawless, and the icy dust around her shimmered with a brilliant light that made one look at her and be bowled over by her beauty. Chapter 72, Frozen Time and Space. Wow! The air, which had been clear a moment ago, suddenly swirled with thick white mist. Puzzled, Rikuchuan touched it with his finger, and was surprised to see the oily skin torn off his fingertips. The wound, on the other hand, was painless. Phew! The inflammatory monsters that were hissing and roaring just a moment ago, as if the mute button had been pressed, all lost their voices. Their eyes still maintain an evil stare, but are a little bit empty. The demonic fire on the ground, which was blazing and swinging wildly, also suddenly stilled, like a sheet of fluorescent velvet, embedded in every crack in the earth. Mo Ling took one step and one icy step. Looking at Chiu Tufu, her finger became a sword, and she gently slashed it. Frosty silence. Chiu Tufu didn't feel anything, but his heart suddenly rang with alarms. He violently erupted with all of his strength as 10 times the demonic fire rushed out of his body. Click, click. It was as if the magic fire had turned into ice ballast with purple and black pigments added to it, hitting each other and making crushing sounds one after another. Wow, what a strong Dao! Chiu Tufu was horrified in his heart as he grabbed Su Yun and violently retreated. There was still a layer of human shadow where he had originally stood. Luckily, he had moved fast enough, or else he would have been invaded by that power and even his own spacetime would have been frozen. Bang, bang, bang! At this time, those inferno monsters that flew up into the sky, this thumped to the ground. They are as they were before, but have lost all vitality, turned into dead things frozen in time and space. They all fell to the ground. Su Yun blinked. Third sister, Shi Yaoyu was also surprised. Mo Ling, why are you here? 2 days ago, Mo Ling had no resistance before the 7 realms heavenly pivot, but also because of the stimulation. He studied hard with his master for a few days. She had been able to utilize the Frost Ling true body's power of sealing time and space in combination with the questioning sword sect's supreme secret technique, the Frost Silence Sword. It struck an attack that surprised even the supreme being. With a tired face, Mo Ling said to Shi Yaoyue, "Mother, when I saw you go out, I followed you all the way." Sure enough, she had tears in her eyes. "Little brother, do you know how hard we looked? Which of the Su family is not worried these days? If it weren't for the fact that my little brother had still shown up at the White House a couple of times, the whole family would be afraid of going crazy in a hurry." Su Yun shrunk his neck. Very vain. Xiao Qingxuan slightly regained some strength and was incomparably surprised to see this scene. Su Moling, didn't he say that he would not be able to control the cold poison and end up turning into an ice sculpture? She actually started to utilize the cold poison and turn it into her own power? The 6th realm surprisingly injured the 8th realm. It was no longer the word genius that could describe it. With such top-notch talent, Xiao Qingdan couldn't help but be on fire. Third sister, Mo Ling turned her head violently, her tone indifferent. "I am not your third sister." Xiao Qingdan froze. Chiu Tufu suffered a small loss, but he couldn't help but marvel. to be able to comprehend profound rules. It's not simple. It wasn't simply icy. It was freezing even concepts. He himself was frozen in shadow, and if he didn't pay the slightest attention, his main body would be implicated as well. That young girl looked youthful and bright, but her strength was not to be underestimated. But Xiao Tuhu's expression became serious. The potential is good, but after all, it's only the sixth realm. The opponent had exhausted his strength with a full blow. When it came to Xiao Tuhu's round, he no longer stayed his hand, gently working his spiritual energy. The purple flame's prison sea rose up around him. The demonic fire rolled over like a tidal wave, and wherever it went, lava was everywhere. Even the earth melted for it. Ashilo Huan, even though she was flying high in the sky, she still felt horrible heat. It was as if even the soul was set on fire, and the whole body was about to turn into a puddle of wax and oil. Supreme! This is supreme! Ashilo Huan's face turned white as a wave of despair rose in her heart. That vengeance tackle tiger had already spent a great deal of spiritual energy in order to draw the formation and raise the dark veil curtain. Otherwise it would just take a breath to burn them to powder. Those two cultivators of the Su family had only allowed the other party to say a few more words. Xiao Tuhu no longer stayed his hand, and their end would be near. Run! Ashilo Huan drank to Li Kuichuan. The dark veil curtain was torn open and that was the last hope of escape. It's just that the purple inflammation prison sea has already finished storing up its power. And with the rolling magic fire, it has already rushed to the sky. It's over. Ashilo Huan closed her eyes in despair. She can already feel the tingling on her skin. Knock! The sound of gold and iron striking suddenly rang out in front of him. Ashilo Huan opened her eyes and was instantly thrown into astonishment. In front of him, there was an additional transparent barrier. Spiritual power wasn't considered strong, and the purple flame prison sea swept madly, but it was just shaking. How could it not break through? This is the soldiers' combined attack formation. Ashilo Huan was shocked. At the bottom, Xiao Tuhu's gaze has brought scorn. And who are you? Wow! Jinyuan Marquis Su Chang'e stepped into the air, wearing a Confucian crown and a white robe, holding a folding fan, floating like an immortal, out of the ordinary, not like a general, but like a Confucian scholar. He said blandly, Your Excellency kidnapped my family. Why are you asking me who I am? Oh yes. Your Excellency despises the sixth realm. Then my group of brothers from 2 or 3 realms don't look down on them either? Boom! Behind Su Chang'e, the wind and clouds changed, and the earth and sky trembled. A thunderbolt blasted down, illuminating the army of 100,000 men. They were all clad in silver armor, holding long spears, and their aura was overwhelming, with the power to swallow the sky and destroy the earth. Although everyone's realm was not high, the average was only 3 realms. And the high minor generals were only 4 or 5 realms, but when they stood together, their power caused the hearts of high-ranking powerhouses to retreat. Xiao Tuhu frowned. This Marquis of Jinyuan, how did he come back? High-ranked cultivators against low-ranked cultivators would be a massacre. There can be one exception, combos, or the army. After the creation of the combined attack formation, various dynasties rose up. High-ranked cultivators could easily slaughter tens of thousands of people, but in front of tens of thousands of soldiers, they could only run away. When a low-ranked soldier gathered his power in the eye of the formation, he would be able to utilize the power of 1 + 1 far greater than 2. A group of 3rd and 4th realm soldiers, commanded by a 5th realm captain and again under the command of a 6th realm general. The power exerted was enough to forcefully resist the 7th realm, or even block an 8th realm powerhouse. This is the Confucianism, Buddhism and Taoism, and the military officials of the soldiers of war. Shi Yaoyu was surprised. Chang'e, when did you come back? Su Chang'e nodded slightly. After the great victory in Sibei, I went home and heard that you guys were coming this way, so I sought to come over. Your cultivation. He suddenly realized that both his wife and daughter had grown greatly in strength. Shi Yaoyu said, strange to say, sniffing the blazing moonflower picked by Yuner every day naturally loosened the bottleneck. Linger too. After playing with little Yuner for a few days, the cold poison seems to be gone. Su Chang'e stroked his palm and laughed. Good, my Su family is all as lucky as rainbows. He suddenly saw Xiao Qingxuan next to him, and his smile tightened in a flash. Why are you here? What's going on? Xiao Qingdan was weak and spoke with difficulty. I was kidnapped here and sucked blood. I don't understand why I have to suffer this either. He's basically telling the truth. He's just hiding important information. Very clever to pluck yourself as an innocent victim. Chapter 73 Above the Green Mountain. Su Chang'e didn't need a glance, and several squad leaders stared at the Ashilo Huan siblings. Seeing that the two did not take people to escape, And with the meaning of Xiao Tuhu confrontation, they did not force control. Su Chang'e blandly said, "Fellow Daoist, the army is already here, so why don't we each take a step back? You return my son, and you may leave on your own. It's only 100,000 people, and Xiao Tuhu isn't so scared." But the group came out in a combined attack, and there was a good chance that they would leave him here. Hundreds of miles away is the capital of Dakian. The experts alarmed. They are afraid to. Xiao Tuhu nodded his head fiercely. "Okay, the Su family's son can be returned to you. Xiao Qingduan, give it to me." The Su family's family scandal could not be publicized, but he was aware of it clearly. Not only did that Su family's main mother dig up the emperor's supreme sacred bone, she also deprived him of the right to meet with his mother. In the end, he was even locked up in a small courtyard and was not allowed to go out anywhere. Emperor Zun was struggling in the Su mansion, and he must take him away himself. Su Chang'e was surprised. "You want to take away lightning dust?" Xiao Qingdan was stunned. "Stupid. This was the Tianyuan realm. How far could one go without relying on the Su family? You just cleared the air. Why are you on your own again? If you promise to leave immediately, this matter will not become suspended." Ashilo Huan looked at Su Yun and said in dismay, "The son of the Su family? Isn't the Su family's son this Xiao Qingsuan?" In Xiao Tuhu's eyes, Su Yun is the Su family's son? She was confused. Could it be that it was Xiao Qingdan next to him who wanted to frame Su Yun, but Su Yun got lucky and absorbed his blood chi instead? Xiao tackled Tiger, helped Su Yun strike his master? When Xiao Tuhu saw Xiao Qingsuan's eyes, he was instantly stunned. Oh no! His mind worked quickly and he immediately said, "Humph, just swindling you. Xiao Qingdan, you guys take it away. Su Yun is the reincarnation of my family's emperor. I have to take it away." On the contrary, it deliberately confuses things. Xiao Qingdan was just about to breathe a sigh of relief. Swish! Su Chang'e slashed at his head with a hand slash. Even if there was no combined attack formation of the Bing clan, a single strike from this sixth realm cultivator would be able to open mountains and divide the sea. Xiao Qingdan couldn't eat it even if he added 10 more lives. "Don't!" Xiao Tuhu blurted out in a moment of desperation. Whoosh! Su Chang'e violently stopped his hand blade. The strong wind made Xiao Qingsuan's vicissitudes of face even more distorted. Xiao Tuhu covered his mouth. Fooled. He had consumed too much spiritual energy and his mind was not clear, surprisingly failing to recognize such a simple plot. Su Chang'e looked at Xiao Qingsuan in a complicated manner and waved his hand. "Your affairs will be counted later." Xiao Qingdan was stunned in place. Xiao Tuhu gritted his teeth and simply insisted, "I'm going to take Emperor Su Yun away, so how can you stop me?" An army of 100,000 was enough of a hindrance to him, but once the curtain is open, these people will not be able to find his whereabouts. Today things have been defeated. Xiao Tuhu's heart is in retreat. Taking Su Yun away, even if he couldn't kill him, it would still allow Xiao Qingsuan to monopolize the Jinyuan marquis residence. Xiao Tackle Tiger's body spiritual power fluctuation is about to launch the dark veil, shielding the trail to break away. This dark veil, you can only break in, but cannot crack it. Just then, righteous, nowhere to run. Su Cloud, jackknife wait, boom dash. A majestic aura swept across the entire small tower. The curtain, which had only been torn through small slits a moment ago, shattered completely. I'm on top of the green cloud. Yufu Zi appeared dashingly in a Confucian robe with a clean air. The exit of the Confucian is just the right way to restrain the dark veil of curtains. I'm on top of the green clouds. In a neat voice, the dean appeared in midair with Mr. Shu Yuan. The sky is clear. Buzz. The demonic fire that was frozen on the ground dissipated abruptly. The violent spiritual energy between heaven and earth also abruptly returned to calm. Knock! The Su Yun in Xiao Tuhu's hands seemed to suddenly weigh 1,000,000 pounds. Surprisingly, he couldn't grab it and let it slide down. Snap! Su Yun fell on his buttocks, and tears came out of his eyes from the pain. "Husband, next time can you say something that won't fall?" Husbandman, you laughed. The booklet is in Su Yun's hands. Buzz! Su Yun had an extra bamboo slip in his hand. "Just one," Yufu Zi said. "Next time, the disciple will just say it directly." This was the last time. Su Yun awakened the literary guts to be issued as a reward. Just Yufu Zi and the dean of the fight did not have, then has not been given. Su Yun was intrigued. He himself had the ability to speak out of turn? The dean looked at Xiao Tuhu. "Fine. Who dares to touch my disciple? Sinful beast, don't think that with the bizarre means, we won't be able to find anyone." The bookstore has also been looking for madness for the past few days. Husbandman Yu was annoyed. "It's clearly my disciple. And how did you find this if it wasn't Mrs. Shio?" The dean immediately said. "Husband Yu is in. Both of you, It's better to fight again in a while. A spirit boat carved out of Jinjiao wood flew in, and the eldest princess's voice came out. Yuner is in danger. Is it possible to settle the matter and then fight again? The two old men looked at each other and grunted in dissatisfaction. The eldest princess bowed her head, her phoenix eyes looking disdainfully. Guests who have come from afar, forgive me for not having the warmth to receive them in Diqian, but please don't take it out on the little children and lay hands on the innocent either. Next to the spirit boat, 3,000 feathered troops stood proudly in the air. They are different from the mass combat of large armies, and can cooperate with each other in any number of groups, and develop large and small combining formations according to the situation. It can be used to greater effect in skirmishes. The eldest princess suddenly panicked. Chuaner is gone. Hey, did you tie up my son? Kudu? Whoosh! Li Shangshu of the Ministry of War stomped on an ordinary flying sword and arrived shakily. He was the one with the lowest cultivation here, and he could be ed over with a random aftershock. However, he was the only one with the strongest combat power, followed by 10,000 Divine Xian Guards. The Divine Xianwei occupied the surrounding dozens of miles and surrounded them through and through. The son of the Marquis of Jingyuan was robbed, and it was also a disgrace for Diqian. Besides, this child, however, was taking great credit for breaking the northern plague worm. How can such an important minister be allowed to perish? Shanshuli smiled bitterly. Eldest princess, you left too quickly. The little prince is still left on the street. Rapunzel rubbed her chest and sighed in relief. Phew, thought I was kidnapped too. She was enjoying the lanterns on the street when she received the information that the Marquis of Jinyuan had returned to the capital and left immediately. Expecting something to go wrong, he immediately arrived with his men. I was in such a hurry to leave that I forgot my son. On the street? Then it's fine. Rapunzel was full of concern. The little king on the street? Wow, wow. Lady Hua sat on top of the Xian bird and rushed in with her wings up. Scum! Dare to kidnap my son-in-law. She held Bai Qi Luo in front of her, not understanding exactly what was going on, but her eyes were filled with worry. Brother Yun, come back quickly. Ro wants to play with you. Beside Bai Qi Luo, 10 or so strange people with feathered hands floated by. Xiao Tuhu felt a wave of uneasiness as those strange people's eyes drifted around, staring at their buried escape spells. These people, with senses as sharp as a falcon. Those backstabbers are afraid they won't be able to move. Chapter 74, Holy Blood. Xiao Tuhu's face was ugly. Why are there so many experts? The dark veil was gone, the leaning was gone, and his expression was grave. How did an ordinary kidnapping bring out the whole city? Now there was the academy swathing the battlefield, the main attack of the army, and the assistance of several weak cultivators. Even the peak of a supreme being was very tricky. There was no more room for maneuver, so he could only force his way through the formation. Full body is feared to be difficult, only a little price to pay. Buzz! In the direction of the capital, 10,000 feet of soft light suddenly rose. The crowd subconsciously turned around, surprised to see the shadow of a giant tree that was as tall as the sky, swaying with the wind. A single leaf tops a 3-entry yard, a single branch topped 3 wagon roads. The giant tree towered over the others, and its sheer size was mind-boggling. Hiss, clatter, but underneath its immense to terrifying size, it exuded a reassuringly clear fragrance. In the blink of an eye, the flowers and plants of the great Qian capital and the nearby thousands of miles bloomed, whether it's fruits and vegetables, or elixirs and herbs. The passages rise up with a verdant glow and flow with a mesmerizing life force. In the spring house, the old moms are terrified and desperately trying to break into the fragrance court. Instead, he saw that Kaisha was exhausted and weaker than when she first came from Jiangnan. As soon as the door opened, Zoe fell to the ground. The old mom pounded her head. Girl, if you had said you wanted to dance, I would have arranged for a tea circle. You're dancing around the house all by yourself. Who's going to watch? It was hard to wait for you to be cured, and now you're sickly. How can you comb your hair and take on customers? Colored Veil was emotionally scarce, but looked in the direction of the small tower, just as long as he sees it. Swish, crisp light swept over everyone, and everyone looked uplifted. Spiritual energy tumbled and became several % more powerful. Overall combat effectiveness, on the other hand, is several times higher. Su Changa looked in the direction of the capital, surprised and puzzled. What a strong life force. Which great power is casting spells to strengthen it for us? That place, I remember, is Hooker Flower Alley, right? Shioyo, you snapped. Shut up. It wasn't clear if he was scolding Su Yun or Su Changa. On the field, there was only one person, Xiao Tohu, who was not nourished by life force. He looked at the pawns that had been strengthened to the point where their auras were smoking, and all that was left in his mind was confusion. Who did I invite and who did I mess with? Just arresting a 3-year-old kid. How did it attract so many experts? Even paying the price now is not enough to get out of it. This roaming sky of cultivators and soldier formations had been strengthened enough to kill and injure themselves. With one man and one sword, it was already only unknown whether he could survive to the end. Xiao Qingdan had already stared blankly. Su family, Bai family, royal family, Ministry of War, Academy. The sky was already full, occupied by cultivators. Every person here is a lord of the party with powerful means. Every one of them came to the rescue, but none of them had any regard for themselves. What is wrong with me? Xiao Qingdan's heart trembled as she thought about the cold eyes of Su's family. You're their family. They're the ones who are hurt, so why don't they do anything about it? With hatred, Xiao Qingdan made a wink. Kill him. It was only after Su Yun's death that the Su family's resources would be tilted in his favor. Shi Yaoyu's face was frosty. Bind your hands and return Yuner. You can have your life spared. All of the surrounding powerhouses, too, nodded their heads. They won't stop until they release them for a moment. Xiao Tuho looked at Xiao Qingsuan hopefully, but only saw resentment in his eyes. He let out a bitter smile. It was still up to him. Click. Xiao Tuho lifted Su Yun with his right hand and crushed a porcelain vase with his left hand. Get out of the way. Buzz. In an instant, blood-red power surged out from the porcelain vase. The light seemed to be able to penetrate heaven and earth, and the entire space shook and rumbled. The sky, which had been set ablaze by the flames, was clear, but in the twinkling of an eye it became treacherous. The black clouds cascaded like a tidal wave, seeming to swallow the world. The wind turns into a sharp blade and cuts trillions of gullies in the mountains, rivers, grass and trees. A drop of blood, condensed to the point of fear, swirled in front of Xiao Tuhu. It releases a heart-stopping pressure that makes one's legs go limp when looking at it. Sacred blood. Shi Yaoyu saw it and was anxious. That's holy blood. He's using holy blood to forcefully raise his realm. The crowd was flabbergasted. It was a drop of essence blood that the great sage had gathered his heart and condensed at the cost of weakness. Xiao Tuhu was already at the peak of supremacy, and by relying on this drop of blood, he would be able to ascend to saint in a short period of time. Transcendence into sainthood. At the 9th realm of sainthood, the cultivator will be transformed into a supreme powerhouse. In this era where great emperors had yet to emerge, saints were the apex of all living beings, the true masters. How does the 8th realm fight the 6th realm to kill a chicken, while a 9th realm saint killing the 8th realm is like slaughtering a dog? If Xiao Tuhu was allowed to ascend to the saint realm, no one would be able to stop him here. Even will all perish. Xiao Tuhu laughed madly. Get out of the way, or you'll all die. Shi Yaoyu's face was pale, but she still stood up for herself. Let go of Yuner, we'll allow you to leave. It was only a few hundred miles from the great Qian capital, but it was too late to ask for reinforcements. As long as this thief took Su Yun captive, the heavenly origin realm was so big, who knew which mountain nook or cranny he would be hiding in? There was only one chance now. Even if he died on the spot, he had to get Su Yun back. Xiao Tuhu said, the emperor can return it, but it must wait for me to leave first. He was actually unwilling to fight these people. The first is because the holy blood is not one's own power, and when it runs out if there are still reinforcements, the weakened self will be powerless to resist. Secondly, he was an outsider. Once he plundered the opportunity and killed too many living beings, the greater the entangled karma, the more he would be rejected and banished from the world. If you're not careful, you'll fall into the void and be crushed by space, and if you are repelled halfway and cannot move, you will still be killed by the beings of this world. Those little robbers are so small and cheap that they will die. The digging up of the celestial bones and the subsequent blood exchange had also subjected him to the world squeeze. Otherwise, with the power of a supreme being, it wouldn't be so bad that he wouldn't be able to defeat the 6th realm in seconds. Wow! Mo Ling snapped out a step. You can use saint-level power. No one can stop you if you want to leave. Put down my brother and we can stay out of the way. Su Changa also said coldly, leave my son and you won't be stopped. The crowd hesitated for a moment and nodded as well. Saints, even if they were only temporary saints, were simply too amazing. It would take hundreds of millions of troops and the exhaustion of half the country to fight against it. Xiao Tuhu said, what if I say no? Su Yun must be taken away. He couldn't completely disobey Xiao Qingsuan, and he would still be punished if he was found out by the emperor's returning council afterward. So even if he couldn't kill Su Yun, he had to take him away. It gave Xiao Qingsuan the time to take control of the Su family, and it also gave himself the bargaining chips to negotiate. Shi Yaoyu's face was pale, but her eyes were burning with determination. Thanks to all of you for your help. Yaoyue would like to thank you. This fawn wants to take away my son. The Su family will never agree. I cannot ask you all to put your lives on the line for this, but as long as I get to live today, I, Xiaoyu, will serve as a dog and horse, and I will die by all means. Mo Ling and Su Changda also nodded their heads with firm expressions. Shangshuli smiled faintly. What did Lady Xiao say? This thief invaded our great Qian. It should be the court's responsibility to expel it. It is enough for the Su family to have this heart. Where else would they dare to ask for a return? Yu Fuzi said cheerfully. To establish the heart for heaven and earth, and to establish the lives of the people. If Su Yun can't be saved, is it true that the book fairy can't be saved either? All nations may be saved, but who is qualified to be saved? But it's just a pseudo-saint. Back then the book fairy could curse to death. My generation could have long been godly. Chapter 75 The Three Saints. Rapunzel's eyes gleamed. Yao Yu, him, dare to act recklessly in my Diqian. Sage, ha, reinforcements will be here soon. In Mrs. Hua's arms, Bai Chi Luo clenched her fists. Auntie, I'll help you fight the bad guys. Xiaoyu had tears in her eyes. You guys, thanks. Xiao Qingdan was incredulous. That's a saint. A saint? Why is it that all these people, in the presence of the saints, have no fear? Why are these people not afraid to sacrifice in order to save Su Yun? What exactly is the problem? Xiao Tuhu saw that surprisingly no one retreated, and his eyes could not help but be vicious. Well, you guys made me. He reached out and grasped the holy blood in front of him. Since you refuse to get out of the way, let me kill my way out. The people's faces were flabbergasted as they erected their astral auras. Xiao Tuhu laughed hideously. All go. Die. Right? His laugh was suddenly weak, and it was as if all power had been drained from his already exhausted body. Xiao Tuhu was confused. My holy blood. How? He turned his gaze and was horrified. That drop of great sage essence blood had unexpectedly collected all of its sharpness. A little bit of head bowed, shivered, and submitted to another drop of blood. Su Yun held a small round porcelain ball and tossed it like a toy. Buzz. An even more powerful force that made the mountains change color and the sun and moon turn upside down surged out of the porcelain ball. The holy blood was childlike and weak in front of it, as if it were a mayfly seeing the sky. Emperor's blood. Sure, Yaoyu covered her mouth. She almost forgot that it was a toy from the master of the kingdom. No one is not eager to get it, to absorb the sense and essence. It was played as a marble by Su Yun for a month like that. Sure, Yaoyu knew that Emperor's blood was powerful, but she had never compared it and didn't know exactly how strong it was. And now, the power that twisted space and time and scared the holy blood into trembling appeared. It took her a moment to visualize it. That was the power that only the lord of a realm, a great emperor, had. Emperor's blood? The Rapunzel was shocked in her eyes. That day when the Taishu sect opened the altar to accept disciples, someone mentioned Emperor's blood, and I didn't expect it to be true. She thought of her son, a man who had never shown talent, becoming number one in a daze. So, the one who is truly going to become the chief progenitor is Su Yun? Is Chuan's good fortune taking his place because of his good fortune? The jealousy in the Rapunzel's heart died out before it could rise, turning into gratitude and comfort. She still knew what her own son was capable of. The position he has now gained is all thanks to this brother. Surprise flashed in Mrs. Hua's eyes. Yuner actually has emperor blood? Now, Luor is really a perfect match for him. The experts of the surrounding Xian bird clan, noticing their daughter Bai Chi Luo's abnormal bloodline, wanted to ask her to use the clan's holy relics. Mrs. Hua was also worried that her daughter's future achievements would be too high and would cause Su Yun's self-esteem to suffer. Now, it seemed that with the emperor's blood, he really wasn't necessarily inferior to his own daughter. Shangshuli was surprised for a moment and smiled as he stroked his beard. Worthy of a person with great fortune, truly a blessing for my great Qian. Yu Fuzi and Dean, on the other hand, looked at each other, covering the sky. The terrifying aura brought by the emperor's blood was immediately stopped within 100 miles. Buzz. The drop of holy blood was as if a mouse had seen a cat, and it immediately dared not utter a single breath. Hovering into a ball in the air, it collected all of its divine power. Su Yun pointed. The holy blood paused in the air, seemingly searching for a suitable target. Whoosh! It flew out instantly and crashed into Su Changda's chest. He's the only one here, with the most compatible attributes with himself. Buzz! Su Changda let out a ow, and his body instantly rose up with rushing spiritual energy. He had a complicated look in his eyes and wanted to give this opportunity to his son, but when he saw that drop of Emperor's blood, he didn't want to say anything. Xiao Tuhu was stunned. Emperor blood? You actually have Emperor blood? He didn't dare to enter the Taishu sect, so naturally he didn't know about it. This kid, what kind of monster is he? How can you target it without dying? and even get a chance to wait for an opportunity to take revenge. The Son of Heaven's destiny is as terrifying as it is. Xiao Tuhu was furious. He had lost even his holy blood, and he no longer had the means to retreat in his entire body. He reached for the porcelain ball with one hand and grabbed Su Yun's neck with the other. "Take away my holy blood, then I will take away your emperor blood." His hand was like a sharp claw and he was about to crush it hard. Click! Xiao Tackle's hand is stuck and he can't squeeze it. He was confused. Ha! On Su Yun's neck, the infinite heavenly bone transformed into armor and blocked the supreme powerhouse's grip. Heavenly bones as weapons might not be able to injure ordinary cultivators, but its grade was too high and its defense was amazingly strong. Xiao Tuhu thought that his opponent was a child and was only using his physical strength. One strike didn't even break through. Moreover, under the heavenly bones, there is a layer of the shadow shining arcane mirror. After the shining shadow arcane mirror, there were still a full 300 Saint Phoenixes, enough to revive Su Yun 300 times. Xiao Tuhu panicked. "What kind of monster are you?" Su Yun didn't panic at all and smiled. "If you don't know about Emperor Blood." Xiao Tuhu froze. "What?" Su Yun said. "Then he must not know the State Master." Swish! A rippling swordlight severed Xiao Tuhu's arm. Mu Jilian appeared in the air flat and unchanged. The wind blew the clothes immobile, as if it had been there, unchanged for eternity. The master of the Great Qian Kingdom, master of the Taishu sect, has arrived. She looked at Su Yun. "Go back when you've had enough fun, sage." Xiao Tuhu covered the broken spot, despairing in his heart. But what he was more afraid of was the child in front of him. "What in the world are you? What kind of child can attract countless forces into Qian to become their backing? It also invites saints." Su Yun squatted down. "Your emperor will find help. So will I. It's just a coincidence that little Jean Civet is being followed, and asking Mu Jilian to help is the right thing to do." After Su Yun was taken away by Xiao Tuhu, he immediately let go to inform the State Master. When dealing with a supreme being, of course, one would have to invite a saint of a higher order. In the beginning, in order to save little Jean Ravens, she was given a sacred pill. "I've been eating and drinking for the past few days, plus running a few errands, as a way of repaying the kindness of my heart." Madaka! Another swordlight so grand that it slaughtered the world came from the other side. "It's not easy for my disciple to resume his cultivation, so don't come and make trouble." A calm voice, but it released a sword intent that shook the stars. "Ask the sword sect." Taoist Qingheng. Boo! Xiao Tackle is trapped and using all his strength. Purple-black demonic flames rose to the sky like hell, burning the world. Every spark that burns for 100 years is not extinguished. The monstrous demonic fire let out a deathly roar and ruthlessly crashed into the swordlight. Rumble! The terrifying demonic fire didn't even last a second in front of Swordrise. Like tofu meets steel knife, like first snow meets blazing sun, it crumbles at the touch of a button. Wow! The demonic flames were effortlessly chopped away. And so was Xiao Tuhu. He looked down and saw a thin line of blood on his chest. That swordlight had sliced itself open. Only the body didn't know it yet. "Saints," Xiao Tuhu muttered. "2, no." A pale, yet mischievous voice came out. 3. A large hand cupped the star and descended from the sky with a slow, yet unstoppable, momentum. "Gently grip Vengeance Tackle and squeeze." Pust! Xiao Tuhu glanced at Xiao Qingxuan in despair and turned into a puddle of mud without any room for resistance. The supervisor of the Qintian supervisors laughed. "These foreigners are so annoying. Can't you save your breath at the final moment of drawing out the magic power?" Su Yun felt his palms itch. The devouring devil's kung fu. "It's going to be drawn out." Shi Yaoyu's eyes contained joy and bowed deeply. "Thank you all." Taoist Qingheng was Mo Ling's master, and Mu Jilian also had a teaching relationship with Su Yun. But she didn't expect these people to arrive on the scene just to protect her child. The supervisor laughed. "When the devil's power is drawn out, remember to send it to the Qin Tian supervisor." Buzz! He disappeared. Swish! A Qiankuan bag flew over, right into Su Yun's palm. Each person in the arena looked at it and paid no further attention. To whom it is not given, it is not bad for Su Yun to take it. Chapter 76, The Return of the Old Lady of the Su Family. Mu Jilian and Taoist Qingheng exchanged glances. Their gazes were calm, but there was a sense of iffy vigilance. Although the two sides have no enmity, they belong to different forces and are still unwilling to get along. Swish! The two also disappeared at the same time. The crowd below had different gazes, but they were all uniformly shocked. "Saints! Even saints are protecting Su Yun. It's truly a blessing for my great Qian. Little Yuner is so well liked. Luor is blessed. In the future, we have to let Chuaner spend more time with him, so that this idle prince can be at ease. Ha ha, my disciple can invite a saint. That's my disciple. Ha, Next time I can invoke the Holy Spirit for him too. Bah, the old undead. Daiwas Qingheng is certainly Su Moling's master, but he hasn't made a move in 100 years. Swish, a sword light that was severe to the extreme suddenly flew towards the east. In the next instant, the eastern sky brightened. It took dozens of breaths before it disappeared. Immediately afterward, a terrible realization rose up, full of malice and hostility. But then, he discovered 3 saint auras. Bewildered for a few moments, he disappeared with his hold. The crowd looked at each other in dismay. That's the Lord of the Flowing Light Holy Land, right? It seems like he took a sword from Daiwas Qingheng. 100 million miles apart, there are still flames in the sky. I'm afraid that the Holy Land of Flowing Light has been destroyed for the most part. Who said Daiwas Qingheng wouldn't make a move? Well, still really protective. Even the apprentice's brother. Swish, Mo Ling leapt down. First ruthlessly knocked Su Yun with a violent chestnut, then hugged and howled. Asshole, you scared sister to death. How dare you next time? Su Yun shrunk his neck. I don't dare anymore. Xiaoyu you also fell. Her gaze complex, her lips quirked a few times. Suddenly annoyed. Bear boy, will you run out next time? Xiaoyu pulled out a whip from her Qiankuan bag and viciously lashed down. However, the 6th realm expert was unable to hit a child, and was screamed at by Su Yun and escaped. No more running, no more running. Su Yun fled in a puff of smoke. The previous heavy atmosphere was gone. Snap! Xiaoyu casually struck and sent something in Su Yun's hand flying. At this moment, under the ground, the remnant soul of Qiu Tuhu's eyes flashed with a fluke. Fortunately, my natural aptitude is the dark veil, which can conceal my breath, abandoning the physical body and the vast majority of the soul, and retaining only a trace of memory remnants, has indeed fooled. Put, a sharp bone that pierced his chest. Qiu Tuhu's eyes with reluctance. No, I should not be like this. It's not just a 3-year-old kid with his heavenly bones plucked out. Qiu Tuhu's eyes widened, and he realized that in his chest, it was the very same heavenly bone. The infinite heavenly bone's killing power was insufficient, but its strength was ridiculously high. This tiny little layer of earth struck through like tofu, and the power of the great Tao contained within it was far beyond what a wisp of a remnant soul could resist. If I had known, I wouldn't have made an enemy of the son of manifest destiny, followed Shao Qingsuan and ended up with his soul scattered, and that heaven's origin realm's heaven's destined son, at only 3 years old, had a saint protecting his path. I should never have chosen the wrong camp. Ding! A prompt suddenly came to Su Yun's ears. Ha! Why did you bring back Tiger Qiu? So it turns out, it was actually a way for the loved ones to confront them, discover the plucking out of the heavenly bones back then, and eliminate them. Since your family, with their own hands, have punished the culprits for you, they must have understood that your entry into the devil was not voluntary, but coerced by fate. Congratulations, Demon Lord! You have officially established yourself in the Su Mansion, even after 1,000 years, where not many people have survived. Mission difficulty, Supreme. Mission reward, Sage Seal of Protection. Su Yun eeped. The mission was completed straight away? This Saint Protector Seal is good. It can be automatically triggered in times of danger, forming a saint's shadow to protect the whole area, and it can be divided into several portions, just enough for one person in the family to get a share. Xiu Tackle Tiger is Shao Qingsuan's pre-bodyguard in the plot. When in danger, throw it out for consumption. He plucked out the Su Yun heavenly bone, and again ended up being killed by the heavenly bone. Only, the sky bone was sent flying by Shiyaoyu and landed on the ground, penetrating the remnants of the soul. The system had given this kill to this number 1 beauty of the Tian Yuan realm. Shiyaoyu was puzzled when she saw Su Yun pull out an object. What is this? She picked it up and her eyes widened. Sky bone? This Fang is actually the murderer who dug up my son's heavenly bones. Shiyaoyu was so furious that her whole body was shaking, and she couldn't wait to dig out Xiu Tackle Tiger and kill him with her own hands. She hesitated for a moment and returned the heavenly bone to Su Yun. Yuner, Yuan, take it. You already have a sacred bone in your body. This heavenly bone. Mother will seek out a master forger to create a weapon for you to take advantage of. Although the heavenly bone was a heavenly grade, it could be much stronger than an ordinary heavenly grade weapon. I wonder how strong it would have to be if I could build a weapon with it. And with sacred bones. Xiaoyu, you didn't even dare to think about it. Who would spare the holy bones to build a weapon? Su Chang's body was ablaze with unquenchable spiritual energy as he twisted his head. The ones who sneaked into the Su mansion earlier. It was the 2 of you, wasn't it? Ashilo Huan looked at the roaming helpers. His heart was appalled. What is this Su Yun? In the end? Not to mention the hundreds of thousands of soldiers, even saints. 3 of them appeared. This one saint can influence the architecture of a domain. With all three in place, one could even build a nation in place and pass down a dynasty of gods for 10,000 lifetimes. Ashilo Huan heard Su Chang'e ask and knew it was not good, hurriedly bowed her head. It is us, Marquis. Before actually, Su Chang'e waved his hand. Merits and faults don't offset each other. You have served De Chen for 3 years, and this matter will be settled. With joy in his eyes, Li Kuei-chuan immediately said, yes, it is said that they do not offset each other, but in reality they are still raised high and lowered gently. Although he ended up saving the wrong person, he did confront the thief after all. Oasahai Huan sighed with relief. The prodigal son still got his life back. With so many powerful people, they were not good at fighting, and they were afraid that they wouldn't be able to escape. Shang Shuli laughed. Marquis Jinyuan, you've only just returned from the seaside. It's really hard. I just absorbed the holy blood again, so I'm afraid I'll be advancing soon. Su Chang'e nodded and smiled bitterly. Exactly. He had only been surprised that his wife and daughter had advanced, not realizing that it would be his turn soon, but now the timing was wrong, and he could no longer suppress the booming energy. There was a need to immediately close the door and elevate the realm. Shang Shuli said, then, congratulations in advance. My great Qian has produced another great general. Together with the merits of the Sai Wai, we may become the Prince of Jinyuan. Do we need to inquire about this matter today? At that moment, all eyes were on Xiao Qingdan. Xiao Qingdan's eyes flickered as he muttered, are you crazy? I'm the son of the Su family, the man who will inherit the Su house. What makes him an imposter to have people everywhere to help him? Where is my qi? Where is the qi? With disappointment in her gaze, Shi Yaoyu's lips moved. Then, phew, a sharp sword suddenly flew in from 1,000 miles away, and a middle-aged man bowed towards the crowd, spreading his palm and flinging out a transmitting note. An old voice rang out. I won't bother you all with the Su family's matters. Su Chang'e, Xiaoyu, bring me Light Dust and Su Yun back. Su Chang'e was surprised. Mother, big brother, when did you arrive home? Xiaoyu clenched her lips as her worst fear happened. The old lady of the Su family, who had gone out to return the Buddha's wish because she had found the bloodline of the Su family, came back. Chapter 77. 10 years old. Mrs. Mei, the wife of the old Marquis of Jinyuan. Su Fu is the oldest, the highest in seniority, and says one thing, when she was young, she also went into battle with the old Jinyuan Marquis to kill the enemy, and won many battles, and was a heroine. After having children, she dared to go straight to the court and angrily scold the late emperor for disturbing the people with his decrees. The late emperor not only did not dare to be angry, but instead called her straightforward and a righteous woman. She has been awarded the title of Lady of Letters Patent and has a great reputation in the capital. Outsiders could not give Su Chang'e's face, but they had to give up their seats to this old woman. Even the chief minister had to respectfully call out to an old madam. Old Mrs. Mei was so happy that she didn't sleep for 3 days and nights when she learned that Xiao Qingzuan was a member of the Su family bloodline. She thought it was heaven's recognition of the Su family and went out cheerfully to return the wish. He traveled all over the famous mountains and rivers, encountering and entering the temples, seeing and worshipping the Buddha. Even the ancestors of other people's clans had to burn 2 incense sticks to pray for the safety of their own grandchildren. It caused those old monsters who were still alive to eat the incense offerings and be confused. And now, this old lady, who was incredibly fond of her own grandson, had finally returned to the Su mansion. Shi Yaoyue was 10,000 times unwilling in her heart, but she still had to bring Su Yun back to the Marquis residence. Light Dust, how are you? Shi Yenyun's cultivation level was low, and seeing that people were constantly running out, as if they were related to her son, she couldn't help but be frightened. Seeing Xiao Qingzuan, who had been sent back and was already too weak to be human, he immediately fainted in fear. Just as he landed, he immediately awoke with a start, crying out, Old lady, look, who hurt your grandson like that? Damn it, who's so heartless? What a scourge! Qi Yenyun saw Su Yun being carried back by Mo Ling. His face was flushed and energetic, without a single sign of injury. He couldn't help but rush up like a madman, reaching out his hand to scratch his face. It's you! It must be you! You're the one who caused lightning, you pest! Light Dust! That's why your father isn't here, otherwise he would have helped you with justice. With a cold face, Mo Ling turned around and blocked the shrew for Su Yun. She wanted to fight, but it was hard to get in the way of the other party who had seniority here. Su Chang'e frowned. Stand down. Ji Yenyun hesitated. The other party is, after all, the head of the Su family, and she doesn't dare to. You stand down. Old Mrs. Mei thumped her dragon head cane. Her face was frosty, and she looked at her children and grandchildren with immense pain. Su Chang'e froze, but still obediently retreated half a step. He is the head of the family, but he is also the son. Elder Mrs. May sighed deeply and stepped forward to pick up Xiao Qingsuan, cradling him in her arms. Shi Sheng, medicine. Su Yun's eldest uncle, the eldest son of the Su family. Su Qisheng also and the old lady, traveled to the mountains, looking for the view and looking for the temple, and strolled all over Diqian. He immediately stepped forward and handed over the elixir. Mother, healing elemental pill. Hiss. The surrounding area sucked in a breath of cold air. The healing yuan pill, which was a 7th rank spirit medicine, corresponded to the fact that only 7th rank powerhouses could refine it. A 7th order heavenly pivot powerhouse was already a majestic lord of a party, either ruling over his own forces or serving as a guest minister of a great power. How could such people with power and influence spend a lot of time on alchemy? Moreover, Dan masters and pill masters, again, were more cherished than ordinary cultivators. This healing yuan dan was extremely precious. Even the Marquis of Jin Yuan could not afford to take it, only to see that elderly Mrs. May did not hesitate to feed the elixir into Xiao Qingsuan's mouth. He also used his already pale and blocked spiritual energy to smooth out his medication. Compared to the icy coldness and ruthlessness of a moment ago, at this time she was more like a kindly old lady. Chang'e, the melancholy in Shi Yaoyu's eyes lingered for a long time. The old lady loved her grandchildren. She could understand that, but the attitude shown now was unfavorable to Su Yun. Su Chang'e's breath was chaotic and her spirit flame was burning, but she still forced out a smile. It's fine. I believe mother can make a fair ruling. Xiaoyu's worry hadn't diminished in the slightest. As the healing yuan pill was taken, Xiao Qingsuan's face regained its redness little by little. His essence was still weak, but his flesh had regained its robustness under the nourishment of the medicinal power. But, Xiao Qingsuan was sucked out of his blood qi, and his life force was drained. In short, he's old. Before, he was like a dwarf, but as the medicinal power nourished him, Xiao Qingsuan's body followed suit and grew as if it had been pulled up by a seedling. In just a few breaths, he went from a 3-year-old to about 10 years old in appearance. The height of the body was already half the adult's shoulder. Ji Yen Yun was about to faint from fear. Light dust, how do you feel? Xiao Qingdao's essence was weak, but his physical body had recovered most of the way. He covered his chest. Mother, I'm fine. Mistress, thanks for the medicine. Ji Yen Yun looked at the child who had grown up overnight with pathos in her heart. How did a 3-year-old child suddenly become 10 years old? But, Xiao Qingduan was not born ugly. This was stretched out, but instead, it was out of childishness and had a jade-like flavor. Not in the same age group, no longer afraid to compare with Su Yun. A hint of hatred flashed under Xiao Qingdan's eyes. With elder Mrs. May around, there's no need to compare in the future. Old Mrs. May was still holding Xiao Qingsuan and said coldly, "Speak, what's going on?" Ji Yen Yun jumped up. It must be them. That Shi Yaoyu. Had Su Yun kidnapped me? Kidnapped like dust. Old Mrs. May waved her hand and looked at Shi Yaoyu. Speak. Xiaoyu hesitated for a moment, and with a wave of her hand, she replayed tonight's events. The waterline spells plus some illusions, interpreted once with the memory in his head, was not a profound means. Xiaoyu didn't like to engage in backstabbing, so she repeated what she had seen tonight as it was. When the sighting was over and all were lost in thought, Xiaoyu said, "What happened tonight? Things are clear and conclusive. Light dust. Invited helpers and kidnapped Yun Air." Swish. Ji Yen Yun stood up violently and stared angrily. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. It was clearly Su Yun who kidnapped Lightning. You didn't see just now. Su Yun was called emperor by that thief. He's clearly the culprit. Shi Yaoyu took a deep breath and tried to be as calm as possible. Changgu has already tried. Lightning Dust is the emperor that person is talking about. Framing Su Yun is just to cover up. Su Chang'e made the black and strong thief cry out in shock with a hand slash. It's obvious who's really behind this. Shi Yen clasped her hands and said disdainfully, Then I would say that the attitude towards Lightning Dust is a cover-up. You all witnessed that a supreme powerhouse would not be able to control his emotions? But make a scene. He wants to whitewash Su Yun. You guys too? Xiaoyo's fists clenched. This spy within a spy within a spy. Just from the surface information. Whoever says it has a point. But you only have to experience it firsthand to pick up on the subtleties. Now, it's up to Mrs. May who she really believes. Knock. Old Mrs. May mortared her dragon head staff. Whoever is able to order that person must have some sort of hidden inheritance in their body. Su Yun, you say, do you have any on you? Su Yun blinked and said decisively, no. Old Mrs. May looked at Xiao Qingsuan in her arms and her tone softened a bit. Ching Tsuwen, what do you think? Chapter 78, Evil Demon. Xiao Qingsuan hesitated for a split second and suddenly held her head. Grandma, I have a headache. Where am I? I think I was in a cell just now. How did I end up here? His eyes were blank and penetrating, as if he really didn't know what had happened after before. Qi Yenyun immediately said, Old madam, lightning dust has had an evil demon enter her body before, and that's why she doesn't act like a normal child. Maybe it's the same this time. Delirious. Before being swindled by that Su Yun, Mrs. May laughed. Evil devils are not evil devils, they just have different positions. If lightning dust carries a great inheritance on his back, it would be considered a fortunate event for the Su family. Shi Yaoyu was shocked. Mother, we almost lost Yuner today. Should we just let it go? Ji Yen Yun hummed. Losing Su Yun? What kind of joke are you talking about? Light dust is seriously injured. Are you blind and can't see it? My family light dust is the victim. That Su Yun is fine. What can happen? Shi Yaoyue wanted to argue with reason. Mother, that supreme powerhouse obviously took Su Yun away. Knock. Elder Mrs. May pestled her dragon head staff and said with cold eyes, Kneel down. Xiaoyu was stunned. Mrs. May's eyes narrowed. You want me to beg? Shi Yaoyu bit her lip, very indignant, and still knelt down. Su Changa said, Mother. Mrs. May glared. You too. Su Changa was stunned. Old Mrs. May said angrily, Fine. You don't listen either? Su Changa knelt down with a thud, but still said, Mother, child must tell the truth today. You too. Can you see anything? Ashilo Huan and elder brother were also brought over. She froze and spoke. The order we received was to kidnap the Su family's son. It's just not clear until now who's really. Before you guys came, that Xiao Tohu. It seemed like he was trying to protect Xiao Qingsuan and extracted blood qi from Su Yun. It's just shady. Everyone got it wrong. Xiaoyu had tears in her eyes. That's right, the one who was kidnapped was Yuner. To outsiders, Xiao Qingsuan was the son of the Su family. However, only Xiao Qingsuan himself, and his inner circle knew that he had lost this layer of identity. So it's self-evident who gave the order. Qi Yenyun was taken aback and hurriedly shouted, What purpose do you have in saying these words? And who instructed you? Trying to prove that lightning set up a brother? Impossible. There's no way lightning dust would do these things. Shi Yaoyu's eyes contained hot tears. Mother, the facts are in front of us. I just want to seek justice for Yuner. Today it must be proven that Su Yun is innocent, and that culprit must not be spared. Ji Yen Yun was going crazy. Old lady, even if lightning dust is wrong, he is still the blood of the Su family. Su Yun, apologize. You're the younger brother. You need to know how to honor your elders. Apologize to your brother. You'll still be brothers in the future. And light dust won't treat you as an outsider. Understand? Apologize. Knock. Elder Mrs. May mortared her dragon head staff again, her face completely cold. That's enough. At once, the whole family was higgledy-piggledy. Old Mrs. May patted Xiao Qingsuan's back with one hand while sternly saying, Su Yun, kneel down. Su Yun was dry and knelt down. Mrs. May drew out a cane whip. Stretch out your hands. Su Yun obediently extended his hand. Snap. With a crisp ringing sound, the old lady lashed Su Yun's palm. Does it hurt? Mrs. May squinted, her voice stern. Su Yun thought to himself that it didn't hurt. Shining shadow arcane mirror passive in effect. What about all the hits on the shield? But how could he say it didn't hurt? Hurrying to look teary-eyed and commiserating. It hurts. Mother. Xiaoyu was sobbing. Don't hit him. Hit me. Snap. Mrs. May gave another whip, squinting her eyes. Do you know you're wrong? Su Yun also tried to sniffle and squeeze out tears. Got it. Mrs. May asked. What's wrong? Su Yun stammered. Testing. No. Not going home? Snap. Another whip. Mrs. May snapped. It's come to this, and you still don't know what's wrong. Shi Yaoyu was incomparably distressed. Mother, don't hit Yuner, hit me. Su Changa also took a deep breath. Mother, there's something fishy about this matter. If you can't recognize it, it's better to let the Delizy investigate. Mrs. May glanced at him. I'm not old enough to be that way. How things are, I can tell the difference. Qi Yenyun was elated and became high and mighty again. That's right, the old lady has her own judgment. Why do you need to talk too much? A wave of pleasure floated in Xiao Qingdan's eyes. Feeling soothed and refreshed, these whips were many times lighter than pumping blood gas. Su Yun, this is just the beginning. Old Mrs. May raised her whip and finally asked, Su Yun, I'll ask you one last time. Do you know where the fault lies? Xiaoyu's tearful eyes shook her head straight as she looked at her child. That's torture. Yuner was only 3 years old. Where could she afford to be tortured? Suddenly, eldest uncle Su Qishang sighed. Light dust. You and brother Su Yun, apologize. Xiaoyu snapped her head up with a hint of gratitude in her eyes. Su Qishang is the eldest of the Su family, with a broad face, and usually not much to say. Quietly open up the industry, but it will always come through whenever it's needed. So as soon as he opened his mouth to speak, he spoke with a serious tone. Chang'e, sister-in-law, I know that in this matter, you guys are holding your breath in your hearts. Apologize for the light dust and let this matter pass. Xiaoyu was stunned, suddenly feeling that something wasn't quite right. Su Qisheng kindly persuaded. After all, lightning dust is your child, and this is something that no one wants. We're all family, so family doesn't talk about family. Forget it. Xiaoyu's eyes went cold and she suddenly let out a bitter smile. Forget it? Is there still right and wrong then? It looked like Xiao Qingdan was allowed to apologize and give Su Yun a talking to. It's really all about favoritism and wanting to get this over with. Su Qisheng sighed. Who is right and who is wrong? In front of the great right and wrong, does it still matter? Su Chang'e snapped to her feet and said sternly, Mother, if this matter is left at that, even the Marquis of Jingyuan will no longer know right from wrong. I'll return this knighthood to you. Su Qisheng looked deeply at him and took a long breath before he spoke bitterly. Chang'e, Mother didn't mean this. Su Chang'e's eyes were filled with determination. If you can't even get justice for your family, this family won't stay. Yao Wei, Yuner, let's go. Even if it's to the mountains and countryside, to live in poverty. Inkling on the sidelines, what about me? Shut up, old Mrs. May blackened her face and gave a vicious tap on her dragon headstaff. At that moment, even the Marquis of Jingyuan, who led an army of millions, was immediately silenced. Not just because it's the real mom, even more so because when Mrs. May was young, she was also a fierce woman general who charged into battle and beheaded countless people. Even if he retreated due to injury and his realm retreated to the District 1 realm after old age, in the entire capital, not many people dared to look down on it. Elder Mrs. May glared at Su Chang'e. Su Yun doesn't know what's wrong, do you know? Su Chang'e also stammered. Humph. Old Mrs. May scolded angrily. And a waste. Ding. Su Yun was kneeling nicely when a voice came to his ears. Chapter 79, Enslaving Immortal Talisman. You didn't expect to see Grandma's remains in the ruins of this world. Old Mrs. May has been very stern with you, and I haven't seen her smile since I was 3 years old. Instead, they take care of the children of the divine order. It would be impossible to say that I am not envious. After you became a demon, Mrs. May was very disappointed in you and expelled you from the family. You harbor a resentment that you never received a single bit of love from your grandmother. So the box that was left to you behind Mrs. May was mercilessly thrown into the blazing sun and incinerated. Please, by all means, retrieve the box. The contents of the thing will be of great benefit to you on your way to whitewashing. Mission difficulty, Supreme. Mission reward, Water of Forgetfulness. Su Yun eeped. Mission? Or is it Grandma's mission? In the plot, Mrs. May has been a positive character in the protagonist's point of view. Of course, from the beginning to the end, she had been helping the Son of Heaven's destiny and suppressing the Demon Lord. Behind her also gave all the resources to the protagonist, leaving only a small box for the Demon Lord. The Demon Lord had a grudge against her in his heart and didn't even open it, directly throwing the box into the blazing sun. Hiss! Su Yun sucked in a mouthful of cool air. No wonder it's the supreme difficulty. After 1,000 years the box has been burned for over 900 years. Blazing sun, a supremely pure thing like this, will greatly affect the long river of time, and you can't even reverse time and space to retrieve it if you want to. If the Demon Lord really wanted to complete it, he would need to collect every single strand of particles after the burning and vaporization. Through the great power of heaven, it was restored little by little to the likeness of 900 years ago. This is basically an impossible task, and the amount of human effort required is measured in oceans. But put it 1,000 years ago. Su Yun glanced at Mrs. May. Her heart also hesitated. How is this going to be accomplished? Elderly Mrs. May had a stern look on her face, as if she wanted to connect with her own grandson's heart. What does one have to do to get her to take out that box? And, did that box show up at this time? In case it's decades before it's ready, wouldn't the mission be stuck for decades? Su Yun hesitated for a moment, but decided to give it a try. He held out his hand. Grandma is tired of fighting. You eat the elixir. An elixir appeared ordinary and unattractive in Su Yun's palm. Sure, Yao Yu bit her lips. What's the use of currying favor now? She guessed that it was probably from Chiao Tohu's Chin Kuan bag. Supreme powerhouse, there should be a lot of good stuff. Previously, He was afraid that Soo-yun would cause trouble and did not allow him to take the Chinkuan bag. But after this danger, it's better to carry it. Old Mrs. May froze and suddenly snapped her hand, grabbing the elixir in her palm. She said angrily, "Wrong, and you don't know it." Soo-yun had some regrets. Could it be that the mission is really stuck? You don't really have to wait for Mrs. May to die to get the box, do you? Xiao Qingdan breathed a sigh of relief. The aggression he had suffered before was finally released. He looked at Soo-yun smugly. "You have your day too?" Knock knock. Old Mrs. May tapped her dragon head staff and pointed at Su Changa, her tone full of hatred. "Have you forgotten how your father died?" Su Changa's eyes widened in shock. "My father? Are you trying to say that he was betrayed by his brothers in the same battle and finally died in the internal and external siege? Could it be that Mrs. May is trying to say that in order to avoid repeating the mistakes of the past and to keep sibling rivalry at bay, it is necessary to get rid of Soo-yun?" Snap. Mrs. May was really angry and slammed her cane on her son. "Stupid. Your father just didn't have a fast enough knife back then, much less a vicious one." Knowing that the battlefield brothers are related to the enemy, they are afraid and unwilling to make quick work of it. Snap. Her whip, which fiercely lashed at Soo-yun's hand, was still absorbed by the shining shadow arcane mirror. Mrs. May shivered with anger. "And you, Soo-yun, you've been a womanizer until now." She flung it violently, and the potion in her palm rolled to the bottom of the table with a grunt. "If you want to achieve great things, how can you not even be ruthless? Who dares to mess with you? Who dares to touch you? Kill. Cut." Su Changa froze, Xiaoyo's eyes widened, and Soo-yun was also surprised. Old Mrs. May hugged Xiao Qingsuan and suddenly collected all her stern colors and softly whispered, "Grandson ah." Xiao Qingdan shivered. This attitude was amiable and kind, yet he felt a wave of fear from the bottom of his heart. From her Chinkuan bag, Old Mrs. May slowly pulled out a black box and slowly opened it. "Take out a talisman and stick it on Xiao Qingsuan, grandson ah. This is the last time grandma will hold you. Going forward, you will use yourself to atone for your brother's sins." Snap. The box was thrown to Soo-yun. "Ding. You actually collected all the box particles and managed to restore the original? You're crazy. Who else but you can accomplish such an improper task? Congratulations. You found a very important item. From now on, your path to whitewashing will be incredibly smooth. Mission reward, Water of Forgetfulness." Soo-yun didn't have time to care about the quest prompt, but opened the box in surprise. Even after reading the plot, he was shocked. Servant Immortal Talisman. It was surprising that such a divine object had appeared at such an early stage. Moreover, it appeared in the hands of an aged woman. Su Qisheng stood by in surprise, but quickly regained his composure, revealing the thickness of a good old man, and said nothing. "Servant Immortal Talisman?" Xiao Qingdan's eyes widened. He was horrified, his whole body trembling. You harmed me." Qi Yen-yun was confused. "Servant Immortal Talisman? What is that? Lightning? Are you okay?" But Xiao Qingsuan already had red eyes and a confused brain, unable to hear anything. "Old woman, you're hurting me." The talisman entered the body and instantly disappeared into the limbs. Xiao Qingsuan felt that his brain, his heart, and his dantian were all blocked by a cold force. With crimson eyes, he glared at Soo-yun with a deadly glare. Countless vicious words were about to spill out, but Xiao Qingdan, no matter how he opened his mouth, those words could only get stuck in his throat. Unable to speak. "Servant Immortal Talisman." Shiryaoyu rose in surprise. "Mother, is that puppet spell that can control a cultivator's soul and determine his life and death with a single thought?" Mrs. May nodded her head with a cold face. "When the time comes to make a break, you, as parents, will be punished as well." With tears in her eyes, Shiryaoyu nodded her head in relief. "Yes, I'll let mother chastise me." Mrs. May did not pull her punches. She was still impartial and gave the most reasonable verdict. Xiao Qingdan, from then on, was struck with the enslavement charm and became Soo-yun's puppet. "At your disposal." Xiaoyu carried a trace of pain in her heart, but it was instantly covered by determination. Xiao Qingsuan is his own child, but still, he has to pay the price for his behavior. Qi Yen-yun finally heard and understood. She was full of confusion. "Old madam, aren't you helping Lightning Dust?" Mrs. May nodded gently, her attitude not so icy. "I am helping him. Light Dust is on an evil path. How can we pull him back if we don't help him?" Ji Yen-yun's eyes widened as she pointed at her tremblingly. "You call this helping him? You're doing him a disservice. You let Lightning Dust be Soo-yun's slave? You're crazy. He's the one who's your grandson. Aren't you happy to have Lightning Dust home?" Old Mrs. May's attitude remained amiable. "Not bad, I'm happy that lightning dust is back, but if it upsets me, it's better not to come back. She glanced at Soo-yun and her eyes took on a stern look again. Who is my grandson? I can't tell the difference? If this pair of children are both good, then they'll inherit the Soo family together. But if someone treats Soo-yun badly, then none of them will be good. After raising her grandson for 3 years, Mrs. May knew it by heart. There was always a scale in her mind as to who to choose. Ji Yin-yun thumped back 2 steps. Her eyes were already full of despair. I shouldn't have let light dust come back. I was wrong. I'm taking lightning away. Old woman, remove that evil spell for me. I'll take lightning dust and leave. Never again to be in a nest of snakes and rats with you. Elderly Mrs. May finally put away her amiability, and her eyes revealed the sternness that only a woman's hero would have. It's too late. Light dust made a mistake, and he'll spend the rest of his life paying for his sins. Chapter 80, Overflow. Soo-yun finally realized what was in the box. A relic sought by a rite of passage. The mother talisman of the service fairy amulet, and its control trigger finger. A small one, engraved with pure runes, could be enlarged and reduced through spiritual power. He also finally understands Mrs. May's heart. She is not favoritism, but purely looking forward to her son's success. The closer you are to someone, the harsher they are. In the plot, Mrs. May never gave the demon lord a good look, so much so that he never felt warmth. Throw even the last of your legacy into the blazing sun. But in reality, Mrs. May was trying to force him to move forward with a harsh attitude. Strive to get rid of the effects of chaos poison and walk on your own path. Is this good behavior? Good and bad. Old Mrs. May certainly loved Soo-yun. It was just that this character, too, was extremely easy to misunderstand. In the future, even after Soo-yun falls into the devil's path, still, she took the servant immortal amulet and the control trigger, and put it into the box. It was hoped that with this divine artifact, which could influence even great emperors, the path would be cleared for his grandson. Of course, just because you can influence doesn't mean you can center it. Those who can give the upper talisman in the great emperor don't need this either. The plot has the demon king as the villain, and what is in the box is never known again. But now that Soo-yun thought about it, Mrs. May's motive for leaving all her inheritance to Xiao Qingxuan was worth pondering. And now, Soo-yun held the trigger finger and looked at Xiao Qingxuan strangely. This son of heaven's destiny, the protagonist of Qi, the supreme being who was blessed by the heavenly Tao, just manipulated by yourself? Soo-yun. Xiao Qingdan stared viciously at Soo-yun. The anger in his heart was like a monstrous wave that could not be calmed. He couldn't wait to tear this damned opponent apart and crush him into mincemeat, and then thrown into the infernal hell to be divided and devoured by evil spirits. In the end, the soul flies away, turns into dust, and disappears into heaven and earth. But no matter how Xiao Qingxuan stretched out his hand, it would stop in midair of its own accord. Icy cold power built up inside his body, and he was unable to harm Soo-yun no matter what. Soo-yun blinked. Sit, knock. Xiao Qingdan sat down violently. He was stunned for a moment, then revealed a more furious expression. Soo-yun. But the last words that came out of his mouth remained calm and collected, and didn't match his expression at all. Soo-yun fumbled with his trigger finger and crossed his arms. Don't be so angry. Swish. Xiao Qingdan's expression was immediately calm, even with a hint of a smile. He was shocked to realize that he really wasn't that angry anymore. It's not the mind that's being manipulated. It's purely in the body, regaining its composure a little bit. Shi Yan-yun was as hideous as an evil ghost, so hateful that she wanted to pounce on her. If you dare to touch lightning dust, I'll kill you. Before Soo-yun could dodge, Xiao Qingdan moved. He just threw 2 punches and knocked Shi Yan-yun down. Xiao Qingdan had cultivated the Taishu creation scripture after all, and his physique had been optimized. 3 years old before that, it couldn't handle adults. But under the nourishment of the healing Yuan Dan, a 10-year-old child's body shape was already a small adult. Although he didn't have the feats and experience from his previous life, he was able to beat his mother with just a little bit of consciousness, producing motherly kindness and filial piety with his own hands. Xiao Qingdan was horrified. Mother! He was wrong, mistakenly believing that Mrs. May would support him as well. I didn't realize that in the heavenly origin realm, only Ji Yan-yun was wholeheartedly for herself. It's okay to shave a handful when your hair is thick, but if there are only 3 left, each one is as expensive as gold. Shi Yan-yun's hair was torn and disheveled, her expression shocked. Light dust. How do you bully mother? Ah! Xiao Qingxuan's eyes were indignant. It's all you who wanted to harm Soo-yun. As soon as the words came out of his mouth, they became incredibly disobedient. He covered his mouth, but he couldn't say anything against Soo-yun. Shi Yenyun stared at Su Yun with indignation. Brat! You deserve to die. Snap! Xiao Qingdan showed no mercy and slapped over. Shut up! After the beating, he looked at his hand incredulously and kept apologizing. Mother! Mother! Shi Yenyun covered her face and sat paralyzed in despair. Su Yun hissed and hid behind Mrs. May. It's atrocious. He's trying to whitewash himself. Why is he acting like a tyrant? I'm kind-hearted. You guys will play secretly later. Old Mrs. May glared at Su Yun without any good reason, seeing that this kid was really smart. After realizing that he wasn't really disgusted, he started to stomp on his nose. She sighed in her heart and calmly said, teaching her son is not good. She, elderly Mrs. May looked at Su Yun again, but still changed her words. The entire Xiao family. Expel them from the Su mansion. Xiaoyo Yu's eyes were complicated, but she also nodded her head silently. The Xiao family wasn't much bigger, but it involved Su Yun after all. We can't let this child carry a charge of forgetting his birthright and slaughtering his relatives. At least, not until he gets his wings. Well, at least not explicitly. Shi Yenyun immediately pounced on her. Alright, let's go. Like dust, let's go. Xiao Qingdan was stationed in place like an iron rod, not moving a bit. Elder Mrs. May waved her hand. I, the Su family, am very grateful for Chi's kindness in raising lightning dust, but when a child returns home, don't go away. Going forward, just give Su Yun a hand and do what you can. Shi Yenyun was horrified. No, I'm not leaving. If you want to go, go with lightning. Mrs. May waved her hand. Take it away. Su Qisheng immediately ordered. Someone, invite the Qi clan, and everyone in the Xiao clan, out. Old Mrs. May said, ask him what happened to that supreme powerhouse. Su Yun repeated the question. Xiao Qingdan opened his mouth with a pained expression. Great Emperor. Them. He couldn't get the contents out no matter how much he opened his mouth. The servant immortal Talisman could control the Great Emperor, but it also happened to be stuck in that line. Xiao Qingdan was an emperor in his previous life, and his existence had already touched the rules. No peeking without some strength. Xiao Qingdan couldn't say anything, but he was ordered to do so, and was in immense pain. A group of people frowned, unable to speak of the secret. I'm afraid that the matter Xiao Qingduan was carrying was not small. Su Yun raised an eyebrow. The intelligence couldn't tell, but he had read the plot. Xiao Qingdan was an outer world great emperor, one step short of ascending to the supreme. Now there is nothing more than the ability to contact another domain after reincarnation. However, there was no need for Su Yun to reveal it, lest the attention be drawn to himself. He spoke. Brother Lightning, can you still summon that kind of person? Phew. Xiao Qingdan instantly relaxed as he nodded. I can provide a spatial location. Summoning cannot. The crowd nodded in succession. So it is. Especially Shi Yao Yu. Her heart was filled with surprise. No wonder old Mrs. May said earlier that evil demons are not evil demons. They just have different positions. It turned out that a plan had already been made to turn Xiao Qingsuan's power into Su Yun's power. Su Chang'e, on the other hand, thought a little more simply, power that cannot be controlled. Kill. Su Qisheng turned his face toward Su Chang'e and smiled. Chang'e, just now Big Brother was narrow-minded. I just want the Su family to be stable, so don't be offended. Shi Yaoyu's expression remained unchanged, but in her heart, she snorted coldly. Smiley, Su Chang'e did not blame at all. How could I dislike Big Brother? Big Brother is also this family. The two men looked at each other with smiles on their faces, and the city boasted of bumping into each other. Why are you still here? Mrs. May snapped. Still wanna make a breakthrough? Su Chang'e's body was ablaze with an unquenchable spiritual fire, and that drop of great sage blood was beneficial to him. Cultivation. Cultivation is going to overflow. This was not ordinary blood. Even if a saint extracted it, it would take a great deal of time, and afterward, they would have to be weakened for a period of time, to be able to obtain this great tonic. Su Chang'e couldn't help but look at Su Yun again. Truly my Su family's lucky star. Dakian wasn't afraid of a saint, let alone only being able to temporarily use a saint's battle power. But that vengeance tackle erupted so suddenly that no one could have expected it, and Su Yun actually intercepted the holy blood and gave it to himself. This time, promotion was inevitable. In addition to this, Su Yun also has a drop of emperor blood. Xiaoyo Yu sadly retained. Leaving again? Su Chang'e nodded. The holy blood matches my attributes, so I need to immediately close the door and refine it. Yao Wei, I'll be working hard for you and the family. Shi Yao Yu sighed. I'm fine, it's just Yun Air. Su Chang'e looked at her son with an apology in her eyes. Last time, when I just came home, I had to immediately go back to the plateau. This time too, I've only just arrived, and I'm going to close the door to make a breakthrough again. The time spent with Yuner is still too little. He couldn't help it. He could barely suppress the power that was about to explode. Hurry up and turn away. Old Mrs. May watched her son leave and waved her hand in disgust. Alright, you've been busy all night. Hurry up and go rest. See them off. She clamped down and drove the crowd right out of the room. Chian, you get out too. Suchin hugged his hand and led all the houseguests to exit the house. Boo! Mrs. May immediately threw away her crutches and knelt on the floor, reaching out in a very ungraceful manner, picking at the bottom of the table. Where are my pills? Where are the pills from my own grandson? Courtyard. Xiaoyu wrapped one arm around Mo Ling and picked up Su Yun with the other, and also let out a long sigh of relief. It had been a long day, and it was finally over. Let's hope it doesn't go wrong again. But in the middle of the night that day, Su Yun's left palm drew out a jade slip. Chapter 81, Heaven-Swallowing Demonic Technique. Su Yun woke up only to realize that he was grasping a jade slip in his palm. He was subconsciously about to open it when suddenly there was a ding in his ear. You have once again acquired the Heaven-Swallowing Demon Technique. Are you sure you still want to use it? Bam! Su Yun was startled and threw the jade slip out with one hand. Seeing this early in the morning, bad luck. It's a good thing I slept by myself last night or I would have been in trouble for being picked up. To be reasonable, the Heaven-Swallowing Demon Technique was an immortal technique that far surpassed all the techniques that could be obtained right now. In the plot, the Demon Lord relied on this thing, devouring countless origins and finally achieving an invincible stance. However, the more Heaven-Swallowing Devil Technique devoured the origin, the heavier the entangled karma became. In the end, the Demon Lord had to expend a lot of energy to deal with the pull of destiny. Every step is equal to carrying a whole world. Incomparably heavy. Every time I close my eyes, hundreds of millions of destinies surface, exhausted to the point of exhaustion. It's a gift to be able to hold out for Armageddon without going crazy. In this life, how could Su Yun not be able to repair this thing? Moreover, the Heaven-Swallowing Demon Technique lost too much merit. He only held it for a short while, and the heavy pupil saw that his chi had rubbed off by several threads. Bad luck, whoever touches it. If the Heaven-Swallowing Devil Technique was like the sunflower treasure tree, invincible once practiced, then it would still be considered a good thing. But this thing does not have a heavenly destiny sun level of luck, and I am afraid that I can't even find the first absorbable source. Su Yun regained his composure before continuing to look at the system prompts from earlier. Instead of whitewashing yourself, you should smear others, trying to get someone else to practice Heaven-Swallowing Devil Technique and transferring karma. Note, the Heaven-Swallowing Demon Technique damages people and harms yourself. If you learn it and harm innocent people, the karma will still be yours. Mission difficulty, infinitely high. Quest reward, Hongmeng Spiritual Embryo. Su Yun scratched his head. Well, instead of whitewashing himself, it's better to smear others. This is reliable. Destiny's Child does this all the time. Moreover, if you don't learn the Heaven-Swallowing Demon Technique yourself, you can let someone else learn it. However, throwing feats out is easy. Not causing damage is hard. Who learns magic and doesn't go out to hurt people? You really think a virgin meets a Picasso? So the difficulty is infinitely high, centered on how to make the feats not hurt people. Well, I have full enlightenment. I wonder if I can modify it. It's hard to change good fairy laws, but much easier to change bad ones. But the problem is, Su Yun agonized, if you want to change, you have to learn. Won't you become a demon monarch again if you learn? Once you learn the chi, it rubs off on you. Who can stand it? Index pointing up smiling face eh? Su Yun's eyes lit up. Didn't you get a forgetfulness water yesterday? I was so focused on listening to my grandmother. I almost forgot about this. Thought it was a tape or CD. He pulled it out, and the heavy pupil immediately analyzed the effects. It can delete memories, even including senses, techniques, cultivation, and, cognitive contamination? It's comparable to a small divine artifact. Once a man learns to swim, he can never forget. Some knowledge, once acquired, can never again feel the clarity of ignorance. This is the curse of knowledge. In this metaphysical world, some powerful people can use illusions, mental abilities, and cause thought contamination. This water of forgetfulness can delete any memories and is the nemesis of these things, which is exactly the right thing to use for this purpose. Su Yun decisively unscrewed the cap and picked out a drop. Try it. Just delete these 5 seconds of memory. He picked out a drop. Try deleting just these 5 seconds of memory. He picked out a drop. Try deleting just these 5 seconds of memory. Su Yun covered his mouth. The tongue is so bitter. I'll try. Just delete this 5 seconds of memory. No, holy, it's been tried. He rushed tons and tons and tons to drink water to wash the bitterness off his tongue. Soo-yun couldn't help but be afraid afterward. The effect is also too good. If it wasn't too bitter, I wouldn't be able to react after drinking it. But it works well and you can work while you can. Soo-yun opened the jade slip and instantly learned the heaven-swallowing demon technique at full enlightenment. After a long time, Soo-yun called Xiao Qingdan. Brother Qingdan, please help me send this to the Qing Tian supervisor. And oddly polite. I can't help it. The more white lotus flower the better. Xiao Qingdan was dissatisfied in his heart. Treating me as an errand boy? But as soon as he saw the jade slip, his eyes glazed over. Heaven-swallowing demonic technique? Immortal technique? Xiao Qingdan nodded frantically, a bright smile on his face. Yes, I'll go deliver it right away. He prettily took the jade slip and immediately left the door. This stupid thing. Xiao Qingdan looked left and right, his heart filled with surprise. That day in the pyloric pool just obtained. Also immediately Zhaoshi show people. Foolish, not even knowing how honorable immortal law is. Fine, the feats are mine. He found an unoccupied corner and couldn't wait to open the jade slip, reading it hungrily. Xiao Qingdao had lost his feats and experience, but after all, he had the insight of a great emperor. Immediately, he understood that this heaven-swallowing demon technique was by no means a fake. It was the actual real thing. It's impossible to write such a secret method if it's not that astonishing transcendent deity. The way of man is to take what is lacking and make up for it. Excellent point. This is exactly the hegemony of this emperor. Before that, the 3-year-old body was too early to learn to practice. Now it's turning into 7 or 8, which again seems a little late. However, Xiao Qingsuan could no longer care about the time he had missed. He finally had the foundation to learn the feats. Soon he was learning and his chest was fastidious. Good. I have been initiated into the heaven-swallowing demon technique. This jutsu can absorb all cultivation including origin. Let me find a few suitable ones to practice on. Xiao Qingdan turned his head and saw that in the corner of the edge, there were a few young men sparring. They were all martial masters, mostly at the first realm true element and second realm spirit palace. Xiao Qingdan was never a good and kind person and let out a cold smile. Let's start with these little birds. Become my essence. Be transformed into my power. He took a big step forward and without greeting, he began to perform the heaven-swallowing demon technique. A few minutes later, a few young martial artists frowned and carried their weapons away. What the hell? What a bear of a boy. Throwing stones for good reason. Little brat. I guess I learned some spells from someone and thought the world was invincible. Remember, keep your life and don't be a jerk next time. Xiao Qingdan's nose was bruised and swollen as he collapsed in the mud. In pain and puzzled, immortal technique. And you still can't beat a few first and second realm martial masters? Why can't I suck anything out? The other side. Not long after Soo-yun watched Xiao Qingsuan go out, he received a notification. Ding! You're too greedy. In such a short period of time, let others cultivate the heaven-swallowing demon technique. Even if he cannot achieve great success, he will harm living beings, stir up the origin, and wreak havoc on the party. Remember, if this person harms an innocent person due to the heaven-swallowing demon technique, the reward will be withdrawn. Quest reward, Hongmeng spiritual embryo. Soo-yun secretly said. Don't worry, it can't be hurt. With that, he studied the Hongmeng spirit embryo. Through the heavy pupil, he saw a small white chi mass, hovering in the dantian. No reaction either. Just stay like that. Soo-yun studied for a while before asking the maid for a spirit candle. There was no need for an ignition source. As long as spiritual energy was channeled, it would ignite on its own. Soo-yun gripped it up and the candle immediately raged and flared. The pure and incomparable spiritual energy was continuously transported to the candle's heart. It's similar to a metaphysical flashlight. Soo-yun spat. However, he also realized that the Hongmeng spirit embryo could provide unlimited spiritual energy. It replenished as much as Soo-yun used, always keeping the spiritual energy in his body full. But I'm still young, and my total psychic power is just that much. An afternoon of output might not be as good as a high-ranked cultivator throwing a small spell. Soo-yun also didn't figure out how to utilize it. He had just thrown the candle into the Qiankuan bag, and the Qiankuan bag threw it into his sleeve. Just heard a ding in his ear. Counting on your strength. That man practiced the heaven-swallowing demon technique, but did not harm the innocent. How did you do it? Extra bonus, longevity plus 100 years. Soo-yun, it's also too stingy. However, it could be guessed that Xiao Lightning couldn't help but use the heaven-swallowing demon technique. Only it didn't work. Soo-yun scratched his head. It looks like I really succeeded in changing it, and I don't know how. Whatever, it's best not to learn this stuff anyway, and don't look for yourself if you do. Soo-yun wanted to go out and sneak around, and only after a good deal of persuasion did Xiaoyu agree to play at the door. He had just reached the door when he heard a middle-aged male voice. Su Yun? Su Yun turned back, surprised. Uncle Xiao, Xiao Yuanbo, Xiao Qingduan's father, came in a dusty manner. He smiled amiably. What? Going out? Su Yun's face was odd. You don't know yet? This Xiao family has been driven out. What is Xiao Yuanbo doing here? If he hadn't been in the door yet, the guards were afraid they'd have to hit someone. Xiao Yuanbo was unsure. No what? What did you just call me? You child? Su Yun said. Uncle? Xiao Yuanbo instantly slammed his face. Call Dad. Su Yun immediately jumped back. You're not my father. Xiao Yuanbo had been in a good mood, but now he was suddenly angry. What are you talking about? If I'm not your father, who is your father? Don't think that just because your last name is Su now, that you're really a child of the Su family. You were born a member of the Xiao family, and you will die a ghost of the Xiao family. What the Su family gave you also goes to the Xiao family forever and ever. Su Yun shook his head. My surname is Su. Xiao Yuanbo got even more angry. This kid really doesn't know what's going on. He himself had traveled thousands of miles and labored to find him, nor did he mind not having called himself father for the past 3 years. But as a son, how can you be unfilial? Xiao Yuanbo spoke coldly, pointing at the ground. I'll say it one last time. Kneel down and call Dad. Su Yun also raised his head, his eyes ghostly. You are not my father. Xiao Yuanbo's heart inexplicably pumped, and then nameless fire rose from his heart. Humph! I am your father. Now go drip blood. Dead brat. So you have nothing to say. As soon as he reached out his hand, he was about to grab Su Yun's hair and press it hard to the ground. The guards guarding the door were startled and hurriedly tried to stop them. Xiao Yuanbo yelled. I'm teaching my son a lesson. Who dares to intervene? Inside the door, an old voice came out. Oh, teaching the Su family's children. The Su family still can't control it? Chapter 82. Xiao Yuanbo turned his head and was startled. Milk, Grandma Mei. The chief of the guards immediately went to inform Elder Mrs. Mei as soon as she saw him. A month ago, Xiao Yuanbo followed Mrs. Mei when she went out to pay homage to the Buddha to show her sincerity. Just a few days of being gone and the stern old lady made it hard to eat or sleep. The Xiao family is not of low origin, and he, Xiao Yuanbo, is also a famous foreigner in the area. But when it comes to the capital, doesn't count. Why merge into the Su family? Isn't it just to eat and drink? The days out there were spent fasting and burning incense every day. Xiao Yuanbo suffered a lot and found an excuse to run away. Now that he saw Mrs. Mei again, his soul was scared out of his body. Knock! Old Mrs. Mei's dragon head cane hit the ground. Don't call me grandma. I'm not your grandma. Xiao Yuanbo hurriedly compensated with a smile. You are Grandma Lightning Dust. I naturally have to honor you. Mrs. Mei smiled but not laughed. What about Su Yun? Listening to her tone of voice was stern, and going out to pay homage to the Buddha was also for Xiao Qingsuan. Xiao Yuanbo immediately replied. Su Yun also counts. Counts? Old Mrs. Mei gave a kind smile. Xiao Yuanbo was relieved when he saw her smile. Right. Yuner, quickly greet Grandma. After that, when you leave the Su family, you should also come to see Grandma Mei often. You know? Bam! Old Mrs. Mei hit Xiao Yuanbo with her cane. No grandmother? You're the one without a grandmother. Your whole family doesn't have a grandmother. The dragon's head walking stick was heavy and incomparably heavy. And could the thing that this old marquis lady used be a mortal weapon? This staff and then another. Straight to the skin. Xiao Yuanbo was beaten to the point of holding his head. Grandma, I was wrong. Stop fighting. Ouch. Mrs. Mei was not soft at all. Trying to abduct my Su family's son. Ha! What a big dog's guts. Xiao Yuanbo was bewildered. Ah, the Su family's son? The world's son is not a light duster. Boo! The cane is right in the center of the brow. Thanks to Xiao Yuanbo having some cultivation and a magic treasure to defend himself. Otherwise this one, it's a brain fart. Mrs. Mei pointed outside. Get the hell out of here. Xiao Yuanbo covered his face and felt his butt hurt again. Covering his ass, he felt his face hurt again. Can only touch one on one side. Pitifully said. Grandma, I want to go home. Old Mrs. Mei said coldly. The Xiao family is not here, so seek it out yourself. Xiao Yuanbo was bewildered. Ha? What do you mean it's not here? Su Yun is here. How come the Xiao family isn't? Old Mrs. Mei gave a mocking smile. Fine. Now Su Yun goes back with you and has no relationship with the Su family from now on. Do you agree? Xiao Yuanbo immediately straightened up and shook his head back and forth. Grandma, I'm just kidding. How can you agree? At least let a portion of the family fortune be divided before severing ties. Su Yun raised his head. Pitiful. Grandma, do you not want Yun heir? Old Mrs. May almost broke, her heart softening as she tried to take this good grandson into her arms, but she was stubborn and held her tongue. Don't you? How would Grandma stand up for you? When Su Yun heard this, he let out an oh-so-splendid sound and pointed at Xiao Yuanbo. Grandma, he just told me to kneel down and asked me to call him father. Watching old Mrs. May raise her cane, Xiao Yuanbo's head was filled with questions. After a long time, his face swelled into a pig's head. Where's Light Dust? I bring good news. I want to see lightning. Old Mrs. May said. Light Dust doesn't want to see you. Xiao Yuanbo got angry. Why is this old lady insensitive? He was just about to speak when a feminine voice suddenly came from behind him. Old Lady May, are you in good health? Mrs. May turned her face and paused for a moment before saying, Eunuch Chow, what is it that troubles you? Xiao Yuanbo immediately proudly puffed out his chest when he saw the visitor. A big eunuch in a gorgeous suit appeared in front of the Su mansion with his front and back. Eunuch Chow is a big redneck. He represents the emperor when he steps in. But this old ancestor, whom all officials had to yield 3 points, instead yielded 6 points in front of Mrs. May. Eunuch Chow laughed. The Marquis of Jinyuan has made marvelous achievements at the border, and His Majesty wishes to promote him to the rank of Duke. Old Madam, from now on you will be the main mother of the Gongfu. It's just that the Ministry of War said that the Marquis of Jinyuan happened to break through. His Majesty is also unwilling to disturb, and the matter was notified in advance. The announcement will be made when he is able to go to court. Elder Mrs. May nodded her head slightly. The heavenly matter was as slight as if a few thin threads had crumbled in her ears. She simply said, Then I will thank your Majesty for Changa. Eunuch Chow smiled and didn't care about the details. This old crone, however, dared to storm into the palace and point at the late emperor's nose, scolding the people for their labor. Not only did the late emperor not dare to be angry, but he also made her a grand lady to show that he could recognize loyalty and treachery. Eunuch Chow continued, There is one more thing. The Xinqing sect wants to carry out the Azzi swing again, and is willing to cooperate with Dakian. Elder Mrs. May frowned. Azzi swinging demon? What does it have to do with my Su family? Eunuch Chow pointed to the side. This has to do with this gentleman. Xiao Yuanbo proudly said, My family. Coughs. The Xinqing sect's immortal master feels that Xiao Qingxuan has great luck. This time, the Azzi swinging demon needs someone to guide it and find the destiny point in Diqian. If you set up a divine pillar at your destiny point, you can suppress demons, devils and monsters. The swinging of the devil afterward will be twice as effective with half the effort. Light Dust is the best candidate for this mission. Eunuch Chow compensated with a smile. Precisely. That Xinqing sect met this gentleman by chance on their way to Dakian. Thinking that he is tainted with the aura of Qi, he must have a destined person by his side. No, His Majesty also feels that after the swashbuckling, there will be fewer demons and devils in the countryside and wilderness. I also ask the old madam to do me a favor and ask that person of great fortune to accompany me. He took a step forward and came closer to say quietly, The Su house has both merit and suffering. When this is over, His Majesty will have his own reward. And I've heard that the Xinqing sect has sent a contemporary holy maiden, born with a flowery face and a beautiful face. It would be a beautiful thing in case it ended up in the middle of something. Mrs. May frowned. My child is only 3 years old. Eunuch Chow reacted quickly and continued to smile. Not more than a few years away. The eunuch is going to grow up soon, isn't he? Mrs. May was also puzzled. Tada! Just then, someone came limping back, dragging heavy steps. Su Yun smiled faintly and politely. Brother Lightning Dust. The one who came was really Xiao Qingxuan with a swollen nose and a swollen face. Sure enough, this kid has learned the heaven-swallowing demon technique. The chi luck that was rushing through his body was decreasing every moment. Xiao Yuanbo turned back at the first opportunity, but didn't recognize him. Hearing the cry and recognizing the face in detail, he was surprised. Light Dust? You are Light Dust. How did you become like this? He was horrified. Wasn't his son only 3 years old? How it had grown to his shoulders now. At least 10 years old in appearance. Xiao Qingdan raised her head with hatred, but only when she saw Su Yun. Her eyes cleared. He replied softly, Father, it's me. Xiao Yuanbo held his shoulders and inquired repeatedly, Who beat you up? Who beat you up like this? Tell father. Father will bring the Su house guards and back you up. Xiao Qingdan gritted his teeth and could only say, I fell. No one bullies children. If you say you were beaten, you are bound to be asked why you provoked it. It's a lot of back and forth, and it's a lot of explaining. That jade slip has been sent to the Qintian supervisor, and no one has found a problem. Don't create any more accidents yourself. Xiao Yuanbua has 1,000 words stuck in his heart, and he can't spit them out or swallow them. He sighed and stomped his foot. Son, father has prepared a chance for you. You and bring the holy maiden of the Xianqing sect. The day of flying is just around the corner. Swish! Suddenly endless petals flew down the street, and a single verdant green leaf floated into an open-topped sedan chair. The plainly dressed woman, who was sitting on an elegant sedan chair, was slowly flying in. The crowd couldn't help but hold their breath as they took a look at the face. This woman was born charming and gentle, but not at all vulgar, but like the hibiscus not in full bloom, pure and moving. Just one glance makes it impossible to forget its softness, and one wants to take it in one's arms and care for it. The light and delicate fragrance is nothing less than compassionate and intoxicating. Xiao Yuanbo was overjoyed. It's the holy maiden of the Xianqing sect. Lightning, go! Xiao Qingdao immediately analyzed the situation from just a few words. The Xianqing sect was extremely powerful and had its own branches in the 5 major domains. 70 years ago, it initiated the Azhi swing, cutting down the demons and winning a clear sky for the Tianyuan realm. And now, the Xianqing sect is about to embark on a second demon slaying. This is, I'm afraid, my own best chance. Xiao Qingdan glanced at Su Yun. He looked up at the sky with an innocent look on his face, obviously not knowing what it meant. Xiao Qingdan took a deep breath and bowed deeply. Xiao Qingdan, welcome holy maiden of the Xianqing sect. Xiao Yuanbo waved repeatedly. Lord Holy Maiden, I'm the one who met with you on the road. This is my son. He is the person of great fortune you are looking for. The holy maiden of the Xianqing sect was condescending, yet she did not appear high and cold at all. The corners of her eyes were lowered, as if she was mourning for all beings and pitying them. Just by looking at it, people will be triggered to soften their hearts for this pity. The holy maiden of the Xianqing sect leisurely leapt down, under the expectant gaze of the crowd, falling in front of Su Yun, not minding the dirt at all. He knelt on one knee and gently hooked the arm of the 3-year-old toddler. Great Chi lucky one. Her eyes were like stars, filled with sincerity. Can you be my Tao companion? Help my Xianqing sect. Swingers? Chapter 83, National Colors. The movements of the Xianqing sect's holy maiden confused everyone. She was like a lotus flower, with a softness that the world loved, and ignoring the dirt on the floor, he got down on one knee, gently holding Su Yun's hand. She made a full gesture. With a chuchi, young gentleman, would you like to help my concubine? Such a weak willow and delicate flower. No matter who sees it, they must fall for it. How can one tolerate such a wonderful woman, kneeling in front of people? Just looking at it one more time makes you feel guilty in your heart. Eunuch Chao's surface was unperturbed, but in his heart, he secretly sighed in admiration. This Prince Jinyuan's son, as Shangshu Li said, really has great fortune. Mrs. Mei, on her crutches, just looked on indifferently without comment. Xiao Yuan's mouth opened wide and his hands were busy gesturing. Saint, Lord Holy Maiden, this Xiao Qingtsuan, my son, is my son. He's the one I'm talking about with great chi. You're mistaken. The holy maiden of the Xianqing sect softly glanced back, her starry eyes full of sincere apologies. Mr. Xiao, it's because I'm sorry to you. This gentleman is the one I'm talking about, the great chi lucky one. Xiao Yuanbo was horrified. You said that I am stained with chi luck. The holy maiden of the Xianqing sect nodded her head gently as I saw her. My Xianqing sect has a secret method that can see destiny. This young gentleman is the one I am looking for. She did nothing wrong but apologized first, a humble gesture that no one could fault. Xiao Yuanbo couldn't speak. Could it be that because Su Yun was his own son, he was tainted with chi? No way. Lightning is the Su's son. He hurriedly turned his head. Light dust. Say something. This is the chance that father has begged for you. Who knew that when he went on a trip, he would meet the holy maiden of the Xianqing sect, and said that he was tainted with great fortune? How can you give away your son's good fortune? Xiao Qingdan's fists were clenched, and the jealousy in his heart erupted like a volcano. Xianqing sect, holy woman. He didn't know too much about it, and he knew the fearsome nature of this sect just from the rumors in the marketplace. 70 years ago, the Xianqing sect united with the 5 major domains and held the Azhi swing. Sweep away the 6, sweep away the 8. The world's demons and devils were so shattered that they could only burrow into the mountains and wilderness. The holy maiden seldom goes out, but rumors abound. Countless Heaven's Pride pro-transmitters came to the door, but in the end, none of them returned in defeat. When asked, he shook his head with regret written all over it. Outsiders speculated that the holy maiden's cultivation was so profound that she hid an innate artifact in her body. An outbreak can easily move mountains and invert the stars. Those heavenly prides were ashamed of themselves and left in a wise manner. For so many years, the holy maiden has always kept to herself. This time, the Taoist companion that I am looking for in Dakian should be myself. Xiao Qingdan's body trembled with jealousy, but her expression was calm, smiling faintly. I also feel that Brother Su Yun is lucky. It would be more than appropriate for him to take the holy maiden to the fate point. He couldn't even say anything against Su Yun. The holy maiden of the Xianqing sect was a few rounds older than Su Yun, but at this time, she was kneeling in front of a 3-year-old child, as if she was the weak one. Her eyebrows were lowered as if she was about to cry at any moment. The sect has orders that we must search for the destiny point under the leadership of the great Qian Shiluckers. Will the young gentleman be my companion on the road? Whether it comes to fruition as an ox or a horse, my daughter will do her best to return the favor. The gazes of the bystanders were either envious or jealous, and even the Su family's household guards had relief and pride in their eyes. Only Su Yun had goosebumps. Ding! Are you okay? It's so hard to clear your name, but you're still going to contact a green tea whore? I hope you don't have relationship brain and dog-licking cancer. How pitiful is Xiang Shouing? Have you already forgotten? Without her, the demon lord is the worst nightmare in all the worlds. Since Xiangshuang has fallen for you, the devil has become a harmonic star of all worlds. Please, 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 break it off. Mission difficulty, very high. Mission reward, 1,000 marriage creams. Hiss, the episode hasn't even started. Why is this bishop coming out? In front of him was clearly a top beauty as beautiful as a heavenly fairy and as soft as a hibiscus. Su Yun, however, felt a tightness in his chest. In the plot, Xiangshuang is the green tea of green teas, not quite the same kind of two-facedness as Lin Inger. She never spoke harshly and was always soft and weak in front of people. It's as easy to break as a straw, and it evokes a desire for protection. Even the demon lord was fooled into thinking that she was an ally who could discern right from wrong and gave a lot of favors. And when the son of heaven's destiny gained the upper hand and the demon monarch fell to the bottom, he passed by Xiang Shouying's cave, hoping to seek help, but she only let the doorkeeper pass out a closed door, do not disturb, then closed the boundary, cut off the back way. The demon monarch was forced into a desperate situation and could only burn his divine soul to launch a desperate counterattack. When Su Yun saw this back then, he thought it would be a break. I didn't expect the demon lord to be seriously injured and unconscious after repelling the son of heaven's destiny. Seeing the reversal, Xiangshuang decisively steps in and saves the healing. Afterwards, the devil can only repay the favor in order to avoid the demon of the heart, and give a lot of benefits. Su Yun also cursed back then. What a dog blood plot. The demon monarch who kills and stops children from crying at night, all of a sudden turned into a dog-licking harmonic star. And when it happened in front of him, Su Yun immediately shivered. I don't want to be a licking dog. Snap. He slapped his hand away and turned back to hug old Mrs. May's leg. Grandma, I don't want to be some kind of Taoist companion. Hiss, a sentence that confuses everyone around you. Fragrant Comb Shadow looked hurt, her brows lowered. Young sir, is it because you don't like your concubine? Su Yun nodded decisively. Yes. Hiss, it's not like the people around us will. Fragrant Comb Shadow, like star eyes, has flickered with tears. It must be that concubine's appearance is ugly. Scared the little gentleman. Su Yun nodded. That's right. Hiss, the people other than the Su mansion immediately looked sulky. How can you say ugly when such a beautiful, moon-shaped girl is so beautiful? People can't help but be tugged at the heartstrings by the shadow of the fragrant comb and blame him. This green tea is highly tactful, and in just one sentence, she performs herself as delicate and pitiful, evoking everyone's desire for protection. Xiao Yuanbo swallowed his saliva and couldn't help but comfort. Don't be offended by the holy maiden, this bear child said. Suddenly, he saw half a head peeking out from the wall. Like the peony with the morning dew, the color of the country is heavenly. Skin like the first snow, through the unique delicate young girl. But because she has children, she has a gentle, motherly demeanor. Xiao Yuanbo caught a glimpse and recognized the woman who stepped out like a stunningly beautiful painting. It was none other than Marquis Zhen Yuan's wife, Shi Yaowei. He subconsciously said what was in his heart. Holy maiden, don't be offended. This bear child's words are not bad. Hiss. Xiao Yuanbo fiercely covered his mouth. But Xiang Koming had already glared at him in a sly manner. Damn it. Xiao Yuanbo cursed in his heart. That Shi Yaoyu was known as the #1 beauty in the heavenly origin realm. The kind that killed the list. How to say what's on your mind. Fragrant Comb Shadow's eyes are full of resentment. I freshen up, burn incense and put on my makeup before dawn. And it takes me an hour every day just to find my clothes, where I'm not as good as. Su Yun glanced back. Good lord, green tea broke defense. Lies don't hurt, the truth is the quick sword. When green tea sees a woman of average posture, she will use false modesty and explicitly praise and disparage her. But when you come across one that's really prettier than you are, you break the defense in a heartbeat. Knock. Elder Mrs. May tapped her dragon head cane. Holy maiden, be careful what you say. This is my Sioux family's main mother. Xiaoyu sensed a fluctuation of spiritual energy at the entrance and also came out to check. Hearing her mother-in-law's words, Dan's eyes widened. Mother. Mrs. May waved her hand. Afterward, Xiaoyu held her breath, feeling her heart warm. Fragrant comb shadow, being atop green tea, quickly stabilized her mind. She made a soft Hail Mary. Greetings, ma'am. The word ma'am was particularly strong. It's as if emphasizing your age makes you more of a selling point. But Xiaoyu didn't give a damn. How many years had she been Mrs. Su Fu, and she had long since stopped caring about this trick. Whoever has the ability to do so, claimed the second most beautiful woman in the Tianyuan realm. It's interesting to see if it will be sprayed by the major practitioners to break the defense for a while. Xiao Yuanbo still wanted to say something about finding a replacement, but old Mrs. May immediately silenced herself with a look over. Su Yun. Mrs. May's face was cold. You don't like it? Su Yun nodded repeatedly. Aha! Mrs. May had a stern face. In life, there's no such thing as liking or disliking. There's no choice in a lot of things. Eunuch Chow was still a bit worried just now, but when he heard Elder Mrs. May's words, he was instantly relieved again. As soon as this companion was formed, his mission was accomplished. As for after that, let another eunuch take over after that. Xiao Yuanbo wanted to say, it's not, Grandma, Su Yun don't even like it, so why force it? This is Lightning Dust's chance. Isn't it just as well that that asshole kid doesn't like it? Su Yun scratched his head. Oh, you are still a small person. I'm afraid this task will be stuck for a while. Knock. Elder Mrs. May gave her cane a hard knock. Considering that you're still young, let's forget about it this time. You must learn to live with things you don't like in the future. Light Dust. You'll be the Holy Maiden's Tao companion. Ding. It's okay. You've linked the chosen one to the green tea bitch with this trick. Instead of whitewashing yourself, you should smear others. It's just as well. They stink, and I'm afraid they'll create a lot of fun for the worlds. Go for it, Demon King, and become a holy monarch soon. Mission reward, 1,000 marriage creams. Chapter 84, My Grandfather Shangshu. Xiao Yuanbo was overjoyed. Yes, 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 yes. Light Dust. Thank Grandma. Xiao Qingdan was full of surprise. Thank you, Grandma. Mrs. May gave him an expressionless look. Eunuch Chow was confused and hurriedly greeted him. That, Elder Lady May, this is not very good, is it? The person chosen by the Holy Maiden of the Xianqing sect of others. How can she just say that she'll change? Fragrant comb shadow still half kneeling on the ground. Hyun sobbing, full of brokenness. Is the old madam also? Do not look at the concubine. Old Mrs. May said coldly, I believe that Lightning Dust also has great fortune. What's the difference between being with him and being with Su Yun? Or does the Holy Maiden think that Lightning Dust can't? Xiao Yuanbo looked at the Holy Maiden's expression and was instantly a little dissatisfied. Su Yun smacked his lips. Good lord, Grandma is also a good hand at arching fires. Xiang Kongying's lips wriggled a few times, as if there were 1,000 grievances in her heart. She was only halfway there. And surprisingly, she couldn't find a reasonable excuse. Eunuch Chow smiled bitterly. Old madam, you see this engaged in Xianqing sect after all. The 5 domains of the great sects. This saint girl to come or here. Give his majesty some face. 2. Knock. Old Mrs. May tapped her cane. If the Holy Maiden feels that Lightning Dust can't work, I'll let him come back. Fragrant comb shadow was defeated. She took a deep breath. Old madam is a great person in the capital, so naturally I will listen to old madam. This capital city. Crouching tigers and hidden dragons. The Xianqing sect has a secret technique, and before we even got close, we saw 3 great auras over the capital. After arriving, he found that Xiao Qingxuan and Su Yun were not similar. Both were flooded with blessings and blessed by destiny. Xiang Koming couldn't see it as clearly, but she could also feel that Xiao Qingxuan's qi was a bit higher. But, she was bright-eyed and analyzed Su Yun's higher status from the sporadic conversations of a few people. Moreover, this child's lips are red and teeth are white, and he looks smart and clever. So as long as the aesthetics are normal, he will like it. The most crucial thing is that Su Yun is only 3 years old. Children this young are the easiest to influence. Such a person with great fortune, if he was in control of himself, wouldn't he be able to pick up opportunities in the future? I didn't expect him to be faceless and give a direct no. Fragrant comb shadow didn't dwell on it. She was good at playing seamless. There's no point in wasting time being glum when someone better isn't getting it. Not a moment was left for Su Yun. The next thing to deal with was Xiao Qingdan. Fragrant comb shadow lightly bit her lips. Young Master Lightning Dust. I told your father before that you are the one with great fortune. It's just that. The clan has orders for me to find a suitable Dao companion. Didn't select you first just now. It's all my concubine's fault. You mustn't blame the Xianqing sect. That Chuchu look is really pitiful to me. Even an emperor couldn't help but have his heart thumping at this moment. Xiao Qingxuan blushed a little, and quickly pulled the hem of his shirt. How can rules be rules, and the girl can't help it? Surprisingly developed after physical growth? Xiang Koming revealed her brightest smile. I knew that young Master Lightning Dust would sympathize with my concubine. Then, for some time in the future, I'll trouble young Master and concubine. Her pretty face blushed slightly, finding the vital points alone. Xiao Yuan was ears crisped up, glaring fiercely at Su Yun and cursing. Stupid. What urchins. They don't even know how to cherish the holy maiden. It's better to let Lightning Dust laugh at this blessing. Su Yun applauded in his heart. Awesome. Really awesome. A one-sentence reversal. And it also made Emperor Zun become a licking dog. What do you mean? Divine green tea? Perfect. Green tea and Destiny's Child stirred up and skimmed themselves perfectly. The matter was finalized and Eunuch Chao left first. Xiao Yuanbo wanted to go home, but was stopped and confusedly directed in another direction. Xiang Shouing, on the other hand, revealed the most gentle and soothing smile and took the initiative to say towards Xiao Qingxuan, it's not too late. Let's go and look for the fate point. Xiao Qingdan smiled faintly and patted his chest. The holy maiden has an order. No matter if it's up the mountain of swords or down the frying pan, I'll do whatever I want. At this moment, Shi Yaoyu spoke. Yuner, do you still remember Shangshu Li? Su Yun naturally remembered. Grandpa Li of the Ministry of War. Shi Yaoyu couldn't help but bellyache. That Minister Li was a few dozen years older than Su Chang'e, but the same dynasty as an official. Hard to rely on Su Yun. Put their own generation long a generation. But she wasn't about to spoil these little flirtations, and spoke. You and Lightning, both of you, come over with me. There's something going on. Xiao Qingdan's body shook. What is it? Shi Yaoyu lightly glanced at him, still saying, military secrets. Can't they be said outside of the yamen? I'm not sure. I won't know until I go. Xiao Qingdan had an extremely ominous premonition, but he couldn't even leave. Xiaoyu said, let's go then. At this time, a family man ran over and said softly, Madam, there is something going on in the West Room. Shi Yaoyu listened for a while, her face changed a bit. Someone, go and reply to the Ministry of War. I have some things to take care of, and I'll come back to the door tomorrow to apologize. Su Yun also remembered something and spoke. We'll just go over there by ourselves. Mother wasn't worried, so she let Uncle Chen follow. The chief of the guards also nodded. Don't worry, ma'am, we will protect the little lord. He paused, and the Grand Master, Xiaoyu was a bit hesitant. Fragrant Comb Shadow suddenly smiled and said, Ma'am, I'll go over with the two gentlemen. In this great Qian, a clear sky, no one dares to do harm, right? Swish. Xiao Qingdan turned his head violently and looked at her incredulously. You. His own face was hard to see, and I'm sure that anyone with a heart could tell that he didn't want to go to the Ministry of War. And now, this Fragrant Comb Shadow, the eyes are all on Su Yun, because Su Yun wanted to go. She took the initiative to go. Xiao Qingdan hissed and opened his mouth, trying to make the other party change his words. Holy, Xiaoyu said, isn't the holy maiden of the Xianqing sect looking for some kind of feng shui treasure? How come she has the free time to go somewhere else? Fragrant Comb Shadow smiled sweetly. Isn't this young Master Lightning Dust going to the Ministry of War as well? It can't be helped. My concubine needs the great Chiluckers, so I can only go over there together. Little brother Lightning Dust, why don't you look well? She then realized that something was wrong, covered her mouth, and was full of sincerity. Is it that concubine made you angry? Concubine apologizes to you. Is it inconvenient for you to go out? Concubine can stay and accompany you. Xiao Qingdan reluctantly smiled. It's all said and done. There's no way not to go. All he could do was console himself. She didn't know anything. It wasn't her fault. It was his own. It's just that Xiao Qingxuan always thinks. He just said that he can go to the knife mountain and the oil pot. But the other party does not even put attention on himself. Shi Yaoyu nodded. Alright, then Protector Chen, pay attention to safety. Su Yun was somewhat speechless. This green tea was too good at finding opportunities. But it didn't matter. Her Dao companion was Xiao Qingxuan, and it had nothing to do with herself. Su Yun raised his head. Grandma, did you eat that pill? Old Mrs. May gave a cold. Oh so quiet. Eat? Su Yun pouted. Didn't eat. Mrs. May said coldly. Didn't eat. Su Yun smiled cheekily. Remember to eat, haha. Only when everyone left did a hint of a smile appear on old Mrs. May's face. Silly child, grandma is old, so what's there to eat? She coughed twice and pulled the body-warmed elixir from her pocket, sniffs and tucks it back in. The journey was unhindered, and several people arrived at the Ministry of War office. Xiao Qingdan had a displeased look on his face, but he came all the way here. Staggering, Minister Li asked us to come and see him. The guards guarding the gate stopped their lances. Idle people, forbidden to enter. The tiger falls down and is bullied by the dog. Where had Xiao Qingduan received this kind of anger? Whether it was in his last life or this one, everyone was respectful. He was about to storm out. Dog. The head of the guard smiled bitterly and pulled out a few top-grade spirit stones. Jinyuan Marquis Residence. Received a letter from Minister Li, and has come to pay his respects. I'd like to trouble you both to pass on a message. The guards looked at each other with a stern face. Wait here. Su Yun tilted his head. Uncle, can you help call Grandpa? The guard subconsciously said. Is your grandfather? Su Yun handed over the jade pendant. My grandfather is Li Shangshu. The guards took a look at the jade pendant and were shocked. Heavenly Fortune jade pendant. The young gentleman, you wait a moment. No, you please come in. Please go to the guest house to drink tea. Small this report. Xiao Qingdan. What, my Shangshu grandfather? Xiang Koming glanced at Xiao Qingdan, then kept looking at Su Yun without letting go. Still, this is interesting. Chapter 85, Green Tea vs. Pushing Girl, must read. Before he could walk to the Bing house, Shangshu Li greeted him with a group of people. His face was full of joy. As soon as he picked up Su Yun, he showed off to the surroundings. This is the great Qian fortunate star I was talking about. My grandson Su Yun. The surrounding military officials glanced at each other and arched their hands. Ha ha, meet young friend Su Yun. Elder brother Li has a good eye. Elder brother Li is blessed. These humanoids have grown a generation. Su Chang'e, I don't have a problem with that. After showing off, Shangshu Li smiled. Little Yuner, it just so happens that I'm looking for you guys for something. Su Yun also said, I have something too. Oh, what? Shangshu Li came to be interested. He looked aside and waved his hand. A soundproof barrier that enveloped the two of them. Shangshuing looked at Shangshu Li hugging Su Yun, and waves rippled in her heart. This smiling old man is not that simple. Even the Shenqing sect master had to be polite when he met him. And now, this Sangsung Li who controls hundreds of millions of troops, like a peaceful old man hugging his grandson. He was intimate with Su Yun. Fragrant comb shadow couldn't help but settle down. Her goal clearer. Su Yun said, I want to release Lin Inger. Shangshu Li recalled for a moment, then remembered, that maid of your family? It seems to be a bit odd. Does your mother know? He had understood that the maid was only at the second realm, but her actual ability and heart were very different. Su Yun couldn't answer. Shangshu Li smiled slightly and didn't press the issue. Why did you let her go? Su Yun said, she is somewhat unique and can find the location of the chance. He remembered that the new round of swashbuckling had been going on for 10 years when the episode began. The 4 life point locations were also planted with demon-subduing pillars, and one of the faithful caves has an ancient tomb buried underneath, hiding a chance. Lin Inger, the chirography heroine, had done quite a few things that were contrary to the plot. Su Yun guessed that she had either gained the ability of undiscovery or was simply a reborn person. The reborn, the traveler, the reincarnated emperor. It's a complicated world. Su Yun ventriloquized. It's all about who hangs big and who makes it to the end. Although Su Yun knew the plot, the words in reality did not match up. If Lin Inger was a reborn, she would have led herself to the location of that ancient tomb. Most importantly, that location is also a life point. Just in time to be able to watch Green Tea vs. Push-In Girl. This is a big show. Shangshu Li revealed a quizzical expression. Chance? Why don't you just search your soul? Su Yun this Li Shangshu looks kind, but in reality, he is also killing and decisive. The third realm dares to confront the eighth realm head-on. Smiles and says centralized decapitation plan, and opens his mouth to soul searching for people who are not his own. This old man who could command over 100 million troops and the Lord of the Holy Land was not afraid of him was truly not simple. Su Yun scratched his head. Will the memory shatter? It wasn't that he hadn't considered it, but this chirography heroine, she wasn't that easy to kill. Lin Inger was found in the storehouse that day, already infinitely close to death. But an explosion in Xiao Qingsuan's house attracted everyone's attention so that she could hurry and escape. If faced with a soul search, there's no telling what might happen again. Shangshu Li smiled slightly. Not bad. Soul searching is indeed prone to accidents. However, we can wait for her to find her chance and then capture her back to search her soul. Su Yun gave a thumbs up in his heart. 6. Shangshu Li said, This matter is under the control of the Ministry of Justice. I'll say hello. Just go ahead and move her to some other place of confinement. No one is robbing the prison just right. If someone. Su Yun was curious. Who would rob a prison? Shang Shuli said. That day's Mu Changkong. His division bailed him out. Several times I wanted to bail out that Lin Inger, and the Ministry of Justice knew it was related to the Jinyuan Marquis residence, so they never approved it. Looks like it's what you said. Heard something in prison and had your heart set on it. Behind Mu Changkong was the Red Apricot Cliff, the top medical school in the Tianyuan realm. Don't make it too easy to save a criminal who just injured a dog. Trying to kill a dog is not a big crime. Lin Inger was still imprisoned because she had offended both the Marquis and the Duke at once. It just so happened that she was too weak to go to the dangerous secret place. After hooking up with Mu Changkong in prison, he also had the strength to explore. Su Yun secretly nodded. Perfect. With Mu Changkong aiding her, Lin Inger had the ability to wrestle with Xiang Koming. On one side was a super sect that stretched across 5 great domains, and on the other side was the Apricot Grove secret place where medicine and poison were integrated. I'm afraid this green tea and Pushin woman are going to be pretty good when they pinch each other, but I'm afraid none of them thought that there was a most terrifying existence above their heads. De Qian. Su Yun arched his hand. Thank you, Grandpa. Shang Shuli nodded. I'll have someone plant the tracer compulsion. Little Cloudy, do you know why I asked you to come? Su Yun probably knew that, but still cooperated and asked, why? Shang Shuli glanced at Xiao Qingxuan and waved his hand, the soundproof barrier taking him in as well. Naturally, it is the matter of centralizing and decapitating those outsiders. Xiao Qingdan's body was shaken and his mouth was in the right place. It's quite good for you to think like this. They wanted to do it to their own disciples. Those disciples who were recruited and nurtured by themselves and followed even after reincarnation. De Qian is going to move. Su Yun nodded. So it is. Sure enough, there was no way that Great Qian would allow, unchecked, the emergence of top experts in the hinterland. This time the discovery was the peak of a supreme. Next time it could be a saint. Who knows what kind of weird secret methods and strange magic treasures those visitors from the outside world are carrying. After the plot began, experts from the Miaowan realm came to the Tianyuan realm one after another, causing a lot of trouble. Although there was world rejection and suppression, the strength was not to be underestimated. It's almost like a cheat. Every time the demon lord wants to take out the fated sun, one ding and you run out of a powerhouse that's a hair stronger. The secret of the Son of Heaven's destiny was discovered, and De Qian's handling of it came as no surprise. Shang Shuli smiled and asked, how did those people come to my Dakian? Did Su Fu ever ask? Xiao Qingdan's body trembled, shocked and angry. These people, they are going to do it today. Su Yun nodded his head and told him about the matter roughly. Shang Shuli nodded. No problem. Then let's choose a day and do it today. Su Yun suddenly wryly. Today? Does my mother know? Sean Li couldn't answer. If Xiaoyo Yu was there, 1000% of them would have to oppose it. It's dangerous as hell to have your children on the front lines against the powerful outside world. Shang Shuli had his own calculations in his mind. He could see that Xiao Qingxuan was constrained by Su Yun, and there were no Su house elders next to him. No one is interfering. So naturally, it's a quick fix. Su Yun pulled back. I'm kidding. Shang Shuli was stunned and ordered with a smile. Notify everyone to gather at the schoolyard. The official who was smiling just a moment ago immediately clasped his hands with a straight face. Yes, soon. Su Yun met everyone. Chang'e Marquis, once topped with a strange door and rushed to the battlefield, returned with no drops of blood on his body, only with the head of the enemy general. The enemy army has been demoralized since then. Lord Jinghai, a man with a spear, killed a 10,000 foot beast, and was worshipped by the sea people in the Shang Shrine. General Tianwei, 100,000 people to break 1,000,000 barbarians. From now on the frontier foreign children do not dare to cry at night. General Dustbreaker, General Longwater, General Divine Rider, God of War, half saint, formation gods, half saints, military gods, half saints. The 3 half saints and the pressurized group of generals behind them were just standing calmly, and their killing aura caused the wind and clouds to change color. Xiao Qingdan's expression was appalled. This De Qian has more depth than he thought. What's standing here is still just the bright side of the battle. I don't know how many generals are still guarding the borders and beyond the borders, and I don't know how many hidden stakes are still in the shadows. And the 2 saints who appeared, the state master and the supervisor, were not present. Even scarier, Shang Shuli, a third realm mole cricket, still smiled and didn't change his face in front of this group of powerful people. Even many generals had to bow and curtsy when they saw him. Cultivation is important, but not the most important. Otherwise, Su Yun, the weakest in the entire field, would have been crushed to death like dust long ago. Shanshuli hugged Su Yun and smiled. What's the point of knowing how to fight? You have to be powerful and have a background when you come out. Xiao Qingdan's face was ugly. Fragrant Comb Shadow's expression was also grave, but she was skillful in revealing her attentive sisterly appearance. Young Master Lightning Dust, you're already very good. With a beautiful person praising him, Xiao Qingdao felt a little more comfortable, but he had just turned his head to say something nice too when he suddenly froze. Fragrant Comb Shadow spoke to herself with her mouth, her eyes always glued to Su Yun. Shanshuli briefly introduced. This is the Marquis of Jinyuan, preparing to be the child of the Duke of Jinyuan, the lucky star of my Deqian. Marquis Changyi laughed. Blessed star? How blessed? Shangshuli was serious. Without him, today's matter would not be accomplished. Yes. Marquis Changyi nodded his head to express his belief, but his expression betrayed him. Without him, things won't work today. This place is full of hardened generals. Who's going to believe a 3-year-old can offer help? Shangshuli shook his head helplessly. Little Yuner, start. Su Yun nodded. Brother Light Dust, it's up to you. There's nothing to be soft about. Those guys are no slouches. Xiao Qingdan exclusively occupied the Tongtian steps, spilling chances from time to time, cultivating heavenly pride and tempting them to ascend to immortality. When the rookie stepped onto the heavenly steps, he was intercepted by Xiao Qingdan, who had prepared for it and plundered the opportunity. In order to kill more efficiently, he recruited a large number of disciples, each of whom was bloodied. Relying on these resources, he stepped onto the final step of the heavenly steps. Then he died on the spot and was reincarnated in the heavenly source realm. Don't ask why this kind of person gets the lead role. There's always been a market for dark writing, alright. Xiao Qingdan's heart was 10,000 times unwilling, and it hurt so much that it dripped blood. It was as if he saw 10,000 ferocious wild boars, trampling the vegetable fields he had worked so hard to cultivate. That's all your own resources, your own backing, and have to send out a message of their own to draw past henchmen to them. This husband's current offense humiliated him to the point of tears. Xiao Qingduan hissed and spoke. I can only provide coordinates. I can't directly summon it. If he could summon on his own accord, he would have already pinched Su Yun to death in the Su mansion. It's all up to them whether they come over or not. The emperor was intimidating for several epochs, killing out of the heck. There are many followers, but crossing domains is very consuming, and you will be ostracized by the world. 3 have come and gone in the last 3 years, and Xiao Tackle is one of them. Xiao Qingdan believed that this time, he would not be so unlucky that there happened to be someone who was willing to spend a huge price to cross over to the heavenly origin realm. As soon as the first person realizes something is wrong, they can be warned immediately. Rescue yourself from another angle. He was forced to extend his hand and transmit a spatial message. Marquis Changyi was surprised. Ooh, it really can't be done without him. After an incense stick, nothing happened. Marquis Changyi snorted again. Minister Li, you're teasing us again. Those outlanders just don't come, and your blessed stars are useless. With so many people waiting here today, I guess it's going to be a wasted wait. Xiao Qingdao hummed lightly and was forced to continue sending messages. It's better not to come. It's best if they're ready to take all the war effort and kill you all. Shangshuli and Su Yun sat within the boundary and smiled. This one is our great Qian's lucky star. With him around, whatever you want will come. Lord Jinghai looked at Su Yun. Dodingda is still a blessing? What can it do? If I can really attract those outlanders today, I'll eat this lance. Click. The space steeply shattered, and the calm schoolyard suddenly became wildly windy. A face peeked out from the pitch-black space rift. Emperor, we have decided to be loyal to you forever, to follow you. This time, all the brothers from the Emperor's Return Association are here. Rumble. A glance at the broken space revealed at least hundreds of strong people. Each one was Xiao Qingdao's right-hand man. Bam! Shanshuli smiled as he threw hundreds of lances into the schoolyard. I told you, this is a blessing for our great Qian. Lord Jinghai looked at the lance on the ground with an awkward expression. Shangshuli slapped the eye of the formation. What are you waiting for? Do you really want to eat? Kill me. Chapter 86. No need for rules. Swish. After all, Xiang Koming was also an outsider. Similarly watching the battle from the edge of the schoolyard, she stood up violently, her beautiful eyes flashing with incredulity. Space? Broken? The heavenly hub? Supreme? Sage? Stories of space travel and traveling to the stars are not uncommon. Fluctuations in the heavens and earth, and the appearance of exotic treasures may summon otherworldly creatures to the world. Even quite a few secret treasures that link the two worlds. But it was unheard of for such a hand to tear up space and squeeze hard into a group from the other world. And This group of people were at extremely high cultivation levels, the lowest being a Dao He, and the main body was even a supreme being. There are even saints among them. Xiang Komying's eyes fluctuated, and her gaze at Xiao Qingxuan became flirtatious. He is a son of great fortune, and he even has such an inheritance? Regardless of where these subordinates came from first, at least he had these top-notch combatants. Xiao Qingdan was shocked that his beloved had actually come, but seeing so many people, 2 saints with dozens of supreme beings, and more heavenly pivot powerhouses, a fleeting thought suddenly surged through his mind. Su Yun and the people of Deqian were so arrogant, maybe he could use this opportunity to cut them down? 2 saints, how will Deqian cope? Confidence hung in Xiao Qingdan's heart, and with a cold and disdainful look, he looked at Xiang Koming on the high platform with a pose that was as handsome as possible. The holy woman, then, should understand how powerful she is, right? In the past, he was able to recruit disciples, and in the future, he will be more able to form a heavenly power. If we can join forces with the great sects of this realm again, his own cards are dwindling, then he can only seize the opportunity to join hands with the holy woman, in order to fight against Su Yun spoke. Brother Lightning Dust, what weaknesses do these people have? Xiao Qingdan immediately bowed his head. Su Qing is a supreme powerhouse, adept at using millions of flying blades to capture people's heads over 10,000 miles. The peak of the Transformer King Supreme, adept at woodline arts, attacking from the soles of the feet, defenseless. Venerable Tao Sheng is a saint, and with one hand, he has invoked the soul streamer out of the blue, refining at least 17 supreme beings with all 5 elements. 2 by Fairy, adept at blood manipulation and charming techniques, able to mobilize the directed flow of blood in the enemy's body. Master Cocoonling, Sage, most unauthorized explosion. Swish swish swish, the otherworldly powerhouse standing at the very front turned his head at once, his eyes glazed over. Zun, Your Honor? Who are these people? How do you make information about us? Public? Fragrant Comb Shadow also turned her head and stared intently at Su Yun. The fawning in his eyes just now turned into tenfold longing. That Xiao Qingxuan, to think that he has to listen to Su Yun's orders, even the information of these powerful people, also to be informed one by one. Hiss, she gulped, this son, is the one I want. Those otherworldly powers clearly honored Xiao Qingdao, and Xiao Qingdan, surprisingly, looked up to Su Yun. This 3-year-old child is the one with the highest status. Buzz, there was a fluctuation in the space of the schoolyard, which was only a few acres in size, but now it suddenly turned into an endless expanse of wide grassland. Zip, 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 the colorful array wrapped the 5 elements of the great Tao, covering this wide and cramped space completely and thoroughly without leaving a single gap. Shanshu Li narrowed his eyes and smiled. In this area, 1,008 great formations have long been arranged. Illusion formation, trapping formation, killing formation, encompasses all. Now that this group is here, don't leave. The otherworldly powerhouses in the spatial rift were confused when they saw the dazzling array. What's going on? Who are you? The military god stood in midair with cold eyes. Kill. Boom. The spatial rift was surrounded by a spherical shroud, instantly lit up by tens of thousands of spells within. Outsiders couldn't see any details. They could only see a ball of fire, hotter than the blazing sun, rising in the schoolyard. The spell energy didn't spill out, but just its brightness made buildings sway and the earth melt. The barrier in front of Su Yun twisted, resisting the endless amount of terrifying energy. How dare you attack my father? You're asking for death. A roar of anger and resentment came from the brightly colored ball. To be able to cover so many spell explosion sounds, it is evident that the strength of the person inside is definitely not weak. Your Holiness, why do you betray? Tears of blood also dripped from the corners of Xiao Qingdan's eyes. Infinite anger and unwillingness. It's gone, he muttered. It's all gone. His own people, just slaughtered. And he turned his head and his heart seemed to crack. Xiang Shouing looked at the magnificent and incomparable scene and instead took a few steps closer towards Su Yun. This child even befriended the great Qin Ministry of War. Truly the greatest of the great fortunate. By all means, get him. It hurts. It hurts too much. I can't stop it. Retreat. Can't retreat. There's a trap formation. The natives of this realm, how despicable. Miserable screams continued to emanate from the ball of light, and the group of powerhouses had lost more than half of them before they even showed their heads. Being rejected by the world is not a good use of strength. Again, there was intentionality, which instantly resulted in massive attrition. One must know that those who could borrow an emperor's feat to cross domain boundaries were not ordinary people. The realm was at least a 7th realm heavenly pivot, and 8th realm supreme beings abounded. Even, there are saints. Who is it? A roar that could shatter mountains came out. How dare you? Dare to hurt this saint? Boom! The orb was directly blasted through, and a purple-clothed old Taoist held a duster with violent anger written all over his pale face. Master Cocoonling, Sage, the formation god and a group of generals stood outside the sphere of light, waiting for their turn. When he saw the broken formation, he just nodded lightly with his face as usual. That kid is really a blessing. With a wave of his spiritual power, Lord Jinghai's 18 lances flew out of the air. But little children should watch honestly. Fight the war, leave it to your honor. He threw up his arms and said, "Flat Navy, buzz." The space behind Lord Jinghai was like velvet being sliced open, revealing 1.5 million soldiers in crimson battle armor. It's so vast that it's all over the mountains. They raised their bows, made of fire spines for arms and linden sinews for strings, and hitched arrows made from the feather of Bifrost. Shoot! Lord Jinghai gave the order. The rain of arrows that covered the sky whistled and shot out. The Marquis of Chongyi's face was hung with wariness. Bless Star being a good mascot is. Leave the rest to the Dingshan army. Behind him, the space also swirled like water waves. 1 million warlocks, raising the spells in their hands. Ghostly shadows, seances, evil spells, seas of fire, epidemics. The eerie Yingxi was as huge as the black clouds pressing down on the city. Sword light and blade shadow, shocking like a letter tide rushing and whistling away. The divine cavalry general nodded and 500,000 cavalrymen appeared behind him. Lotus Ice Riders, charge! Mind-blowing war drums beat as 500,000 cavalrymen launched a fierce charge. In the midst of the sky-rushing killing intent and bloodlight, each of the divine warrior riders manifested another 5 rider silhouettes. More than 3 million sharp iron horsemen, with the momentum of destroying mountains and burning the sea. 100,000 laymen appeared behind General Tianwei. But each layman carried another 10 times as many organ figures. 100,000 beast tamers appeared behind General Dustbreaker, along with a full 900,000 foreign beasts. General Changshuwei summoned more than 1,000 spirit boat warships, burning countless formations of giant cannons aimed downward. One by one, generals, tens and millions of soldiers appeared behind them. They either formed a combined attack formation and launched a raging charge, or used bows, crossbows, and magic talismans to unleash an overwhelmingly terrifying military might. In just 10 breaths before and after, more than 30 million troops appeared on the schoolyard. None of them are indiscriminately included, and every one of them is carefully selected as the elite of the army. Not to say one for one, but at least they are all upper class. This is De Qian, the super behemoth that sits at the center of the region. Before the rise of the soldier family, the sects were killing people one by one, refining their methods with people, and eating people without spitting out their bones. After the rise of the Bing family, the clans all became able to sing and dance, and did not like to fight, but only engaged in academic exchanges. Hundreds of millions of attacks slammed into the otherworldly powerhouses like a mountainous tsunami. Even saints were dumbfounded at this point. Venerable Tao Shang let out a roar, his anger so great it hurt. Emperor, you've harmed us. Master Cocoonling also had a grim face. Traitor, we risked our lives to follow, yet you treat me like this. Emperor, you die too. He raised the invocation and swung it down violently. When the god of war held his square halberd and blocked in front of him with his face as usual, your opponent is me. The saint holding the soul invoker sneered. A mere half-saint, how dare you fight me alone? You don't mean to say that one-on-one is me taking on all of you, do you? The god of war shook his head. Naturally not. Our great Qian is a state of etiquette. We never do things like bullying the few with the many. The sage laughed. Good. Even if there is a world suppression, I'll still tell you how many drawings there are in the word saint. Boo! A Daoan powerhouse's spell hit the war god and exploded into a charred black mess. The war god was furious. Damn it, brothers, this group of outsiders is unethical. How dare they bully the few with the many? Since they're shameless, we don't need to talk about rules. Let's go together. Sage, Chapter 87, I don't understand, Fanghua accent. Ding! A voice came from Su Yun's ear. Ha! You resurrected the old part of the Destiny's Child and then killed it? I don't understand, Fanghua accent. What's the point of this? Su Yun? And that triggers a quest? These Xiao Qingdan's old ministries were also minor supporting characters in the plot, and not many of them remembered them clearly. In 1,000 years, these people are like friends in a Cthulhu run. As a disposable consumable prop, it was killed by the Demon King to the point where he couldn't even recognize his mother. The system couldn't figure out why it was necessary to revive them and kill them again. Su Yun also scratched his head. I don't even know what I'm going to do. What kind of quest can the system release? Ding! The voices continued to come. Oh, worthy of being a demon lord. A well thought out word in action. Let outsiders cross paths with these people and thus discover the blood debt they carry. How can the master be any better when his men are burdened with blood? This is a great move. But the men of the Divine Fate Sun are either saints or great emperors, so please ensure the survival of your helpers. Mission difficulty, very high. Quest reward, Divine Fragrance Pouch. Suyin secretly gave a thumbs up. 6. This system. It's a first-class brainstorming ability. Yes, these people carry a blood debt on their backs, and the moment they cross paths, they can find karma wrapped around them. If the lower beam is crooked, how can the upper beam be straight? If the destined sun is black, won't the demon lord be whitewashed? And Suyin looked at the field. One by one, the otherworldly powerhouses fell, and couldn't help but bellyache. 1,000 years ago, these people weren't strong enough to become a climata. Being an old Destiny's child, and a former mid-career undercard, the powerhouses of the Miaoan realm would follow suit. In order to keep up with the soaring realms, it becomes saints everywhere and great emperors are as numerous as dogs. But 1,000 years ago, the plot hadn't even begun, and the pre-existing couldn't be more pre-existing. In keeping with the weak matchmaking mechanics, these guys are also black iron bronze. A group with 2 saints is already tops. Under the righteous many fights on the Dakian side, the otherworldly powerhouses fell like meteors. 3 half-saints with some of the powers of a great saint, with the cooperation of world suppression, national luck assistance, and the art of combining forces. With 30 million elite soldiers, he hardened the 2 saints and couldn't lift his head. The space of the schoolyard is infinitely elongated, yet shattered at every moment. Rushing spiritual energy and spells came and went, and various realms of the ocean, grassland, desert, and void, rose and fell one after another. Any one of the future Miaoan realm powerhouses would be able to take the people present in seconds. But now, it's them who are being taken out. But Suyin still asked one more question. Can you handle it? Shangshu Li smiled. Enough. He pointed to the array disk in front of him. If needed, the supervisor will step in. This is the heaven-suppressing formation, and it requires the spiritual power of a saint to propel it. But relatively, it can also suppress the saints for a period of time. Enough time for experts from all of Diqian to arrive. Suyin nodded. Then it was done. 3 half-saints participated in the battle, and there were also saints who swept the battlefield. The Great Qian has made sufficient preparations, and with the intention of counting, this group of powerful people will have nowhere to run. Boo! Ha! Master Cocoonling sent the 3 generals flying with a single strike and suddenly laughed coldly. If you want to leave us behind, you'll have to pay the price. His body suddenly fluctuated like water, and even the air around him became blurred. All of the powerhouses couldn't help but stop their hands, their faces grave. The god of war immediately retreated. He's going to blow himself up. Saints don't die. Even if their whole body is broken, they can still slowly absorb the aura of heaven and earth to replenish themselves. Master Cocoonling knew that he couldn't get away, and that he would only be consumed by a group of ants here. It would be better to simply blow himself up, even if he was imprisoned by the reinforcements afterward, and drag the group of hateful people around him down with him, especially Xiao Qingduan. Grandmaster Cocoonling roared. What is the reason for the Emperor's rebellion? You failed us. Xiao Qingduan's eyes widened and his heart was filled with shock. He was no longer an emperor and was now completely mortal. A casual blow from a cultivator would pulverize his body. If this saint blew himself up, I'm afraid that no one in the surrounding area would be able to survive except for the 3 half-saints. It's not a loss for Dakian, but Xiao Qingdan is dead. Shangshu Li frowned. Please Supervisor Zhang make a move. Boom! The sky cracked open and a golden eyeball appeared in midair. Sage, saints of the heavenly source realm, saints who hadn't been suppressed just showed up and displayed terrifying energies that destroyed the heavens and the earth. Master Cocoonling's eyes showed madness. Ha! Do you really think we haven't prepared anything? Anyone who doesn't honor me, get out. Thumbs up. Space made the sound of boiling hot water, followed by a rift across the sky that isolated the golden eyeball. The pupils of the golden eyeballs shrunk, and a large formation that covered the sky fell down blatantly, but the rift was faster, covering the entire sky like a zipper. Thumbs up. The sky was blocked and the endless grasslands of the schoolyard were plunged into darkness. Shangshu Li's face changed. Oh no! This group of outsiders even had a backhanded way of isolating the supervisor. The time it took for Supervisor Zhang to break through space was already enough to blow himself up 10 times. Master Cocoonling laughed crazily. Die. Since you want to kill me, then all of you die. His body grew brighter and brighter. Just the light melted and destroyed the earth, and the clothing of the powerful even began to burn. Shangshu Li slapped the table fiercely. Military god. There's no time. The military god didn't even turn his head back. His eyes were ice cold and his figure was as magnificent as a mountain. God of war. God of formation. Let's open the formation. The other two half-saints did not hesitate. Good. The heaven-suppressing grand formation required sage-level spiritual power to open. 3 half-saints, at the cost of sacrificing themselves, could barely start it. This is the last backhand, and as a last resort, De Qian is not willing to sacrifice 3 top-level combatants. One could only say that it was still too much of a stretch to try and intercept 2 saints by relying on a low cost. Every saint had their own means, and even the supervisor was blocked out by that strange ability. Sacrificing 3 half-saints would preserve the rest of the great Qian spine. Shangshuli was incredibly heartbroken, but very decisive. Everyone back off. Protect. Jin Yuan Hosher ZZ. Xiao Qingdan jerked his head up when he heard the familiar address, but he saw the generals retreating, and no one even cared about him. I am the world son of the Marquis of Jinyuan. Xiao Qingdan's heart broke. He snapped his head around to see Xiang Shouing opening a boundary to protect himself. She was also alarmed at the moment, but she did not look at Xiao Qingsuan more than once. How dare no one care about me? At this moment, Xiao Qingdan unexpectedly revealed a bitter smile. The old guard betrayed themselves, and the newly bonded Taoist companions went to protect others. What's the point of living by yourself? Might as well just die. Master Cocoon Ling laughed maniacally. Do you really think I'll give you guys a chance? It's too late. They all have to die. Everything happened in a flash of lightning, and even a half-saint didn't have time to touch the formation diagram. Not to mention that those generals, too, were an extreme distance away from leaving the battlefield. Master Cocoon Ling's body cracked open. Die. Boom. Wow dash. Xiao Qingdan watched as a ball of light that was 10,000 times hotter than the sun appeared in front of him. There was no wind, but a tremendous pressure of light that even blew him to the ground. Xiao Qingdan touched his body. Shocked. I didn't die. A ball of light? This hair confirms that before him, as before 10,008 large formations, triggered out a ball of light. All the surviving otherworldly powerhouses were enveloped, while the people of De Qian were either far or close. None of them were harmed. Swish. Only then did the military god arrive at the formation diagram, his tone low. You opened the heaven-suppressing grand formation? Chapter 88, being expanded. Swish swish swish. The generals of the Great Qian snapped their heads back, revealing horrified expressions. In front of the formation diagram of the heaven-suppressing grand formation, that world son of the Marquis of Jinyuan stretched out his tiny hand and just pressed on it. People had seen him before and could feel the spiritual energy flowing through his body. Slightly more, but nothing special. But now, with the heaven-suppressing grand formation being triggered, it was absorbing sage-level spiritual energy every second. That was a terrifying exertion that not even a peak supreme could afford. With just one breath, it could suck the supreme into dryness. It won't take 3 breaths. Even the divine soul to the origin, all of them will be drawn into powder, and won't stay in the human world at all. And this kid, he even casually placed his hand on the formation diagram. Let it be extracted, even with a leisurely look of idleness. Boom dash. The light from the ball of light dimmed a little bit, and that Cocoonling master had disappeared without a trace. The other saint, Venerable Tao Shang, relied on his cultivation to hold out. There was still a trace of breath left, but it was beyond wretched. The Tianyuan world is all dead. Right, if I leave. Now. He looked up and suddenly his expression was dull. The 3 half-saints, and dozens of generals, and 30 million elite soldiers, all looked at him with ghostly gazes. Venerable Tao Shang gulped. Why are you still alive? Wait, this is a great formation that can suppress saints? The space of the schoolyard was enlarged countless times, but it couldn't block the saint's prying eyes. With just a quick glance, he saw a shocking scene. A 3-year-old child reached out and triggered the saint's grand formation. And himself, he was in the middle of a big formation. Little brother, let's talk it over, shall we? Boo! The sphere of light violently closed, squeezing Venerable Tao Shang into a speck of dust. The military god slapped one hand on the formation diagram. Noisy. He reached out with his hand and the speck of dust flew over. Click. The warlord gently squeezed, and a condensed flame was added to his hand. It was then that the bystanders came back to their senses. A saint, suppressed? Ha! That's done? Can't you see? The god of war is already refining. So it was really this kid who activated the heaven-suppressing formation. The generals showed their surprise and felt very unreal. A few breaths ago, they were fighting to the death, and withdrew in fear before the saint blew himself up. They're brave, but they don't want to die either. But when it's hard to escape even with all your might, and you're ready to die generously, that saint, he was suppressed? And the one who struck was not 3 half-saints, but a 3-year-old boy? He had, surprisingly, sage-level spiritual energy in him? Is that scientific? It's a metaphysical thing. Even Shangshuli took a moment to come back to his senses. He was surprised for a moment before suddenly revealing a joyful smile. Little Yuner, where did you get so much spiritual energy? Seeing that it was over, Suyun withdrew his hand and pointed to the dantian. When I use my spiritual energy, there will be a hot gush out from here. Shangshuli smiled. Who is not a dantian out of spiritual power? After cultivating to the realm, there will still be Jin Dan. And what about Yuaning? He reached out and felt Suyun's dantian. Well, there seems to be a surge of spiritual energy. Shangshuli furrowed his brows, still puzzled. The spiritual energy in Suyun's body was faint and weak, not even comparable to someone who had just cultivated. His dantian was one that would part with 1 or 2 drops of spiritual energy with natural loss. But how could this kind of storage hold up to the attrition of a saint level? Li Shangshu could only make a judgment in doubt. Probably. This son's physique is unique, with a spirit power that is hard for us to reach. There was no other information, and the rest of the group could only nod. What else? The kid just saved them all. Do you want to return the favor? Suyun lifted his chin and was also a bit happy. It seems like this wave of spiritual energy output is also beneficial to me. Just now, when he saw that saint was about to explode himself, and Supervisor Zhang was also separated, he immediately utilized the Shining Shadow Xian Mirror. However, the Shining Shadow Xian Mirror could only radiate for tens of miles around, barely able to protect a few people in the vicinity. And with the schoolyard expanded to 10,000 miles by space spells, those generals were left to fend for themselves. Suyun tried to see if he could activate the formation diagram. Relying on the Hongmeng spirit embryo, he really did activate the heaven-suppressing grand formation. This divine object in the dantian would, at any time, replenish Suyun's spiritual energy, no matter how much is consumed. Not to mention saints. Even if it was an emperor-level formation, Suyun could supply energy uninterruptedly around the clock. Furthermore, his body was being strengthened by the beginningless Dao Bone and the heart of Supreme Yang every moment. The meridians looked tiny, but they were incredibly strong. This wave of oceanic spiritual power rushed, and it seemed to widen the meridians a bit. If it's an ordinary person, wide is just as wide. It makes no difference. But Suyun was strengthening his physique every moment, and with every widening, the power of his future spells would be several times stronger. He couldn't help but ponder, if we release more spiritual energy in the future, will we be able to expand our meridians? Consider, for example, finding something that can extract spiritual energy, such as the heaven-suppressing array, smoke it a few more times and lay the groundwork at a young age. At that moment, the schoolyard space spell was lifted and it once again returned to the size of a few acres. Xiao Qingdan was right below the stage, and seeing the crowd, he had already deduced in his heart that he was gloomy. That demon monarch that Lin Inger had spoken of was actually so talented. The chaos poison failed to affect him, and the various hindrances were easily cracked. Today, he even displayed sage-level spiritual power and suppressed his old ministry. Xiao Qingtsuan, who was an emperor, naturally would not look at saints in the eye. It can suppress saints at the age of 3. Was this really the opponent he was up against? Crunch! Xiao Qingdan clenched his fists tightly, flames igniting in his eyes. No! Since the old division has been removed, I'm going to seize every opportunity one have now. He snapped his head up. Holy Virgin, Road Companion. There were some twists and turns, but that fragrant comb shadow was its own Tao companion. It has now cooperated with Su Yun and eliminated the old division. He could leave with his Tao companion and go searching for the Destiny Cave while digging for new opportunities. Right? As soon as fragrant comb shadow turned her head, she immediately covered her mouth with sincere concern. Light Dust Prince, how are you? You are my Taoist companion. Don't let anything happen to you. If you are in the way, my concubine will have to shed tears and grieve every day for the rest of her life. Xiao Qingdan exhaled a long breath, and his mood was so good that he couldn't help but reveal a smile. I am fine. Although in the center of the battlefield, it was not involved. At best, you get a few light burns and skin tingling, listening to the other party's gentle words of comfort. Xiao Qingsuan finally recovered his spirit. It's good to have a road companion who cares about you. Fragrant comb shadow covered her chest and relaxed. I'm glad you're okay. That's great, she inquired sincerely, then turned her head. Little Sir Su, how are you? Just now, when she shot out to release the shield, although she was protecting herself, the edges also just happened to block Su Yun. Shangshuli still gave some face and nodded. People are talking to you. Su Yun gave a oh, it's fine. Her next sentence would be, if you hadn't protected me just now, my little daughter would have been afraid to die here. Fragrant comb shadow slightly owed her body and performed a Wan Fu. Young Duke, If you hadn't stepped in just now, my concubine would have perished here. Snap. Su-yun applauded in his heart. I'm so resourceful. Fragrant Comb Shadow was sincerely terrified. Young sir, you have consumed a great deal of spiritual energy. Please be sure to accept this Chihai Dan, so that my concubine can have the opportunity to express her gratitude. Snap. Su-yun struck a long sigh in his heart. Zan this green tea is awesome. After one blowout, others are sure to be pleased. And then a gift that can immediately close the distance and become under her skirt. Chapter 89, Refining Saints. Xiao Qingdan looked on from the side and suddenly felt that something was wrong. What's wrong? He scratched his hair, meditating, before Su-yun could receive the gift. Next to him, Lord Jinghai leaned over in embarrassment. How was he saved by this kid? A few times I bragged about trying to put on a show in front of my kid brother, but it flips every time. He said brightly, Kid, I was looking down on you just now, so don't blame me. Who would think a kid could make a difference? I'm convinced. Minister Li is right. You are truly a blessing for my Deqian. This spiritual power of yours, it's really strong too. This gauntlet, you take it. Lord Jinghai pulled out a set of spirit weapon armor and handed it over. The person next to him couldn't help but widen his eyes. You're really willing to give it up? That's built by the fire of the Golden Crow. All flames are inviolable. Lord Jinghai waved his hand. What's the point of having the Golden Crow armor if you die here today? The Marquis of Chang'e next to him also nodded. Alright, then this Peach Mountain axe of mine, I'll also gift it to my little friend. Just now Uncle talked too much. Next time you say back. He hardened his seniority, pulling it a bit higher than the Zhenyuan Marquis. Take advantage of it any way you can. The rest of the generals nodded and surged up to offer their gifts. Child, do you like this bow? This is a shadow star bow made from the reflection of the stars, invisible and without substance. You don't even need to buy arrows. Marquis Zhenyuan's son, come, I have nothing good to offer. This dragon horse was born from my personal insemination. Let it follow you home. Little friend, this amulet can block Supreme Being for a quarter of an hour. It's my crushing treasure. I'm giving it to you. The array of stuff was piled up all at once. Xiao Qingdan looked and suddenly understood. He muttered, actions, not empty words. Really caring is going to put their resources out there, give away benefits, and give the best in place. Instead of a flippant phrase, care is disguised with empty words. Xiao Qingduan looked towards Xiangshu's shadow. His heart was very hard to bear. Still no one really cares about them, and all those kind words are just for show. Fragrant Comb Shadow, being green tea, is willing to pay some price to catch a higher value male for a greater benefit, and for people of average value, it's all about pretty words. Of course, Xiao Qingdan possessed old ministries that made even the great Qian attach importance to them, and their value was also very high, far exceeding the expectations of Xiang Koming. But, the more power Xiao Qingdan had, the more it emphasized that Su Yun was stronger. Xiang Komying's eyes were now filled with Su Yun, unwilling to even waste a breath on anyone else, and right now, she was able to accomplish just that. Wow. Fragrant Comb Shadow happened to be standing in the middle of Su Yun and the generals, and with a smile on her face, she took the gifted treasure. Jing Haigong was not sure, thought they were a group, just subconsciously asked, what are you doing? Fragrant Comb Shadow smiled. Oh, I'll keep it for the young gentleman first. Very smoothly, she took the valuable treasure and put it into her Qiankuan bag. Lord Jinghai felt that something was wrong, but as a martial artist, he didn't react for a moment. Tada! The warlord walked over at that moment, and without a word of nonsense, spread his hands, sending you. In the palm of his hand, lay a finger ring. Lord Jinghai's eyes widened. You're crazy. You refined that saint, and to give it to the son of the Marquis of Zhenyuan? The military god nodded. Those who are alive are suppressed by the national fortune. Dead ones are just perfect for waste. Saints don't die, and a self-destructing cocoonling master, after spending enough time, will be able to resurrect himself. But he happened to fall into the hands of the great Qian, and there is absolutely no chance to show his head again. Either they were sealed and banished, or as such, they were made into holy weapons, using their origin and spiritual energy. Lord Jinghai and a group of generals, still too shocked to speak. It's too much, isn't it? What they gave away was precious, but still within the realm of understanding. Saints are the pinnacle of every power. Can you imagine making the emperor into a phallic treasure and giving it away? This captured otherworldly saint, sealed in the national treasury, will be a great weapon when needed. Would it be too much to give it to a child? The warlord shook his head. Not too much. He had just touched the formation diagram, but he had felt it clearly. That child flowed out 10 times more spiritual energy than he did. as Shangshu Li said. This is a blessing for Diqian. In the future, as long as he does not die prematurely, he will become the top pillar of Diqian. It could even lead the heavenly origin realm and create a whole new heaven and earth. This one Xiao Qingxuan was able to bring sage experts from the other world. Why can't Daqian break through space to conquer and plunder a wider space? So giving a saint, the warlord crosses the line, but willingly. Even if you are punished, it's worth it. The crowd was in deep thought for a moment. Right at this moment, Xiang Koming spoke with a smiling face. Then I'll thank His Excellency, the military god, on behalf of little Sir Su, little Mr. Su, then I'll take it for you first, ha. With a gentle squeeze, she picked up the finger ring and put it into her Qiankuan bag. This Su Yun is only 3 years old. What does he know about holy weapons? I will keep it for him for a while, and when he needs it, he can apply for it with myself. The action was so fluid that even the god of war was silent for several seconds. You who? The warlord spoke. Xiang Koming smiled skillfully. My daughter is the contemporary holy daughter of the Xianqing sect. Snap. Without a moment's hesitation, the military god was a slap in the face. Did I say for you? One more chapter. Should be 9,000 words. Chapter 90, I want it all. Snap. The military god was not at all spoiled and raised his hand for a slap. With a crisp, pleasing sound, Xiang Kom's shadow was knocked to her knees and mouth and teeth. Her whole body was confused, covering her face and kneeling on the ground. You, how do you hit a woman? You are disrespecting women. The military god rarely faced this kind of accusation and was silent for a moment before speaking. Minister Li, what is the offense for stealing military supplies? Li Shangshu, an old fox, smiling at the sight of the archfire, it is reasonable to be beheaded. The military god waved his hand. Well then, in order to respect women as much as men, roll them out and behead them. Shampoo Shadow? Seeing that the soldiers were really coming up and trying to rack her out, Fragrant Comb's shadow suddenly panicked. You, do you know who I am? A large question mark surfaced on the silent face of the military god. You're not the contemporary holy daughter of the Xianqing sect? She just said it herself. Xiang Koming immediately nodded her head. That's right, I am the contemporary holy daughter of the Xianqing sect. The warlord turned his head and looked at his fellow soldiers. So, push them out and chop them up. Fragrant Comb's shadow was on the verge of crying. How could you? I'm from the Xianqing sect. How dare you kill me? What kind of Sigma man is this? Do you know how to be compassionate? Green tea, all that, what moral abduction? What PUA talk? In his this useless, the military god said indifferently. If your master comes, I'll kill him too. Fragrant Comb's shadow crumbled. Shangshu Li smiled and relieved himself. Keep it for now and beat it with 20 army sticks. He winked and threw a you-know-what expression. The warlord tugged at the corner of his mouth. Boring checks and balances. Chivalry is forbidden by martial arts. And those clans, sects, and holy places love to hug each other the most, disturbing people's livelihoods in various places with strong personal force. Officials will generally adopt a policy of softness, pulling in a group of people, dividing them and cracking down on them. Troops will not be sent to exterminate until the people are outraged. Xiang Kom's shadow shrunk her shoulders. Choo-choo, pity, I did not do anything. Why do you want to punish the concubine? If it were a normal person, at this point, they would be incredibly heartbroken and filled with guilt. No reasoning whatsoever, because she reasoned really well. But the military god's face was expressionless. There is no mistake about it. Fragrant Comb's shadow nodded her head repeatedly. Concubine and little dupe know each other's roots and trust each other. That's why you keep the sundries for the young gentleman, don't you think? Su Yun rolled his eyes. Who wants to know the roots with you? The warlord nodded. Well, since there is mutual trust, here, give me the Qiankuan bag. Swish. Xiang Kom's shadow's Qiankuan pouch whooshed and flew into the other party's hands. The warlord said faintly, unravel. Fragrant Comb's shadow clenched her teeth, knowing that today's attempt to obscure the treasure was reimbursed. The kid is too dinky to remember or say what he took. I'm sure, this passing of one's own hand leaves a few pieces slightly unnoticed. Undetected. The stuff is your own. It's not a bad idea at all to get caught and give it back. It's like a commission, so you can get a little bit out of it by passing a hand in front of your face. And according to Zhang Shuang's experience, as soon as he plays poor, men will be generous and compromise, hosting things in your own place. But now, these stinking generals are really not at all compassionate. Fragrant Comb's shadow had no choice but to unlock the Qiankuan pouch. What just arrived is going to be gone. Wow! The warlord took everything in the bag and dumped it all, sparingly, into the other bag. In addition to the golden crow armor, shadow star bow, an amulet presented by the generals just now, there was also the Fragrant Comb's shadow's own rouge perfume. spiritual sword and spiritual elixir, and formation talisman. Wow! A chi heavenly pill fell into the Qianquan pocket, and Xiangxu Li couldn't help but shake his head. Just now, this fragrant comb shadow pretended to give Su Yun a chi si pill. That thing was a fifth-order heavenly product, not bad, but by no means good, and sold for about 100,000 spirit stones on the market. That chi heavenly pill, on the other hand, was of the 7th grade and worth over 10 million spirit stones, a difference of 100 times. If Su Yun had saved her, to repay the favor of saving her life, that should also be given to the Chi Tian Dan, not the Chi Hai Dan. Plainly give a friend to Chang'an. Sherry, Geely BYD, Xiaomi, friends praise you, but you, as a billionaire, give your savior one of these luxury cars, you're going to be called out on your spine. Sean Li shook his head, seeing the woman clearly. Swish, the military god closed the mouth of the two Qianquan bags, and threw the empty one back to Xiangshu's shadow. The one filled with treasures was thrown to Su Yun. Today, this son consumes a lot of aura. Let him take the supplies for now, just in case. Since you trust each other, the holy maiden shouldn't refuse. The surrounding people were staggered that this military god had not even remembered Su Yun's name before giving the saints refined exotic treasure over. Xiang Shouing, on the other hand, stared with wide eyes and a sharp pain in her heart. What a treasure to own! Own inventory, all to the military gods of obscurity? Not only had all of today's rewards been returned, but now even his own inventory was following suit. I'm crying my eyes out. Xiang Shuing opened her mouth, but the military god murmured, the holy maiden has no consumption today, so she shouldn't need these supplies. Does that mean you don't even want to believe in saving your life? Good generals and strong generals are all needed, and blessed generals are essential. If this woman wants to take advantage of my blessed general's belongings, then don't blame me for taking them all. Xiang Komying's face was pale. As green tea, she naturally had to maintain the persona of being understanding and considerate. Her voice was hoarse. I believe it. Little Lord Su. Fragrant comb shadow blinks her eyes. Incomparably pitiful. If you feel heavy to hold, I can do it for you. Su Yun swished the Qianquan bag into his arms. Not heavy, just right. If Sister Saintess wants to go back, just tell me. How could Xiang Comb Shadow ask for it back when she was racked? Green tea cannot be claimed. It can only be returned voluntarily by a licking dog. She couldn't help but curse in her mind. These stinking men, how must they not understand? Whoosh! Shanshuli threw a Qianquan bag towards Xiao Qingsuan and smiled with narrowed eyes. This young master has also worked hard today. Go back and rest. This Xiao Qingsuan was after all still a child of the Su family, and Shanshuli still had to improve his relationship with the Jinyuan Marquis. Bitterness can be allowed to him, but he also has to take care of Mrs. Xiao's mood. Xiao Qingdan was surprised and opened his Qianquan bag to see it full of supplies. Spiritual medicine, spiritual swords, and magic treasures are not considered high grade, and they are basically the things that ordinary soldiers use, but stacked together, they're not expensive. They even think about themselves? His heart couldn't help but surge with warmth, along with a surge of pride. See your old division and know that you are powerful. Dakian, too, panicked. It's not too late to please yourself. Xiao Qingdan was in a good mood and revealed a smile, slightly polite. Oh, thanks to Minister Li, these things are too expensive. Shanshu Li waved his hands repeatedly. No precious, no precious. Whether you are the reincarnation of a great emperor or you have accidentally obtained an inheritance, it's all rare material. In the future, Dakian will still have to rely on you to study the way to ascend to sainthood and claim the title of emperor. Xiao Qingdan's face turned pale, and the Qianquan bag in his hand was suddenly unscented. Nima, these ordinary supplies, they are even their own selling money? It was over and the generals left. Xiangcomb Shadow really received 20 army stick, but also not allowed to use the astral energy to resist. The pain is pearly. Xiao Qingdan was in a complicated mood, but seeing her in this delicate and weak appearance, he still couldn't help but feel distressed. Holy maiden, here are some spirit medicines. You can use them first. Xiang Komying's eyes lit up and she directly took the Qianquan bag. Thank you, young Master Lightning Dust. Young Master Lightning Dust is really kind-hearted. My concubine will definitely remember your kindness for the rest of my life. Yeah, my concubine happens to not have a Qianquan bag to use, so thank you, young Master Lightning Dust. Xiao Qingsuan touched the back of his head, knocked out by this sudden sweet attack. Where is it? He suddenly jammed. Wait, I'm just going to give her some elixir. How come I took my Qianquan bag? Even everything in it. Chapter 91 All Women Desire. Xiao Qingdan was left at the Ministry of War and was asked questions by a group of experts. Shangshu Li, on the other hand, had someone send Soo-yoon home. Leaving the schoolyard, the streets outside were abuzz with people. Pedestrians walked the streets, the hustle and bustle of the very earth. No one actually knew that just a few miles away, a battle between saints had taken place. Ding! Awesome! You didn't put up a fight, yet you let a bunch of cannon fodder defeat the Sage Emperor. Casualties, 0. Quest reward doubled, strange incense pouch +2. Soo-yoon picked up the scented capsule that appeared in his sleeve and pondered while looking at it. Well, this Dixian is also considered to have made enough preparations, but it also almost overturned. But that big formation was not set up by me. It only provided spiritual power. Also, just providing some spiritual energy is nothing out of the ordinary. So the system thinks that the Demon Lord didn't bully the small with the big. If the Demon Lord made a move, there would be nothing for those generals. Even a great emperor was as weak as an ant in front of the demon monarch 1,000 years later. Thousands can be eliminated in a single breath. It was also because it wasn't counting the Demon Lord's hand in order to provide a quest reward. What does this scented capsule do? Soo-yoon studied it for a while and felt a bit more refreshed when he wore it on his body. Sense, perception, and senses were strengthened at the same time, but not by a high margin. Well, guess, it's the bomb. Slightly buff kind of thing. Soo-yoon made a judgment and simply hung on. This stuff is not very useful for myself. Try it with no side effects and simply give it to my family. After finishing their thoughts, the group arrived at the entrance of the Marquis of Genuin's residence. The guards had delivered the news early, and Xiaoyu was already waiting at the door. The minister of the Ministry of War smiled and arched his hand. Ma'am, then young master Xiaoqing Tsuan will stay at the Ministry of War tonight for the night. You can rest assured that you are free to meals and bedrooms at night. Your Excellency is safely delivered. We will leave first. Xiaoyu nodded. Thank you for your trouble. It was normal for Xiao Qingduan to be noticed, and it was no surprise that he stayed. As long as he was still a member of the Marquis of Genyuan, the Ministry of War would not be able to do any harm. Sure Yaoyu feels that today is more than just detaining Xiao Qingsuan. He looked at Soo-yoon suspiciously. Did you cause any trouble today? Soo-yoon instantly tensed and frantically waved his hands. No. Although it was cool to activate the heaven-suppressing grand formation, Mother would definitely beat her ass for something so dangerous. Xiaoyu narrowed her eyes. Really? Soo-yoon had a bright idea and fiercely pulled out a small bottle from his sleeve. Give it to Mother. Sure Yaoyu was diverted and laughed. Rouge, you bought it? Soo-yoon nodded repeatedly. Yes. Behind her, Xiangshu's shadow had gone and returned, taking the two children out and naturally following them back. She's in an extremely bad mood after being hit with 20 army sticks today. Seeing Sure Yaoyu, that astonishingly heavenly, lifelong incomparable appearance, was even more frustrating to the extreme. If only these are not enough, that Su family young gentleman, even his own collection of satin velvet rouge, sent out, his own Qiankuan bag, it's on him Also at this time, Xiao Yuanbua, who was sitting across the street, saw the several people and hurriedly ran over. Mrs. Sure, you're here too, holy maiden? Fragrant Comb's shadow didn't turn around at first when she heard him coming. Instead, he stretched out his hand in the direction of Soo-yoon and looked sadly. You, alas, she shook her head sadly, watering, but didn't say another word. Xiao Yuanbua, where can he stand this dainty, lovable appearance? To say the words are forgotten. Subconsciously, he said, Holy maiden, you're there too, why are you so sad? Xiang Koming glanced at him sadly, her cherry lips were about to open, but then she gently shook her head. It's just that, this is the punishment that my concubine deserves. Xiao Yuanbua was heartbroken. What does the holy maiden mean by this? Fragrant Comb's shadow was very reluctant, but at the other party's insistence, she still softly opened her mouth. It's still not going out today. I tried to take something for young Mr. Su, but I was misunderstood for stealing. As a sign of my innocence, my concubine has given the Qiankuan bag to the young gentleman to carry. He may have taken it by mistake, and mistakenly offered the concubine's belongings to that lady. Xiao Yuanbua was instantly furious and stepped forward with a single step. Soo-yoon, you have disappointed me too much. How can you steal? Give it back to the other saintess. Xiaoyu first frowned when she saw Xiao Yuanbua, but when he heard the content, he immediately looked at Soo-yoon. You stole something? There was a sternness in her eyes, even a hint of reproach. Spending money and doing the wrong thing, all of that is understandable. But stealing and robbing and all these evils are never allowed. Fragrant Comb's shadow sadly shook his head. Alas, madam must not blame the little son. It's just a bottle of rouge. The young gentleman might just like it and take it. The fault is all mine. You mustn't punish the little lord. Adults can't hear such convoluted words, let alone a child. He must have thought he was speaking in his favor and was grateful afterward. Xiao Yuanbo was furious. Su Yun, who taught you such vices? What a bad character. Shame on you. Give it back. He reached out violently, grabbing its satin furry rouge with one hand. Su Yun hissed and moved the thing to the other side. Yours? Mother, what is this? He didn't understand rouge and opened his mouth to ask. Sure, Yao Yu didn't believe her son was stealing, but she was still saddened to be caught at the scene. This product is satin velvet rouge, the top rouge of Pinhong Pavilion. Only 88 of them are produced in a year, and all the women of the world aspire to them. Xiao Yuanhua also heard a little about it and immediately roared. All women in the world aspire to this. Such good goods. Where did you buy them from? You disappoint me. Who taught you to be a thief? Su Yun let out an oh-so-subtle cry. Satin velvet rouge. Not mine. Xiao Yuanhua sneered. Look at. Su Yun looked at Shangshu's shadow. Do you want more? Fragrant comb shadow froze. Since the Gongzi took it, the concubine naturally won't ask for it back. It was you who said oh. Su Yun casually flung his hand and directly threw the satin velvet rouge into the stinking gutter. This kind of thing is not worthy of mother, and I don't want it. Puff. Everyone watched as the rouge, which was of great value and desired by women all over the world, fell into the gutter. Fragrant comb shadow's eyes widened. My. Satin velvet rouge. How can you? You throw it away. That's my stuff. Green tea breaks the defense. Other men give things away. Lose them. It doesn't hurt. But this satin velvet rouge, even you can't afford to use it. How dare he throw his baby away? And says it's crap. Xiaoyo Yu was also stunned. Yuner, what are you doing? That's satin velvet rouge, and it has a price. Su Yun's small hand reached into his sleeve and pulled out, because that thing is not worthy of mother. Finally, he pulled out the 1,000 marriages gel. Mother, this is for you. Chapter 92, Give me back Su Yun. Xiaoyo Yu looked at the tiny bottle and wondered. What is this? Su Yun smiled cheekily. Rouge. He paused and held his chin very seriously. Well, it could be. 1,000 marriages gel. Sounds like rouge. Xiaoyo Yu sighed and cried. Thank you Yuner, the silly boy. Indeed. Bought himself rouge. Just now. It was also true that it was taken wrongly and a farce was made. Xiao Yuanbo was still staring at the gutter, and raised his head only after a long time. Very angry. You idiot. Throw away the satin velvet rouge and keep a plain rouge. You know how expensive that stuff is. Who did you learn all that from? Why don't you know anything at all? Sure, Yaoyu was shady and her face sank. It's none of your business who you learn from. At least Yuner won't steal anything. Yuner, as long as you bought it, mother will love it. Su Yun smiled cheekily. Mother will love it. Xiaoyo Yu thought he was repeating himself and didn't care, unscrewing the rouge to take a look. Who dash? Her eyes widened. What's dash? A mass of red mist, which filled out from the rouge box, covered the surrounding people in the blink of an eye. In the next second, Xiaoyo Yu's eyes became moist. She thought of her father's broad hands, her mother's delicious dishes, and her grandmother's kind smile. Think of your sons and daughters and every moment you spent with them growing up. The past is a forest of memories that pass before my eyes like a walk in the park. Those warm sights come back to mind with infinite feelings. Xiaoyo Yu was surprised to find that her realm had actually begun to loosen up again. It was clear that he had only been promoted to the Dao and not long before he was heading towards the heavenly pivot again. I'm afraid that the next time Su Chang'e comes home, he'll find that his wife has risen another level. What? What the hell is this? Rouge? It's a rouge any way you look at it. But what kind of rouge can evoke memories and still loosen the bottleneck? Xiao Yuanhua howled. Hyun-er, wait for me. I'll go back and marry you. Su Yun scratched his head. It seems like Ji Yin-Yun's nickname is not called this, right? Xianshu's shadow took several steps backward, stepping into a puddle and falling to the ground without any pain. 1 second she was lamenting her satin velvet rouge, the next she was shocked by 1,000 marital curds. Where is that divine thing that mortal man can have? Only because it is all in heaven. Shannon Shadow's personality is another story, but her business skills are still there. She recognized at once that the scent of that rouge could even soften one's heart demons, greatly reducing the karmic obstacles encountered during cultivation. That feeling of a bottleneck loosening up comes from that, too. Fragrant Comb Shadow couldn't believe how much effect this rouge could have if she could rub it on herself. She also blushed profusely, and Satin Fuzzy Rouge was really nothing compared to it. Boom! A fat, middle-aged man descended from the sky, followed by the god Qian guards who were in hot pursuit. The middle-aged man looked left and right. The fragrance-recognizing insect said it was in this neighborhood. Where is it? When he saw the 1,000 marriage curd in Shiryayu's hand, he rushed up with a rush. eldest sister. Snap! The divine Qian guards directly knocked him down. Within De Qian, it is forbidden to harness the air without permission. The middle-aged man kept shouting, "Let go of me! Let go of me! Big sister, sell what you're holding. I'm Xu Meng, the owner of Pin Hong Pavilion. I want to buy the rouge you're holding." Xiaoyu cried and laughed, persuading away the god Xianwei before speaking. "Sorry, this is a gift from my son. I won't sell it for any amount of money." Xin Xianwei saw that this is the Zhenyuan marquis residence, and this boss did not have bad intentions, and was very facetious to let go. Xu Meng looked hungrily at the 1000 marriages gel and was shocked. "Baby, this is an immortal product. I can't imagine anything in the mortal world that can concoct such an excellent divine fat. A room is a knowledge of the scent of insects call. I know there is a strange thing out." The odor gradually faded and Xiao Yuanbo regained his senses. "Why am I suddenly reminded of Hyunchan? She has no money or power, and she's only born good-looking." He saw that there was one more person on the field, still there, carefully observing the unknown rouge, and shook his head. "Who are you? Are you as stupid as that kid? Don't want this crap when you have satin velvet rouge." Swish! Juman dug around in his arms and grabbed a dozen boxes of satin velvet rouge. "Rubbish? Satin velvet rouge is trash compared to this." Xiao Yuanbo opened his mouth wide. "How do you?" Juman said impatiently. "I did it. Can I not know?" Xiao Yuanbo was confused. Fragrant Comb Shadow was also confused. The satin velvet rouge, which they regarded as a treasure, was a marvelous treasure to which all women in the world aspired. Surprisingly, it was made by this man, and, in his eyes, satin velvet rouge is not as good as a hair of this nameless rouge. Fragrant Comb Shadow's face was on fire, and for a moment she didn't know what to say. Xu Meng saw that the other party does not sell. Reluctant to leave, "Lady, gentlemen, if you still get this strange thing in the future, remember to sell it to Zhu Muha." He took the dozen or so boxes of satin velvet rouge and shoved them into Su Yun's arms with one hand. Su Yun muttered, "Hunger marketing." Xiaoyu looked at her son with complicated eyes. "Buy? Is this divine object something that can be bought?" This son of his own, he is getting to know more and more people. Once away from home, he was rescued by 3 saints. Today, he went to the Ministry of War again and was received by Minister Li himself, and he might have met other generals. "I can't tell you. It's a gift from one of the great ones." The corners of Shi Yaoyu's mouth hooked into a smile. Her heart sweet, how in heaven's name is there such a good child? And how does it happen to be my son? Su Yun looked at Xiang Shuing and smiled faintly. "Sister Holy Maiden, then do you still want satin velvet rouge? I was the one who threw the stuff away earlier, so I'll give you back a bottle." Gulp! Fragrant Comb Shadow wanted that nameless rouge, but obviously couldn't get it. "In that case, it wouldn't be a bad idea to get your lost satin velvet rouge back." She coughed softly and pushed back. "That rouge is not expensive either. The young gentleman does not need to bother with concubines." Su Yun let out an oh so subtle, "Okay, shampoo Shadow? No, 3 pushes and 4 lets. I push you to keep sending ah." She watched as Su Yun took the dozen or so boxes of rouge and stuffed them into her Qinkuan bag. No more giving it back to himself. Fragrant Comb Shadow gritted her teeth and broke defense. "How can you not be bothered with children?" Shi Yaoyu looked at Xiao Yuanbo and spoke. "You still have something else?" Only then did Xiao Yuanbo remember his business. He pale fly rubbed his hands. "Mrs. Xiao, I've only just come back. How come my home is gone? My second son has a big exam coming up. How can he live without a place to stay? Now is the time to study hard and read only from the bottom of the roof." He came back today only to find that he was evicted and his family is homeless. It turned out that those relatives ate and drank his food, and lived in the Su residence with incomparable comfort. But when you fall on hard times and are kicked out, it's all cold eyes at once. The Shao family is now losing money and can't find a few big sons because they bought a what's-his-name dragon's blood herb. It's dark now, and they're still wandering around out there. Shi Yaoyu said in a clear and cold manner. "I'm sorry, this is the Su mansion, not your home. The Shao family has been kicked out by the old lady. What face is there to stay here?" Xiao Yuanbo's face stiffened, but he still squeezed out a smile. "I know that there were some misunderstandings before, so just negotiate slowly. Besides, I've only returned today, and many things are still in the mansion, and let me go in and clean up." Xiaoyu lifted her chin slightly. "Sorry, the Aliyah is under renovation and cannot be entered." "You're lying to hell." Xiao Yuanbo angrily pointed inside. "What's the refurbishment for when it's good? Phew!" With a single spiritual force, Xiaoyu destroyed the place where the Shao family members had lived before, razing it to the ground. Her expression remained cool. "Well, it's being refurbished now. When a monk builds a house, it's a matter of a few incantations and doesn't cost much. More crucially, the places where Zhao's family had lived hated to be burned by fire for 3 days before they could barely chip away at the diaphragm. Xiao Yuanbo was stunned. You're crazy. Okay, since it's all said and done, you give Su Yun back to me. Chapter 93, Feeding the Master Cakes. Xiao Yuanbo glared viciously at Shi Yaoyue. Su Yun is my son. Either you give him back or let the Xiao family live back. This is an ironclad fact. The bloodline is connected. No amount of denial will help. Since they have already torn their faces apart, the Xiao family has been expelled. All the more reason to be unemotional. If the Su family is not righteous, then we'll get Su Yun back. Shi Yaoyu's hand under her sleeve couldn't help but squeeze tightly. The child was her death knell. How could she not give it back? And now it is still dealt with in the street. A careless, their own does not matter. The impact is Yuner after the reputation. Kinslaying for glory and riches. How all. Suddenly, Xiaoyu felt her clenched palm being held. She lowered her head and met Su Yun's big round eyes. Mother, he's not my father. As if these words had magic power, Xiaoyu's tense body suddenly relaxed. She narrowed her eyes and transformed back into the unfazed Su family's main mother, blessed with the spirit to say, "Are you sure?" Xiao Yuanbo thought to himself that of course he was sure. Xiao Qingxuan was found to be of the Zhenyuan marquis bloodline before he was received in the capital. At the same time, the Su family also has a child of the same year and month. So what is it if it's not your own flesh and blood? But, where is the marquis willing to let the 3-year-old adopted son of the family to drip blood to confirm his relationship with another family member? So Xiao Yuanbo was asked this way, but instead froze. I don't care. The Su family is going to pay compensation anyway. Back then, when the army was in chaos at the time of birth, we gave Yuner the most precious thing we had. If you want to take Yuner away, at least give us the compensation. Xiaoyu felt her hand loosen. If it was just compensation, it would still be acceptable. She inquired, what is the most precious thing? What is it? From memory, Su Yun had nothing on him but a thin quilt. Cake. Xiao Yuanbo crossed his arms. Back then, his mother and we left a cake on him. It's just to have a few more days to live in just in case. Xiaoyu froze, then laughed in exasperation. You guys leave a cake for a newborn child? No wonder I didn't notice. This stuff would have been thrown away as garbage a long time ago. Newborns don't even have teeth. How do you expect them to eat cake? Xiao Yuanbo straightened his chest and said, the pie is cheap, but human lives are at stake. Do you dare to say that without this cake, Su Yun would still be alive? Xiaoyu shook her head. This sophistry was really boring. She was about to speak. Xiao Yuanbo's face suddenly changed. Anyway, the Su family must give compensation, or else Su Yun returns it. After saying that, he ran away in a puff of smoke. Xiaoyu was just puzzled when she saw a merchant running from the opposite direction. The merchant arched his hand. But the Marquis of Zhenyuan? Xiaoyu nodded. Exactly. The merchant took out a sheet. Mr. Yuan Bo, using his own son, the Zhenyuan Marquis worldly son, Su Yun, as a guarantee, through our Chamber of Commerce, a large mansion, a full set of mahogany furniture, and 32 servants and attendants, with a number of guards. The account is recorded in the Marquis Zhenyuan's residence. Here's the slip. A total of 18,210,000 spirit stones. Xiaoyu was stunned before she reacted. The Xiao family came here to ask for a statement while they were out buying a big mansion. No loss on either end. Xiao Yuanbo ran away when he saw the businessman, fearing that he would be left behind to confront him and unravel the truth. Click. Xiaoyu crumpled the paper ball and took a deep breath. Good. 10 million spirit stones. The Su family can afford it. Think of it as ransoming Su Yun and cutting off that one pie of sin. Mother. Su Yun had just let go of her hand, but now she snapped and ran back, shaking her arm again. Xiaoyu looked down. Yuner? Su Yun pointed behind her. Mother, what that man said about we still are. Xiaoyu looked up. Surprised. You are. She was suddenly blessed with another unimaginative laugh. Yes, listen to my son. Xiaoyu said aloud. Mr. Xiao, I promise you, it's time to pay back the favor from back then. Xiao Yuanbo didn't walk far and heard the voice, and after a shock, he immediately couldn't wait to turn back. He hesitated, but approached the merchant. If you're recognized, you're recognized. The Soph will pay for it anyway. Xiao Yuanbo was a bit disbelieving. Really? You promised to make amends? Xiaoyu nodded. That's right. Xiao Yuanbo was overjoyed. Since the other party had loosened their lips, he must make a big profit. You gave Yuner a cake back then. Sure, Yaoyu spoke. Master Wei. Xiao Yuanbo was still thinking about how to make a lion's share of the money when he saw a raw face walk out. He was wary. What are you guys doing? Sure, Yao Yu clapped her hands. Then I'll return 10,000 times. Master Wei. Feed Master Xiao the cake. 10,000. Master Wei was the owner of the corner bakery, and had just been brought over by Su Yun's bounce. When he heard that he was selling 10,000 pies at a time, he did a double take. Mother asterisk 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 Boss, quickly bring cakes for this lord. Xiao Yuanbo was horrified and was instantly overwhelmed by the overwhelming pie. He thrashed in the piping hot pie crust. Xiao Yu, you're crazy. I don't eat pie. I don't want this. Xiao Yu's eyes carried a sense of pleasure. Back then, Yuner didn't want the cake either. So why did you insist on giving it to him? She could still remember the panic-stricken night when the newborn child in her arms had just been rescued and was crying with hunger. It was his own mouthful that fed him, not some damn pie. But God Shenwei looked confused from the sidelines. Should we stop it? What's so dangerous about eating a cake? Let him clean it up later and bring it all back. The merchant was left out to dry, all confused. The lady, that list. Xiao Yuanbo cursed. Su Yun, you bastard. I'll kill you. You're not my son. You asshole. Xiao Yu shrugged. You heard it all? Su Yun is the son of my Jingyuan Marquis House. Not just any shrewish scoundrel can touch him. Whoever signed the slip is responsible for it. The merchant will say, well, if there's no money, throw them out. Xiao Yuanbo looked at Xiangshuing helpfully. He just stood up for her and spoke up for her too. I'm sure she won't sit back and let her family be put on the streets. Xiang Kongying's face was full of innocence, as if she was about to cry out sincerely. Mr. Xiao, I'm really heartbroken. But my Qiankuan bag was taken away and I have nowhere to go now. Wow. A group of messengers came over and bowed. If the holy maiden of the Xianqing sect has no place to go, you may follow me to the post house. After all, it is a major power, and it is impossible for De Qian to really sit back and do nothing. Fragrant Comb Shadow took a deep breath and looked at the Su mansion. Without looking back, he got into the sedan chair. Only the desperate Xiao Yuanbo was left behind, and the hospitable cake-feeding boss. Sure, Yao Yu carried Su Yun and returned to the Su mansion. Simply packing and straightening up, she was relieved to find that her son was not injured. Where's that girl with the big belly? Xiao Yu suddenly remembered. In the days when Su Yun was away from home, there was always a thieving, long-legged girl that came running to the Su mansion. It's so big every time that you can't help but think about it more. Su Yun let out an oh-so-subtle sound. That was the little brocade civet Gushu. He didn't have a deep friendship with her, and he had only saved her life. The help passed the word twice and sent her back from whence she came. There's no such character in the plot, and it stands to reason that he'll die somewhere. However, after being nudged together with the koi, the ability to absorb the spirit of heaven and earth became an increase in chi. When the inner Dan is large, the chi is high. When the inner Dan is small, the chi is low. She won't have bad luck going forward, so she should be able to survive until the beginning of the episode. Su Yun simply replied, not much of a connection, just letting a few passes be made and letting her leave. Should be living well somewhere. Xiao Yu nodded. That night, after everyone had gone to sleep, ya! Ancient Trace let out a cry of pain and was pressed against the wall. Click! Her clothes were ripped off. Chapter 94, Demon Queen Xian Yi. Boo! Ancient Trace was pressed hard against the wall by a strong force. There was clearly no one in front of her, but she was buckled against the wall, unable to move a muscle. Run away! Why don't you run away? The condescending female voice came from all directions, making it almost impossible to recognize the location. Gu Sushu shivered. Her black silk imperial sister not imperial at all. Mom, I won't run away dash. The condescending female voice commanded. Call His Majesty. Click. The wall behind Gu Sushi was pressed out with spiderweb-like cracks. With complex pain in her eyes, and not knowing if it was because of her body or her mind, she whispered, Your Majesty. Wordlessly, a Chen Yi stepped out of the air. This was none other than the contemporary demon queen of the 10,000 demon kingdom, Chen Yi. She was tall, and with her scallion-white fingers, she gently picked Gu Susu's chin. Endure it. Wow. The clothes on Gu Sushu's abdomen were ripped open, followed by her skin and flesh opening up in droves, revealing bright red internal organs. Oddly enough, not a drop of blood came out of it. Chen Yi stretched out her hand, which was like a sheep's fat jade, and reached straight into the other party's abdominal cavity. Ancient Trace tears rustling down. This kind of pain that goes deep into the bone marrow, no matter how many times it is experienced, it is difficult to get used to it. Endure. Qianya's hands carried spiritual energy and kept going deeper and deeper. For the past 3 years, she had to open her belly every 3 to 5 days to plunder the inner elixir. This body was peculiar and very different from the other demon races. The inner elixir is dug up and grows back every other day, ripening in a few days. Moreover, its quality was extremely high, and whether it was used to cultivate or refine medicine, it was extremely effective. Ancient Tracy was trembling with sadness, but she managed to hold back her struggles. There was pain in her eyes, but more pain. 3 years of living like this. Occasionally there is a sip of spirits to take Dan in slumber, but the pain of losing the inner elixir still hurts even after waking up. Gusu finally couldn't take it anymore and took the opportunity to escape. Demons are living beings in heaven and earth, and Gusu followed her feelings and eventually found the academy, absorbing book chi from afar in the hope of restoring herself. But he was still discovered and injured again. Met 2 small children when they thought they were going to be taken back. Qianye's voice teased, "Bear with it, this is your life." Ha! She groped as she laughed as if mocking herself. "And how is it not our fate?" Qianye suddenly exclaimed. "Where's your inner elixir?" In the pain of ancient traceability, suddenly remembered something, violently holding his breath. Could it be? Boom! A great invisible force pressed her down a few more centimeters. Snap! It hurts. The little brocade beaver's bones and flesh were shattered, and blood flowed out, so he couldn't help but cry out in pain. Qianye was furious. "I'm asking you, where's the inner elixir?" Gu Shushu raised her eyes and endured the unbearable pain. "Your Majesty will never need to work again in the future." It had been several days since she had been picked, and she realized it now. Ever since co-morphing with the nameless koi, the little white fox's inner elixir had been tied to luck. Heaven and earth spirit will be automatically converted into chi and displayed as the size of the inner Dan. If the inner elixir existed, ancient trace would not be in any danger. On the contrary, the inner elixir doesn't exist before your Majesty bumped into it. Qianye gazed angrily. "What did you say?" "That's my inner elixir. The inner elixir of the 10,000 demon kingdom. By the way." She suddenly remembered something and smiled gently. "It's that human boy, isn't it? If it hadn't been for the Confucians that day, we could have gotten rid of him. Was it the elixir he fed you that caused the transformation and affected the inner elixir?" Goose Sushi's eyes widened. Not caring about the pain, her long black silk legs stomped fiercely. "Mom, don't harm him." Boo! With great force, it slammed her against the wall again. Qianye's eyes were cold. "Call His Majesty," Ancient Traceback said with difficulty. "Your Majesty." Hoof. Qianye picked up her chin. "Transformed. Why are you still acting like a coward? What did that human brat do to make you an octogenarian? Take form so early? I'd like to see that." Gu Shushu stood up her body, and in her weak eyes, a hint of strength unexpectedly came out. "Don't hurt in Kong." Though only 3 days together, the boy, his own benefactor, the body is infinitely divine, and he knows the strangeness of his own physique, but his eyes were pure, without a hint of greed. Whether one repays the favor or not, there is no accusation. For such a good person, Gu Shu Shua Shua would never allow to be harmed. Boo! Qianye doused the young Jean Civet's magnificent ambition with just one look. She smiled gently. "For the sake of the 10,000 demon kingdom, everyone can be sacrificed." Swish! The 2 figures disappeared, as if no one was there in the capital city where private air harnessing was not allowed. Even when they brushed shoulders with the soldiers on night patrol, no one noticed anything unusual. After burning incense, the duo arrived at the Xinyuan Marquis residence. "This is it, right?" Qianye took a deep breath and revealed a satisfied smile. "Spiritual energy is abundant. This family has some resources. No wonder you are unwilling to go back." Ancient Traceback had been drenched in blood a moment ago, but now his body was intact. She was anxious. I'm not because of spiritual power. Mom, sire, you go back. I will cooperate with you to take the Dan. I believe that I will soon be able to research a new method." Qianye glared. "How can I not take a look when I'm here?" How unique can a small human family be?" She landed with some curiosity, and more than a little exultation. It wasn't easy for the demon race to transform. The higher the bloodline, the harder it was to transform. Even for the imperial clan, many of them kept their beast forms throughout their lives, and were called divine beasts and demonic beasts by the foreign clans. Qianye didn't quite believe that the human kid could make the little white fox take shape, but even if it's not him, I'm sure it's somehow related. After all, the matter of chi, who can say, just happened to hit a certain joint, not impossible. Qianye comes over to do some exploring, one to break Gu Susu's filter and tell her that this place is sparse. The 10,000 demon kingdom had infinite gods and wonders in the past, and taking just any one of them could make great Qian tremble, let alone such a marquis 8. The second is to meet the boy. The 10,000 demon kingdom was destroyed by the human race, but it was not so bad as to blame the sin on a child, much less running to Deqian and mutilating the marquis son. It would be best to scare Gugu and let her go back in peace. If this kid is special, it pays to research it. Swish! The two landed and walked idly through the courtyard. God, Shenwei can't even find out. These ordinary guards naturally. Who's there? Wow! The guards of the night patrol, with their torches, looked this way. Squeak! At the same time, the windows of the west room opened on their own without any wind. Ta! 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 The empty yard was empty, but the sound of ethereal footsteps came from it. Ancient Trace was very nervous. Fear of being found out and fear of not being found out. Xianya frowned slightly and strengthened her mana. Discovered? The guard came this way warily, probing a bit before shaking his head. It's probably the wind. Ancient Trace exhaled in a complicated manner. Xianya faintly said, "Don't do anything stupid. This is the human hinterland, so if we are discovered, we will have to exterminate everyone." Ancient Traceback lowered his head. Understood, Your Majesty. These familiars, did they really find it or by chance? Xianyi pondered while taking another breath and strolling forward. It's indeed a bit peculiar, but it's better than the 10,000 Demon Kingdom. Her eyes suddenly widened. What's this? Ice Spirit Spring? A spring of water in front of him emanated amazing spiritual energy. The spring water exuded an ethereal cold mist, vaguely translucent with visions in the haze. Xianyi sort of understood where the abundant spiritual energy that filled the air came from. Just standing around and sniffing the slightly cool air made me feel refreshed. The body's daily metabolic accumulation of toxin waste is also breaking down a little. Such a divine object is placed in the courtyard? Xianyi was 10,000% surprised. They're not afraid of being stolen? She stepped forward quickly and was about to fetch water. Hiss! Xianyi suddenly got chills and goosebumps on her bare back. Who? She jerked her head around, but saw nothing. However, the chill that was like a bone-like gangrene still gripped his heart. Who's watching me? Master of the state? Supervisor? Or Grand Marshal? No way they could have seen through my tracks. Is it someone else? Who has the power to make me feel palpitations as well? Xianya felt alarmed. Who could make the demon queen of the 10,000 Demon Kingdom, the titular sub-saint, feel a piercing cold? She looked at the spring and hesitated for a moment before pulling out a spirit herb and placing it on the ground. Then the lotus root arm lightly scooped a cup. Heart palpitations of the feeling. Ha! Xianyi felt amused. Since when do I need money to take things? Her eyes took on a wary look. This Su Mansion. It doesn't seem to be as simple as it seems. Xianyi to the moon gently looked at the spring, clear and transparent through the dense fog. It was as if the wind on the highest snowy mountains was bitterly cold but transcendent. She just glanced at it and swallowed it. Well, Xianya's eyes snapped round, her expression written with horror. Not the ice spirit spring. The old site of the 10,000 Demon Kingdom has an ice spirit spring that purifies the blood, expels toxins, and eliminates fatigue. Only a few springs can be used for bounty by the royal family. Each year, every drop of water was cherished and considered the most important bounty of the royal family. Only when receiving important guests, and when practicing breakthroughs, you can spare a drink. But now, could it be Ice Clear Jade Spring? Chapter 95. Am I excited? Xianyi was alarmed. The spring water here not only has all the effects of the ice spirit spring, she even felt like she was healing from an old wound that she had left 10 years ago and was still vaguely aching, becoming tingly and itchy. And the early cultivation level of one's own realm unexpectedly showed signs of a breakthrough immediately. Not a real breakthrough, but a sense of impending breakthrough. When one really reaches the later stages of the realm, promotion will be a snap. Xianyi remembered that the ancient books of the 10,000 Demon Kingdom mentioned that there was a divine spring given by an immortal. It combines the functions of purifying the physique, expelling toxins, repairing old wounds, and enhancing the senses. And the spring in front of us, the characteristics match perfectly. Such a divine object is just placed in the open like this, casually piled up in the courtyard? Xianya was a bit dizzy. With such a divine spring, at least one splendid palace should be built next to it. Every day, there were heavy patrols filled with surveillance spells, not sparing a single trace. How can it be permitted, so casually, to allow falling leaves to fall in and be treated the same as an ordinary fish pond? Wow! The guards who had just made their nightly rounds came by and failed to spot the spell-enhanced duo. He scooped up the spring water for himself and gulped it down. At the end of the day, you move away and scoop water into your head to cool it down. Xianyi was dumbfounded. Such a divine spring. What a waste! Waste! Gu Shuyu hurriedly pulled her back. Your Majesty, calm down. What if it's really exposed and His Majesty silences him? Xianya was furious. No wonder. The house guards here have higher sensing abilities than the divine Shenwei. What is the composition of this Marquis of Xingyuan? Even such divine springs can't be recognized. What a waste. It pisses me off. You drink too. The key thing is, one pays for it. This spring water is good. But what good will a few sips do? His own 8th order spirit herb would not be earned back by drinking here for 3 days and 3 nights. These guys are surprisingly casual about their enjoyment. The demon queen was practically exploding with jealousy. Gu Shuyu received the order and also immediately cupped out some water and gulped it down. She was embarrassed to say that she had come every day before and drank some at the spring, much sooner than His Majesty knew. Ancient Tracy was a bit vain and raised her eyes twice more. Xianyi saw her looking at herself and said in dissatisfaction, "What are you looking at? You can't waste it if you're here. I don't care about you. You drink more." And the inner Dan grows a bit. Ancient Traceback let out an oh-so-sweet sound and weakly said, "Yes, Mom, Your Majesty." The retainer snorted. "The young gentleman is so lucky to be able to dig out this spring in the courtyard. It also has spirituality. We are blessed." You need to wash away from it. Don't dirty the spring." Another person also said, "The young gentleman is also good, and had to help patrol the night before." Madame had no choice but to watch him patrol the entire courtyard. Little Gongzi? Xian Yi twisted her face. This Marquis in Yuan's residence does have some heritage. Even a child has gotten the light. Maybe it wasn't a coincidence that you were allowed to take shape. Go meet the kid. She couldn't care less about the spring and ran forward with great strides. As good as the ice-clear jade spring is, it is of limited use. A small marquee. How can it compare to the 10,000 demon kingdom? What's that? Xianye suddenly stopped. Boo! Ancient Tracy couldn't brake fast enough, and the huge Yukiko crashed into him. Xianye gave a disgruntled glare, and not wanting her to answer, she took 2 steps forward and opened her mouth wide in astonishment. Dragon meat? In the kitchen, a couple of cooks were preparing dishes in advance. They cut a piece of meat that emanates a strange density into small pieces and put it into a large pot to simmer the broth. The young gentleman said to boil the soup for the dishes, and these meats belong to us. Even if the essence boils out, it's still dragon meat. Eat to strengthen your body, you lazy bastards. Maybe you can go up a realm by eating. The apprentices and helpers were full of excitement. The young gentleman is so nice. Even the dragon meat lets us eat it. That's not true. Where other houses have this treatment, even the palace can't eat dragon meat every day. We're in for a treat. Gulp. Ancient traceability heard. Xian Yi swallowed hard. The demon race cultivates, and their need for blood and flesh is far greater than that of the human race. The great demon feeds on the lesser demons, using itself as a furnace to melt the essence of all things. If a great demon falls, the lesser demons can again feed on its corpse and be promoted to king. That's why the demon race's quest for food is deep in their souls. Dragons and phoenixes, as top living beings, regardless of their realm, their flesh and blood were the best blood food. Xian Yi, even as a queen, at this moment surprisingly cannot walk, said, "What family can let the cook handle the dragon meat?" She was confused. It wasn't that the 10,000 demon kingdom hadn't eaten dragon meat before. This kind of top-notch ingredient could still be encountered with luck. I had the pleasure of tasting a fingernail-sized piece myself at a very young age, and at that time, where the father dared to let the cook handle it, couldn't care less if it tasted good or not. Burning incense and meditating for 3 days, bathing and dressing before using extremely pure demonic power to sizzle and mature a little bit. And now, surprisingly, these cooks handled this faceplate-sized piece of dragon meat as if it were a normal ingredient. What a family! To be able to put dragon meat on rice. Ancient traceability was slightly better. She repaid the favor those 3 days, just running a few errands and being a mom twice. But it's the dragon's liver and marrow, and it's enough to eat. Now seeing the scraps of meat that had been left out to dry, it was just a craving, but not that kind of hunger. The chef shouted, "Go pick some 9-turn spirit branches. I want to mix some gazpacho." The apprentice answered and hurried out. By the time Qian Yi reacted, the helper chef had already returned with a plant full of life like a satchel of scallions. 9-turn spirit branches? Qian Yi was dumbfounded. It was an innate spiritual plant, planted on a bare mountain, and every other year it would be green and lush with flowers and grasses. And immortal. A single branch can create the most suitable spiritual mountain kingdom for an entire demon race to survive. And now, this Su mansion, not only did it grow the 9-turn spirit branch, but it even had to use it to mix the gazpacho? The apprentice laughed and said, "The old man in the vegetable garden didn't sleep, and when he saw people, he said how nice the young gentleman was. Surprisingly, I planted the spiritual plants in the vegetable plot, and now the flowers and plants are abundant, the insects and ants are routed, and it's easy to work every day." Chef gave a blank look. Envy someone? Then go switch with him, the apprentice hurriedly said. How could I? Tired in the kitchen, but there's dragon meat to eat. Chef saw him get stuck talking. What? The apprentice scratched his head. No, It's fine. The chef gave an oh so subtle, then get back to work and get tomorrow done. This 9-turn spirit branch mixed with vegetables is also delicious. 2 days ago I heard that there is an additional 9 turns folded ear root in the city, and I don't know if it is related to the young gentleman. Gu Shushu's face was full of worry, watching Qianye's steps getting faster and faster. Your Majesty, it's just some meat, don't get excited. Qianye stretched her neck. Am I excited? Young prince of the Jinyuan Marquis, I can kind of see it. He's got the luck, but not the brains. It's a total waste to have such opportunities and not hide them properly. Ancient Tracy was afraid. Your Majesty, Mom, don't harm eunuch. Humph. Qianye laughed disdainfully. Just these things, rare as they are, they're not worth my hand. What hasn't the land of 10,000 demons seen before? You can eat dragon meat any day. Gu Sushu thought to herself. If you don't have dragon meat crumbs hanging from the corners of your mouth, it would be even more convincing if you didn't have an extremely high-quality spirit stone on that stovetop. Qianye made a turn and walked forward. The mind pondered. A small child, and not doing anything to harm the demon race, and to be able to obtain these chances, luck must be good. Just take it back and keep it for now. Swish. With a pause, she looked up to see a large tree that covered the sky. Go tea tree? Qianye's realm was enough to see the countless rules of the Great Tao, which were fluttering around the trunk of the tree, constantly changing. The ancient books of the 10,000 Demon Kingdom had mentioned that this was precisely the ancient divine object that even immortals had to spy on and covet, the Enlightenment Tea Tree. Why does his family still have the Gnosis Tea Tree? Qianye violently raised his sword. No, I'm going to kill this kid. I'm envious. Chapter 96, The Lolita Kid, an alarm rune? That's exquisite. Standing in front of the door, Qianye revealed an interested smile. This Su family is just a marquee, but there are quite a lot of good things. On one door, there were delicate and intricate alarm runes. As soon as a stranger makes contact, it immediately makes a jarring noise. Qianye wasn't good at cracking and couldn't contain the runes. But, buzz, she waved her hand and the gate seemed to disappear. But the lines connecting the runes were still transferring energy into the vanishing void, as if the door hadn't disappeared. It was just not visible anymore. Ta-da! Qianye took the little Jean civet with him and crossed the doorway with ease. It was only then that the gate reappeared. Alarm runes intact, refining falsehoods into truth. Qianye created a fake entrance in the illusion, and this entrance then really appeared in the real world. This was the secret technique of the One Demon Kingdom's royal family's press, able to create an entire city with illusions in a grain of meter space. In the city, one can survive 100,000,000,000 demon people. Gu Shushu's heart was frightened. Your Majesty, don't hurt Un Gong. The corner of Qianye's mouth raised slightly. I act according to my heart. Hiss. Her smile faltered. That chilling feeling from the bottom of his heart enveloped him once again. Who is guarding this mansion? A thin layer of cold sweat surfaced on Qianye's bare back. Make the saints feel fear. Who has the power to do that? And, she looked left and right. Hard to see anyone. Humph. Qianye clenched her teeth and pulled out a necklace mantle, throwing it on the small platform by the door. Swish. The coldness, at once, disappeared. Qianye's black lines floated out of her brain. What the hell? You have to shell out money even to enter a door. Right. She was pissed off enough that after a country, when did she have to pay for it out of her own pocket? Ancient Traceback carefully said. Your Majesty, what are you talking about? Qianye was impatient. Nothing. That's the kid? The two demon clansmen were able to see the red-lipped, eloquent and adorable child through the screen. There is no woman that can withstand the temptation of not snuggling. Qianye muttered. The human race is not all ugly. She hesitated for a moment and walked up, pinching the little pink face. Suyun suddenly opened his mouth. Qianye jumped back in fear. I won't get him killed. Ancient Traceability helplessly said. Even if it's a child, it's not that easy to die. Oh, Suyun typed out the second half of the yawn. Qianye looked at it for a while and found it quite interesting. So this is the child. It doesn't seem that gruesome. This is true. Gu Su nodded her head. Un Gong can be good. Qianye was awakened by the word, and for reasons that suddenly came to mind, her soft expression pulled back. Since it's your benefactor, take it back to repay your kindness. Gu Sushi was shocked. Your Majesty, don't. If we take Nkong away, how sad his family will be. Qianye's heart stunned a little, empathizing with the pain, but she then coldly lowered her face. The human race has caused many families of my demon race to be separated from their wives and have their homes broken up. What's it to me if I just take a child? This son has great fortune in him, and taking him away can be of great benefit to the restoration of the country. When she finished, she was about to lean down and pick up the child. Hiss! The palpitations came. Xian Yi said angrily. Make a show of it. What's the hurry? With a flick of her hand, a bracelet spell landed on the bed. The palpitations weakened a bit, apparently still alert. Several people didn't notice that an almost invisible film floated on Su Yun's body. On his arm, an engraving lit up one after another. Those were the Shining Shadow Arcane Mirror and the Sage Protector Seal, which would be triggered immediately at the slightest threat. Ancient Tracy was confused. Mom, what are you talking about? Xian Yi has been chagrined by the situation tonight. It has nothing to do with you. This child. Ha! She held Su Yun in her arms, looking at that childish and cute appearance. Suddenly her heart was tender again. More to the point, there was a scent on it. Cute indeed. No worse than the demons. Xianya brought her nose forward and took a deep sniff. The scent of soap pods for washing clothes, pancreas for bathing, wicker for brushing teeth, and the milky scent that was both strong and light, pervasive, sprayed into the nose together, and an unheard of smell. Xianya was a bit uncomfortable, but felt new. Is this the smell of a child? Well, seems pretty. She was suddenly alarmed. Being a demon himself, he instinctively extracted the spiritual energy of living beings. It won't smoke too much, but it will still have some effect on such a small child. You will wake up depressed, lose your appetite, etc. But just now, when he inhaled it himself, he instantly inhaled a spiritual energy that was so pure that it exploded. The purity of this power was even greater than that of his own father. What kind of physique is this child? Xian Yi was astonished. The spiritual energy is so pure? The palpitations came as if a sharp sword was about to stab into his chest the next second. Xian Yi gritted her teeth. Who the hell are you? A mouthful of spiritual energy is also in charge. She's budging, but she's seen the baby and still wants to see more. It could only be flung again, and an alabaster foot ring landed at the end of the bed. And Xian Yi realized that she had just passively sucked in her spiritual energy. Inside this child, surprisingly, there was no fluctuation, and it seemed to remain at full capacity. Only a 3-year-old child, but such an abundance of spiritual energy? She was so alarmed that she flung a gauze phallus in advance. Whoever you are, Yuan, look clearly. This son's spiritual power is endless, and he's not afraid of sucking it up at all. I didn't hurt him. Xianya leaned over and took another drag. Su Yun instantly returned to full. Throw in a neon vestment and suck again. Back to full. Tossed an earring and sucked again. Back to full. Xian Yi was shocked. God, how much spiritual power does he have? She swept her divine sense, but Su Yun's entire body, everything was normal. It is nothing more or less than a powerful heart, pure blood, and bones as delicate as jade. Truly a divine son. Xian Yi couldn't help but sigh. With a perfect physique, it was strange that he couldn't have such vast spiritual power. It's really just a steady stream? No, this son is unfathomable, and my spells can't probe the whole picture. The whip is out of reach. Count today as a good karma and go ahead. Xianya's heart ached as she looked at the magic treasures all over the ground. After taking a sip of water, gnawing on dragon meat scraps, and sucking in spiritual energy that wasn't even that of a first-realm cultivator, he threw away magic treasures that could buy a small city. Even the lord of the 10,000 demon kingdom was heartbroken at this time. A loss. A big loss. Xianya's heart was dripping blood, and her expression couldn't help but twist, seeing that she contained anger. Gu Shushu was anxious. Mom, you can't suck anymore. Any more sucking Youngjio will die. Xian Yi is speechless. I'll go bankrupt if I suck anymore. However, her trip was to scare Gu Shushu, so that she would gather her heart and go back. So she made a stern face. If you obediently go back with me, I will spare his life. If you dare to run away again, I'll kill. Hiss. Xian Yi threw out a spirit carriage and raised her head to scold angrily. Even if you say a word, you're in charge. I'll never come to this Thai place again. She felt stifled. Even 10 years ago when the capital city of the 10,000 demon kingdom fell, she was not so humble. Ah, Yasheng, the hallowed subsaint, was threatened by his life. Who's that in the air? The great emperor? Are there still great emperors in the Tianyuan realm? Ancient trace, huh? Xian Yi was annoyed. Get lost immediately. It's not just a marquee. What gives you the right to scare my mother? Don't let me go if you can. Swish. She was about to put Su Yun back on the bed when the child's grip on the sheet gave way and the sheet slipped off. The strange scented capsule covered underneath it was completely exposed. Xian Yi completely ignored, took a deep breath, ready to puff and leave. Guh, her eyes suddenly hazed, and the next second she fell to her knees softly. She tried to hold on, but she was too soft to move. The whole body is incredibly itchy and all I want to do is grind on the floor to get some good relief. What? I'm poisoned. Wow. Xian Ye's hand loosened, almost dropping Su Yun on the ground. her eyes opened in disorientation, and with the last of her senses, she took him into her arms without falling off. This fall, afraid to pay again. Trap? Qianyi tried to brace her body, but she was weak and powerless. In a daze, held Su Yun's hand. No, can't pass out. Any more smoking, and you'll have to lose yourself here. She couldn't figure out why. As a sub-saint, she would still have heart palpitations and be poisoned. It's hard to even die in this body. What kind of poison can mesmerize you? And it's in a kid's bedroom, and he's been hit himself, and the person behind it hasn't shown up yet. Could it be that this is not poison, but some kind of medicine? But Qianyi could no longer care about anything else. She felt a burst of warmth coming from the hand holding Su Yun. Suddenly, blessedly, she instinctively spoke. Look at, do I look like a man to you? Or a god? Ancient Tracy was stunned. Mom, what's wrong with you? What are you doing in pursuing the seal? The higher the bloodline of the demon race, the harder it was to transform. The demon empress, who was a sub-saint, hadn't actually taken form. This appearance is the result of an illusionary disguise. Qianyi was being manipulated by instinct at the moment, sensing that something was wrong but unable to escape. Gu Shuyu hurriedly squatted down and comforted. Mom, it's okay. The benefactor was last time I begged for the seal. Well, he is very kind and generous, and says all the good things. Mom, you're going to be fine this time, too. Qianyi turned his head with difficulty, also brought some expectations, looked at Su Yun, whom, as Su Yun slept, he felt a meditative intent. He didn't wake up, but he felt the urgency straight away. To ask for a seal of approval? Didn't we discuss this last time? Su Yun thought in a daze. The last one was unsatisfactory? Then it's the opposite of last time, alright. Buzz. Qianyi's body shook as the rueful heavenly will converged in one body. She turned her head with difficulty, slurring her words. Last time? Last time. What did he and say you said? Gususu froze in place. 1.75 m. Black silk, black long straight. Magic power. Gentle sticky imperial sister. Qianyi's body shook again. Then what would be the opposite? Gu Ruoxu gulped, and like reading an answer, she read out the image of the demon queen of the 10,000 demon kingdom after her transformation. Like, 1.4 m, white silk blonde hair, beast ears, light body, soft body, arrogant flat-chested lowly female brat. Qianya, eh? Boo. Chapter 97, A Word to the Saint. Su Yun dreamed of a big sister. The appearance is at a loss for words. Pale, stiff, but you can see that the bottom is good. Don't recognize it, but it looks familiar. She didn't say a word, just quietly watched from behind. You are? Su Yun inquired. The big sister didn't say a word. Su Yun took a step closer to her. She didn't move, but pulled back a step in distance. Su Yun took a few steps. She took a few more steps back. Su Yun realized that he couldn't get closer. Who are you, sister? The big sister didn't say a word. Su Yun chatted some more, but got nothing. He had no choice but to keep playing in the mud. But as the dream progressed, the big sister always stood behind her, not saying a word. Su Yun was stared at. You're not a ghost, are you? The big sister didn't say a word. Su Yun pondered for a moment and stopped paying attention. For some reason, it felt somewhat reassuring. Okay, just keep an eye on it. Ding! Su Yun suddenly heard a voice. Demon Empress Qianya thought that by following you, she would be able to restore the glory of the demon race. But I never thought that the 10,000 demon kingdom would be destroyed by your own hands. Even though she guessed that it was the divine child's dissociation, she was still unwilling to forgive. Qianyi turns to the direction of the heavenly source realm and transforms into an eternal stone statue. If you can revitalize the demon emperor's bloodline, you will definitely be able to gain the support of the demon clan. Please release the seal of the Qianya demon queen and make her smile again. Mission difficulty, infinitely high. Mission reward, Shitian Maze. Su Yun was confused. A mission? Is there a mission for dreaming? Is it a dream about a mission? Or a mission into a dream? And this Qianyi demon queen, she only appeared at the beginning of the plot, right? How would I know where it is? Suddenly, Xiaoyo Yu's voice came from the side. Yun'er. Su Yun turned his head, but he didn't see anyone. Yun'er. Xiaoyo Yu's voice continued to come. Wake up, or the sun will shine on your ass. Swish. Qianya's eyes widened. I fell asleep? Okay. Scared me. Just dreaming about incarnation. When she turned her head, she saw a black silk royalty with a big belly, standing on the side, looking at herself with concern. Your stomach. Why is it big? Qianyi was alarmed. The little gene beaver ancient traceability for the problem. Mom, your belly is also big. Qianyi snapped her head down, and suddenly her eyes were full of horror. How my hand is so small. What's going on with my stomach? She realized that her body had become so petite that she looked like a little loli. And the belly became huge with it. This pair of mother and daughter, the night passed, unexpectedly have big belly. Is it a moral decline or a distortion of human nature? What's going on with me? Me? Ancient Traceability hurriedly said. Mom, I've read that you are a layer of spiritual power crystals knitted on your inner Dan. Absorption would be normal. Call your majesty. Qianya shouted. And you? Ancient Traceability said. Your majesty. This is the inner Dan getting bigger. She didn't do anything. She just stayed here all night. However, Suyun's passive release of Book Chi had allowed the little gene beaver to suck in enough to accumulate enough luck throughout the night. Qianyi was somewhat at ease for a moment, but then immediately trembled. What about my cultivation? She was horrified to find out that last night had been real. Rush with divine sense. Can't use it. Where's my cultivation? Where's the cultivation? Qianya panicked. Gusu stammered and replied. It seems to be gone. No? Qianya's eyes widened. He himself is a sub-holy man. The holy realm is divided into sub-saints, saints, and great saints. Even if it was the pre-saint realm, that still had all the characteristics of a saint. How could it be lost in one sentence? Qianyi turned her head violently and stared dead at the sleeping Suyun. It's you! You're talking nonsense, and you've lost my cultivation. With that, she was about to pounce and choke the kid. Swish! With no effort at all, Guruoxo grabbed the blonde beast-eared white silk lowly female brat down. Mommy, stop it. This is someone's home. How can a guest hurt his master? Qianyi felt soft and broad, but could not help but feel sad. Stomping his bare feet. But my cultivation. She had been in beast form before, and had only used illusions to disguise herself in human form, pressing the need to wear clothes at all. This body of gauze, or gushushu, helped her put it on in the middle of the night. But since it was the first time I took care of a little girl, I forgot to put on my shoes. Without cultivation, how am I going to restore my country? What about the 10,000 demon kingdom? Qianyi was in tears. I just pounced on it and didn't even feel the palpitations. That unseen being felt that she didn't have the ability to threaten the Su family's son. Shame. A hallowed subsaint couldn't even threaten a 3-year-old child. Gushushu took her in her arms and kept stroking the little loli's head. Mom, I'm here. Don't be afraid. I'm here. Qianya's beast ears flicked and felt itchy, subconsciously wanting to break away. But the powerless body, unable to do anything, remained cradled in its arms. She blushed as a wave of shame flooded through her. The Lord of the land of 10,000 demons, above the 10,000 demons, is always strong, has no flaws, and will never display weakness. Where would it be like this, to be cradled in your arms and soothed like a doll? But for some reason, she felt a warmth that had been missing for a long time, even a little strange. Ever since the destruction of the 10,000 demon kingdom, it had been because no one had treated them like this. The lord of a country looked high and mighty, but he was pitiful. There are no adults older than her anymore. Let go of me. Qianyi struggled to break away. With my cultivation gone, I'm a wasted demon. Wait, this kid said you're magic? Let me conk. What is your cultivation level? Ancient Traceback ejaculated. I don't know. Qianya explored for a while and was violently shocked. Sage, you're a saint. Her cultivation was gone, but her experience remained. This familiar Tao rhythm could never be condensed without a saint. Ancient Trace never feuded with anyone and fought with the enemy. Every time he caught himself, he also took it obediently and wouldn't say a word more. Even as recently as last night, still afraid to struggle and allowed herself to be manipulated. How could Qianyi not expect that this weak little Jean Civet had become a saint? If she was really angry, she could crush herself into mincemeat with just one little finger. How did you do that? Qianya was shocked. Ancient Traceback scratched his head. I don't know. That's it. That's what the benefactor said. Swish. Qianyi turned her head violently and looked at the child on the bed with a complicated expression. He can empty his mouth and create a saint? Requests for seals generally grant benefits to both parties. The sealer is able to take form, and the merit accumulated from cultivation is returned to the sealee. But if you say too much when you're being asked to seal the deal, you'll trigger karma instead, and both sides will be punished. Say to a small demon that it can become a saint and ascend to the throne. The karma involved is by no means something a child, and a small fox, can bear. This child, Qianyi was shocked. Just how much luck does he have, to be able to create a saint out of thin air? She could not imagine just how strong an undercurrent Su Yun had in him. One word and a saint is made. Yes, Qianyi suddenly lost down. Also because of his great fortune, only one sentence, said I become a waste demon. All of his own cultivation has disappeared. Even the divine sense disappeared, becoming no different from an ordinary small demon. At the thought of this, Xianye's beastly ears drooped. Chapter 98, The Fox Spirit. Xianye took a deep look at Gu Su Su. You have cultivation. Why don't you leave for homework? Even if this family's guards are unusual, with your strength, you can still get out, right? You should hate me for hurting you so much. Ancient traceability had become a saint, and even though her appearance was soft, her life level was already the highest. Even if she didn't fight with anyone and forced her way out, the Su mansion was afraid that she wouldn't be able to intercept her. Well, except for that unseen presence, but people are leaving, so they shouldn't be intercepted. Gu Shuyu was stunned and suddenly hung her head. Mom, I actually know. You never scooped up my inner Jin. Xianye snapped her head up, surprised. What did you say? Ancient Traceback murmured. I know, with the destruction of the 10,000 demon kingdom, you no longer trust others, trying to fake taking my inner Dan to make me strong. But I can't do it. I know that you crushed my inner Dan and then used mana to moisturize my meridians and bones. Every time you have to consume a lot of physical strength. I cannot bear it, so I escaped. Mom, you won't have to work so hard from now on. Xianye's eyes widened in shock. What are you saying? I don't understand. Ancient Traceability said. You have the spell of refining falsehoods into reality, maintaining openings every time, which scares me. But you forget that you taught me too. I just couldn't learn it well, but it's still possible to see through illusions. It's a lie to open up the belly. It's a lie to dig out the inner elixir, and it's a lie to pulverize the body. Mom, it's been hard. The concern is real. Xianye turned her head violently, covering both sides of her cheeks. Shut up. I'm not listening. Ancient Trace was used to being ordered around and was instinctively terrified. But looking at the petite and cute Lori, with her light body and soft body, she suddenly had a surge of courage. Going to the ear of the demon queen beast. Mommy, here's the ear. Xianye's body stiffened and hurriedly covered her ears that were unfamiliar with the location. Ancient Traceability said. Mom, it's been hard on you these past few years. Every 3 days the inner Dan is crushed and infiltrated into the flesh and bones. Perhaps this is also the reason for being able to successfully ascend to sainthood. From now on, let me take care of Mom. Xianye blushed hot. You, don't talk nonsense. You are the property of the 10,000 demon kingdom and are destined to give your all to it. That kid ruined my plans. I'm going to kill him. For the sake of the 10,000 demon kingdom, everyone can be sacrificed. Except for Ancient Trace. Ancient Traceability suddenly reached out her hand and somewhat domineeringly pinched the little lowly's cheek. Mom, if you want to kill someone, the first second you enter the courtyard, you'll create an illusion of death, and then it will come true. I think we have to thank the envoy for giving us the opportunity to be honest with each other. Xianye struggled, but to no avail. The difference between having no mana and having mana through the sky was too great. Or it's honesty versus honesty. It's forced versus honesty. Ancient Tracy said. And Mom, didn't you notice? You've transformed. You've raised the level of life. Isn't this what the human race always says? To break and build? Xianye struggling paused and felt it for a moment before realizing the end. The cultivation was gone, but there was still a faint saintly Tao rhythm in his body. That is to say, that he himself still retains the characteristics that saints should have. Only his cultivation has been lowered? Swish! Xianye turned his head, eyes full of surprise. He actually has the ability to make me take shape? The purer the bloodline of the demon race, the more difficult it was to transform. The ones that didn't take shape were always demonic beasts and divine beasts, strong, but unable to walk on that supreme position. He stayed here for one night, and he was transformed? Ancient retrospective that time can still be said to be accidental. Himself this time personally has found it to be inevitable. This son of the Su family has the power to make demons take shape? Gratefulness and dissatisfaction coexisted in Xianye's eyes with mixed emotions. It's not good for you to say anything, but what if you say more? Saying I'm all-powerful is not good enough. She didn't know how else to express it. It had happened so suddenly last night that she hadn't even expected to take form. Where do people who prepare in advance to beg for the seal of approval end up? Humph. Xianye still felt that she couldn't save face and said arrogantly, I won't be thankful if he caused me to lose my magic power. Hiss. A palpitation came. Xianye was annoyed. Who is it? Why are you still there? It's just a little bit of spiritual energy. Here you go. All of it. The unseen guy kept watch all night, confirming that he had been sucked of his spiritual energy without the slightest damage, and then just wait quietly for the next day. When the demon queen wakes up and demands her payment, Xianye held up the inner Dan that had huge crystals, and threw out a flurry of messy magic treasures all over the place. Here you go, all of it. Pissed off old lady. It's a big loss. A body of cultivation was gone, and paid for a magic treasure that could buy 2 cities. That is, a sip of water, and a tiny bit of psychic energy. The kid was flushed and, this Sioux mansion can't stay. We have to leave immediately. Knock knock. There was a knock on the door of the room. Xiaoyoyu's voice came. Yuner, are you awake yet? I'm coming in. Qianye suddenly tensed up. Hurry up. She swished up and suddenly realized that she had no cultivation. You can't even run away if you want to. What to do? Qianye was anxious and uneasy. It was too humiliating for the Lord of the 10,000 Demon Kingdom to be captured by the human race. She jerked her head around. You do it. You've learned to refine falsehoods to make them real, so hurry up and take me away. Gu Shuyu looked confused. I haven't used it. She did learn it, but she didn't use it at all. Obviously black silk royalty on the outside, but her personality is soft as hell. On the contrary, the light-bodied and soft little Lori's mom is arrogant as hell. Qianye, anxious, can only see a hand push the door of the room. Woohoo! An ear-piercing alarm resounded throughout the Sioux mansion, and the side guards immediately rushed over. Madam, what's wrong? Xiaoyu was embarrassed. The alarm rune went off somehow. It's fine. You guys go and get busy. It took her a while to undo the rune and push open the door. Yuner, up yet? Ha! Xiaoyu pushed open the door and was instantly shocked. Bracelets, necklaces, rings, earrings, anklets, all sorts of female jewelry emanating a glow spilled out onto the floor. Each piece was filled with spiritual energy, and at a glance, it was not a mortal item. Rouge and powder, and all sorts of odd supplies, filled the location all over. At a glance, this is not the room of a 3-year-old child. Simply a wonderful boudoir for a wonderful woman. Still haven't cleaned it kind of thing. Xiaoyu was furious. Which vixen comes here to act recklessly? Whoosh! 2 shadows, scurrying off the windowsill. Xiaoyu looked over with a glance and was even more confused. Is it really a vixen? A snow-white fox with smooth fur, looking all beautiful, like a forest spirit. It dangled a much smaller yellow weasel and made a leap for the window. What's even more peculiar is that this yellow weasel's belly, which is so high up, looks like it has cubs. Chapter 99, The Big Sister Who Became a Fabulous Treasure. Xiaoyu couldn't see clearly. The yellow weasel seemed to be holding a scented pouch in its mouth, urgently throwing it behind the furniture. It was as if he hated the scented pouch and hated to hide it. Sure, Yaoyu was confused. Fox spirit. Repayment? Suyun slept well, but the floor was full of babies. Other than repaying the favor, Xiaoyu couldn't think of any other reason. Qianye, you're the vixen. I'm the snow ferret. Weasel is a weasel. And the word yellow is Qianye. Her breed is the snow ferret of skunks. And this layer on her body is a juvenile golden fluff. When it matures and molts, it will become snow white. And the ancient tracing back to the past and the moon in the future is a who. The 2 Saint Realm demons, who were incapable of fighting, jumped out of the window in a single leap, obviously not using mana, but somehow lucky not to be discovered by the guards. Qianye opened her teeth and claws. Put me down. Ancient Tracy's abdomen subsided quite a bit, and she obediently put her mom down. Qianye turned back with a complicated expression. That child. The trip was unexpected, and she couldn't tell if she had lost or gained money. The combat power of the 10,000 Demon Kingdom dropped off a cliff, but essentially there were 2 more transformation saints. With time, it can make a comeback. Even more so, people aren't all bad. Qianye revealed a smile. These magic treasures, they don't seem to be a loss. If a saint could be bought in just 2 cities, no matter which power would be impatient. The demon race had 2 saints. Qianye couldn't help but reveal a smile, but it's still pissed off. My cultivation. And what is that palpitating presence? Anyway, don't let me find a weakness. Xiaoyu walked to Suyun's bed. Wake up, lazy pig. What's going on here? Do you remember? Suyun rubbed his eyes and was shocked to see a field of magic treasures in women's clothing. I don't know. What's going on? A burglar? No. How did the stuff get here on its own? You're a thief in the middle of the night? Ding. It's hard to imagine that a king whose country you destroyed would still smile at you. It's even harder to imagine how hard you've worked to win back your heart again. No matter what, if you obtain the Demon Empress Qianye, you obtain the entire demon race. Mission reward, Shitian Maze. Suyun, what did I do? I didn't do anything. Wait, last night's dream was real? Suyun's brain was confused, and the CPU gave it a burn. He had roughly figured out the system, and encountering a specific being would trigger the corresponding plot. Only 1,000 years later version. If the mission in last night's dream was true, then that meant that the 10,000 Demon Kingdom's Qianye Demon Empress really came to her room? Hiss, who did I invite? Soo-yun was helpless. Before the start of the plot, he by definition didn't have the slightest connection with the Qianyi demon queen. This iron-fisted queen would not make contact with herself until decades later. After a complicated experience, it ends with the demon king overthrowing the newly restored 10,000 demon kingdom, and the son of heaven's destiny obtaining the most important treasure. I didn't mess with her, so how did I end up here? Soo-yun was confused. However, after taking a look, neither the Shining Shadow Arcane Mirror nor the Sage Protective Seal had been triggered. The former can withstand almost all attacks and has unbeatable defense. The latter is even more dangerous, and a Sage's shadow will appear, sweeping away all enemies. Neither has been triggered, so it seems that he is not in danger. But it didn't matter. Soo-yun looked at the enlightened heavenly mystic formation he had just obtained, which could be automatically set up in the Soo mansion. I won't be afraid of any more demons in the future. I've already given copies of the Sage Protector Seal to my family, and now that there are no great emperors in the heavenly origin realm, it's enough. Shioyo urged. Get up. In a little while your third sister will be leaving, and, she paused, go check on big sister. Soo-yun sucked in a breath of cool air. That's my big sister who's going to be made into a magic treasure? Mo Ling wailed. Little brother, I don't want to leave you. I don't want to go back to the division. I want to be at home. She was crying like a pear. It was not a miserable word. Soo-yun howled with her for a while as well, but it didn't take long to get annoyed. Kicked away. Go, 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 go. Get out of here, and don't wipe your nose on me. Su Moling had initially resolved the cold poison. At least for a short period of time, he would not turn into an ice sculpture. This time, when I go back, I will also be able to save my children and focus on learning Taoist Qingheng's Frost Silence Sword. That's a stunt that can kill a foreigner to the point of breaking the generation, and the new generation forgets to be scary enough to pick a fight, and gets killed to the point of breaking the generation again. It wouldn't be long before Mo Ling was able to go searching for divine objects and completely control the Frostling True Body. The Frostling True Body could freeze time and space, and could master the supreme Tao of rules. In the plot, Mo Ling's realm was only 6 or 7 realms, and she was able to keep the Demon Lord at bay. If you can completely control it, all enemies will be no match. It's hard to drive away the Inkling. Shioyo, on the other hand, brought Soo-yun and arrived at the west room. She pushed open the door to her room, and a faint scent of soap permeated the room. Obviously someone talented had cleaned it. The room showed no signs of human life, but all the supplies were there. Sure Yaoyu came to the bed, her eyes first bursting with sadness, then immediately toughening up. Yuner, call big sister. Soo-yun saw on the bed, a sleeping beauty with her eyes peacefully closed. She hadn't seen the sun for years and her skin was as pale as snow, cherry lips like blood, long hair like a weave, tightly closed eyes and expressionless face with a dignified and serious beauty, but the playful eyelashes, like blood cherry lips, and a light mischievous air. She was stunningly beautiful, and now she lay alone on the bed like a soulless mannequin doll. This was Shioyo's eldest daughter, Su-yueli. Soo-yun obediently said, big sister. It looked familiar to him, but not in the sense of a long memory. Shioyo said, your big sister needs the formation to suppress it. Usually only I can come in, and the formation was only opened yesterday. Your third sister is just waiting until she gets a glimpse of her big sister before she goes back. Last time you were here was a year ago. Ring a bell? Soo-yun nodded. He was reborn, not a soul wearer. The memory of being 2 years old still rings true. It's just not that deep. Sure Yaoyu gently waved her hand. Yuan turn around. Soo-yun turned around, and it didn't take long to hear the rustling sound of undressing, and the pattering sound of water. After a while, Shioyo made him turn around and while massaging Su-yueli's body, she said, 3 years ago, the night you were born, our family was attacked by assassins on their way home. Your big sister faced thousands of strong men all by herself to cover us. When she returned to the camp the following day, she had souls to spare. 3 souls, washed away too. Only this mouthful of raw soul is left, barely hanging on to the body to stay alive. Cloud. Shioyo's voice was sad. If you want to risk your life again, you must think about your family. Think about your big sister. If I die, your father dies, your second and third sisters die. And who's going to take care of your big sister? Who's going to wipe her down? Soo-yun nodded obediently. The room was well organized and everything was set up like normal. The key thing was that there was a pair of shoes in front of Yuri's bed. All of this was pinned on Shioyo's high hopes. I hope my oldest daughter wakes up tomorrow and puts on her shoes to tell her family she's okay. Soo-yeon smacked his lips. My poor big sister. Chapter 100, Pinch Your Feet. Reset chapters 94 to 99. Please turn back. Fellow Taoists. The small author is indeed insufficient strength. Some plot feel okay, right out to be sprayed only to realize that the writing forked. The general plot did not change, just optimize some details, and the ambush of things mentioned in front. Dry and direct. Some readers still have suggestions, but also can directly mention. P.S. Expressing apologies for the extra chapter. In this life, he had seen Soo-yeon less often, but for the plot, it's a clean slate. In the book, Soo-yeon was never awakened from the beginning to the end. 3 years ago, as the eldest daughter, she fought off thousands of dead soldiers to cover her family. Excessive spell casting, resulting in a shattered, literal soul. The Soo family only had time to retain a sliver of their living souls, preserving them with a large array, barely keeping the body alive and not dying. The rest of the souls, on the other hand, are in a miserable situation. As the sister of the protagonist, Yuri naturally had a special physique. The escaped second soul is found and refined into a magic weapon after the beginning of the episode. The Soo family was under the control of the Son of Heaven's destiny and gradually fell behind. Yuri's body was even refined into a puppet, becoming a pathetic humanoid weapon. Soo-yeon couldn't help but sigh. This protagonist's family could be really bad. The family is broken up and tortured in all kinds of ways when they move. If we don't care, this Soo family's eldest daughter, like the Soo family's 3 daughters, will end up dying miserably. It became the trigger for friction between the destined son and the demon lord. Big sister, do you think I can save you? As a family member, Soo-yeon is duty-bound. But in the episode, Yuri was never awakened. Soo-yeon didn't have full confidence either. Suddenly, he eked out, "Mother, make way." Sure, yeah, you thought he was going to give you Lee a massage. So he said, "You can help big sister pinch her feet. Has been lying down, muscle atrophy." What are you doing? Soo-yeon went up and directly pinched Yuli's face, glaring. "It's you." She slept so beautifully, it was just beautiful beyond measure. Soo-yeon didn't recognize it for a moment, but only when he rubbed his face and pushed his eyelids open some more to reveal lifeless eyes. She was the very same woman who, last night, had entered her dream world and silently guarded it all night. "What did you say?" Seo-yu was puzzled. Soo-yeon let go of his hand and paced back and forth. "Last night, after the demons of the 10,000 Demon Kingdom came over, the reason why I didn't encounter any danger was that big sister was guarding me." That 10,000 Demon Kingdom Demon Empress is a great power who lived until the later stages and easily overthrew the entire world. She's so strong. Big sister must have a tough time resisting with only a wisp of her living soul. Demon Queen, I'm fine with that. She obviously only has a sliver of a living soul, but she still thinks about protecting her family? Soo-yeon looked at the sleeping beauty with a firm fighting spirit. "Big sister, I must save you, but how to save it?" Click, the door was pushed open, and the maid, Harriman, said, "Madam, Master Grey River has arrived." Seo-yu wore a faint sadness. "So soon? Quickly invite him in." It didn't take long for an old goateed gentleman with a cape on his head and a cane to walk in. Seo-yu said gratefully, "Master Grey River, you've come." Master Grey River nodded. "Count the time. No more, no less." Seo-yu hurriedly said, "Master Grey River, then please come and take a look at Yuli." Yuri only had one living soul left, and it needed to be suppressed within her body. Su-fu searched for a long time before finding the elders of the underworld Soul Valley, Master Grey River, and his master, to lay down the formation. The array needs to be repainted every year to make up for the deficiencies. Otherwise, once the living soul drifted away, Yuri would really die. During these 3 years, Seo-yu often came over to scrub her daughter's body and massage her muscles. Seeing her pale and pitiful little face made his heart even sadder. Taking the trouble to do so only perpetuates unconscious life. But, as a mother, how can you tolerate your family passing before your eyes? Master Grey River nodded. "All right, prepare the materials and I'll redraw the grand formation immediately." A maid suddenly ran over. "Ma'am, someone is asking for an audience." Seo-yu frowned. "Who will come at this hour?" "Have someone wait in the parlor for a while." The maid ran over, and in no time ran over again in a hurry. "Madam, that man said that he has Jean grass in his hand." Master Grey River snapped back. "Knowing grass? I want it." Seo-yu was puzzled. "Master?" Master Grey River said, "If you use the knowing grass to draw a large formation, it will be beneficial to your daughter." Sure, Yu hurriedly said, "Then quickly invite the person over." In no time, a man and a woman were guided to the west room by the maid. Mu Chongkong of the red apricot cliff arched his hand, but his expression remained arrogant. Greetings, ma'am. The last time he was at Chunman Mansion, he was spoiled by this world son of Su. He also missed out on healing the children of the Flowing Light Holy Land, lost a lot of money, and lost both his fame and fortune. But he was also blessed by a chance encounter with a strange woman in prison. Listening to her few words of guidance, she really did find a few peculiar elixirs, not to the point of being precious, but rare. Today, I also heard what she said and came up to look for a chance. Beside her, Lin Inger changed her face and also arched her hand. Greetings, ma'am. We have found a flavor of Jian grass. I wonder if the Jinyuan Marquis residence needs it. She carries in her heart the indignation and resentment that it was this family that put herself in prison. Yesterday, the Ministry of Justice transferred the prisoners, next to Mu Chongkong joint helpers, robbed her out. Lin Inger was timid in her heart and didn't want to get any closer to the demon monarch and the Su family. However, I heard that the Xinqing sect was visiting to find the fate point and set up the demon subduing pillar. It was then that I remembered that there was a fateful cave that I had attacked together with the demon lord in my last life and found an ancient tomb of a great emperor. Before, his own strength was not good, but now that he met Mu Chongkong in the prison, everything would change. So Lin Inger circled around and counted until it was almost time for the Su family's daughter's annual drawing day. Then he asked Mu Chongkong to seek out the Yin grass and exchange it for items from the upper gate. Mu Chongkong opened the door. I heard that there is a bronze fragment in the Su mansion that cannot be melted by fire refining. I would trade this grass for that shard. When Shiryaoyu heard about the bronze shard, it was really unfamiliar and didn't react. Su Yun had run over and whispered, "Mother, give it to her, give it to her, give it to her." In front of the heavy pupil, he instantly recognized the face-swapped Lin Inger. This stun of hers was useless in front of Su Yun. However, Su Yun did not intend to poke holes in it, and only lamented how efficient it was. Only one day after being robbed out, he found the knowing Yin herb. Moreover, the bronze shard she was asking for was the key to unlocking the great emperor's ancient tomb. Su Yun hated to shove something at her and quickly went to find the location. Although he knew the plot, he couldn't match the words to the exact location. Lin Inger was different. She had actually been to the place and was able to find it without any problems. As in the case of the knowing Yin grass, Su Yun knew that in the plot, this thing was also found and used to exchange favors with the Su house. Lin Inger intercepted this opportunity and used it to make a deal. Shiryaoyu was a bit puzzled as to why her son was so impatient and even a bit excited, but Master Grey River said it was useful, so he nodded. Thank you, two fellow Taoists. I'll have someone fetch the bronze shards. Su house treasury is huge. Bronze fragments useless, so it is also limited to have an impression. Grey River Master hurriedly came out. A hand is going to grab over the Jian grass. Finished yet? Finished. I want to do something. He's the kind of drill sergeant who doesn't like to be around people and hates to work right away. Mu Chongkong froze and suddenly hid the Jian grass behind his back and laughed out loud. Underworld Soul Valley? Ha! This Marquis Jinyuan's residence of yours. You're even harboring a demonic sect. Xiaoyo's face stiffened. What do you want? How? Mu Chongkong said condescendingly. I'll exchange not leaking information for that bronze fragment. As for this Noin herb, he lifted his chin. Let us use the devil. Cough. The 10 drops of heartblood of Su Xiaogonzi in exchange. Chapter 101. Who says this kid is small? This kid is great. Wouldn't bother with a child if it was anyone else. It's not honorable to win, and it's even more humiliating to lose. But Mu Chongkong had heard Lin Inger say in prison that this Su Yun would become a great man in the future, and would be the demon lord who would destroy the world. If we could obtain his heart's blood, it would surely be of great use. Coupled with the fact that Chun Man Lu was badgered that day, Mu Chongkong had a nagging feeling. So when he saw that the Su residence was harboring members of the demonic cult, he was instantly on the verge of a plan. I want it all. Xiaoyu categorically said. No. Before the word okay was uttered, Su Yun excitedly said, okay, I promise. Lin Inger sucked in a mouthful of cool air. This demon lord was too nice. She was also a little nervous, always feeling that she shouldn't do anything more. Mu Chongkong, on the other hand, glanced triumphantly. It's still you who knows what you're doing. Xiaoyu said anxiously. Yuner, what are you doing? Mother, listen to me. Su Yun confirmed. No leaks, plus the knowing Yin herb. 2 things. For the bronze shard, plus my essence blood. 2 things, right? Mu Chongkong was uncertain. So what if it is? Su Yun waved his hand. It's fine. That's all. Here, give me the knowing Yin herb. Mu Chongkong was a bit skeptical. Where's the essence blood? When Su Yun saw the maid return with the bronze shards, he threw them, one for the other, and then the other later. You wouldn't have no gumption at all, would you? Mu Changkong laughed coldly. He, would I be afraid of you? Lin Ying'er was speechless for a while. Brother, you're a grown-up fighting with a kid. In his last life, Mu Changkong was like a cranky old brother when he was working for Xiao Qingsuan. See who you dislike and get upset with a burst of venom. If it wasn't for the fact that he was strong and could help himself find the opportunity, he would have withdrawn. There was also that heaven's destined son, who was also a small man with a big temper. Can't you be a good boy at 3? Why pinch the emperor's temper and mess with a demon lord whose power hadn't yet been dispersed? Su Yun got the Jiyin grass and threw it to Master Grey River as soon as he did. Master Grey River did not hesitate. I will immediately use this item to set up a formation. Su Yun, however, said, Uncle, no, you just set up an ordinary formation. I'll give you this grass as payment. Master Grey River froze. What did you say? Su Yun said, listen to me, I can save my sister. Seeing the big formation, he had an idea. Sure, Yao Yu pulled Su Yun. Yuner, don't make a fuss. Master Grey River is here to save your big sister. We have to draw new formations to stabilize the living souls. Su Yun said, Mother, trust me for once, and since we were going to set up a formation, it doesn't matter if there is or isn't a Jiyin grass. Master Grey River frowned. You child, would I not know if the knowing herb is useful? Sure, Yao Yu secretly said that it was bad. This Grey River Master was an elder of the underworld Soul Valley and was extremely familiar with the Yin Soul Yang God. If you don't believe him, who else can you believe? Although Mu Changkong didn't know about divine souls, he knew about pharmacology. This Jiyin grass has an outstanding effect on moisturizing the soul body. No matter what you do with this array, you get twice the result with half the effort. Stupid. Mu Changkong sneered. Sure, Yao Yu wanted to say, Yun air, and get out of the way. Let Grey River Master. Su Yun raised his head, his eyes firm. Mother, he also knew about the Yin grass. He just didn't know the exact location. If it really worked, it would have been sought out by all means. In the episode, a passerby used this and exchanged it with the Su for great favors. But in the end, it only strengthened some Yin Qi, and it didn't help suppress the living souls in the slightest. Su Yun switched over. Firstly, to give Master Grey River as payment, and secondly, to find a reasonable excuse to give the bronze shard out. Without this, how could Lin Ying'er lead herself to the ancient tomb? Xiao Yu hesitated. During this period of time, the divine differences displayed in Su Yun made people believe that he was blessed by the heavens. Sure, Yao Yu hesitated for a moment. Master Grey River, listen to Su Yun. Master Grey River frowned. Are you sure? Without the Jiyin grass, grand formation, it lacks Jiyin grass efficacy. Xiao Yu, you're resting here? Xiao Yu, Master, thank you. Master Grey River shook his head, coddling, but he couldn't care less about other people's family matters, so he raised his hand and began to set up the formation. Lin Ying'er whispered, Apothecary Mu, the bronze shard has arrived. Let's go first. She always had a bad feeling about it. Mu Changkong said confidently, what's the rush? I want to see him fail in his endeavors. Besides, this Su mansion harbors the devil cult. It's them who should be afraid. Swish swish swish. Master Grey River danced his ink in the air, and a line of formation fell into the void. The people around them felt a ghastly wind rising, and they couldn't help but shrink their shoulders. Master Grey River said coldly, this grand formation can suppress the living souls in their bodies. The knowing Yin grass strengthens Yin Qi and is helpful to living souls. Are you sure you don't want to use it? Su Yun nodded. No need. Mu Changkong had already looked happy. Yellow mouth. Not a clue. How dare you believe such a child? I'm just looking at you. What can? From his sleeve, Su Yun pulled out the sacred weapon ring given by the military god yesterday. He pressed his finger ring onto the formation, and a terrifying white light spread across the room. Hoo. That soul-locking formation turned out to be just a gust of Yin Qi that made the people around it feel cold. But with the addition of the sacred weapon rings, the efficacy doubled 100 times and 1,000 times. Buzz! Everyone around them, all of them blanched at the same time. It was as if there was a suction force that was going to rip them out of their torso as easily as if they were removing a piece of clothing. Master Grey River's eyes widened. What is this? In just an instant, the soul-locking formation was operating at 10,000 times its power. In the blink of an eye, Yuri's living soul was pressed to death in his shell. Saint? The might of a saint? Master Grey River was confused. This ring clearly exuded the might of a saint. Someone killed a saint and refined his power to make a ring. It was returned to this child of the Su family. Who's that big a deal? One must know that there was only one saint in the underworld Soul Valley. The great formation grew brighter, and Master Grey River laughed out loud. Who said this child is small? This child is fantastic. Ra'u, Yuri's eyes snapped open, and with a blank, innocent look, she looked around. Mu Changkong's eyes widened even more than hers, his scalp tingling. Holy divine artifact. It's not even an ordinary holy product, but a holy product pressed by a saint. He had an arrogant attitude, but he had seen enough to spot the end at a glance. Refining a saint's finger ring was much more powerful than any knowing in grass. The knowing in grass could provide in chi, but the saint's spiritual power was endless and could strengthen the soul-locking formation 1,000 times over. With this sacred artifact ring, where would one need the knowing in grass? Lin Inger was dumbstruck, her mind only in a daze. Am I out of touch? It's only been a few days since he was imprisoned, and the demon lord has refined a saint? I shouldn't. Lin Inger was remorseful and chagrined. If one followed the route of the previous life, wouldn't one still be able to follow the demon lord? If he had the sacred artifact ring, wasn't that the same as having it yourself? With this holy relic, what more help do you need? Straight away, we took the bronze shards and went and dug up the tomb. Lin Inger was afraid. Apothecary Mu, let's go. The more Mu Changkong looked at him, the angrier he got. What's the point of leaving? He still owes me 10 drops of heart blood. Didn't you say it? That the devil grinds the Su family's son has great luck. Ask for his heart's blood, even if it means dropping his head. Chapter 102 Promotion System. Lin Inger shook her head. It's better not to ask for it. I am afraid that I have the life to ask for it, but I don't have the life to spend it. Mu Changkong grunted. What are you afraid of? They're the ones who should be afraid of their Su family for harboring the devil cult. If you dare to meddle, I'll call out the official army. Don't worry, with me here, no one will dare to touch you. Ron, with a bolt from the blue, there was suddenly a great general in the sky above the Su mansion, and thousands of soldiers revealed in the space behind him. Jing Haigong swept through with a glance, and immediately laughed. Then there is a fugitive. Which one comes? He paused and seemed to have finished transmitting with someone before pointing at Lin Inger. Just her. Grab her back for me. Lin Inger? You didn't recognize it at all. She turned her head violently. Apothecary Mu, didn't you say that no one dares to touch me? Mu Changkong was bewildered. Who reported the official? It's the Su mansion? How dare they? The maid Harriman hid behind the people and nodded with the guard who had just returned. These two people still want to threaten the Su house. Humph, the little son of the first to strike, first reported to the police. Who's afraid of who? Swish. Several soldiers quickly flew down and were about to grab Lin Inger. Lin Inger screamed. Apothecary Mu, save me. Mu Changkong hurriedly pointed at the house. There's a demon cultist there. You guys arrest him first. Lord Jinghai glanced at it. Oh, in the process of healing the Su family's eldest daughter, he faintly said. Thanks to this fellow Taoist for reporting this. I'll send a letter to the officials and ask them to send someone to apprehend them. Lin Inger screamed. No right. Why just arrest me? Lord Jinghai gave an O. You are a fugitive from the Ministry of Justice. The Ministry of War and the Ministry of Justice are in the same breath, so naturally they will arrest you. Lin Inger was full of despair. Just 1 day out of prison, nothing to gain, was taken away. She stared at Mu Changkong dead in the face. If you'd left earlier, you'd have been fine. And you? Lord Jinghai bellowed. Why are the fugitives with you? Did you rob them? Mu Changkong subconsciously said. I didn't. Lord Jinghai didn't listen and waved his hand. Deadly sins can be spared, but living sins cannot escape. Military clubs until you admit your own. When the thumping was finished, he ordered the troops to be withdrawn, while whispering, that woman is wanted by the Su family's son. You guys beat it up? Make sure the tracking compulsion hasn't disappeared, and look for a chance to release it. I am wrong. Mu Changkong grimaced in pain, and he didn't dare to resist the Dakian officials in Dakian. Pride dispersed with the first stick, but couldn't make a sound out of the pain, and received the next 19 sticks. He was filled with confusion. Lin Inger was arrested again? The ancient tomb of the great emperor he was looking for. Gone? He looked up into the room, wanting to speak. Sure Yaoyu had already reacted and smiled gently. What I just said. Ji-in grass for bronze fragment. No report for my son's heart's blood. Since the male has reported it, there's no need to give the heart's blood. Mu Changkong was dumbfounded. What did I fight for? The same knowing herb for a bronze shard and an extra beating? Master Grey River was sweating inside the house. The Valley of the Underworld Souls wasn't the kind of evil path that killed people, but it always dug up graves to recruit souls, and its reputation was as bad as it could get. This is caught by the officials, not to shed skin afraid to get out, but that great general, however, just glanced at it, turned a blind eye to it, and walked straight away. The Marquis of Genuine's residence. Is it even that prestigious? Master Grey River was astonished. He simultaneously looked at the finger ring in Su-yun's palm, his heart swirling. A divine weapon refined by a saint. Not many people in this entire heavenly origin realm can afford to use it. This kid, he's even using it to maintain the big formation? Master Grey River gulped. Kid, do you know that if you want the soul-locking formation to remain in effect, and this ring is to be pressed into the formation? Su-yun didn't know, but didn't hesitate. No problem. Master Grey River was surprised. This is a holy weapon among holy weapons. Can you spare it? Su-yun nodded. Sure. Swish. Everyone had a strange feeling, but it was so vague that they just thought it was an illusion. In Su-yun's palm, there was suddenly an additional bead. Soul-fixing bead? At the first moment, the heavy pupil gave the information. In the next instant, Su-yun saw that behind the table, a snow-white tail was bearing away. Farther away, a golden tail, wagging, waited to leave together. Is this? Su-yun seemed to have caught something. The little brocade civet of the constant conception inexhaustible body, and that Qianya demon empress know each other? No wonder. It was them that came together last night, wasn't it? I've helped ancient Trace, and her luck should shelter me as well. Then there's no need to worry. Although demon empress Qianya has an iron fist, she's not the type to kill without reason. Sheltered by luck again. Safe at home. And Qianya, hiding behind the table, wagging her tail. Cave? Ancient Tracy's fox head tapped. Well, Mom, here it is. She doesn't have much in the way of spells, just a whole lot of luck. In an instant everyone was attracted by the soldiers outside leaving the movement, and they directly shoved the soul-fixing beads over. Qian Yi was a bit reluctant to part with it, but still said, the soul-fixing pearl is useless to me now, and he helped my daughter to become a saint, so it's also a payment. Humph. Is that woman the ghost cultivator who scared me last night? If it was only 3 years ago that you resisted 1,000 people by force, you can't reach the point where even a subsaint's heart palpitates. Her soul is afraid that she has had a strange encounter in hell and has fed back to other souls. A smug smile appeared on the snow weasel's face. Give the soul-fixing bead to that kid and press your living soul inside. You won't be able to scare me next time I come back, will you? Humph. This mansion, I still come and go as I please. Kid, the next time we meet, you're going to see me in full bloom. She turned her head arrogantly and jumped toward the window. Boo! Head butt against the wall. The little kitsune immediately ran over. Mommy? Qianya's eyes watered in pain. Take me out. Why is this wall so high? Ancient Trace glanced at the normal height of the window. It is you become shorter. She picked up the back of the ferret's neck and squeaked out. Su-yun, on the other hand, picked up the soul-fixing bead and directly pressed it on Yuli's forehead. Master Grey River had already looked stunned. Soul-fixing pearl, you still have this holy relic? How do you? Shed? He was already confused. The soul-fixing bead was a holy relic of the demon clan. Not only could it protect the divine soul, it could also nourish and strengthen it. When the soul is really retrieved, maybe Yuli's strength will be able to go to the next level. 3 years ago, he was able to turn away 1,000 experts and cover the retreat of the Su family. What level of strength can this awakening reach? Straight to sainthood? Or is higher? Master Grey River's eyes were filled with astonishment. This Su mansion's depths were too thick. This kid treats his family really well too. 2 consecutive top-tier holy relics, both of which were willing to be taken out. Su-yun bristled. A holy relic? He's not lacking. The system will send. Anyway, ding. There was a sudden prompt in his ear. Facing the Yuri puppet again. Your heart is like a knife. Even though you didn't see her much, you always treated her like family. Ironically, after the members of the Su family have fallen, the one who meets and fights most often is instead this puppet. Please take the phantom golem and repair it. If you can take the 3 souls, any of them, from the hands of the Son of Heaven's destiny and inject them into Yuri's body, the reward will be doubled. Mission difficulty, infinitely high. Mission reward, remove filth. Sparrow-in. Su-yun hissed. This mission. He didn't know how else to describe it. The 2 of the 7 pranas are the defiler and the sparrow-in. The former has to do with metabolism. If this prana is strong, the body is always clean and free from dirt. And the latter affects the reproductive system. Chapter 103, Can I keep her? Su-yun belabored. This big sister of mine is lying here. It's quite good for you to send 2 prana, but give Sparrow-in what for? And, now that Yuli was lying in the Su family, there was no need to recapture it at all. And, the living soul of the 3 souls is still suppressed in the body too. Sure enough, in the next second, a voice came from Su-yun's ear. Ding! You're too fast too. This recaptured Su Yueli and also found a living soul at the same time. Congratulations! After Su Yuri stops wreaking havoc on the worlds, Your loss of reputation will also be suspended. Mission reward, remove filth +2. Sparrowine +2. The 4 invisible substances, split into 2 sides, quickly merged into the bodies of Yuli and Su-yun. Yuli's body shook, and his empty eyes seemed to regain some of their vigor. What she literally needs to do with her literal soul is to collect the remnants. You don't need to collect all of them though, just find the souls and consciousness souls in the second soul. The remaining 7 pranas can be collected and used to replenish the innate wonders, and the effect will be even stronger. And Su-yun instantly felt his body lighten as 2 of the 7 pranas were strengthened by the ultimate. The most noticeable changes are the sweat that has just broken out, the flakes of skin that have fallen off, and the dirt and grime that has adhered to the body. It melted and dissipated in the blink of an eye, drifting away as a gas. Defilement prana. Strengthened metabolism is strengthened dramatically. The body is not stained with a trace of dust and dirt. And the birdine. I don't have any strong feelings at the moment. Others cannot see it, but Grey River Master can clearly find the changes in the Yuli. This soul-locking array can still replenish the soul? He was dumbfounded. Even the Elder of Underworld Soul Valley hadn't seen anything so bizarre in so many years. The missing 2 souls and 7 spirits were surprisingly replenished with 2 spirits in the blink of an eye. But I haven't seen it before. Someone would refine a saint, plus lock their soul with a holy artifact soul-fixing bead. Eye-opening, truly eye-opening. Grandmaster Grey River looked at Su-yun with eyes full of fire. This kid is afraid of more than just being deep and crooked. Rather, he really had a deep perception of the divine soul lineage. Master Grey River pretended to say, "Little friend, can you take a look at this book? A moment, I need you to help." A book opened in front of Su-yun. Just the next second, Su-yun pointed to the northwest side. "The spiritual power conversion in Chi there is too weak, but I don't know how to adjust it. Uncle, can you help?" Snap. Master Grey River froze in place. Genius. True genius. Fine. I'll cast a spell immediately. He was ecstatic. Underworld Soul Valley, have finally discovered a divine soul genius. With a single glance, he was able to learn the Underworld Soul Valley's greatest art, the Heart Soul Leader. And with another glance, he was able to discover the flaws revealed by the formation. This son must not be kept and must be brought back to the Valley of the Underworld. Shioyo looked confused. "Master, what are you talking about?" My son didn't do anything wrong, did he? How am I? My daughter? Snap. Master Grey River smiled and clapped his hands, ending the formation. "Ma'am, your daughter is fine. The living soul has been pressed into the body and, by coincidence, has given birth to 2 more pranas." Su-yuli sluggishly turned her head, her eyes were dull, and she opened her mouth extremely slowly. "Brother, mother." She hadn't spoken for years, and her voice was a little thin and hoarse, but still, you can hear the ethereality and the flavor that it carries. Shiryaoyu's heart was shocked, and tears flowed down her face in the next second. "Daughter, my Yuli, you're back." She hugged her oldest daughter and cried tears of joy. "It's been 3 years, and there's nothing like a daughter's call." Master Grey River sadly said, "Right now there is only a wisp of living soul in your love's body. She has not regained her sanity. Only some instincts remain." Shioyo touched her daughter's cheek and found her dull as a mannequin, but even that made her ecstatic and full of relief. "Enough is enough. Yuri, you must thank the master." Yuli surprisingly really turned around and nodded slightly. "Thank you." Shiryaoyu was shocked. "Yuri." Master Grey River sidestepped and smiled. In the past, the soul-locking grand formation could only barely keep the living souls pressed inside, keeping them alive. But this time, he even used the power of a saint to firmly lock the living soul. Your love may be able to understand some of the words and act on command. If I can find my Jyoshi soul again, it should be comparable to a normal person. I also do not know where this Jew soul fell. After I return to the mountain, will be with the master of the brothers and sisters, together with divination. Yuli suddenly turned his head and looked at a direction in the city. At that, Shioyo was surprised. You can feel it? Shingman, immediately have Commander Chen search that area to see if there are any clues. I was so happy today. It was just a plain old repainting formation that made my daughter wake up, although not really conscious. Being able to move and speak still brought tears of joy to his mother's eyes. And seems to have found a clue to another soul. Grandmaster Grey River was surprised. Your love is truly gifted, worthy of being a heavenly pride who can reject 1,000 dead guards with one man. It's amazing that the souls are so connected to each other. It would be great to find out, but there is one more thing about your son. Shioyayu was so overwhelmed by joy that she almost forgot about her son and hugged him instantly. Yunur, thank you. You're such a good son to mother. I thought Su-yun was messing up. but I didn't expect that he really helped Yuli fix the living soul. On top of that, it was far more than expected to make her conscious. She hugged Su-yun and burst into tears. Yuner, whatever you want, mother will definitely promise. Master Grey River smiled. I also have one thing that I hope your ladyship will agree to. Sure, Yao Yu was stunned and hurriedly said, please speak. Master, you saved my daughter, but there are requirements that the Su house spares no effort to fulfill. Master Grey River waved his hand sheepishly. He had painted the big formation, but without Su-yun, how could it have the current effect? But for the sake of purpose, he still said, your son is extremely gifted in the divine soul lineage. I wish to accept a disciple on behalf of my master, and ask your son to enter my underworld Soul Valley. Su-yun was straightforward. No go no go. Stygian Soul Valley is a demonic sect. One hates to stay far away from it, and it would be great to have a cooperation for once. If you really join, you won't be whitewashed. Sure, Yao Yu also froze. Into the Stygian Soul Valley? My son is foolish. Where would I dare to pay homage to the Valley Master and be your senior brother? With a thud, Master Grey River knelt down right in front of Su-yun. Who said he wanted to be my senior brother? Xiao Yu hurriedly stood up. Master, what are you doing? Master Grey River said aloud. Your son is exceptionally gifted. I invite him to be my senior. Shiroyuki? Swish. Su-yun slipped, ran out, and turned back at the end to ask, Mother, you said you could promise me anything? Xiao Yu subconsciously nodded her head. Su-yun ran out in the blink of an eye and came back in no time dragging a snow weasel's tail. Mother, can I keep her then?